The destined one, Li Hanzhou, harbored a profound, ironic desire, to be ugly for just one fleeting day, because his inner voice cried out, a bitter truth accompanying the triumphant grasp of his award, he was ugly every single day. Yet, the thunderous applause that poured over him felt like a cruel irony, a celebration he believed would only be mocked if a truly handsome man voiced such a self-deprecating thought. A piercing horn cut through his thoughts as he silently questioned the world's judgment, wondering if his perceived ugliness was the only reason his words were acceptable. Then, a deafening crash tore through the night, silencing all thoughts. The Supporting Actor Award, finally earned after a lifetime of anonymity, lay meaninglessly shattered alongside his fleeting life. In his fading moments, a profound regret echoed through him. If he had known such a senseless end awaited, his final lament would never have been about his own perceived ugliness. Suddenly, a celestial message shimmered into existence, proclaiming a universal truth: he was born to be loved. Li Hanzhou, hovering on the precipice of oblivion, could only question the bewildering pronouncement, born to be loved. Could it possibly mean him? Around him, a chorus of shocked gasps erupted from unseen onlookers. Still, his dying thoughts clung to self-doubt, dismissing the message as a cruel, ill-timed irony for someone so utterly devoid of beauty. Then, a new awareness dawned as Li Hanzhou found himself suspended in a dazzling, ethereal realm, wondering if this luminous expanse was indeed heaven. A surge of confidence washed over him as he stood within the boundless light, asserting that if he didn't belong in heaven, then who possibly could? He had been Li Hanzhou, the acclaimed angel without wings, a supporting actor whose relentless volunteer work and generous donations, though limited by his modest earnings, should surely pave his way to the celestial. He lamented the financial constraints of his acting career, growing impatient for an angel or guide to appear and lead him through this waiting room of eternity. But then, the shimmering words reappeared, affirming his innate worth: "You are a person born to be loved," startling Li Hanzhou anew. He stared at the glowing script, baffled by its persistence, questioning why this particular message, this song, haunted his passage into the unknown. The ethereal scene shifted again, revealing a bold new directive: state 3 wishes. Everything has a price, stirring a flicker of incredulous hope within Li Hanzhou. Skepticism quickly clouded his expression. This contactless system felt absurd, far removed from any heavenly process he might have imagined. He passionately pleaded his case, emphasizing his lifetime of good deeds to the persistent holographic message, which merely reiterated its unyielding offer: state 3 wishes. Everything has a price. Li Hanzhou argued fiercely against being dismissed so casually, convinced that proper reward awaited those who performed good deeds, just as the shimmering text began to transform, acknowledging a life lived. He watched, surprised, as the message refined itself, now promising 3 wishes as a reward for a life lived reasonably well. Feeling rushed by this unseen angel, Li Hanzhou mused on the rarity of rebirth, as the messages firmly reminded him that everything has a price. He accepted the inevitable price with a resigned sigh, acknowledging that nothing in this world or the next came without cost, though he doubted he'd ever be privy to the full terms. A subtle, determined smirk touched Li Hanzhou's lips as he considered the immense power of 3 wishes. He boldly declared his first audacious wish, to change the number of wishes to a quintillion, questioning the arbitrary limit of 3 when endless possibilities lay before him. In response, a holographic message appeared, ominous and contractual, declaring that the law of causality itself would be adjusted as the price for his good deeds. The unwavering decree echoed once more: everything has a price. Li Hanzhou felt a cold dread at the mention of causality, sensing a looming trap, yet resolved to use his remaining wishes strategically to at least establish a minimal defense. With a confident gesture, he announced his second wish, for perfect health, acknowledging that no aspiration could thrive without it. Then, Li Hanzhou paused, a thoughtful expression gracing his features as he prepared to unveil the most significant desire of all. This was the singular, most cherished wish among the 3. With a blush of self-consciousness but unwavering determination, Li Hanzhou whispered his deepest yearning: to be conventionally handsome. He envisioned a future where his newfound beauty would secure every lead role, generating immense wealth to generously donate to those in need. As a shimmering message confirmed his wish, "Your wish will be granted." Holographic declarations affirmed Lee Hanjo's new path, approving a new life for him, citing his benevolent nature and the immutable law of causality. A blinding flash accompanied the final pronouncement: this new existence was his reward for a life lived virtuously. Lee Hanjo cried out, his body contorting in profound discomfort as the transition began, punctuated by a final, impactful warning: "Do not forget." He screamed as his form plummeted through a boundless, pure white void, his descent both chaotic and disorienting. As he fell through the sparkling, ethereal expanse, the insistent message echoed around him: "You are a person born to be loved." A vibrant flash of light and falling snowflakes signaled a dramatic shift in his reality. The first sensation that pierced through his awakening consciousness was an overwhelming, bone-chilling cold. Baby Lee Hanjo wailed, his tiny form shaking from the frigid air, internally cursing the extreme cold and desperately wondering if anyone was near. He heard the distressed cries of a baby, confused until a dawning, shocking realization struck: he was the baby, and the wails were his own. His tiny hands and feet instinctively wiggled, a tangible manifestation of his growing, unsettling awareness. Baby Lee Hanjo stared at his miniature hands, a wave of shock washing over him as the truth solidified: he was that baby. A contemplative thought flickered through his infant mind, accepting the logical possibility of reincarnation after his unexpected demise. But then, a fierce cry erupted from him as he indignantly questioned why, after rebirth, he was immediately subjected to freezing to death within an icy cardboard box. Powerless and abandoned on a snow-covered doorstep, baby Lee Hanjo understood his only recourse was the desperate cry of a newborn. As his vision blurred and life seemed to ebb, he questioned the cruel irony of being an orphan despite his good deeds, until, just as despair threatened to consume him, an unseen woman's voice cut through the fading haze, proclaiming his discovery. A distressed sister rushed forward, scooping him into her arms with a mournful cry, prompting baby Lee Hanjo to offer a silent, grateful blessing. The sister cradled him, her voice filled with compassionate sorrow, lamenting the unforgiving winter day of his abandonment. Baby Lee Hanjo felt the profound injustice of his situation despite the sister's soothing words, though he noted with self-aware amusement that his baby cries possessed an undeniable cuteness. With a warm, gentle smile, the sister offered him nourishment. Baby Lee Hanjo eagerly drank, a tiny thought wondering if the liquid was indeed formula, as he contentedly suckled. Yet, even in his contentment, a disgruntled thought surfaced: reborn as an orphan, he feared his intelligence would regress to an infant's level, questioning if this was all a cosmic scam. The sister's sudden exclamation of surprise and pleasure snapped baby Lee Hanjo from his thoughts, leaving him utterly confused. She then declared him the prettiest baby she had ever seen, prompting baby Lee Hanjo to question if such an extraordinary compliment could possibly apply to him. The sister continued her loving admiration, praising his large eyes and cute nose, declaring him even more beautiful than television babies, as baby Lee Hanjo smiled, basking in the warmth of her words. In that moment, the seemingly absurd message from his transition returned with crystal clarity: his third wish, to be conventionally handsome. The system's previous confirmation echoed in his mind: your wish will be granted, and baby Lee Hanjo stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the undeniable evidence of its fulfillment. The sister's gentle smile seemed to confirm his internal conclusion, a testament to his granted wish. She gently caressed his forehead, expressing profound relief that he had avoided fever despite his harrowing exposure to the bitter cold. Baby Lee Hanjo, lying in his crib, pondered the irony: despite almost freezing to death, he was miraculously healthy, questioning why his newborn body seemed to defy all logic. The sister delightedly proclaimed him a healthy little baby, a sentiment baby Lee Hanjo internally echoed, recognizing the extraordinary vitality bestowed upon him. As the sister helped him sit up, baby Lee Hanjo realized with growing certainty that his second wish, for good health, had also been perfectly granted. He then turned his thoughts to the one remaining enigma, his very first wish. The sister continued to comfort him, gently patting his back as he hiccuped softly. Baby Lee Hanjo offered a silent, heartfelt thank you to the sister, who then gently inquired if he had eaten well. He observed her unwavering kindness, feeding an unknown child, offering comfort, and gazing with an undeniably sincere love. As the sister tenderly squeezed his tiny hand, Baby Lee Hanjo silently blessed her for her boundless goodness. His bright, sparkling smile elicited another delighted exclamation from the sister. The sister, overwhelmed by his cuteness, hugged him close, declaring him too pretty for words, and in that exact moment, a system message shimmered back into Baby Lee Hanjo's vision. A holographic screen materialized, proudly announcing that he had pleased the sister with his radiant smile. Baby Lee Hanjo, utterly bewildered, stared at the sudden appearance of the holographic message. Another message instantly quantified his charm: 100 love and peace coins have been generated. He squinted at the screen, utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of love and peace coins, dismissing it as yet more bizarre nonsense. The screen then prompted him, "Would you like to use your love and peace coins?" infuriating Baby Lee Hanjo with its persistent absurdity. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced, his first audacious wish, preserved as a holographic echo, to change the number of wishes to a quintillion. Baby Lee Hanjo realized, with a strange mix of disbelief and plausibility, that this system of love and peace coins could be the extension of that initial wish, compelling him to test its limits. But a new question arose: how precisely was he meant to activate these mysterious coins? The system instantly responded, providing clear, concise instructions. To use the coins, he must simply shout, "Use love and peace coins." Baby Lee Hanjo attempted to vocalize the command, but only a string of unintelligible babbling escaped his tiny lips, his internal determination clashing with his infant capabilities. System messages confirmed his intent but inquired about the specific usage, causing Baby Lee Hanjo to clench his fists in frustration, wondering if this was merely a convoluted way to give him money. Meanwhile, the sister groaned, a sharp pain flaring in her back. Baby Lee Hanjo's worried face tightened in guilt, realizing his squirming might have exacerbated the sister's discomfort. The sister, ever kind, reassured him, attributing her back pain to old age rather than his actions, prompting Baby Lee Hanjo to acknowledge her true goodness. He reflected on her unwavering compassion, still holding and soothing him despite her own pain, and wondered how he could possibly repay such selfless blessings. The omnipresent system prompt shimmered again, offering a solution to his dilemma: how would you like to use the love and peace coins? As he gazed at the sister, a profound epiphany struck Baby Lee Hanjo, rekindling the memory of his first audacious wish, to multiply his wishes into a quintillion. A powerful realization dawned: everything he declared, exactly as he said it, seemed to manifest. Baby Lee Hanjo let out a cry, but internally, his command was clear and heartfelt: heal the sister's back completely. The system responded instantly, requesting 100 coins to completely heal the kind-hearted sister's back and asking for confirmation. Baby Lee Hanjo, babbling Alibaba, mentally affirmed to proceed. The sister gasped in astonishment as her back pain vanished instantly, a miracle that surprised Baby Lee Hanjo just as much. She marveled at the sudden relief, noting how her back usually ached when lifting him, while Baby Lee Hanjo continued to babble, prompting the sister to wonder if something was amiss. But as Baby Lee Hanjo's cries intensified, a chilling message appeared, a stark reminder: everything has a price, hinting at an unforeseen consequence for his actions. A wave of intense distress washed over Baby Lee Hanjo, his tiny form racked by the unexpected price of his powerful wish. A fiery, agonizing pain flared within him, a vivid internal signal of the system's causal adjustment. The sister's piercing scream tore through the air as a heavy thud echoed, leaving Baby Lee Hanjo to inwardly exclaim his profound disbelief. Baby Lee Hanjo writhed in tears, realizing with a hum that this excruciating back pain was indeed the price for his earlier wish. The sister gently patted him with concern, asking if he was uncomfortable, and Baby Lee Hanjo inwardly directed her to the precise source of his discomfort, a little lower. As the sister asked about his discomfort, Baby Lee Hanjo reflected that even though the pain was intense, it only ever lasted about 10 minutes. He found immense relief in knowing that the kind sister's back would never ache again, a small price for his brief, personal suffering. The serene, age-old church stood as a quiet testament to the enduring faith within its walls. Baby Lee Hanjo contemplatively listed his newfound blessings, a healthy body, good looks, and the ability to make wishes, yet he knew every boon carried a hidden cost. Clenching his tiny eyes, Baby Lee Hanjo pondered his ultimate goal of showbiz stardom, knowing his orphan status would make his journey incomparably difficult. He worried about con artists and other dangers, but ultimately concluded that his most pressing issue was his current state as a helpless newborn. Baby Lee Hanjo tilted his head, a clear question mark hanging over his infant confusion. A glowing system message chimed, informing him that the sister's happiness from his sleeping cuteness had granted him 20 love and peace coins. Another system chime brought 50 more love and peace coins from someone named Noah's happiness, leading Baby Lee Hanjo to a key realization about how he earned them. Baby Lee Hanjo considered the power of his wishes, realizing that while coins brought them true, each one invariably came with a dramatic side effect. He pondered the system's enigmatic phrase, "Everything comes with a price," acknowledging that his brief back pain was the cost, yet marveled at the powerful effectiveness of his wish. With a shocked gasp, Baby Lee Hanjo reflected on the instantaneous healing of a herniated disc, an ailment notoriously difficult to cure. Baby Lee Hanjo recalled the system's explanation, as the price for good deeds causality will be adjusted, pondering the profound implications of this altered fate. A troubled thought crossed Baby Lee Hanjo's mind, wondering if his orphan status was the cost of his wish to extend his lifespan by giga-units, yet he clung to this strange, hard-won existence. With a contented flop, Baby Lee Hanjo found peace in his current handsome and healthy state. Laughing joyfully, Baby Lee Hanjo declared his grand ambitions, to become a lead actor, starring in blockbusters, and to live his entire life without ever experiencing a single day as an ugly man. As Baby Lee Hanjo wiggled playfully, certain of his enduring handsomeness, the sister lovingly questioned if her little one was finally waking up. The sister expressed her utter astonishment, wondering how Baby Lee Hanjo could have understood her words so quickly. With a gentle smile, the sister revealed Baby Lee Hanjo's name, Gongja, showing him the name tag where it was inscribed. A sudden, heavy thump resonated through Baby Lee Hanjo's thoughts as he inwardly questioned if the name, Gongja, could truly be his. The metallic dog tag glowed ominously as Baby Lee Hanjo's mind fixated on the strange, resonant sound of his given name. An explosive burst of light accompanied Baby Lee Hanjo's dawning realization about the identity tied to his name. Baby Lee Hanjo gasped internally, realizing with a cartoonish jolt that his name invoked the famed Confucius and Mencius. The sister cheerfully offered to bestow a new surname since his original was unreadable, but Baby Lee Hanjo worried about the implications of the Gongja name he'd been given. The sister, her face alight with kind intentions, expressed her heartfelt hope that Baby Lee Hanjo would find wonderful adoptive parents. Baby Lee Hanjo's expression turned thoughtful as he grasped the sister's implied intention, adoption. He weighed the timing of his adoption against the paramount importance of his future parents, realizing the latter held far greater significance. Baby Lee Hanjo decided that remaining in the convent was infinitely better than being adopted by families with cynical motivations, like gaining an advantage in apartment lotteries. Baby Lee Hanjo babbled joyfully, holding the sister's hand, while inwardly praising her boundless kindness. As Baby Lee Hanjo mentally vowed to spend many coins on the sister, who found his babbling adorable, a system notification confirmed her happiness and another coin earning. The system awarded another love and peace coin as the sister held a smiling Baby Lee Hanjo, bringing his total to 71. Baby Lee Hanjo's face clouded with concern as he realized the coin unit had shrunk, leading him to consider hoarding them for future emergencies. A loving kiss from the sister reignited Baby Lee Hanjo's resolve, banishing his hesitation to spend coins for her well-being. Baby Lee Hanjo, babbling a determined command, gestured sharply to activate his love and peace coins. The ethereal holographic screen shimmered, posing the familiar question of how he wished to utilize his love and peace coins. With determined babbling and an upward point, baby Li Hanzhou mentally commanded the system to restore the sister's complete health. A red holographic message dramatically flashed before baby Li Hanzhou, rejecting his wish due to an insufficient balance of love and peace coins. A system message chimed, revealing the staggering cost of 1,000 coins to heal Sister Teresa, leaving baby Li Hanzhou utterly shocked by the exorbitant inflation. Baby Li Hanzhou worried about the severity of the sister's health, and began to devise a strategy to conserve his precious coins. Baby Li Hanzhou resolved to be overwhelmingly cute to generate more coins, just as the sister gave him an affectionate kiss. A sparkling system message confirmed baby Li Hanzhou's strategy, awarding him another coin for the sister's happiness at his cuteness. As another coin materialized from the sister's happiness at his adorable antics, baby Li Hanzhou determined he would become even cuter. Baby Li Hanzhou purposefully displayed a series of increasingly charming expressions, each earning him an individual coin. The sister, utterly overcome, declared baby Li Hanzhou's cuteness to be beyond measure. Panting and frustrated, baby Li Hanzhou realized with growing exasperation that his coin earnings from a single person had drastically diminished. Sweating with frustration, baby Li Hanzhou realized he desperately needed a wider audience for his cuteness to maximize his coin income. Baby Li Hanzhou pondered the profound logistical challenge of a baby like him attracting a large crowd. Just as an unseen woman announced the arrival of guests, a jubilant child ran past, and baby Li Hanzhou recognized this as a jackpot opportunity. The sister, holding a sparkling and happy baby Li Hanzhou, warmly welcomed the guests who had finally arrived. The sister quickly instructed Noah to prepare, asking about his eczema medicine, to which Noah replied that Sister Maria possessed it. Another sister reassured her that Noah's needs were met, then announced the arrival of Ms. Ma Suzhong, and suggested dressing Gongja beautifully. Baby Li Hanzhou's eyes widened in profound shock as he heard the name Ma Suzhong. The distinct click-clack of heels resonated, confirming baby Li Hanzhou's internal suspicion as a woman in a red dress walked away from a man in a black suit. The woman in the red dress angrily spun away from the resigned young man, declaring her hatred for such situations and demanding to know how many times she had to refuse. The elegant woman, now identified by the narration as Ma Suzhong, a chaebol heir, furiously screamed her absolute disdain for children. A wooden door creaked softly, revealing a bright light from the room beyond. The sister, holding baby Li Hanzhou, looked surprised as the woman in the red dress dramatically entered the room. The woman in the red dress stood with an imposing presence, exuding an aura of powerful, dramatic flair. A profound question echoed in Li Hanzhou's infant mind: had he truly just heard the name Ma Suzhong? Now, recognizing her face, the narrator recalled the exceptionally beautiful, if only a so-so, acting of Ma Suzhong, the Sungjin group's dazzling third daughter. Li Hanzhou's infant mind sifted through memories of Ma Suzhong's fiery temper and surprisingly strong filmography, but a far more crucial question lingered. A chilling thought pierced Li Hanzhou's mind: wasn't Ma Suzhong dead, tragically lost in a car accident 5 years prior? He needed to know the truth, a thought driving him to glance, hoping to ascertain the current year. The stark revelation of 2024 struck him with visceral shock. A thunderous rumble filled the air as Li Hanzhou's mind grasped the impossible truth: he had not just reincarnated, but traveled a full 20 years into the past, before his own death. Li Hanzhou reflected on the profound twist of his reincarnation, now realizing he was seeing the Ma Suzhong of 2 decades past. An unidentified man, seeking a promotional shot, gently requested Ma Suzhong hold a baby, only for her to angrily declare that even her own child disliked her touch. Li Hanzhou, observing the interaction, swiftly deduced that Ma Suzhong must be present for a promotional photo related to the Sungjin Group sponsorship of the convent. "I said I don't want to," Ma Suzhong vehemently declared, her refusal echoing with a sharp outburst. Li Hanzhou felt an unexpected pang of rejection, a familiar ache of being rebuffed before he even had a chance, cementing his resolve to act. "Bbu. Bappa, pa." Li Hanzhou cooed excitedly, deciding it was time to deploy the Ma Suzhong coin. The system prompted a choice on how to use his love and peace coin, and Li Hanzhou decisively declared his intention, "Boo! Pong! Take a photo with Ma Suzhong." A holographic message informed Li Hanzhou that taking a photo with Ma Suzhong would cost 3 coins, asking if he wished to proceed. "Papa. Proceed." Li Hanzhou affirmed his decision with unwavering determination. Li Hanzhou gasped in surprise as the system warned of a painful side effect: a red spot would appear and burn on the sole of his foot for 1 minute. A fiery burn emanated from a red spot on Li Hanzhou's tiny foot, leaving him in unexpected pain. "Gongja, what's wrong?" the sister cried out in distress as baby Li Hanzhou wailed in pain. "Oh my, is my foot on fire?" Baby Li Hanzhou cried out, his small hands flailing in frustration as he yearned to touch the burning spot but couldn't. Overwhelmed by the burning sensation, baby Li Hanzhou's wails echoed, then hesitated as a new thought emerged. "Oops, the audience." Li Hanzhou thought, realizing his pained cries had unexpectedly drawn everyone's attention, including Ma Suzhong's. Ma Suzhong reacted with a sudden, wide-eyed astonishment to the baby's outcry. A single tear traced a path down Li Hanzhou's cheek, still impacted by both pain and the sudden rush of attention. "Angoo, Li Hanzhou cooed, his soft smacking and sucking noises transforming his distress into an adorable spectacle. The system announced a gain of 10 love and peace coins, delighted by the camera staff's admiration for his cute appearance. The staff murmured and cooed in admiration, exclaiming over baby Li Hanzhou's astonishing cuteness, from his dark eyes to his high nose. The system chimed again, awarding 10 more coins each as both the manager and assistant manager of the PR department expressed delight at his adorable appearance. "Thank you for the enthusiastic support, everyone," Li Hanzhou mentally expressed, as another 10 coins from the prairie manager brought his total gain to a triumphant 40. Staff members, captivated by his charm, exclaimed over his cuteness and eagerly asked the sister for his name. The sister, her voice filled with compassion and sorrow, explained that the child, Gongja, had been tragically abandoned just days prior. 2 men reacted with audible gasps, their faces etched with sympathy at the baby's sad story. Li Hanzhou, his tiny eye thoughtful, strategically planned to amplify the emotional impact of his sad story by juxtaposing it with a bright, cheerful demeanor. "Paba. Alibaba." Li Hanzhou gurgled, sparkling with innocent charm as he reached out, melting the hearts of the saddened staff. The system chimed rapidly as the camera staff, assistant manager, and manager of the PR department, all tearfully yet delightfully moved, each awarded him 50 love and peace coins. A triumphant 150 coins were added to his total, each click of the system a testament to Li Hanzhou's success. "His name is Gongja, you say?" Ma Suzhong asked, a note of intrigue entering her voice. Li Hanzhou smugly thought, such is the crazy power of my looks, to have even captivated Ma Suzhong. He'll cry if he sees me," Ma Suzhong hesitated, pulling back, but the sister, smiling reassuringly, insisted that Gongja was gentle and urged her to look closer. "Actress Ma, why would I cry?" Li Hanzhou mused, reminding himself that this was all for the convent's crucial promotion. "Paya." Li Hanzhou cooed, flashing his most charming smile, silently challenging Ma Suzhong to resist his adorable face. The sister, a warm conspirator, encouraged, "It seems Gongja likes you, Ms. Suzhong," while Li Hanzhou mentally demanded his coins. "That can't be right," Ma Suzhong stammered, her eyes wide with distress, recalling how her own daughter Mari would cry and how all babies seemed to hate her. As expected of the sister. "She's setting the stage for me." Li Hanzhou exulted inwardly as the sister pointed out Gongja's smiles and outstretched hands, urging Ma Suzhong to hold him. Ma Suzhong's hands hesitated, trembling with uncertainty. Then, with a gentle push, her hands moved forward tentatively. An awkwardness hung in the air as Ma Suzhong stiffly held Li Hanzhou, who seemed momentarily surprised by the unexpected embrace. "Don't worry, I won't cry," Li Hanzhou thought, then gave a beaming pucka, confirming his unspoken promise. A soft flush bloomed across Ma Sejong's cheeks, a tender blush of unexpected emotion. Hold on a minute. Please put some hand sanitizer on my hands. Hurry. Ma Sejong frantically ordered, much to the sister's confusion, as Lee Hanjo gave a broad, innocent smile. Ma Sejong's hand gently, almost reverently, held Lee Hanjo's tiny one. Oh my gosh. He's so cute. How can a baby this cute exist? Ma Sejong gushed ecstatically, demanding to know his name. Oh, my goodness. His name is pretty too. Ma Sejong exclaimed, pulling Lee Hanjo into an adoring hug, which left him slightly bewildered. PPA. Lee Hanjo wondered, confused by her intense affection, pondering if this was what people called baby therapy. By the way, actress Ma. Lee Hanjo thought cunningly, aren't you forgetting something? Like the coins. Ma Sejong, her expression softening to melancholy, wondered why Gongja wasn't crying like her own child, believing all children hated her. Pooh, Papa. Ma Sejong cooed, a beaming smile gracing her lips, as she confidently reassured herself that her own child's former dislike must have simply been a phase. Lee Hanjo, deep in thought, realized this was indeed the very first time he had seen this child, making Ma Sejong's words about her own child perplexing. Tears streamed down Ma Sejong's face as she confessed, he doesn't feel like a stranger. It's as if I've met him once in a past life, Ma Sejong tearfully murmured, embracing and kissing Lee Hanjo, who, despite the tender moment, found her sentiment quite a stretch. In a radiant embrace, Ma Sejong held Lee Hanjo, bathed in a serene, heavenly glow. The crisp click-clack of a camera shutter broke the tender moment. The man with glasses apologetically explained he couldn't help but capture the moment, as the subjects were simply too good. Ma Sejong remained silent, a single tear still glistening on her cheek, lost in reflection. Stop crying, Lee Hanjo mentally urged, reaching a tiny hand to her face in a comforting gesture. Gongja, Ma Sejong whispered, her voice filled with wonder, are you comforting me? Lee Hanjo's small hand gently touched her forehead, a soft, intimate gesture. The woman in red dress leaned in, bestowing a loving kiss upon the baby's cheek, while Lee Hanjo gave a knowing wink. Ah! This was the perfect chance for coins, but the camera ruined the moment, Lee Hanjo grumbled inwardly, annoyed at the missed opportunity. A hand gently massaged Lee Hanjo's foot, pausing slightly as it discovered a small, red spot. A red spot? Ma Sejong questioned in shock, while the sister expressed surprise, having never noticed such a mark on Gongja's foot before. Why does he have a spot in the exact same place as Maru? Ma Sejong cried out, her tears falling freely, much to Lee Hanjo's growing annoyance. Maru? Not Mari, the one who hated being held. Lee Hanjo questioned inwardly, connecting the name to Ma Sejong's earlier confession. Crouching down, Ma Sejong tearfully embraced Lee Hanjo, mournfully declaring, Maru was this small too. The sister gently comforted Ma Sejong, reminding her that Maru was now at peace, which made Lee Hanjo realize Maru must have been Ma Sejong's son. I don't know the reason, but it seems he passed away early, Lee Hanjo surmised as Ma Sejong tearfully remembered how beautiful their Maru had been. This child, he really doesn't feel like a stranger, Ma Sejong declared, a loving, hopeful smile on her face, I want to raise him. No, wait a minute. Lee Hanjo exclaimed inwardly, his tiny mind reeling in sudden panic. Sister. Can't I take this child with me? Ma Sejong asked, filled with joyous thoughts of their future together, while Lee Hanjo vehemently rejected the idea. Lee Hanjo furiously thought, Ma Sejong, from you, coins don't even accumulate. So even if I get adopted, it's pointless. Gongja, Ma Sejong gently addressed him, prompting a confused from Lee Hanjo. Can I be your mother? Ma Sejong asked with a tender smile, a question Lee Hanjo firmly rejected in his thoughts. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, pondered if Ms. Ma Sejong would truly return for him in a week, his breath catching in small, rhythmic gulps as he nursed. On the morning of that fateful day, the unseen woman, holding the baby close, admitted her unfamiliarity with adoption procedures but offered to consult her lawyer, a soft hum of resolve escaping her lips. She revealed her divorce status, explaining that her daughter Mari now lived with her father, leaving her to reside alone in the main house's annex. Her voice filled with earnest intent, the unseen woman assured the sister she possessed ample wealth, vowing to bestow only the very best house, food, and clothes upon Gongja. As Lee Hanjo nursed, a rhythmic juyup sound accompanying his thoughts, he conceded his baby status prevented true judgment, yet his real mission burned bright, to collect 1,000 coins and restore the sister's health. As the woman in red dress made her sparkling farewell promise to return, Lee Hanjo internally dismissed it as a mere whim, a fleeting fancy of a chaebol family's daughter. Yet, as if mocking his cynical infant thoughts, Ma Sejong indeed returned to the snow-covered convent a week later, just as she had promised. She arrived completely covered in snow, resembling a human snowman. A sorrowful apology escaped the unseen woman, her form still dusted with the biting cold of the winter snow. The sister's polite query about Ms. Sejong's return was abruptly met with an urgent request for hand sanitizer. With deliberate, jiabik footsteps, the unseen woman moved towards the cribs, her mind still grappling with the belated, yet undeniable, fact of Ma Sejong's arrival. A raw, distressed cry of Gongja tore from the woman in red dress, a sound that stirred a visceral, curious gurgle of acknowledgement deep within Lee Hanjo. The woman in red dress humbly apologized to the sister, admitting her impulsive proposal to adopt a child encountered during a Sungjin group promo made little sense. Lee Hanjo inwardly realized she understood her own impulsiveness, as the woman in red dress confessed Gongja had consumed her every thought since their meeting, disrupting her acting and even her meals. The sister's voice took on a somber directness, questioning if Gongja indeed bore a mark in the same place as the woman's late son. With an unwavering gaze, the sister declared she would oppose any attempt to take Gongja based on mere coincidence, asserting that children could not be acquired so easily. A nervous Joma fluttered through Lee Hanjo as he inwardly marveled at the sister's audacity, speaking harshly to the Sungjin group's heiress despite their convent struggles, knowing she would never give him up lightly. Lee Hanjo, a faint jing grimace on his tiny face, was certain Ma Sejong would erupt in anger after the sister's firm refusal. The sister simply stated, "I know," leaving Lee Hanjo utterly perplexed. The woman in red dress erupted, fiercely denying the spot was mere coincidence and passionately declaring that her Maru was never as beautiful as Gongja. Even Lee Hanjo had to admit Gongja's beauty, yet a sudden, internal alarm blared, causing him to question the sister's own reaction to the woman's declaration. Amidst a firm, loving Kwaeke embrace, the woman in red dress exclaimed how Gongja comforted her without fear, though Lee Hanjo internally corrected her, acknowledging he was being held, not doing the holding. The sister probed about her family, but the woman in red dress clarified her detached existence, living separately in the annex and never seeing them. With a tender gaze, the woman in red dress spoke from experience, predicting Gongja would inevitably cause trouble and accidents, just like Mari. Her eyes closed in pure devotion, the woman in red dress vowed to take Gongja with an unwavering resolve, promising to love him for the rest of his life. The tragic shadow of an ill-fated actress, whose brilliant career was cut short, hung over Lee Hanjo as he knelt, his voice a choked whisper of "Mom." As Lee Hanjo repeated, "Mom," the stark memories of his past life's mother surged back into his consciousness. Perhaps, in that soft, gentle light, Lee Hanjo had already made his choice, his tiny hands reaching out with a quiet, ppa, babble of destiny. A tender, Gongja. Escaped the unseen woman's lips, a desperate plea to prevent a future tragedy, as a warm, yk glow enveloped them. Holographic words proclaimed, "You were born to be loved," as the unseen woman promised to be his mother and raise him exceptionally well, a declaration the system registered as actress Ma Sejong's pure delight. With a magical, pyong pop, a holographic message appeared, announcing a surge of 1,000 love and peace coins, prompting Lee Hanjo's incredulous internal cry, "Coins from Ma Sejong." As the unseen woman thanked Gongja profusely, Lee Hanjo inwardly countered with even greater gratitude, realizing his departure now meant he could finally repay his debt to the sister. The woman in red dress confessed she had stood outside the convent for a long time, until another sister, unable to bear witness, finally let her in. The sister listened, her expression thoughtful and serene. She asserted the sister's lack of animosity, but declared her decision irreversible, her mind irrevocably made up thanks to Gongja. A gentle, knowing smile graced the sister's lips, signaling her quiet acceptance. The sister, patting Gongja's head with tender affection, expressed her profound joy that he had found such a good parent. The woman in red dress thanked the sister, promising to raise Gongja meticulously, ensuring he would never want for anything. The sister then inquired if Gongja would retain his name, prompting the woman in red dress to ponder her own family name, Ma. As the woman in red dress tentatively suggested, Ma Gongja, a searing shock vibrated through Li Hanzhou's entire being. Li Hanzhou's internal scream of "No" echoed the woman in red dress's outward plea for a different name, a chaotic scene erupting around them. Both the sister and the woman in red dress found his outburst adorable, misinterpreting it as affection for the name, much to Li Hanzhou's furious internal denial. For months later, a distressed child's voice tore through the air, proclaiming, "I don't want to." The child's anguished voice cried out, demanding to know why he was being separated from his little brother, Gongja, after being promised their bond. The child desperately pleaded for Gongja not to be taken, insisting on their brotherhood, until an unseen woman gently explained that Gongja had found a good mother. The child's tearful lament about Gongja leaving triggered an urgent realization within Li Hanzhou: this child had saved him, prompting an internal call to the sister about a baby. When a glowing query asked if he wished to use his love and peace coins, Li Hanzhou, with a determined "Pupia," willed them to be used for Noah's lifelong health. A holographic message then revealed the cost for Noah's lifelong health, 30 coins, to which Li Hanzhou mentally confirmed, "Proceed." A solemn holographic message appeared, declaring, "Everything comes with a price," and as a side effect, tears began to stream down Li Hanzhou's face for 3 full minutes. The unseen woman, noticing his rare tears, expressed profound concern for Gongja. The unseen woman tenderly wondered if Gongja grieved their parting, as the child, Noah, introduced himself, pleading for Gongja to remember him as his older brother, a promise Li Hanzhou silently accepted. Even through tears, Noah insisted their brotherhood would endure, while Li Hanzhou inwardly noted that Noah's eczema, though not fully cleared, had improved, and he was no longer starving. As Noah promised never to forget him, Li Hanzhou, deeply moved, vowed that when he became a top star, he would certainly find the child who had saved his life. His thoughts then turned to the sister, reflecting on the countless children who would find happiness if more people were like her, and he deeply wished for her to remain healthy for a very long time. As the sister smiled gently, Li Hanzhou internally chanted, "Papa, Parappa," resolving to use another love and peace coin. He willed the coin to make Sister Zhang Teresa's body healthy, but a glowing message appeared, warning that for the next year, he would suffer a side effect, falling once every 10 steps, leaving him with 233 total coins. His mind erupted in frustration, questioning why such arduous effort in collecting coins still resulted in irritating side effects. A stern holographic message echoed, "Everything comes with a price," to which Li Hanzhou could only offer a weary, resigned, "I get it." As Li Hanzhou babbled a soft "ppa," the unseen woman tenderly interpreted it as his goodbye. The sister wished Gongja enduring happiness, as Noah waved a heartfelt "bye-bye" in farewell. Under a clear blue sky, the woman held the baby close, gazing towards a hopeful new beginning. A deep, two-tongue rumble announced the arrival of a super-expensive foreign car, leaving Li Hanzhou utterly awestruck. With a giant sparkle, Li Hanzhou discovered his car seat was crafted from the highest quality fabric, utterly astonishing him. The unseen woman promised Gongja only the finest food and bed, leading Li Hanzhou to inwardly declare her the best mom and marvel if this truly was the legendary golden spoon life. In response to his newfound luxury, Li Hanzhou resolved he couldn't hold back either, deciding it was time for some filial piety coins, and chanting to use a love and peace coin. With a magical chant, he inwardly declared his firm intent, to use his power to make his mom healthy. A thunderous kugung resonated as a holographic message appeared, revealing the astronomical sum of 30,000 coins required to ensure Ms. Ma Sejong's health, leaving Li Hanzhou utterly stunned. As the unseen woman suggested they head home, Li Hanzhou was consumed by internal bewilderment, questioning the staggering coin amount and wondering if his wealthy mom neglected health checkups. A frantic, bedul, trembling seized Li Hanzhou as he panicked, frantically wondering when and how his mom was fated to get sick, and how he could possibly live without her now that they were truly family. Li Hanzhou's thoughts quickly shifted to strategy, wondering if the new house would provide an audience for him to conquer with his inherent good looks and charm. To prevent his mother's fate, Li Hanzhou resolved, he needed to acquire a daunting 30,000 coins. The matriarch of Sungjin Group and Ma Sejong's mother, Manhwa Jin, delivered a chilling question, inquiring if a mongrel of unknown blood had finally been brought into their home. With cold disdain, the unseen older woman referred to the baby as that thing. Li Hanzhou's internal world erupted in furious defiance. That thing? A palpable, crackling, pa-ji-ji-jik tension filled the room as the two women faced each other, a silent battle brewing. An older woman, gripping her forehead in a moment of profound shock, internally wrestled with Ma Sejong's surprising decision, recognizing that the baby was not Maru. The woman, holding the baby tenderly, calmly affirmed the child's true name, Gongja. With a soft murmur, the woman urged an unseen observer to truly look at Li Hanzhou, holding him gently. The woman presented Li Hanzhou, who reacted with a surprised but adorable expression, asking if he wasn't undeniably cute. But the older woman merely squinted her eyes, her stern expression unbroken by the display of cuteness. With an unyielding resolve, the older woman demanded the baby be removed, threatening to cast him out herself. As the baby clung to her in fear, the woman protectively embraced Li Hanzhou, shielding him from the older woman's icy disapproval. A new, bold idea was then proposed, challenging the stalemate. The baby, in a moment of defiant confidence, playfully stuck out his tongue. The older woman's surprised silence was a stark contrast to the baby's cowering retreat as his attempt at charm failed utterly. A system message then appeared, informing Li Hanzhou that Manhwa Jin had been pleased by his adorable animal impression, much to his confusion. Li Hanzhou, pondering the unexpected approval from the older woman, found her response surprisingly amusing as he received 200 love and peace coins. The older woman, her voice unwavering but her hand betraying a slight tremor as she clutched her teacup, declared her unwavering principle against accepting those of black-haired beast lineage. The woman reassured her, insisting the baby was brown-haired and, with a cheerful "pa-yu-yu-yu" from Li Hanzhou, suggested this allowed them freedom to raise him as they wished. As Li Hanzhou slept, a cascade of system notifications declared multiple individuals had liked his adorable appearance or talents, leading him to mentally command the overwhelming stream of +1 love and peace coin messages to cease. Dizzily sitting up, Li Hanzhou reflected on the unexpected ease of accumulating 1,000 coins from a simple internal promo photo. Li Hanzhou, determined to increase his coin count, crawled forward with a focused resolve, recognizing that greater visibility was the key. With enthusiastic baby sounds, Li Hanzhou mentally commanded the use of love and peace coins, intending to amplify a promo shot of himself and his mom on a high-traffic online platform. As Li Hanzhou physically exerted himself, metaphorically summoning a spirit bomb of effort, a system notification confirmed the modest 2-coin cost for uploading the internal promo photo to a major online community. A glowing holographic prompt materialized, requesting confirmation to proceed with the action. With an emphatic cry and a decisive "bike" sound, Li Hanzhou fiercely commanded the system to proceed. Li Hanzhou reacted with wide-eyed shock as a system side effect revealed that Ma Sejong's personality would become bolder and more brazen for a month, leaving him utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the news had spread, Gongja's adoption was now publicly known. The unseen woman expressed her distress over rumors that she had shopped for a kid and treated him like a pet, while an older woman calmly advised her not to worry. The older woman reminded her that criticism was nothing new, to which the younger woman agreed, lamenting her constant vilification. The woman, her voice filled with desperate resolve, emphatically declared she would not allow her son to suffer insult or be dragged down because of her, her determination surging. The older woman uneasily pressed for her plan, but the younger woman cryptically responded, hinting at a determined counterattack. The woman, her face now bright with confident resolve, declared her intention to fight back, surprising the older woman. With fervent baby babbling, Lee Hanjo internally directed the system to use love and peace coins to secure paparazzi photos with his mother. Lee Hanjo raised a determined hand, commanding the execution of the paparazzi photo plan, costing 200 love and peace coins, as the system confirmed the transaction. A system warning appeared, indicating a temporary side effect of throwing anything he touched for 3 minutes, which Lee Hanjo casually dismissed as easily avoidable, while two women looked on with mixed emotions. An unseen hand presented a toy duck to Lee Hanjo, who innocently reached for it, unaware of the impending consequence. With a sudden whoops and a swift motion, Gongja inadvertently threw the toy duck, surprising the woman and fulfilling the side effect. The woman's voice filled with a mixture of surprise and concern as she uttered Gongja's name. Gongja's distress was palpable, a sound of frustration escaping him as he reacted to the unexpected event. The woman, her hand instinctively rising to her mouth in worry, wondered if Gongja disliked the toy, realizing the consequence of the side effect. The scene transitioned to a bustling modern shopping mall, adorned with various store signs. The woman, pushing Gongja in a stroller and radiating enthusiasm, invited him to choose anything he desired. The main character observed his mother's determined preparations, noting her fierce commitment to strike back. Inside a car, an unidentified man, presumably a paparazzo, urgently instructed Patch to prepare for the shot. Lee Hanjo, joyfully peeking out, exclaimed, "Mama," internally celebrating his hard-won achievement of mastering this ultimate word after enduring countless baby sounds. The woman, mid-motion of removing her sunglasses, paused in startled confusion, questioning what she had just heard. Gently grasping Lee Hanjo's small arm, the woman, still in disbelief, softly questioned if he had truly just uttered, "Mama." Lee Hanjo proudly proclaimed, "Mama," with the triumphant force of painstaking practice, delighting Ma Sejong and instantly earning 30 love and peace coins from the system. With a happy kiss, the woman implicitly achieved 2 goals at once, her affectionate moment captured by the camera. An unidentified man, watching an image of the woman kissing the baby on a computer screen, pondered if this child was indeed the adopted son. The woman, calmly sipping coffee, explained that if exposure was inevitable, it was better to officially acknowledge Gongja's adoption on her own terms. CEO Seo, Ma Sejong's agency head, mused on her ready agreement to the magazine shoot but worried about the public perception of her exploiting her son. The woman declared her intention to donate, surprising CEO Seo. The woman clarified her plan, stating the donation would be made in Gongja's name to the convent where he had once lived. CEO Seo gasped in shock, suddenly realizing the true purpose behind the woman's intensely crammed schedule. The woman corrected CEO Seo, explaining her busy schedule comprised shoots that allowed Gongja's participation, primarily at their Songbukdong home. The panel revealed a brightly colored child's room, filled with playful objects. A document highlighted the photoshoot's core theme, the everyday life of an actress and mother. An older woman played with the baby, as dialogue revealed Sejong's insistence on the photo shoot concept left everyone else with no alternative but to comply. The sheer, unnatural beauty of Sejong overwhelmed observers, prompting one to declare that photographs needed life, not mere static perfection. A photographer with glasses expressed his concern about the baby, the other model, erupting into tears mid-shoot. Cynicism about the photo shoot permeated the conversation, with one voice suggesting it was merely a celebrity exploiting an adopted child and predicting Ma Sejong's patience would inevitably wear thin. The man with glasses, disheartened, expressed his deep dissatisfaction with his work, while another offered quiet comfort. As an earring was fastened, the woman gasped in surprise at a sudden "Mama" from off-panel. The woman, kneeling with radiant happiness, lovingly greeted the baby, asking if he had eaten well, as he reached for her. 61. The man with glasses and two others stood in stunned shock, utterly bewildered by Ma Sejong's unexpected, genuine maternal expression, even extending their surprise to the baby. Narration transition. As a hand tenderly caressed his face, the baby responded with a happy smile, prompting an observer to exclaim that they appeared to be a genuine mother and son. With a sudden surge of excitement and determination, the man with glasses declared this was a truly unmissable shot. The film crew, prepared and professional, stood ready to begin a photo shoot with a woman holding a baby. An unseen woman asked if the intense studio lights were dazzling, but Lee Hanjo, as a baby, internally grumbled that the brilliant glare was lethal, especially for little ones. Yet, luxury supporting actor Lee Hanjo, reborn as a baby, steeled his resolve, vowing he would never back down. Effortlessly adorable, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, struck a series of perfect poses as the camera clicked with fantastical speed, capturing each sparkling moment. Meanwhile, the photographer rapidly captured a furious flurry of images, exclaiming at the sheer intensity of the shoot. With a weary sigh, the photographer praised the unexpected results, yet decided they had to stop there, utterly overwhelmed. The woman then inquired about the outcome, to which the photographer, now brimming with renewed enthusiasm, exclaimed he could continue shooting forever. But in reality, the photographer rubbed his eyes in utter bewilderment, confessing he had no idea what he had just shot, shaking his head in disbelief. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, silently questioned the cryptic statement, while the unseen woman promised he would understand soon enough. A wave of astonishment washed over both the woman and the baby as they reacted with wide-eyed surprise to something unseen. The narration revealed that the true answer wasn't merely a perfect face, but a captivating range of expressions that perfectly matched such divine beauty. The photographer, his initial concerns assuaged, marveled at the unexpected quality of the photos, noting how every one of the baby's expressions shone through his smile. Deep in thought, the photographer explained that while normal proportions wouldn't typically yield such results, the baby's flawless features created an incredible, bursting liveliness beyond most other children's limited expressions. He continued, stating that even with a mother's guidance, other children managed only 2 or 3 expressions, but this baby already possessed dozens, as an unseen hand gently nudged Lee Hanjo, as a baby's tiny foot. With a thoughtful touch to his chin, the photographer confidently declared he would stake his entire career on calling the baby a genius. The woman smiled, pleasantly surprised and validated, acknowledging that if an expert who rarely gave compliments said so, it must be true. Indeed, the narration affirmed, once the magazine was released, everyone would hail him as a face genius, as if those who named it had possessed real foresight. The magazine, featuring the baby's extraordinary debut, sold out completely, necessitating an emergency reprint. News rapidly spread, propelling Ma Sejong's career further after the magazine shoot featuring her adopted son, turning it into a sensation. The revelations continued, reporting that Ma Sejong donated all the magazine's profits, sparking a re-evaluation of her previously unnoticed, extensive history of charitable giving. A sleek black van sat parked, awaiting its next destination. An unidentified staff woman energetically pulled someone along, urgently exclaiming to Sejong that she must seize the moment when the tide of popularity rolled in. The staff woman, Mi Jin, declared their schedule was piling up like crazy and insisted they move, while Ma Sejong, her voice strained with exhaustion, groaned that her uni was dying. Mi Jin relentlessly dragged the protesting Ma Sejong, reminding her that life's golden age didn't come often, but Ma Sejong cried out that she already knew, despite her profound weariness. Overwhelmed, the woman cried out in distress, lamenting how busy she was and that she couldn't even find time to see her beloved Gongja. An unseen woman tenderly asked Gongja if he had anything to say to his mommy, to which the sweet baby replied with a simple, heartfelt, "Mama." The distressed woman pulled at her hair, desperately pleading to be taken to Gongja, agonizing over missing his rapid growth, as her manager tried to reason with her, reminding her to be a professional. Overcome, the woman collapsed to the ground, her hands covering her head, as her baby's clear "mama" from the phone proved utterly irresistible, leaving her manager exclaiming in shared distress. Driven by her baby's call, the woman dashed off with fierce determination, leaving her manager bewildered and questioning her sudden departure. Struggling against her manager, the woman insisted that Gongja had called her 4 times, yearning for her presence, just as Director Hyo noticed their commotion. The woman pleaded with Director Hyo to let her go home, but he slyly smiled and refused, stating it was simply not possible. Director Hyo's expression shifted to concern as he abruptly mentioned they were experiencing trouble with the current shoot. With a worried hand to his chin, Director Hyo confided his anxieties about the child actor for their shoot, hinting at a significant problem. The woman's face fell as she realized the problem, acknowledging that the child actor persistently cried whenever he saw her. Director Hyo explained the narrative conundrum, his head in his hands, that if the baby cried upon seeing the heroine, a female warrior meant to snipe zombies and deliver a newborn, the scene would be impossible. With a heavy sigh and a hesitant gaze, Director Hyo began to make a difficult request to Ms. Sejong. Director Hyo, leveraging her current popularity, proposed that her adopted son play the role in the movie for promotional purposes. The woman's eyes widened in profound shock as she repeated the suggestion, have Gongja act in it? A clean, modern kitchen stood empty, awaiting its occupants. An unidentified staff woman questioned what was happening, but the woman hesitated, her expression worried and embarrassed. The woman began to reveal Director Hyo's interest in Gongja, causing the baby to stare wide-eyed in sudden surprise. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, held his bottle, looking up with a determined, slightly annoyed expression, connecting the name, Director Hyo. The narration clarified that Director Hyo, whose real name was Hyo Bongpao, though he now went by Hyo Ki-hyuk, was indeed the same director who would be filming with his mom, implying a significant project. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, S eyes sparked with wide-eyed excitement as he realized this was the mega-hit movie, Dead Men's XX, that had kicked off domestic zombie films, a film he'd been such a fan of in his past life that he owned the premium DVD. The woman explained that an important scene required a baby, but the current child actor kept crying, making it impossible to edit out. The woman then recounted Director Hyo's excitement after seeing the magazine, suggesting her son might be suitable, while the staff woman skeptically questioned his enthusiasm for a mere child. Internally, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, flailed his arms and legs in extreme eagerness, crying, "Mama," and pleading to get the role. The woman and her staff looked on, puzzled by Gongja's sudden burst of excitement, noting his usual calm demeanor. The staff woman voiced her concern that a film set would be too chaotic for a baby, to which Lee Hanjo, as a baby, vehemently protested internally, "No way." As the staff woman worried about Gongja getting sick on set, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, vigorously shook his head, internally defying the very thought. The woman contemplated quitting the movie to stay with Gongja, but the baby, content in her arms, internally rejected the idea, vowing he would use his coins to prevent it. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, revealed his secret intention, to use the coins to sway his mother towards filming with him. A system message shimmered into existence, stating that 200 coins were required for Ma Sejong's son, Gongja, to appear in the movie, which Lee Hanjo, as a baby, immediately accepted with a decisive nod. A red system box appeared, announcing that as a consequence of using the coin, his eyes would itch for 5 minutes, a sacrifice Lee Hanjo, as a baby, begrudgingly accepted for the greater good. The woman noticed Gongja's eyes suddenly turning red, while Lee Hanjo, as a baby, blinked furiously, struggling to suppress the intense itchiness from the system's side effect. The staff woman observed Gongja's changed behavior since the movie discussion, speculating if his talent, as suggested by the magazine shoot, was truly emerging. The woman, smiling, confirmed Gongja's undeniable love for the camera, recalling his happy reactions to phone pictures, earning silent approval from Lee Hanjo, as a baby. The woman marveled at Gongja's keen eye contact with the camera lens, a crucial detail Lee Hanjo, as a baby, internally confirmed as his earnest, intended action. The woman hopefully interpreted Gongja's movements as reassurance, but the staff woman skeptically countered, wondering if he was just squirming. The woman continued to interpret Gongja's blinking as a desire to film, yet the staff woman suggested his eyes might simply be uncomfortable. The woman became more insistent, believing Gongja definitely wanted to be in the movie, but the staff woman gently questioned if it was merely her wishful thinking. The woman finally admitted, with a happy smile, her honest desire to show off her precious little angel to the world. Internally, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, flexed his small arm, brimming with confidence, urging his mom to become a top star so he could collect more coins and eventually dazzle 10 million viewers. On the film set, the woman, now in a military uniform with bandaged hands, worried that Gongja might cry upon seeing her in character amidst the murmuring staff. As anticipated, the woman observed the baby's wide, slightly watery eyes, fearing he might indeed cry. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, s eyes sparkled with awe, seeing his mom transformed into a truly cool warrior. Contrary to everyone's worries, Gongja was not scared. He happily reached for his mom in her warrior costume, calling "Mama," with an emotional recognition that brought a smile of relief to the staff woman. Director Hyo arrived, surprised and enthusiastic, upon hearing that the baby was finally on set. Gongja, beaming with sparkling eyes while held by his warrior mother, captivated Director Hyo completely. Director Hyo gasped, utterly overcome with immense surprise and awe at the baby's captivating presence. The solemn role his mother embraced, a character deeply etched by loss, stood in poignant contrast to the warm, happy memory of her holding a baby in a photograph. Her character's tragic past was burdened by the deep trauma of losing her own child, but within the grim zombie apocalypse, she was destined to save a baby and ultimately overcome her profound grief. The gravity of the situation was clear. His own role in this narrative was that of the vulnerable baby abandoned amidst the relentless zombie horde. Deep in thought, Lee Hanjo pondered why such a crucial, tear-jerking core storyline for the warrior woman character had been entirely cut from the film. Since that profound narrative was never included in the final cut of The Dead XX, Lee Hanjo admitted he hadn't known about it himself, wondering if the original shoot had been difficult because the baby kept crying thanks to his mother. Over-immersed in the past, Lee Hanjo questioned if such a tiny baby could truly stand alone on that perilous, elevated platform, realizing the scene's high difficulty rating implied the baby shouldn't be attacked by zombies. He then deduced that the pivotal scene must revolve around his mother valiantly climbing to that height to rescue him. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, wondered how he was supposed to act, observing a man's exaggerated demonstration of distress and questioning if he should simply bawl like any child in danger. But then, an unexpected development unfolded. Two unidentified men exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. An unidentified man swiftly guided the woman, her arm bandaged beneath her military uniform, onto the set. With a clear command, the director called, "Rolling, action." Lee Hanjo, as a baby, felt a stirring of anticipation, thinking that if it were truly him, he would surely. His tiny eyes closed, gathering focus for the impending performance. Then, in a brilliant flash, his eyes snapped open, glistening with an unexpected intensity. A desolate, ruined cityscape, with crumbling structures under a gloomy sky, merged with the harsh reality of dirty, injured feet on cracked, blood-stained ground, painting a bleak post-apocalyptic landscape. In a world utterly devastated by zombies, stripped of all hope and dreams, a small Lee Hanjo, as a baby, was depicted atop a massive, cracked globe-like structure, as countless ominous hands reached for him from below. A baby who knew nothing of this harsh reality would simply shine brightly, a beacon of pure, innocent joy amidst the devastation. The sheer innocence of the baby, sparkling with pure joy, was intended to double the tragedy of the scene, igniting an overwhelming urge in the audience to save the child. With a sudden, shocked cry, an unidentified man yelled, "Cut!" A man with glasses enthusiastically observed that the baby's direct gaze into the camera had an undeniable, impactful pull, while another contemplating man agreed, noting the striking visual contrast between the baby's expression and the dire situation. The man with glasses, holding his camera, declared that they would go with that take. A sharp command echoed across the set, "Stand by." Cue, the director called, as Lee Hanjo reflected on his mother's acting, believing a true actor's eyes were completely immersed in her role. With a flurry of motion and a whoosh, the woman, still holding the baby, began to fall dramatically. Her eye, illuminated by a brilliant flash, showed fierce determination. As a powerful boom reverberated, the woman twisted her body, shielding the baby with her own as they plunged downward. An unidentified man and two blurred figures reacted with visceral shock and alarm as the dramatic fall unfolded. The woman landed safely, her hair fanned out across the large blue crash mat. A pained groan escaped the woman as she lay on the mat, still clutching the baby. An unidentified man cried out to Ms. Ma Sujong, asking if she was okay, while a staff woman gasped in shock. A tear rolled from her eye as the distraught woman softly called out the baby's name, Gongja. Gongja. Despite her pain, the woman insisted she was fine, while the baby, full of concern, called out, Mama. Wiggling anxiously, the baby worriedly thought his mom must have taken a greater impact by shielding him, questioning if she was truly okay. Gently, the baby reached out and touched his mother's face, murmuring, Mama. A tear of profound relief traced the woman's cheek, grateful that Gongja was safe. Her arm twitched, signaling she was struggling to move. The woman called out to Anson's wife to please take the baby, to which the staff woman eagerly replied, Yes. Young lady. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, felt a pang of guilt, realizing that because of him, his mother couldn't properly break her fall, shielding him instead. The baby urgently cried out, Da, Da, mentally commanding, use coin. With desperate cries of, Mama, Papa. Heal mom's injury, the baby saw a holographic message requiring 5,000 coins to heal Ms. Ma Sujong's injury, to which he decisively shouted, Execute. A red holographic message warned that as a side effect, he would cry for 10 minutes and cautioned against dehydration, as 5,000 coins were deducted, leaving him with 15,890 total. The woman's arm continued to tremble, a stark image of her pain. With a seamless sound, the woman's arm instantly healed, appearing perfectly fine. The woman looked down, a confused expression clouding her face, questioning her sudden recovery. The baby looked back with curious eyes, wondering if his command had truly worked, if she was already better. Staff members gathered around, an unidentified man asking Ms. Ma Sujong if she could move her arm, while another woman expressed her concern. The woman smiled, stating she suddenly felt fine, even as another woman gently patted her back, warning her not to push herself. With a swift movement, the woman's head snapped up, her expression turning suddenly worried as she asked, What about Gongja? A crowd gathered around, exclaiming as the baby, held by a staff member, began to glow, leading to the narration, Miracle of Moses. From the staff member's arms, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, looked around with a curious and slightly confused expression. A tear began to well up in the baby's eye, threatening to spill over. The woman, the unidentified man, and another woman reacted with shock as the baby started to cry out. The baby cried loudly, flailing his arms in distress. The staff woman expressed her surprise, noting that Gongja wasn't typically a baby to cry so intensely, while the mother worried she had scared him. Distraught, the woman apologized to the crying baby, regretting that she had startled him. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, cried out, lamenting his powerlessness as a baby, admitting that without his coins, his mother truly would have been badly hurt because of him. The woman gently cupped the baby's cheek, comforting him by saying, It's okay, Gongja. Mama's right here. After that harrowing experience, Lee Hanjo cried for 10 minutes straight, narrowly avoiding dehydration thanks to the barley tea Anson's wife had thoughtfully prepared. The unseen woman expressed her bewilderment at Gongja's desperate crying, apologizing to Anson's wife for having startled her. The unidentified woman tearfully expressed her intense worry about the young lady being hurt, to which the unseen woman softly apologized. The unseen woman reflected on her carefree past, admitting she had never truly been scared of getting hurt before. Acknowledging her fiery nature, the unseen woman realized she needed to restrain herself, understanding why Anson's wife had always worried so much. She expressed profound regret and guilt, lamenting that she had gotten hurt and made the baby cry, recognizing it as an unprecedented event. The unseen woman's thoughts were heavy with the realization that Gongja had only her, as the baby slept peacefully, a toy duck by his side. The unseen woman complained about her aching back, revealing the quiet strain of her domestic life. But then, as her unseen hand gently touched baby Li Hanzhou's cheek, she confessed that seeing Gongja cry had instantly eased her own discomfort. Her adult hand gently held baby Li Hanzhou's tiny one, and the unseen woman wondered if these were her maternal instincts stirring. The woman gazed down, lost in a pensive moment of deep reflection. As her unseen hands fidgeted nervously, the woman lamented that she should have, at the very least, asked for a reason during a past interaction. The older woman with glasses, surprised by the implied revelation, eagerly pressed for details. The woman then spoke of her daughter, Mari, acknowledging the painful memory of being told she'd be hated forever, yet holding on to the undeniable truth of motherhood. The older woman with glasses offered comfort, recalling how Mari's distraught screams had worried her more than her own well-being. With a knowing smile, the older woman with glasses teasingly remarked on Mari's hot temper, wondering aloud who she inherited it from. The woman, with a newfound resolve, conceded that Mari took after her and declared her intention to contact her daughter again. In a fragmented memory, a young girl with wide, worried eyes was led away by an unseen hand, clutching a white bunny. The older woman with glasses sternly declared the baby to be no help to Sujong and stated her intention to dispose of him. As the older woman with glasses threatened to kick him out, a smiling Li Hanzhou, held aloft, inwardly wondered if she had come all this way just to see his face. In a comical chibi vision, the older woman with glasses sternly clutched a distressed baby Li Hanzhou, reiterating her threat to expel him. Despite her words of wanting to get rid of baby Li Hanzhou before growing too attached, her actions betrayed a tender affection as she held him close. Baby Li Hanzhou pondered his grandmother's conflicting feelings, noticing her malice despite her apparent fondness for his face. With a strategic mind, Li Hanzhou recognized the fleeting nature of superficial appeal and resolved to find a way to make his grandmother desire his presence more often. Suddenly, an idea sparked within baby Li Hanzhou's mind. Baby Li Hanzhou excitedly decided to use his coins, commanding the system to make him smell of lemongrass every time his grandmother visited. A glowing blue holographic message appeared, detailing that 200 coins were required to infuse Li Hanzhou with the scent of lemongrass whenever Manhwa Jin, the lady of Xiangjin group, visited, a scent known for muscle pain relief. With a firm, simple command, Li Hanzhou initiated the plan. As a system chime announced the price, a week without taste, Li Hanzhou, accepting the consequence with a resigned ouch, rationalized the sacrifice for his strategic goal of frequent grandmotherly visits. The older woman with glasses looked up in surprise, while Li Hanzhou feigned wide-eyed innocence. The chibi older woman with glasses, with a bewildered expression, began to sniff the equally innocent chibi baby Li Hanzhou. Still confused, the chibi older woman with glasses continued her sniffing investigation of the chibi baby. The older woman with glasses, still sniffing, then questioned if the unusual scent was indeed coming from the baby, a thought Li Hanzhou inwardly confirmed. An unseen hand gently brushed against baby Li Hanzhou's cheek. In a surprising burst of affection, baby Li Hanzhou planted 2 kisses on the older woman's cheek, leaving her wide-eyed in shock. The older woman with glasses reacted with a dramatically stunned expression, as if struck by an unexpected force. Li Hanzhou, momentarily worried, questioned if his impulsive kiss had been a misstep. The older woman with glasses was left sputtering and flustered, prompting Li Hanzhou to inwardly observe that she looked as if she had just been slapped. A glowing message confirmed that the grandmother was, in fact, delighted by the unexpected kiss. An exasperated Li Hanzhou wondered about his grandmother's absurd reaction as a holographic message announced an 800 coin increase in his love and peace coins. Holding baby Li Hanzhou closely, the older woman with glasses mused that the combination of aromatherapy and the baby's charm was an irresistible force. The older woman with glasses verbally pushed Lee Hanjo away, lamenting Sejong's slow progress in getting rid of him, even as she physically held him tightly, prompting the baby to note her contradiction. In a chibi scene, the older woman with glasses sternly lectured Lee Hanjo about being a hindrance to Sejong, mentioning Mari, which made the chibi baby wonder who that was. The older woman with glasses scoffed at the upcoming premiere for a grotesque zombie movie, while Lee Hanjo was surprised that the event was so near. A sudden thud echoed through the hallway. A staff member announced the arrival of the young lady to the older woman with glasses, who still held baby Lee Hanjo. With a quiet sigh, the older woman with glasses acknowledged the arrival, gently patting baby Lee Hanjo's back as he wondered if she always fled when his mother appeared. The older woman with glasses, looking secretive, instructed the staff member not to reveal her presence. As the older woman with glasses walked away, her cane tapping a rhythm on the floor, Lee Hanjo reflected on her dishonesty and the lost opportunity for her to share the premiere with her daughter. The woman burst into the room with joyful energy, calling out to Gongja with open arms. The woman exuberantly lifted Lee Hanjo high into the air, declaring how much she had missed her little angel. Cradling Lee Hanjo close, the woman lovingly asked if he had been a good boy that day. The staff member happily reported on baby Lee Hanjo's excellent behavior and robust health, much to the woman's delight. The woman, with a playful wink, then proposed bringing baby Lee Hanjo to her premiere the next day, eliciting a surprised "wow" from the infant. Lee Hanjo, brimming with ambition, realized the premiere was a golden opportunity for media exposure and a chance to appear on an entertainment news program. The chibi staff member expressed concern about bringing such a young baby to the loud premiere. The woman, reflecting on the premiere organizer's persistent suggestion to feature baby Lee Hanjo due to his magazine photos, acknowledged that it might simply be for publicity. The woman softly revealed her true desire to be congratulated at the premiere with Gongja by her side, despite the logistical challenges. Teary-eyed and sparkling with emotion, the woman expressed her deep longing to have baby Lee Hanjo with her at the premiere, while the baby noticed a significant change in her. As an unseen hand gently caressed him, Lee Hanjo confidently predicted the immense success of City of the Dead, having known its original trajectory and now its improved one. The next day, the chibi staff member pondered what outfit to dress baby Lee Hanjo in, eyeing a wardrobe full of options. The chibi staff member suggested a bumblebee costume, to which the chibi baby Lee Hanjo reacted with extreme displeasure. Undeterred, the chibi staff member then wondered if a frog outfit would be a safer choice, only for the chibi baby to dismiss it as not safe at all. The chibi staff member, looking distressed, then proposed a gorilla outfit, which elicited a furious and disgusted rejection from the chibi baby. Finally, the chibi staff member suggested a turtle outfit, prompting the utterly bewildered chibi baby to question its very existence. Lee Hanjo desperately pleaded, offering to use his coins to acquire the polar bear outfit he desired. A system chime revealed that 500 coins were needed for the polar bear outfit, as the chibi staff member resignedly remarked on her own questionable fashion sense, and the chibi baby demanded execution of the plan. The system warned that the price for the polar bear outfit would be sneezing for 1 minute. Baby Lee Hanjo let out a loud sneeze, startling the unseen staff member. The staff member, kneeling with concern, asked if baby Lee Hanjo was cold as he sneezed again. The staff member gently placed baby Lee Hanjo in a cozy polar bear outfit, and he looked content. As he continued to sneeze, Lee Hanjo reflected that the costs incurred for his wishes seemed to be the very motivation for their fulfillment. With an excited cry, baby Lee Hanjo declared his total coins, which now amounted to 28,722. Lee Hanjo reflected on the successful box office performance of the movie and the excellent work of the paparazzi and magazines. As a crowd gathered at the movie premiere, Lee Hanjo inwardly celebrated being so close to the 30,000 coins he needed to save his mother. A murmuring sound rippled through the audience in the darkened cinema. At the premiere, the woman openly wept, tears streaming down her face in a profound emotional release. In a dramatic flash of light, baby Lee Hanjo reacted with wide-eyed shock and awe to the electrifying event unfolding before him. 3 hours earlier, at the press preview, the grand arrival of Gongja had been dramatically declared. Ma Sejong adoringly called Gongja her polar bear, deeming him so cute, as an unidentified man with a beard hailed the baby as a so hot celebrity. As a soft coo escaped, an unidentified man with a beard recounted a director's bewilderment at the baby's unwavering calm and bright smiles during filming, a stark contrast to the bleak set Ma Sejong recalled. The unidentified man with a beard revealed that Gongja was invariably mentioned during every congratulatory call for the movie, a joyful observation Ma Sejong enthusiastically agreed with, finding his scenes the funniest. The unidentified man with a beard confessed that the scenes were never truly central, but with a subtle sweep of his hand, he explained how the baby's radiating smile made them feel far more substantial. The unidentified man with a beard earnestly questioned the baby's unusual nature, noting that while natural cheerfulness was common, this one was remarkably bold, maintaining profound innocence even in scenes crawling with zombies. With a resonant double thud in his mind, Lee Hanjo mused that his behavior was almost as if it were intentional acting. The unidentified man with a beard commented on director Hyo's sharp observation, causing Lee Hanjo to inwardly acknowledge that while impossible, if such a thought were true, he would indeed be a genius. The unidentified man with a beard praised the baby as a scene stealer, with a perfect score, and with a soft, thankful sound, he celebrated with a high five. In the waiting room, an unidentified staff woman crisply reiterated the plan. If the host had prepared a gift for Ma Sejong, the baby was to be ceremoniously handed over to her. Lee Hanjo, clutching the small flower, contemplated if this meager offering was truly enough for his mother, sensing a profound inadequacy. A sharp, decisive thought echoed as Lee Hanjo, with a determined glint, declared his need for more MSG, resolving to deploy his coins to command the staff to place him directly on the premiere stage floor. A distinct chime resonated as a holographic message shimmered into existence, stating that 300 coins were precisely required to place Ma Gongja onto the stage floor. With a swift swoosh, Lee Hanjo boldly commanded, "Execute." "Abo," as an unidentified man's voice urged, "Let's go, Gongja." The unidentified man in a black suit declared it was Gongja's turn, and with a decisive tap, a system message materialized, warning that as a consequence of using the coins, he would fall asleep for 10 hours after only one, prompting Lee Hanjo to wonder if the ordeal would truly be over. With an intense, determined gaze and a subtle inner glow, Lee Hanjo recognized that the moment had finally arrived. It was his turn. A jarring clatter echoed as an unseen person cried out, "That's sure," and the world blurred into sudden, unsettling motion. A piercing, visceral wail of "UWH" erupted as a woman, overcome with distress, clutched her head. Another piercing cry of "UWH" reverberated as Lee Hanjo, isolated under a sudden, brilliant flash, bewilderedly questioned if this bizarre commotion was truly a consequence of his coin expenditure. Bathed in the dazzling spotlight and glittering effects, Lee Hanjo's wide eyes conveyed only profound confusion. Ma Sejong cried out, "Gongja," in a gasp of utter shock, her alarm echoed by the visible worry of those witnessing the spectacle. With a resolute shake of his head, Lee Hanjo declared with intense determination, "Mom, stop. I'll go." With a triumphant pop, Lee Hanjo spurred himself on, "You can do it, Ma Gongja," as he began his resolute advance. A soft thud marked Lee Hanjo's tentative first syllable, "Bo," as he took a small, sparkling step. Another soft thud echoed as he continued his wobbly progress, uttering a determined "boo." With determined baby steps resonating, Lee Hanjo internally proclaimed his arduous progress as "extreme baby steps." An unidentified man with a camera gasped, "Oh," as a shutter clicked, then, "Ooh," with another rapid flash, as the photographers frenetically captured the unfolding spectacle. With steady baby steps, Lee Hanjo mused in a blend of awe and confusion, "Oh, the baby is walking by himself. Easily over 10 steps, limit. But why is it so far?" A flash of realization and a sharp gasp crossed Ma Sejong's face as Lee Hanjo inwardly conveyed, "Mom, this is your first time seeing me walk, right? How is it? The result of my training. A somber chill resonated in his thoughts as Li Hanjo continued to move, lamenting that sacrificing the nun's health for. With a trembling, exhausted gasp, Li Hanjo proudly declared his hard-won achievement, the reward of 10 steps. A chorus of anxious voices speculated, oh, is he going to cry? He will. Definitely crying. Tears seemed to be welling up, as the tension mounted. With a trembling, physical effort, Li Hanjo gasped, ABO. Just as an unseen person cried out, boo-hoo. A collective gasp of surprise and a crackle of excitement erupted from the audience as they cheered, the baby didn't cry and stood up again. Fighting. With a bright flash, everything aligned perfectly according to plan, and Li Hanjo, in a moment of pure triumph, called out, Mama. The unidentified man with a beard, a microphone held high, dramatically announced to a stunned Ma Sujong, your son brought flowers. A narrative voice mused on the grand possibility, if the mother were to smile, their touching mother-child reunion would gloriously seize the front page of every portal site. Li Hanjo's small hand extended the red flower, but as an ethereal question mark hovered, it remained devastatingly unaccepted. An awkward silence stretched as Li Hanjo, his small face etched with confusion and nascent sadness, inwardly pleaded, Mom. Why aren't you taking them? A solitary tear trickled slowly down Ma Sujong's face. With a sudden, choked gasp, Ma Sujong looked up, tears still streaming down her face in profound surprise. With an agonizing, tight clench and a choked whimper, Li Hanjo realized with devastating clarity, this isn't it. A hushed murmuring spread like a ripple through the surprised audience. Kneeling with deep concern, Ma Sujong softly murmured, Our Gongja, while the unidentified man with a beard uttered a pained, oh no. With a crestfallen expression, Ma Sujong confessed, I didn't know Gongja's birthday, a revelation that suddenly jolted Li Hanjo with the equally startling thought, I didn't know either. Ma Sujong explained her earnest attempts to plan a first birthday party, but confessed her recent overwhelming schedule had prevented her from finding the time, a somber truth Li Hanjo acknowledged with a quiet, oh. With a professional flourish, the host cheerfully highlighted Ma Sujong's relentless schedule, ahaha. Ma Sujong, you've been busy recently. With City of the Dead XX just released and a new drama coming up soon, shamelessly promoting the movie even as Ma Sujong felt utterly downcast. With a soft, sorrowful sigh, Ma Sujong confessed that while she had found many good projects in a rush, this meant she had only been able to see Gongja sleeping. With a tender, tight embrace, Ma Sujong whispered her profound regret, I didn't even know our Gongja could walk this well. Ma Sujong lamented missing a pivotal milestone, I couldn't even watch his first steps, as Li Hanjo's heart-wrenching thought echoed, This is my first walk, mother. In the softly glowing quiet, Li Hanjo remained profoundly unsure, his thoughts adrift. The profound emotion of being moved and saddened by such small things because of him made Li Hanjo wonder if this was truly the maternal bond he had yearned for his entire life. So, with a surge of renewed resolve for his mother. With fierce, determined resolve, Li Hanjo declared, use coin. Abu. As a faint, ghostly image of his past mother materialized, Li Hanjo's profound wish resonated, Mom, please be healthy. Camera shutters clicked with rapid precision, marking the relentless presence of the press. A cacophony of clicking shutters and insistent murmuring erupted from the chaotic crowd. Media headlines screamed of actor Ma Sujong's death, exposing suspected murder theories, reports deleted under backlash, and the cruel spread of cyber rumors and slander, leaving friends and fans deeply saddened by her tragic passing. At a somber funeral, intrusive photographers heartlessly documented the raw grief of the mourners. This was indeed the most painful death imaginable in the world of a top star, tormented even beyond the grave. A stark holographic message materialized, grimly stating that a staggering 30,000 coins were required to truly make Mom Ma Sujong healthy. With a resolute command, execute. Abu. I will protect Mom forever. Lee Hanjo vowed, as his mother's peaceful smile shimmered in the warmth. A stark, red holographic message materialized, warning that as a cost for using the coins, Lee Hanjo would become tone-deaf for 6 years, prompting his utterly exasperated thought, ugh, read the mood for once. A system notification chimed, revealing the staggering cost of 30,000 coins required to restore Ma Sejong's health. As if in a shimmering, idealized vision, Lee Hanjo's deepest vow to protect his mother resonated, even as his infant self cooed, Puya, in her arms, demanding the system execute his wish. A sharp tiling sound heralded the system's grim pronouncement. For the coin spent, Lee Hanjo would be tone-deaf for 6 long years, causing his infant mind to sharply retort, damn, read the room. His infant mind quickly rationalized the sacrifice, deciding his path lay not in song but in acting, as an unseen hand gently stroked his cheek. The potential cost faded into insignificance, for in his heart, his mother's health was a treasure beyond all price. Amidst the flashing lights and clamor, an unidentified man marveled at Lee Hanjo's unusual calm, wondering aloud if the stage itself was his natural calling. With a soft smile, the woman holding Lee Hanjo proudly declared that her gongja resembled her, as a chibi drawing of a delighted man with a beard seemed to agree. The bearded man, in his chibi form, intensely admired the baby's gaze, proclaiming his eyes burned with an undeniable passion. With a determined clack of his fist, the chibi man confessed his long-standing desire to work with the baby, envisioning future collaborations. Ma Sejong offered an agreeable hum, yet Lee Hanjo's infant mind wryly observed that her true sentiment seemed to be a firm, not a chance. Lee Hanjo silently reassured director Hyo that his future, now tied to the baby's presence, would be filled with an endless string of hits. With a soft, sleepy sigh, Lee Hanjo's deepest wish was simply for the director to utilize his talents, no matter how small the part. Ma Sejong noticed her gongja nodding off, concerned by his sudden sleepiness, while Lee Hanjo internally recognized it as the steep price for triggering a past swarm incident. A bright streak of light sliced through the darkness, signaling a shift in focus. A news report announced the sensation of The XX of the Dead preview screening, featuring Yuri's triumphant return. While Ansani's wife briefly stepped out, Lee Hanjo, ever vigilant, took on the crucial task of monitoring the unfolding events from his spot on the sofa. The preview screening of The XX of the Dead began spectacularly, fueled by a surge of positive reviews even before its official release. Lee Hanjo, overwhelmed with anticipation, excitedly pointed as the show was about to begin, an insistent bong. Bong, punctuating his joy. The film, The XX of the Dead, explored the profound struggle of ordinary people striving to retain their humanity amidst a zombie-infested world. An interviewer probed, asking if any unforgettable episodes had transpired during the intensity of the film's production. One of the men recounted a harrowing moment when Ma Sejong had nearly suffered injury during a perilous wire action scene. A dramatic thump and clang accompanied the news headline, broadcasting the serious accident where actress Ma Sejong suffered a near injury during a wire action scene. Ma Sejong, with a soft, reassuring smile, confirmed her recovery, explaining that her failure to execute a proper fall was because her maternal instincts had compelled her to protect Gongja. Her voice unwavering, Ma Sejong insisted that her primal instinct had been to shield the child, and though the initial pain was sharp, she was now completely fine with no lingering issues. One of the men expressed his profound shock and dual concern, having worried for both the innocent baby and for Ma Sejong herself. The man breathed a sigh of relief, affirming the baby's health at the preview, which internally thrilled Lee Hanjo as he recognized his own triumphant waddle across the screen. Lee Hanjo's infant thoughts sparkled with extreme self-adoration, seeing his own image, his Baekgam persona, on screen elevated his cuteness to an unbearable, almost fatal, degree. As the baby in the bear costume playfully hopped across the stage, the man couldn't help but exclaim at his undeniable cuteness. Lee Hanjo internally chuckled at the spectacle, while the woman joined in the chorus of praise, declaring his every little wiggle utterly adorable. With burgeoning excitement, Li Hanzhou's mind raced, identifying this moment as the ultimate highlight and silently commanding the system, gather, coins, gather. Ma Suzhong, radiating enthusiasm alongside the two men, urged the audience to anticipate the upcoming release of The XX of the Dead with eager hearts. A sudden swoosh of static filled the air, leaving Li Hanzhou's infant mind utterly bewildered by the abrupt end of the broadcast. Li Hanzhou sat stunned on the sofa, his infant mind reeling with disbelief and disappointment. Could it truly be over already? With a deep sigh of utter despair, Li Hanzhou resigned himself to the bitter truth. For an unknown like him, screen time remained an unattainable luxury at the bottom of the ladder. A mournful groan escaped Li Hanzhou as he lay face down, lamenting that had he been truly famous, even his mother's raw tears would have been broadcast, not cut. With a firm squeeze of resolve, Li Hanzhou dismissed the paltry single coin gain from media exposure, staunchly believing a true chance awaited him, and he would seize fame with unwavering determination. His infant mind, working diligently, pondered the essential qualities an actor needed to endure countless future shoots, his thoughts softly mulling over the possibilities. A sudden, decisive thump of realization hit him. The true key was stamina, and with newfound determination, he surged upright. Accepting the unavoidable consequence of drowsiness, Li Hanzhou resolutely commanded the system to use coins. Raise stamina, to fortify himself for the grueling demands of future shoots. A system notification suddenly revealed the 5,000 coin cost for stamina, eliciting a surprised gasp from Li Hanzhou, who found it surprisingly affordable compared to previous system upgrades. With intense introspection, Li Hanzhou's infant mind began to form a profound theory. There was a clear correlation between innate health and the surprisingly low cost of subsequent strength enhancements. With a burst of sparkling determination, Li Hanzhou declared, "Well, for now, execute," sealing the deal with an emphatic "Puya." A dissonant thud announced the system's latest cruel decree. For 1 year, Li Hanzhou would be compelled to dance whenever music played, prompting his exasperated chibi form to exclaim, "Tone deaf, and now dancing too." With a deep, weary sigh, Li Hanzhou's chibi form slumped in dejection, mentally reciting the absurd lyrics that now defined his fate, "I am an octopus, I don't collapse." A blinding white light marked an abrupt, ethereal transition. A subtle flinch rippled through him, confirming the undeniable truth. With a soft creak of motion, his tiny hands began their involuntary ascent. His small legs, with an unsteady sway, moved with a strange, forced integrity. Caught in the relentless grip of rhythm, beat, and tempo, he found himself, once more, a smiling clown compelled to perform before an unseen audience. With an exhausted thud, Li Hanzhou collapsed, grateful that it was only a brief commercial that had drained his energy so swiftly. With a desperate press of the button, Li Hanzhou mentally pleaded for another channel, for any escape from his involuntary dance. As the seductive beats of a new song pulsed from the television, Li Hanzhou's infant mind cried out in utter despair, "Why does it have to be a music show?" Li Hanzhou stumbled with an unsteady sway, his internal frustration mounting at the relentless, seemingly endless length of the song that forced his body to move. With a concerned query about his vigorous bouncing, the woman suddenly grabbed Li Hanzhou, startling the baby into shocked silence. As the woman knelt, questioning what he had turned on, Li Hanzhou secretly pleaded with his savior to immediately destroy the infernal device, trapped in his silent torment. A sudden thwack of realization hit the woman as she wondered how the television had even been turned on, while a distressed Li Hanzhou remained trapped in his secret. Noticing his flushed, sweaty form, the woman pondered changing his clothes or even bathing him, but Li Hanzhou emphatically shook his head with a firm swish of refusal. Li Hanzhou, his tiny body trembling uncontrollably, suddenly cried out with a desperate, guttural plea, Water. The woman's face, bathed in a dramatic crimson glow, registered profound shock at the incredibly clear, articulate cry for water. With a flushed cheek and unwavering resolve, Li Hanzhou continued his fervent demand, "Give me." Trapped in his high chair, Li Hanzhou furiously flailed his tiny hands, his desperate cries echoing through the room, "Give water. Want, water. A wave of profound alarm washed over Li Hanjo. His thoughts, intended to remain secret, had agonizingly slipped out into the open. The woman gasped in utter disbelief as the baby's mouth undeniably opened, confirming the impossible sound of speech. Leaning in with an explosive burst of shock, the woman demanded of Gongja, "Just now, what did you say?" His tiny hands, glimmering with a defiant energy, stretched upward into the light. With a triumphant, sparkling grin and outstretched hands, Li Hanjo forcefully repeated his astonishingly clear demand, "Water. Give me water." With a playful squeal, the woman delightedly questioned Li Hanjo, wondering aloud what was unfolding. She marveled at his precocious ability to speak, her voice filled with joyful astonishment. Li Hanjo mused about whether he was truly a genius, despite his own perception of still being in the babbling stage, then realized he couldn't even recall his exact age. An urgent voice declared the need to quickly inform the lady about the incredible news. The unseen woman playfully encouraged Li Hanjo to look at the phone, urging him to summon his mom. Li Hanjo pondered, feeling a touch of exasperation at the significant demands placed on a baby who had just uttered his first coherent sentence. As if on cue, a triumphant ring echoed, and Li Hanjo miraculously uttered his first true word, "Mama." A joyous squeak burst forth from Li Hanjo, radiating pure, sparkling delight. The quiet surface of a plain door hinted at a new scene waiting to unfold. A crisp tap resonated as a hand initiated a video playback on the phone. Li Hanjo's sweet voice echoed with "Mama." Squeak, as a magical shimmer enveloped the scene. A pained "ugh" escaped the woman's lips as she collapsed in distress. The young man stared in confused alarm, his words tumbling out with a worried urgency about the unfolding situation. Again, Li Hanjo's voice rang out with "Mama." Squeak, surrounded by a magical cascade of sparkling light. A sharp, guttural "ugh" escaped the young man as he clutched his chest in pain. Indeed, a soft, dreamlike narration suggested that an angel was ever present, watching over him. Ma Sejong reflected on her current success, convinced it was due to Li Hanjo, yet a profound doubt gnawed at her, questioning if she truly deserved to be his mother. The young man suddenly sat upright, his voice laced with surprise and an inquisitive edge, asking if a first birthday party for Li Hanjo was imminent. Ma Sejong tentatively suggested a small, intimate gathering, only to be met with the young man's immediate, annoyed disbelief, finding the modest proposal entirely unlike her. With fervent conviction, the young man insisted on a grand celebration and offered to handle every detail, leaving Ma Sejong to simply question his sudden enthusiasm. The young man, a sly smile playing on his lips, confessed that Li Hanjo had also been a benefactor to him, having helped rehabilitate a great actor, a revelation that brought a flicker of surprise to Ma Sejong's face. The young man, radiating a confident, almost cunning air, fully took charge of the party preparations, slyly noting Li Hanjo's apparent fondness for cameras. Ma Sejong's voice was sharp with suspicion, demanding if he planned to exploit her angelic son's first birthday for business promotion, a notion he swiftly, though unconvincingly, denied. The young man expounded on his philosophy of early networking for future wealth, promising that Li Hanjo would receive a birthday ring for every finger, leaving Ma Sejong utterly speechless. Ma Sejong worriedly thought of the persistent whispers surrounding Li Hanjo's adoption. The young man casually suggested revealing everything, prompting Ma Sejong to acknowledge the very Ma Sejong nature of his suggestion. The quiet, modern kitchen offered a fresh, pristine backdrop for the unfolding day. A soft, sharp intake of breath filled the air. The older woman, holding the baby with a hint of exasperation, let out a relieved sigh, feeling truly alive in the moment. The older woman with glasses sharply confronted the baby, threatening to cast him out, but Li Hanjo audaciously retorted that she would be perfectly fine. The older woman with glasses fumed internally, exasperated by Sejong's lavish plans for a hotel birthday party for the baby, wondering about her priorities despite her overflowing wealth. Lost in thought, the older woman considered Sejong's extensive guest list from the entertainment industry, yet the family's complete exclusion, before wryly addressing the baby, looks like you want to come, huh? But a first birthday was a chance, Lee Hanjo realized, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation for the opportunity it presented. Lee Hanjo shrewdly considered the potential networking at the event, believing a good impression could lead to even greater fame within the entertainment industry. Oh my, what's going on now? The older woman mused, noting Lee Hanjo's excited, fluttering movements, a vibrant energy she recognized as her own long-honed stamina for such days. With a powerful, joyful embrace, Lee Hanjo cried out, "Gr. Grandma." A dramatic wave of shock washed over the older woman, her mind reeling in utter disbelief at what she had just heard. Lee Hanjo gleefully repeated, "Grandma." Grandma, believing this heartfelt address was a special service, offered purely to lift her spirits. A sudden flash of realization, and Lee Hanjo's eyes widened in surprise as he was lifted by unseen hands. The older woman, still processing her shock, faltered, "Grandmother," as Lee Hanjo cheerfully reiterated his affection, "Grandma." In a furious outburst, the older woman demanded to know why she was his grandmother, then, with escalating disbelief, questioned the very existence of his grandfather. Undeterred by her protests, Lee Hanjo brightly declared, "Grandma, I like it." "Grandma," squeak, his joy a sparkling contrast to her overwhelmed state. With an awkward sigh of resignation, the older woman muttered a quiet, "Ugh." A soft rustle accompanied the gentle reach of an unseen hand. A tender tap landed softly on Lee Hanjo's head. Amidst sparkling delight, Lee Hanjo playfully protested, "Don't laugh, don't laugh." A week later, the Grand Hotel ballroom gleamed, splendidly adorned for the celebration of Lee Hanjo's first birthday. Lee Hanjo, resplendent in his traditional attire, felt a slight huff of anxiety, wondering if his overwhelming beauty, enough to swell national pride, was truly acceptable for the occasion. A system notification chimed with a triumphant ring, announcing that Lee Hanjo's adorable appearance had delighted his manager, earning him 20 love and peace coins. The older woman, humming softly with adoration, exclaimed there was no prince quite like Lee Hanjo, as a powerful narration declared this the momentous day for coins to pour forth. With an enthusiastic surge of pride, Ma Sejong joyfully declared Lee Hanjo the undeniable main character of the day, marveling at her handsome son. As Lee Hanjo toddled forward, he pondered his mother's deliberate choice not to wear a hanbok, realizing she must have intentionally mismatched their outfits. With a frantic patter of quick steps, a staff member burst through the door, urgently calling out, "Miss." Lee Hanjo, confused, wondered why the woman was in such an inexplicable rush. A golden ring gleamed with a double flash of light within Lee Hanjo's cradle, prompting Ma Sejong to wonder about its sudden appearance. Ma Sejong questioned if the opulent ring was a birthday gift from someone in Songbuk-dong, only for the staff woman to emphatically deny preparing such a lavish item. The staff woman, holding Lee Hanjo, explained that she could never afford such a luxurious item, remarking that its sheer expense was obvious at a glance. Ma Sejong wondered aloud who could have possibly given such a gift, as the staff woman knowingly suggested only one person was capable of such a gesture. Ma Sejong held Lee Hanjo, her thoughts tinged with a quiet sadness as she dismissed the idea that the mysterious gift could have been given with her in mind. With a gentle, thoughtful expression, Ma Sejong wondered if all these positive turns were, perhaps, thanks to their lovely Lee Hanjo. Bathed in a serene, sparkling glow, Ma Sejong reflected on her thwarted desire to be the first to wish Lee Hanjo a happy birthday, acknowledging that she had long ago ceased to expect anything from that family. Yet, a wave of profound happiness enveloped her, as she expressed heartfelt gratitude to Lee Hanjo for gracing their home with his presence. With an air of festive anticipation, an unidentified man in a suit greeted "Our dear actress, Ma," eager to finally see Gongja's face, as an unidentified woman with short dark hair called out to Ms. Sejong. In the lively reception, an unseen woman, carrying baby Lee Hanjo, uttered a surprised "Oh," before greeting the president and Ms. Rhea, a revelation that echoed in the unseen character's mind. Lee Hanjo's mind raced with a whimsical realization, a chibi image of President Seo appearing as he processed that this was the CEO of his mom's agency, Top Line. The unidentified man in a suit leaned in with an excited smile, eager to glimpse the famous baby. Baby Lee Hanjo, overwhelmed by the sudden attention, felt a shy blush creep across his cheeks. A wave of irritation washed over the unidentified man in a suit, casting his face in shadow, while the woman beside him wore an annoyed pout. The unseen woman, still carrying baby Lee Hanjo, called out another greeting, her expression a mix of worry and embarrassment. She then offered a warm but distressed hello to two young children, who looked up at her and baby Lee Hanjo with wide-eyed curiosity. The two young boys exchanged a confused glance, their faces a canvas of mild bewilderment. The unseen woman encouraged baby Lee Hanjo to wave "Hyo" to the children, fostering a cheerful interaction despite her slight embarrassment. As baby Lee Hanjo charmed the room, two children, floating in playful bubbles, animatedly expressed their awe, declaring him tiny and capable of speech despite his youth. The unseen woman delighted in the baby's cuteness, but the scene became good-naturedly chaotic as two children excitedly reached for baby Lee Hanjo, leaving the unidentified man in a suit flustered. With a chuckle, the unidentified man with a beard apologized for the children's boundless enthusiasm, while the unseen woman, embarrassed, acknowledged that they clearly took after their president. The unidentified man with a beard playfully suggested his children should have taken after their father, a remark that drew a subtly annoyed internal retort from the unseen woman who knew he understood the implications. The unseen woman expressed her deep gratitude for the meticulous preparations, to which the unidentified man with a beard declared it the least they could do for Ma, who had practically built their company. An unseen hand gestured towards reserved seats, prompting the unseen woman to question if they were indeed meant for her immediate family. She then humorously suggested that the president and Ms. Rhea should pretend to be her relatives for the day, eliciting a surprised exclamation from the unidentified man in a suit. With a warm, stylized declaration, the unidentified man with a beard affectionately claimed baby Lee Hanjo as his nephew, eliciting an enthusiastic "Uncle. Uncle," from the happy baby. The unidentified man with a beard, utterly captivated, remarked that baby Lee Hanjo's charm was even more potent in person, transcending any photograph. He gently stroked baby Lee Hanjo's head, realizing that even premiere videos failed to capture the baby's true charm, a profound insight that Lee Hanjo readily admitted, acknowledging the president of Top Line's discerning judgment. Baby Lee Hanjo called out "Uncle," and reached for the man's hand with a squeeze, prompting the unidentified man with a beard to note the baby's remarkably outgoing nature with strangers. A jubilant notification flashed across a holographic display, announcing President Seo's delight in baby Lee Hanjo's cuteness, instantly increasing his love and peace coins by 100. Lee Hanjo, in a moment of confident reflection, mused on the president's initial impression, asserting that this was merely the prelude to his grander plans. The glamorous Jong Riri, Korea's leading fashion designer, was introduced, heralded as a future master whose work would capture global acclaim by blending Eastern design with practicality. Lee Hanjo recognized the iconic Jong Riri immediately as the unseen woman, holding baby Lee Hanjo, waved her over. Jong Riri's sunglasses sparkled as she gasped in surprise at baby Lee Hanjo, causing Lee Hanjo to inwardly comment on her unexpected first birthday party attire. The unseen woman introduced Gongja, noting with mild surprise that unlike most babies, he remained remarkably calm. Baby Lee Hanjo, with sparkling eyes and a confident pose, declared internally that he was no ordinary baby. Jong Riri fixed her gaze on an unseen character, her stern expression and pointed finger conveying a powerful, unspoken command. Jong Riri observed baby Lee Hanjo with a thoughtful hum and an "oh-ho," a curious expression on her face as the woman held the baby. Gently touching baby Lee Hanjo's hat, Jong Riri realized why people ventured into children's clothing design, a field she previously had no interest in. A close-up of baby Lee Hanjo's curiously pleased face emphasized Jong Riri's newfound understanding and inspiration. Driven by a sudden burst of inspiration, Jong Riri declared her intention to begin sketching immediately, emphasizing the need to act when creative sparks ignited. Li Hanzhou, delighted by his apparent success, celebrated internally with a triumphant, "Nice." Scored 1. The unidentified man with a beard, swelling with pride, remarked on the impressive people he had brought, as the woman held the sleeping baby. He then introduced Li Jinhuan, a young man who hesitantly greeted Ma Suzhong, acknowledging her as actress Ma Suzhong, with a respectful bow, as baby Li Hanzhou slept on her shoulder. Li Hanzhou, now revealed as the confident young man, proudly shared his recent award for a short film and his preparations for a first feature. The unseen woman recognized Li Jinhuan's name, recalling his Best Director award from the Meisensin Short Film Festival with surprise and recognition. Baby Li Hanzhou's thoughts exploded with shock and excitement upon realizing this was the director Li Jinhuan, marveling that he hadn't even officially debuted yet. Li Jinhuan explained that his new film centered on a child, confessing he had come in person to meet Gongja after director Hio's high praise. A dramatic realization sparked within baby Li Hanzhou. He wondered if he was the subject of Li Jinhuan's first feature, a film that might be Boyhood. Baby Li Hanzhou's internal question about Boyhood was interrupted by Li Jinhuan's calm greeting to Gongja. Baby Li Hanzhou cheerfully responded with an enthusiastic "Huo," waving happily. Li Hanzhou, realizing he had instinctively acted like a baby, continued his greetings with a playful "Please." Li Jinhuan expressed surprise at the baby's articulate speech, prompting the unseen woman to explain that Gongja was an early talker and not actually 1 year old. Li Jinhuan acknowledged the information, remarking that Gongja seemed quite large even for a 2-year-old, as baby Li Hanzhou looked up curiously. Li Jinhuan fell silent, his face etched in thoughtful contemplation. Baby Li Hanzhou gazed up with an innocent, curious expression, a slight blush dusting his cheeks. A magical rustling sound enveloped the scene as Li Jinhuan's intense gaze met baby Li Hanzhou's wide-eyed wonder, creating an ethereal connection. A chibi scene unfolded, showing the woman and baby smiling, while Li Jinhuan, blushing, looked down, and another man observed with humorous confusion. Li Jinhuan's face registered a sudden, impactful realization. The unseen woman eagerly asked Li Jinhuan for a business card, startling him into a surprised but compliant offer. A hand moved with intense, urgent scribbling, rapidly writing on a piece of paper. Li Jinhuan, blushing, offered his contact information, cautiously stating that nothing was set in stone, but expressed his strong desire for Gongja to star in his first film. The woman and baby Li Hanzhou stared in astonishment at Li Jinhuan's unexpected proposal. A dramatic thump-thump echoed through baby Li Hanzhou's chest as his eyes glowed with shock and exhilaration. Despite the unseen woman's concern about Gongja's young age, Li Jinhuan's feet stood firm, his voice resolute, asserting that this child was destined for the role. Li Jinhuan gently placed his hand on baby Li Hanzhou's head, declaring his willingness to rewrite the script for him, a revelation that stunned baby Li Hanzhou with the possibility of leading in Boyhood. Baby Li Hanzhou, arms raised in triumph amidst a cascade of symbolic papers, internally declared his birth date meaningless, asserting that this day, filled with the blessings of casting calls, was his true birthday. An unseen announcer welcomed Gongja to his first birthday celebration, asking for a round of applause to greet him. Baby Li Hanzhou clapped happily, basking in the jubilant applause. An unidentified woman in a bear mask marveled at Gongja's lovely smile, sparking excitement as she wondered what object he would choose in the upcoming ritual. The audience cheered loudly, their arms raised in enthusiastic anticipation. With the stage set for the Daljabi, an unseen announcer declared it the moment everyone had been waiting for, as baby Li Hanzhou looked on with curious anticipation. As a note explained the traditional Daljabi ritual, Li Hanzhou's eye widened in a tense, sudden realization. Baby Li Hanzhou pondered his identity, asserting that he was inherently an actor. Reflecting on the symbolic items, baby Li Hanzhou questioned which one an actor of his caliber was truly meant to choose. Ma Suzhong wondered playfully what her little Gongja would grasp, but inside, Li Hanzhou simply thought of a mom. Li Hanzhou, eyeing the traditional items, felt a pang of disappointment, realizing there was nothing truly captivating for him to choose. A subtle anxiety crept into Lee Hanjo's mind as he confronted the unspoken obligation to make a choice. Then, a sudden, brilliant idea sparked within Lee Hanjo. Lee Hanjo affirmed that in such moments, a clever solution always presented itself. With decisive intent, Lee Hanjo's chubby hand pointed upwards. Lee Hanjo excitedly reiterated his choice, leaving Ma Sejong momentarily confused. The unidentified woman in the bear mask pointed to herself, asking if he meant her. Ma Sejong gently explained that he could not choose his older sister for the daljabi. Lee Hanjo internally clarified that his pointing was not at a person at all. The unidentified woman removed her mask, inquiring if he had meant the mask itself. An unseen hand offered the white bear mask, asking if Lee Hanjo liked the animation character it represented. Lee Hanjo happily hugged the chosen bear mask with pure, unadulterated joy. Ma Sejong watched, surprised and awestruck by his unexpected selection. A man and woman, holding their surprised babies, stared in collective astonishment at the scene. 3 other individuals gaped in wide-eyed amazement, reflecting the general shock. The narrator explained the term actor, originating from the mask theater of ancient Greece. Ma Sejong, connecting the dots, uttered the word persona with dawning comprehension. The enthusiastic applause of the audience solidified Lee Hanjo's internal declaration: this was his destiny. Lee Hanjo, radiating pure joy, confidently proclaimed himself an actor. Time passed under a serene full moon, casting its glow over a modern building. Ma Sejong gently tucked Lee Hanjo, as a baby, into bed, as a soft rustle marked his peaceful stirring. Ma Sejong's eyes held a pensive, worried expression in the dim light. Ma Sejong confided in another woman, revealing a deep concern that had been weighing on her. She worried whether constant public exposure was truly beneficial for Lee Hanjo, fearing it might compromise a normal life. Ma Sejong mused that it was likely too late for a normal existence, given his lineage. The unidentified woman noted the existing paparazzi exposure, to which Ma Sejong added Lee Hanjo's natural affinity for the camera. Ma Sejong declared her unwavering support for Lee Hanjo's dream, solidified by his choice at the first birthday party. She recognized his blatant selection of the mask as an undeniable sign, a mother's instinct not to be ignored. Ma Sejong animatedly shared how popular Lee Hanjo had been, collecting numerous business cards and even giving out their address for a DVD. The unidentified woman marveled at Lee Hanjo's innate networking prowess, which Ma Sejong attributed to his inherent charm and good looks. Ma Sejong expressed her profound hope that Lee Hanjo would remain unharmed, despite her own protective presence. She then reflected on her own brutal experiences within the entertainment world, which fueled her deep anxieties. 1 month later, 2 men sat in a bright, modern apartment, signifying a new beginning. An unidentified man formally introduced the main writer, Lee Gajin, as his hands met Ma Sejong's in a professional greeting. The unidentified man outlined their childcare variety show's concept, aiming for a calm, healing atmosphere. Lee Hanjo thoughtfully weighed the benefits of a variety show for name recognition against the potential risk of image consumption. The unidentified man explained their unique casting approach, prioritizing natural behavior over scripted performances for babies. He then persuasively detailed his strong recommendation for Ma Sejong's son, emphasizing the guaranteed public buzz. Ma Sejong asserted that if articles were published, they must state his appearance fee would be donated in full. She then specified the donation would go to the nunnery where Lee Hanjo was found, while Lee Hanjo secretly relished the prospect of fame and fortune. Lee Hanjo inwardly questioned why their journey was beginning with a variety show instead of an immediate acting role. The unidentified man confessed his surprise that Ma Sejong had agreed to the show, given her child's young age and the home-based format. He politely inquired into Ma Sejong's motivations for agreeing to appear on the program. Ma Sejong vulnerably explained her desire to overcome her unapproachable image and cultivate the empathy essential for an actor. Lee Hanjo looked up, his wide, innocent eyes reflecting deep curiosity. Holding Lee Hanjo close, Ma Sejong expressed her earnest wish that her own perceived weaknesses would not be passed down to him. Lee Hanjo reflected on his previous life as an actor, recalling the utter lack of support he received despite his acclaim as a supporting actor and the shortcomings of his agency. He further lamented the revolving door of untrustworthy managers who plagued his former career. He pondered if his miraculous rebirth and reunion with his deceased mother might have been a divine intervention. Lee Hanjo smiled widely, brimming with pure, uncontained joy. The narrator concluded that his rebirth had been a profound salvation for both him and his serenely smiling mother. A sudden camera flash startled Lee Hanjo, as a baby, from his slumber, causing him to wonder what had occurred. Lee Hanjo cunningly decided to feign sleep once more, fully aware of the camera's watchful eye. Off-panel staff marveled at the perfect shot, while Lee Hanjo cunningly overheard their every word. Ma Sejong gently informed Lee Hanjo that she and his aunt would both be busy that day. She then told Lee Hanjo that some big brothers were there to play, inviting him to greet them at the door. Lee Hanjo enthusiastically agreed, raising his hand in joyful anticipation. Lee Hanjo positioned himself in a determined crawl, ready for action. Then, Lee Hanjo surged forward, crawling with unwavering purpose. Lee Hanjo cautiously peeked around a creaking door, questioning the identity of the big brothers. 5 radiant men, introducing themselves as Halo, greeted Lee Hanjo with a blinding flash of enthusiasm. Lee Hanjo stumbled backward in utter shock, his disbelief echoing in his surprised exclamation, "Halo?" Lee Hanjo, starstruck, recognized the group as the first K-pop idols to ever win at the awards. Ma Sejong introduced herself with a bright smile, earnestly entrusting her precious Gongja to their care for the day. The men reacted with an astonished gasp, exclaiming that Gongja was even cuter in person than in his already adorable photos. Baby Lee Hanjo, utterly astonished, realized these were genuine idols, whom he had only ever witnessed from a distant stage at award ceremonies. Close up, Lee Hanjo perceived a distinct difference in their aura, a unique charm unlike any actor he had known. The leader, Hyunjin, greeted him with a warm smile. Lee Hanjo offered an enthusiastic greeting, secretly marveling at Hyunjin's surprising height. 2 of the men exchanged incredulous glances, utterly bewildered that the tiny baby had just spoken so clearly. Ma Sejong beamed, noting her Gongja's rapid speech as others marveled at his precocious cleverness, their enthusiastic reactions a constant source of delight. One of the men tentatively requested to hold the baby, and Ma Sejong readily agreed. With a soft rustle, the baby was carefully transferred into the man's waiting arms. The man held the baby somewhat awkwardly, a slight stiffness in his posture, as the baby looked up in mild surprise. The other men gathered around, their faces reflecting a collective wonder as they gazed at the baby. Lee Hanjo felt a faint burden from their adoring gazes, but then a small chuckle escaped him as he recognized them as admirable souls. As the tiny hand gave a gentle squeeze, the narrative hinted at a future where these men would become the K-pop sensation that captivated all of Korea. A sudden, brilliant flash of light introduced 4 chibi idols, radiating an energetic surprise. Ma Sejong tenderly told Gongja to enjoy his time with the Hyungs, promising her swift return. A tiny hand stretched out, clinging tightly to the soft fabric. The baby's eyes welled with unshed tears, and he clung tightly to the man's shirt, on the verge of breaking down. A sudden shock reverberated through the room as one man wondered aloud if the baby was actually crying. A tiny hand gently slid across the soft surface, a quiet, soothing gesture. Lee Hanjo waved goodbye, his voice a soft farewell. Ma Sejong, her voice catching with emotion, promised a swift return before stepping through the blindingly bright doorway. The men worried about the baby's tearful reaction and suddenly realized they couldn't remember what activities they had planned for him. Perhaps a piggyback ride, where the baby squeezed tightly and the man playfully swayed beneath his light burden. The chibi baby delightedly grasped and tugged at the man's hair with gleeful abandon. Or maybe an airplane game, with thrilling, whoosh sounds as the baby soared through the air. The chibi baby floated effortlessly mid-air, drawing surprised and delighted gazes from the men below. With unbridled joy, the chibi baby bounded towards the waiting man. A lively game of tag, filled with quick dud-ada and dad-ada footsteps, would surely tire them out. With an audible thud, one of the men collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. As the chibi baby observed the men sighing in exhaustion on the floor, he mused that their weariness reminded him of nightmares, while one man jokingly chided another about not working. Seeing the exhausted Halo members, Lee Hanjo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, truly worried. "Gongja," the man asked kindly, "should we play ball now?" The man enthusiastically urged him to kick the rolling ball, as Lee Hanjo inwardly realized how much effort they must have put into researching play ideas. Indeed, the men had been diligently researching, drawing from personal experience and hours of binge-watching childcare variety shows. Lee Hanjo, facing the red ball, wondered if he could actually kick it, admitting inwardly that this was his very first time playing. With a determined hup, Lee Hanjo's tiny feet connected with the ball, sending it off with a whoosh and a thump. The ball whizzed past, and with a soft rumble, another chibi baby was unexpectedly knocked over, leaving Lee Hanjo stunned. Lying on his back, Lee Hanjo blinked, wondering if his accidental action had been. He let out a soft gasp, then considered, was that actually kind of cute just now? One of the men stifled a "pfft," struggling to hold back his amusement. Another man erupted into unrestrained laughter, unable to contain his mirth. One man scolded the other not to laugh so loudly, worrying about hurting Gongja's feelings, while Lee Hanjo remained silently contemplative. The man cleared his throat, admitting he couldn't help but laugh because Lee Hanjo was simply too cute, noting with a start that any other child would have surely cried. The man humbly apologized to Gongja, clarifying that his laughter stemmed from overwhelming cuteness, not mockery, as Lee Hanjo let out a small, knowing sigh. Lee Hanjo, with the insight of a seasoned performer, internally noted that the Halo members still hadn't mastered playing to the cameras, especially with all attention currently focused on him. A tiny hand gently, almost imperceptibly, touched the man's cheek. A joyful giggle bubbled up from Lee Hanjo as he reached out with outstretched arms. Halo's Kim Jin-hyung smiled, his heart warmed by the baby's joy, and a system message registered a reward, love and peace coin plus 1,000. The man, surprised by the overwhelming wave of affection, clutched the baby tightly to his chest, realizing his feelings had deepened unexpectedly. Moved to tears by the baby's comfort, the man confessed his profound emotional connection, while another teased him for being more mature than Jin-hyung. The man enthusiastically suggested they try playing again, and Lee Hanjo readily agreed with a small sound. The man encouraged Lee Hanjo to keep his balance and count 1, 2, kick, leaving Lee Hanjo to wonder quietly what had happened to 3. With a resounding thump and a distinct bang, the ball was kicked. "Wow, little striker," the man exclaimed in amazement as the ball flew with a powerful whoosh, while Lee Hanjo intently urged it to stretch. The men cooed over his incredibly short, tiny stature, while Lee Hanjo internally gave a small humph, simply acknowledging his undeniable status as a baby. With a soft thud, the baby stumbled, prompting the man to kneel instantly and ask with concern, "Oh dear, are you okay?" "I'll pass it back to you, Gongja," the man announced with a smile, offering the ball. A foot connected with a solid thump. The ball flew through the air with a distinct whoosh, leaving both the man and the baby in a moment of surprised confusion. The baby sat on the floor, looking visibly hurt, as the man immediately knelt beside him with deep concern. "No, no, wait," the man cried urgently, realizing the grave danger, reminding everyone that an idol's face was their very fortune. The man's eyes snapped upwards in sudden surprise. With an urgent cry to dodge it, and a protective grab, the man shielded the baby, as shouts of Jin-hyung and Gongja filled the tense air. A sudden, blinding flash, like a photographer's burst, startled baby Lee Hanjo. In a fleeting, chaotic vision, a chibi man stumbled backward with a dramatic thud, the chibi baby clinging joyfully to his hair. The playful pile collapsed with a cartoonish clatter, leaving the chibi man sprawled as the chibi baby gleefully reached out from above. As chaos erupted, an unidentified man with light blonde hair frantically apologized, while another with dark hair demanded why the ball was kicked so high, the sudden movement creating a hurried scuttle in the room. A voice filled with deep concern asked if baby Lee Hanjo, startled and trying to push himself up from the floor, was hurt. With a soft, relieved click, an unseen character sighed as baby Lee Hanjo, completely unharmed, simply covered his eyes with a joyful smile. As an unidentified man questioned the seemingly fainted chibi man's dramatic reaction, asking why he collapsed when he wasn't even hit, baby Lee Hanjo playfully reached out, letting out a small, PPO. With a dramatic beolteek, an unidentified man with light blonde hair sprung to his feet, excitedly declaring that Gongja had protected him. An unidentified man with dark hair, holding baby Lee Hanjo close with a gentle squeeze, opined that the situation had been dangerous and if anyone should have been hit, it was the other man. Then he paused, surprised, with a puzzled, huh? As unseen voices teased the man, asking if he was a princess for being protected by one-year-old Gongja after all his posing, he sheepishly admitted the feeling wasn't so bad. With a resolute bijong in his voice, the unidentified man with light blonde hair declared that, this won't do, and dramatically announced, Gongja. Let's get revenge. Baby Lee Hanjo looked up, his small voice expressing an innocent, "OOH," of curiosity. As unseen voices cried, bad, bad, and urged his capture, the man dramatically apologized for his carelessness, accepting playful thumps and pat-pat-pats as two other men comically grabbed him. A hand deftly tied something with a string, a soft dung accompanying the binding. The feet and legs of an unseen person were playfully secured with rope, a soft dung accompanying each knot. The man with light blonde hair sat upright, comically tied in a beanbag chair, his expression one of theatrical resignation as he settled with a soft dutang. A faint, almost whispered suae filled the air as three men stood observing their playfully captive friend. The bound man declared that such attention was more than a sinner deserved, prompting the others to suppress their laughter with muted puhuts and kyuts. As one man frantically pulled at another's hoodie, demanding he get OFF, a distressed AACK escaped the second man, punctuated by a quick tap. With an enthusiastic cry of Gongja, pounce, an unidentified man playfully lifted baby Lee Hanjo into the air with a decisive chuck. Amidst excited walks and kyahas, baby Lee Hanjo internally mused with overwhelmed surprise, wow, this is chaotic. As the men and baby Lee Hanjo tumbled into a boisterous heap with a resounding urangtang, an unseen character wondered aloud, is this how kids play these days? From the bottom of the pile, the man with light blonde hair cried out in feigned distress, UGH, you guys are seriously so heavy? Everyone get off, except for Gongja. Amidst playful accusations of trying to monopolize Gongja, an unidentified man with light blonde hair gushed about the baby's cuteness, wishing for a brother just like him, only to be reminded by another that he already had one. With an awkward hand covering his mouth, the unidentified man with dark hair mumbled that his own younger brother was not that cute, eliciting hearty laughter from an unseen character. Baby Lee Hanjo's small cheek and mouth rested calmly, radiating a serene peace. As baby Lee Hanjo playfully peeked out with a wide smile, an unidentified man with light blonde hair affectionately exclaimed, cute, with a soft, surprising payuk. Hong ahis cute, an unseen character declared, and with a sudden, adoring paat, three men looked off-panel in surprised awe. With a dramatic teal-seek, two men slumped dejectedly to the floor, one lamenting, I'm jealous. Looking pleadingly at baby Lee Hanjo, an unidentified man with dark hair implored, tell me I'm cute too. Gongja, you're young too. With a warm kooke, baby Lee Hanjo hugged an unseen man's leg and declared, cute. All cute. Holding a plush toy with teary-eyed adoration, the man with light blonde hair sighed, proclaiming he would have sweet dreams, even wishing for Gongja to appear in them, as two other men turned their backs. Holding baby Lee Hanjo gently, the unidentified man with light blonde hair asked softly, Nini, as the baby smiled widely up at him. With a gentle kooke, the man with light blonde hair asked if Gongja wanted to go sleepy by, and though baby Lee Hanjo internally felt unspoken pressure, he reluctantly conceded, "Yea." As the man pondered their undoubtedly swamped schedules, baby Lee Hanjo called out, "Nini." Hungs, prompting unseen characters to affectionately observe that he must want to sleep with them. As an unseen hand gently patted baby Lee Hanjo's back, an unseen character mused that it felt more like Gongja was putting them to sleep. As the man with light blonde hair gently patted baby Lee Hanjo on his shoulder, he wondered aloud, "Why does it feel like Gongja is raising us?" While another observed the show's purpose had become quite distorted. An unseen character suggested watching TV, and baby Lee Hanjo enthusiastically agreed with a decisive nod, proclaiming, "Yeah." As baby Lee Hanjo happily munched with soft omels, confirming his enjoyment of TV with a cheerful "yesh," he privately thought he preferred starring in shows over just watching them. An unidentified man with dark hair suddenly remembered Gongja picking the mask at his daljabi, a fact confirmed by another who suggested it might be Ms. Ma Sejong's influence, concluding that one could indeed recognize a promising tree from its sprout. With a soft call that cut through the air, an unidentified man in a gray beanie spoke Gongja's name. Smiling brightly with an enthusiastic glint in his eye, the unidentified man in the gray beanie eagerly asked if Gongja wanted to hear about his own dream. Baby Lee Hanjo looked up from his high chair, his expression a question mark of innocent curiosity. The man in the gray beanie closed his eyes, a bright, ethereal light surrounding him as he began, "My dream is." His dream unfolded in a vivid, fantastical vision, a vibrant stage concert, complete with purple lights and falling confetti, as 5 men performed their exhilarating world tour. With unwavering confidence, baby Lee Hanjo declared that not only would they totally achieve a world tour, but they would become global stars, selling out every single seat. As an unidentified man with a small ponytail expressed discouragement about the difficulty of English, another playfully slapped his shoulder with a reassuring AK, telling him not to be discouraged because they were the best idols, despite saying all sorts of things to a baby. As one man dramatically slumped onto the table with a sudden Beoltique in dejection, another worriedly pleaded for this candid moment of idle hardships to be edited out. An unseen hand offered a gentle, comforting pat on a back. The man in the gray beanie looked up with a surprised, questioning blush as an unseen hand gently touched his head. With tiny fists clenched and a determined expression, baby Lee Hanjo passionately shouted, "Pating! Pating!" The man in the gray beanie questioned, "Fighting," but baby Lee Hanjo, still shouting with enthusiastic determination, simply confirmed, "Yeah. Pating." With a fantastical paw and a sudden, ethereal glow, a holographic message appeared, announcing that the members of Halo were delighted by baby Lee Hanjo's encouragement, and his love and peace coins had increased by 300. Baby Lee Hanjo's eyes held a thoughtful, calculating glint as he realized that with 5 members, the love and peace coins were truly rolling in. With a fantastical ueek, baby Lee Hanjo comically expelled a vibrant, rainbow-colored stream, startling an unseen character who gasped, "Gasp!" Gongja threw up. The narrative revealed the intense preparation for caring for the infant, detailing how baby food recipes were meticulously gathered from his mother, driven by the absolute necessity of ensuring the baby never went hungry. Overjoyed, the unidentified man with dark hair thanked his mother profoundly, while another man with a small ponytail celebrated as Lee Hanjo devoured the rainbow-colored food with an enthusiastic "UWE." On a sparkling video screen, online commentators gushed over the adorable chibi Lee Hanjo playfully pinning down the Halo idols, marveling at how the baby, not even 2, had managed to forgive them with such irresistible charm. The warm glow of the screen displayed more comments, viewers showering Lee Hanjo with adoration, praising his doll-like appearance, and noting that Gongja was fiercely protected by Kim Jinhyung, the weakest of the group. The online chatter continued, admiring Ma Sejong's radiant beauty and the sublime combination of a handsome idol and an equally captivating baby, sparking questions about whether a baby, even an adopted one, could possess such striking looks. Baby Lee Hanjo's tiny face was contorted in distress, as the main character inwardly lamented that after his first birthday, his sole public activity had been a variety show that was now airing just 3 months later. The staff woman, looking concerned, informed Ma Sejong that calls had been incessant, to which Ma Sejong casually admitted she was deliberately ignoring them. Ma Sejong revealed to a surprised Lee Hanjo that his appearance on the variety show had unexpectedly brought in a cascade of new casting offers, prompting the baby to wonder why. The staff woman acknowledged Ma Sejong's uncanny prediction about the industry's renewed interest, yet Ma Sejong expressed concern that her contact information might have been leaked, citing even a bizarre call for an election campaign. Ma Sejong, her expression a knowing blend of determination and experience, declared her intention to navigate the chaotic industry with caution, carefully selecting only the most suitable dramas and movies, grateful for her deep understanding of such a harsh world. The main character's eyes closed in thoughtful admiration, reflecting on Ma Sejong's exceptional judgment, acknowledging her consistently keen eye for selecting projects. The staff woman, her phone buzzing with an insistent jaying, voiced her deep concern about mixing with all sorts of people who were now calling. Ma Sejong, with a subtle smirk, warned that such hesitation would lead to missing out on the very calls they had been anticipating. Suddenly, a jarring jajak echoed as Ma Sejong and Lee Hanjo reacted with visible surprise to the sight of an incoming call from PD Lee Jaemin on an unseen phone. The narration dramatically introduced Emergency Room, a medical drama centered on a teacher and student duo of ER doctors, whose patients' poignant tales were deeply moving. The most unforgettable element of the drama unfolded as the strict teacher, having tenderly left his young, newly walking son behind, faced an impending tragedy. In a poignant turn, the teacher tragically succumbed to illness in the final episode, a scene so heart-wrenching it moved countless living rooms to tears. The unidentified man in the gray beanie explained the casting difficulties, revealing they couldn't find the right child actor for the teacher's son because the original choice had unfortunately contracted measles. He then recounted his discovery, explaining how he stumbled upon the variety show and immediately noticed the striking resemblance between Han Woo-jin, who played the teacher, and Lee Hanjo. The truth dawned: the powerful, emergency room teacher was none other than Han Woo-jin, an actor renowned for his captivating presence. Han Woo-jin, the actor routinely cast for roles demanding exceptional handsomeness, exemplified the profound impact of a compelling on-screen presence. Ma Sejong remarked on Lee Hanjo's astonishing resemblance to Han Woo-jin's son, while the baby eagerly flapped his arms, his joyful movements emphasized by a light-hearted dulcique. Ma Sejong thoughtfully explained that while many children possessed good looks, true lovability stemmed from their actions, a quality she observed in Lee Hanjo. The man in the gray beanie excitedly suggested that perhaps the tiny child was attempting to protect someone, but Ma Sejong calmly urged him to calm down. Ma Sejong, reassuringly, affirmed her commitment to not push Lee Hanjo too hard given his young age, then apologetically explained that her busy schedule prevented her from accompanying him to the filming set. Ma Sejong, her smile transforming into a stern, intense gaze, ominously warned the man in the gray beanie that she would always be watching, causing him to nervously agree to do his best. Ma Sejong reflected that she might have worked with PD Lee Jaemin in a previous life as a supporting role, noting his strict yet effective direction, and expressed her anticipation for the schedule. The narration highlighted PD Lee Jaemin's intense work ethic, recounting his practice of pre-producing 20 episodes and acknowledging that even he yielded to Ma Sejong's influence when the child actor, crucial to the project, was concerned. Ma Sejong, basking in the sunlight with a sweet smile, contentedly mused that she now enjoyed an easy life thanks to her mother, a stark contrast to her past struggles as an assistant director, running errands for even cameo roles. Lee Hanjo, his tiny hand thoughtfully resting on his chin, pondered the previous emergency room scene, realizing the child actor's role was brief, lasting only a few seconds, which diminished its emotional impact. The narration explained that the perceived lack of emotional connection between Han Woo-jin and his son in the drama was a direct consequence of the child actor falling ill with measles, and the subsequent difficulty in finding an adequate replacement. Finding a truly lovable child actor, the narration concluded, seemed to be a surprisingly abstract challenge. Ma Sejong, holding Lee Hanjo gently, apologized for not being able to accompany him, then inwardly began strategizing how best to guide his acting, even for a single line of dialogue. A few days later, the scene shifted. Outside a modern building, the staff woman let out distressed, Hugh, sounds as Lee Hanjo, resting on her shoulder, looked at her with a questioning gaze. An unidentified man, seeing her distress, asked if she was okay, to which the staff woman, despite her evident discomfort, insisted she was fine. The staff woman, still looking distressed, pointed out that uncle's here, but Lee Hanjo internally observed that she did not appear well. From a bright green car, the unidentified man with dark hair burst forth with an excited "Gongja." Baby Lee Hanjo cheerfully waved and greeted him, inwardly wondering if CEO Seo, not his mother, was the one taking him to the filming set. CEO Seo reassured the visibly relieved staff woman that he would personally take care of Lee Hanjo, earning her heartfelt thanks. The staff woman waved goodbye to Lee Hanjo, who, with a thoughtful "Hyundul," inwardly speculated that she might be feeling ill, noticing her discomfort around her solar plexus. Lee Hanjo waved back with a determined "bye-bye," and inwardly affirmed his new mission, to collect even more coins for Anson's wife from the filming crew. Upon arrival at the emergency room filming set, CEO Seo, holding Lee Hanjo, enthusiastically greeted PD Lee Jae-min. The man in the gray beanie reacted with a startled "Waduljak," expressing his surprise that CEO Seo had personally come all this way. CEO Seo humorously explained his presence, emphasizing the need for effort since he was the only one left at the company, prompting the man in the beanie to comment on his enduring chattiness, and Lee Hanjo to inwardly acknowledge CEO Seo's business acumen. With a flourish, CEO Seo presented Lee Hanjo to the PD, holding the baby aloft. Lee Hanjo, surrounded by sparkling light, enthusiastically greeted everyone with a wide smile and outstretched arms. The man in the gray beanie stood utterly speechless, taken aback by the baby's presence. His mouth agape and sweat drops forming on his brow, the man in the gray beanie articulated his overwhelming amazement at Lee Hanjo's face. Still awestruck, the man in the gray beanie declared himself speechless, to which CEO Seo subtly agreed with a knowing smile. The man in the gray beanie, thoughtfully, considered Lee Hanjo's potential for excellent chemistry in the role of Juyak, praising his naturally bright personality as an added bonus. With an excited "Joryang," the man in the gray beanie loudly called out to Woo Jin, urging him to look because his son had arrived. Lee Hanjo's eyes widened in surprise, a sparkling "Banjak" highlighting his eager curiosity as he wondered aloud where Han Woo Jin could be. In a serene, ethereal setting adorned with blue and white flowers, a distinguished Lee Hanjo, now a young man, stood contemplatively, gazing into the distance. The drama depicted the protagonist's mentor, Juyuk, as an initially reserved figure who, through persistent efforts, eventually opened his heart, only to face a tragic end, ultimately dying from an incurable disease. The man in the beige sweater, taken aback, wondered if the child being held was, in fact, his own son. He then mused with a profound sadness about the thought of dying and leaving behind such a precious child. An unseen hand gently patted Lee Hanjo's head, praising his exceptional beauty while questioning his gender, prompting Lee Hanjo to indignantly declare he was a boy. Lee Hanjo remained silently thoughtful, processing the assumption while the gentle touch lingered. Lee Hanjo cheerfully greeted someone, startling an adult hand with a sudden movement and a cry of discomfort. The man froze, a silent shock locking him in place, as if his joints had audibly stiffened. The man in the beige cardigan expressed disbelief at Lee Hanjo's ability to eat and speak, prompting Lee Hanjo to internally assert his fundamental personhood. Covering his mouth in delighted amusement, the man in the beige cardigan praised Lee Hanjo's cuteness, then revealed that the baby was indeed Ma Sejong's son. With a knowing, amused expression, the man in the beige cardigan noted a sudden shift in someone's demeanor at the mention of Ms. Sejong. An unseen hand playfully poked a cheek, as an unseen character optimistically declared that securing high viewership ratings of 30% was now guaranteed. The man warmly entrusted Lee Hanjo with the responsibility of upholding these high expectations. Lee Hanjo suddenly exclaimed "Gongja," and firmly grabbed the man's finger, catching him by surprise. With an excited flourish, Lee Hanjo pointed and declared, "It's Gongja." The man smiled, acknowledging the name Gongja with an air of pleasant recognition. He then repeated the name, Gongja, then Ma Gongja, falling silent as the implications settled in his mind. The man in the beige cardigan doubled over, struggling to suppress a burst of laughter. Unable to contain himself, the man erupted in uncontrollable laughter, finding the name Gongja hilariously fitting. An unseen character inwardly chastised Han Wujin, wondering how he could laugh so uncontrollably at a baby, while Li Hanzhou himself looked surprised and slightly hurt. An unseen character instructed Director Zhou to return Gongja promptly after filming, to which Director Zhou affirmed they would prepare accordingly. The man with glasses commended the PD's thoughtful consideration, clearing his throat as he added that it was only natural for a child actor, and subtly requested a favorable word for Ms. Sejong. Li Hanzhou inwardly voiced his deep concern and confusion over the lack of direction, questioning if Gongja's acting could proceed acceptably under such circumstances. Li Hanzhou's thoughts raced in a surge of urgent bewilderment, demanding to know why there were no directions, no instructions on expressions, and not even a script provided for his role. The man in the beanie casually dismissed the need for intricate acting, stating that merely being held by Wu Jin and refraining from tears would suffice, which Li Hanzhou internally deemed crazy. Li Hanzhou reflected inwardly on the unexpected realization that such low expectations for his acting could, in fact, become a significant issue. He rationally concluded that it was fundamentally illogical to give acting directions to a babbling baby and inherently strange to expect proper acting from an infant in the first place. Despite his logical reasoning, Li Hanzhou's internal resolve pushed back with a powerful, unyielding, but. The man, smiling warmly with outstretched arms, cheerfully invited Gongja to come closer. Li Hanzhou thoughtfully concluded that the success of the scene hinged entirely on his chemistry with co-actor Han Wujin, recognizing its paramount importance. Li Hanzhou internally vowed to close the distance, just as the man invited him into an embrace. As the man asked if he wanted a hug, Li Hanzhou internally groaned at the prospect, yearning, just for a moment, to be a truly clueless baby. Li Hanzhou reflected that, from what he knew of Han Wujin, despite his popularity, he was commendably unfussy and well-regarded, yet there was more to consider. As the man playfully spun him around with a swish, Li Hanzhou exclaimed that he was getting motion sickness. Li Hanzhou resolved to portray as much excitement as possible, even as he was held aloft by unseen hands, playfully asked if he was having fun. Li Hanzhou inwardly speculated that Han Wujin's struggles with the previous child actor stemmed from his clear lack of skill in truly engaging with children. Li Hanzhou, held aloft, internally declared the playful intensity unbearable, noting that any other child would have surely burst into tears, as the narration cautioned against leaving a baby with a dad. Li Hanzhou, with every fiber of his being, committed to the performance, internally admitting he was pretending to have fun with all his heart and soul. The man lay utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, internally grateful for the stamina he had cultivated. Li Hanzhou, perched on the man's chest, thoughtfully observed that he was trying so hard because he believed Li Hanzhou was enjoying himself, then patted the handsome, diligent man's cheek, noting his complete exhaustion. A chibi representation of the man in the beanie anxiously warned Wu Jin not to make Gongja cry, but Wu Jin retorted that he wasn't crying, poking Gongja's cheek as proof. Li Hanzhou firmly placed his hand in the man's mouth, making a distinct sucking sound, surprising the man. Li Hanzhou's hand remained firmly in the man's mouth, prompting the man to react with a shocked exclamation. The man chewed on Li Hanzhou's hand with muffled sounds, leaving Li Hanzhou utterly confused by the reaction. The chibi man reacted with annoyance, and the chibi baby angrily yelled at him, internally labeling the man as childish. The man confidently asserted to the beanie-wearing man that Li Hanzhou clearly loved their interaction, while an unseen character observed that Li Hanzhou possessed an unusual, unafraid nature. The man smugly wondered if he was exceptionally skilled with children, a thought Li Hanzhou silently judged as a rather peculiar affliction. The man eagerly asked Gongja if he had enjoyed himself, to which Li Hanzhou responded with a surprised, "Ah." Li Hanzhou unexpectedly called the man, Hyung, cheering enthusiastically, which visibly surprised the man and instantly triggered a system notification of 700 love and peace coins increasing. An unseen character mused that the man, who was more like an uncle, enjoyed being called Hyung, ultimately concluding that if it pleased him, it was perfectly acceptable. Lee Hanjo indignantly pondered the thought of being called the man's son, fearing he might be genuinely mistaken for his actual child. The main character dramatically lamented the prospect of dying with such a vivid image of the baby in his mind, feeling an overwhelming, intense desire to transcend even the river Styx to return. When the man in the beanie questioned whether he should alter the drama's ending, an unseen character emphatically agreed, but Lee Hanjo internally vehemently disagreed. The man in the beanie reiterated his question about genuinely changing the ending, receiving enthusiastic affirmations from an unseen presence, while Lee Hanjo silently insisted, "Don't change it." The man in the beanie internally labeled Han Woo-jin as a jerk and a scary guy, perceiving him as a top actor leveraging his influence. The chibi man in the beanie mused that with someone as captivating as Gongja, they could easily prolong the shooting, declaring he would delay the final cut, to which another chibi man reacted with an approving "do." Lee Hanjo joyfully exclaimed, "Yes," internally celebrating his success in securing extended screen time. Lee Hanjo mused that more screen time brought greater considerations, specifically how he should appear in the poignant scene where a dying father saw his son for the very last time. He contemplated how to convey empathy in the drama, recognizing that true empathy arose from relatable experiences. Lee Hanjo theorized that in an inherently sad situation, a natural, normal demeanor would heighten immersion, and while he knew nothing of fathers, he understood the profound joy of greeting his mother after her long workday. The man appeared serene and peaceful as Lee Hanjo internally resolved to channel thoughts of his mother for the scene. The man suddenly felt an unsettling chill, questioning its source, as the stern, superimposed image of a woman appeared faintly behind him. Lee Hanjo gripped the man's clothing tightly, softly uttering "Mama," then quickly corrected himself with a sharp "No." Lee Hanjo joyfully exclaimed "Papa," while the man, holding the happy baby, smiled apologetically towards an unseen "Mom." The man with the dark hair, cradling the baby, reeled in surprise when Gongja's words rang out, realizing the child had just called him "Pa." Lee Hanjo's internal world lit up with a sudden, excited realization, wondering if the identity of Gongja had just been spoken aloud, and he desperately wanted to hear it again. While the man in the beanie explained his earlier inability to greet them, the man with the dark hair remained fixated on the astounding fact that Gongja had called him "Papa," a word the beanie-clad man then eagerly coaxed the baby to repeat. The man in the beanie paused, his gaze drifting upwards in quiet contemplation. Lee Hanjo, holding the baby, mused on their striking resemblance, acknowledging the effectiveness of their pairing for the current drama, especially since he was playing the man's son. The man with the dark hair, despite his disinterest in marriage, admitted he might reconsider for a son as remarkable as Gongja, while the man in the beanie interjected, musing about recent thoughts inspired by a parenting show. The man in the beanie mused internally, convinced there was no other child quite like Gongja, almost as if the boy was living a second, extraordinary life. Lee Hanjo, in the body of the baby, was abruptly startled by the man's insight, an internal voice questioning if this perceptive individual had somehow seen through his facade. With an intense, focused gaze, the man in the beanie earnestly requested to hold Gongja. The man with the dark hair possessively claimed the baby, proclaiming, "No, he's my son," which the man in the beanie silently dismissed as utterly childish. As playful scuffles punctuated the air, both men burst into surprised exclamations, prompting Lee Hanjo to note internally that Han Woo-jin, surprisingly, revealed a truly human side around a baby. The man with the dark hair, beaming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed Gongja's calmness was proof of the baby's affection, a boast Lee Hanjo silently questioned, yet felt no particular objection to. The man with the dark hair internally conceded that embracing the baby was acceptable, if it's for the drama, as Gongja affectionately snuggled close, his tiny voice lisping, "I like you, Hyung-ah." As a magical chime rang out, a system notification confirmed actor Han Woo-jin's pleasure at the cute voice, cascading 500 love and peace coins into Lee Hanjo's account, a significant increase for only the second interaction. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of emotion, the man with the dark hair buried his face, lamenting that he should have adopted Gongja, prompting the man in the beanie to sharply warn of the severe trouble if Sunbae Sujong ever heard such words. The man with the dark hair excitedly proclaimed that Gongja had voiced his affection, prompting the unseen man in the beanie to silently dread the inevitable consequences should such a declaration be made again. The man in the beanie gasped in surprise, startled by the sudden appearance of a staff member who then sternly reminded Han Eugene it was time to prepare for the next scene, implying his reluctance to part with Gongja. The man with the dark hair, now cheerfully accepting the call, gently lifted Gongja and announced it was time to depart, to which the baby readily responded, "Okay." The man in the cap commented with keen observation that the baby appeared to have taken to the man remarkably well, especially for a first meeting. The man with the dark hair confidently asserted Gongja's genuine affection, then, leaning in, tenderly sought confirmation, "Right? You like Hyung, don't you?" As the baby clung to him, the man in the cap internally conceded the cheesy nature of South Korea's renowned handsome actor, though not without a touch of exasperated admiration. With a radiant, beaming smile, Gongja enthusiastically declared, "You're the best. I love you," leaving the man with the dark hair utterly speechless. The man with the dark hair, hugging Gongja close, confidently declared that the baby genuinely liked him, a pronouncement Lee Hanjo, from his unseen perspective, met with a cynical, "Who knows?" The man with the dark hair, gazing tenderly at Gongja, voiced his anxiety about their inevitable parting, but the baby firmly reassured him, "I won't." The man with the dark hair, smiling warmly, promised to visit Gongja at home later, as the baby affectionately snuggled in even closer. A chilling jolt of realization struck the man with the dark hair, who, in his shock, accidentally bit Gongja's hand, as the cameraman's silent thought underscored the dread, "That's Ms. Ma Sujong's house, though." The man in the cap warned of the potential scandal, a dire thought that sent the man in the beanie spiraling into a horrified shriek of sudden, agonizing realization. The man with the dark hair paused, a single, potent thought lingering in the silence, then. His thoughts exploded in a dramatic, humorous burst, as the man with the dark hair contemplated the dire, almost certainly fatal, consequences should he ever dare to ask for Gongja. The film set hummed with a serious, professional energy, its massive equipment poised under cool, muted lighting. Within the dimly lit studio, cameras meticulously focused on a baby crib, signaling the professional preparation for the next crucial scene. The man in the cap, equipped with glasses and headphones, issued crisp instructions over his walkie-talkie to review the entering scene. Lee Hanjo, in the crib, responded with a compliant, "Ah, okay," as the man in the cap internally clarified that this specific scene would not feature Han Eugene. As the cameraman filmed, his internal thought underscored the cinematic illusion, in the viewer's eyes, what's on camera is what Han Eugene is seeing. The man with the dark hair internally coached himself, realizing he must greet the camera as Ju Hyuk, his character, who only saw the baby occasionally due to the relentless demands of the emergency room. A commanding voice echoed through the dimly lit set, calling out, "Stand by, cue," signaling the scene's imminent start. Lee Hanjo, embodying the baby, turned his head with a wide-eyed, surprised anticipation. A small, chubby foot, clad in light pajamas, tentatively took a step on the dark floor. With urgent, emotional intensity, Lee Hanjo, in the crib, called out, "Pa." Lee Hanjo's internal monologue directed his movements, intentionally weakening his legs to stumble, as a soft swaying sound punctuated his effort to create a convincing struggle. Lee Hanjo, as the baby, cried out with full emotion, "Papa," only for the director to abruptly declare, "Cut," startling an unseen cameraman who wondered if the scene had truly ended so quickly. The director, utterly impressed, burst out, "Wow. Sujong really brought a genius," as Lee Hanjo, still in the crib, raised his tiny arms in an excited, triumphant gesture. Overcome with a deeply touching wave of emotion, the director tearfully thanked Gongja, while the unseen cameraman internally wondered what on earth was happening. The director passionately praised the scene's short yet powerful emotional impact, marveling at the child's tender understanding of seeking his father, a sentiment echoed by the cameraman who declared he would weep if he were a viewer, vividly imagining Ju Hyuk's entrance to the baby's struggling call for papa. The director proposed a celebratory triple cheer if Ju Hyuk's next scene with the baby also proved a hit, while Lee Hanjo, in the crib, internally wondered if his performance had gone well, and another man exclaimed with joyful chills. The man in the cap turned to the man with the dark hair, directly asking for his thoughts, only to be met with a profound, introspective silence. A sudden spark of realization struck the man with the dark hair, who, jolted from his thoughts, then questioned the other, "Why the long face?" The man with the dark hair, a faint blush spreading across his cheeks, sheepishly admitted, "Ah. I was nervous." The man in the cap, looking genuinely surprised, remarked, "Han Eugene, nervous? That's a new one." The man with the dark hair chuckled dismissively, agreeing, while the cameraman privately marveled with awe at the thought of being in the same shot as Han Eugene. The director's voice resonated through the studio, giving the anticipatory command, "Stand by." With a decisive command, the director called out, "Cue," as Lee Hanjo stood, poised for his dramatic entrance. Lee Hanjo, as the baby, tenderly reached out a small, inviting hand. The man with the dark hair gazed on, his eye reflecting a profound, tender emotion. Lee Hanjo, as the baby, uttered a surprised, "Huh," as the cameraman internally wondered if the man's profound acting ability had been unjustly underrated merely because of his overwhelming handsomeness. The cameraman's internal thoughts swirled with awe, realizing the immense potential if the man could consistently perform with such raw power. A tender adult hand gently encompassed a baby's tiny, trusting fingers, a silent gesture of profound comfort. Lee Hanjo, embodying Ju Hyuk, cradled the baby close, his expression a testament to peaceful, profound affection. A solitary, shimmering tear silently fell from Lee Hanjo's eye, a poignant testament to his character's profound, melancholic grief. In a moment of exquisite tenderness, Lee Hanjo's face gently met the baby's, their forms soft and close. Lee Hanjo drew the baby into a deep, tender embrace, his posture a silent testament to profound, protective love. The heart monitor displayed a stark, unwavering flatline, signaling a critical and definitive end. The director paused, his breath caught in his throat, before a tense exhalation allowed him to decisively command, "Cut." Triumphant shouts of "Mance" echoed across the set, a collective wave of joyous celebration for the scene's resounding success. Two men enthusiastically high-fived, their hands meeting in a stylized burst of triumphant light. As the baby rested peacefully against the man's shoulder, the cameraman, now contemplative, silently questioned if this serene moment had truly delivered the first sign. The masked cameraman gently reminded Eugene, "Eugene, I said, cut," prompting Eugene to offer a lingering, slightly awkward acknowledgement, "Ah, yes." A tear trickled down the man's cheek as he cradled the now crying baby, a deeply emotional moment that left the unseen cameraman reeling in utter, stunned shock. A voice full of righteous fury ripped through the clear sky, cursing Han Woojin's name with dramatic intensity. Ma Sejong, her hands clutching her head in disbelief, fumed internally about Han Woojin's audacious attempt to claim the young master, until another unseen character gently reminded her that the baby was, in fact, present. With a sudden jolt of realization, Ma Sejong's distressed expression shifted to a startled, "Ah, right." Still, a menacing aura enveloped Ma Sejong as she threatened Han Woojin with stark words, leaving baby Lee Hanjo to inwardly question if that was truly her toned-down anger. Even as they made their reluctant departure, the drama continued to unfold. A chaotic scene ensued as an unidentified man brazenly tried to lure the young master away, while the dark-haired man frantically pleaded for Woojin to desist, fearing Ma Sejong's wrath. Ma Sejong, wearing a disturbingly innocent smile, asked for someone to sacrifice themselves, prompting baby Lee Hanjo to internally assess her questionable sanity. The baby, Lee Hanjo, let out a smug sigh, concluding that all this dramatic attention must surely be a consequence of his overwhelming cuteness. His wide eyes suddenly narrowed in an uncomprehending, "Huh." A sharp, physical sound punctuated the air as Ma Sejong lashed out, leaving an unidentified staff woman looking distressed and clutching her chest. With a sudden flash of insight, baby Lee Hanjo knew, with a serious expression, that his premonition had indeed come to pass. He then revealed his scheme, having successfully extorted a hefty sum of love and peace coins from Han Wujin, and decided to use them to restore the Anson housekeeper's health via the system. A shimmering notification materialized, revealing the exorbitant cost of 100,000 coins, leaving baby Lee Hanjo utterly dismayed and questioning the sudden, astronomical inflation of his mystical currency. 4 months had now passed since filming commenced, marking a significant passage of time. Lee Hanjo, the baby, now proudly ate independently, scooping spoonfuls of food into his mouth with focused enjoyment. Proudly declaring, "All eaten," baby Lee Hanjo showcased his rapidly developing speech, having progressed far beyond mere babbling to form proper sentences. And then, with a confident footfall, the moment arrived. With triumphant glee, baby Lee Hanjo happily ran, having finally broken the 10-step jinx that had held him captive. The unidentified staff woman, affectionately smiling, acknowledged baby Lee Hanjo's finished meal, as chibi versions of him joyfully frolicked around. The new auntie, filling in for the Anson housekeeper, lovingly praised baby Lee Hanjo for his hearty eating, to which he delightedly replied with enthusiastic, "Sprout. Sprout." The narration revealed that the Anson housekeeper, despite her refusal, had been forcefully sent to the emergency room by Lee Hanjo's mother for admission. Baby Lee Hanjo pondered the Anson housekeeper's severe illness, noting her 4-month absence and the high cost of healing, then wondered if he had saved enough coins after the drama's finale. A door creaked open dramatically, and the staff woman cried out in surprise, "Oh my, ma'am." Baby Lee Hanjo, beaming with joy, waved a tiny hand and assured someone he hadn't forgotten them, warmly greeting his guama. The older woman with glasses, sternly cross-armed, dismissed the staff member, who reluctantly bowed in understanding. With an expectant "you," the older woman with glasses turned her attention to baby Lee Hanjo. The older woman with glasses sternly informed baby Lee Hanjo that his name had been brought up at the breakfast meeting earlier that day. Baby Lee Hanjo, with a subtle, knowing smile, cynically concluded that discussion of an adopted child at such a meeting rarely indicated anything positive. The older woman with glasses revealed that others had dared to question how long she intended to keep him, prompting baby Lee Hanjo to discern her already foul mood. A frustrated sigh escaped the older woman, but baby Lee Hanjo internally deduced that, despite the tensions, he wouldn't be immediately cast out. The older woman with glasses then sharply criticized Sejong's perceived uselessness and the wasteful spending on a mere servant, causing baby Lee Hanjo to wonder if she was referring to the Anson housekeeper. Her callous remark about replacing staff rather than healing them caused baby Lee Hanjo to gasp, finally understanding the deep, painful rift between his mother and grandmother. A playful but energetic struggle erupted in the older woman's arms, leading her to exclaim in flustered surprise, "Oh my, what's gotten into him?" Meanwhile, in another location, events were unfolding simultaneously. An unseen hand slammed down with a resounding crash, signifying intense frustration or sudden impact. An unseen woman philosophized about the complexities of raising an exceptional child, then lightly chided someone for their anger, attributing the issue to their son, a sentiment echoed by an unidentified man holding a microphone. An unseen woman recounted Han Wujin's first call in years, demanding the young master, and the CEO's subsequent frustrated mood since returning from the shoot, with Ma Sejong lying dejectedly on a sofa. The unseen woman then revealed producer Lee Jae-min's eagerness to cast the young master in his next project, to which Ma Sejong, smiling proudly, readily admitted to bragging when asked if she had. The man in the black suit enthusiastically insisted that the young master must become an actor, emphatically stating that his appearance had already hit the trending videos list. The man argued that the young master possessed talent and a desire to act, but Ma Sejong questioned their refusal of additional schedules and the many incoming commercial offers. The man clarified that they were financially secure enough to decline commercials and, moreover, were generously donating all of the young master's appearance fees. Ma Sejong expressed genuine concern, not wanting to overwhelm the young master, who was barely 2 years old. Ma Sejong, pleased, acknowledged the recent drama's high ratings, noting the young master's exceptional chemistry with Han Woo-jin, as evidenced by news on her phone. Ma Sejong expressed profound astonishment, declaring she could never have imagined producer Lee Jae-min would alter the drama's ending solely because of the young master. The narration prompted a memory of the scene where the grown-up Gongja greeted everyone while walking through the hospital. Indeed, the narrator confirmed, the main character's identical entrance in the first episode created a remarkably effective bookend narrative structure. The main character introduced himself as Kang Yuha, a greeting that perfectly overlapped with the first episode structure, earning praise for its narrative brilliance. This meant, the narrator clarified, that the mentor's young son had grown up and was now working in the emergency room. Exactly, the narration continued, and the main character himself would then become that son's mentor, creating a profound cycle. The man in the black suit wiped a tear, admitting that while it was just a drama, the thought of Gongja growing up brought him to tears, then complained about the deluge of calls he received after the emergency room finale aired. Casually, the man inquired if Gongja would soon need a manager, then hinted at his own willingness to perpetually manage him. Ma Sejong, with a thoughtful expression, suggested that Gongja needed a nanny more than a manager, especially since the Anson housekeeper had been hospitalized. Showing concern, the man acknowledged Gongja's youth and then subtly asked Ma Sejong if she knew any diligent nannies. The man hesitated, a bead of sweat forming on his temple, clearly contemplating his answer. With a mischievous smile, the man admitted that, actually, one particular person did come to mind. Ma Sejong's eyes widened in eager surprise as she pressed, "Yes." "Who is it?" The man promised to make the introduction later, simply instructing Ma Sejong to answer her phone for now, prompting her to groan about needing to change her number. With a panicked scream, Ma Sejong violently flung her phone away in terror. When the man, concerned, asked what was wrong, Ma Sejong, trembling, pleaded for prayers for her soul. The terrifying source of her distress was revealed. Her phone vibrated insistently with an incoming call from Jong Riri. The man with dark hair jubilantly proclaimed his return, celebrating Gongja's enduring, magnetic cuteness. An unseen voice detailed how the drama's conclusion had sparked a global frenzy for Ma Gongja, leaving him hoarse from the ceaseless calls and noting President Seo's considerable airtime. The man with dark hair expressed profound gratitude for Gongja, whose mere existence had enabled even a rookie in his company to secure a schedule, a testament to the president's undeniable skill. The man with dark hair then informed Gongja of an upcoming commercial shoot, revealing the fantastical concept, Merkin, a fairy tale, they called it. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, responded with boundless enthusiasm, declaring his deep affection for Merkin. An unseen voice delighted Lee Hanjo, as a baby, by announcing he would portray a storybook rabbit, to which he responded with an ecstatic cry of "Wabbit, yay!" The unseen voice then added news of an impending interview, which startled Lee Hanjo, as a baby, into a surprised query. His eyes widened with startled wonder as Lee Hanjo, as a baby, asked if the interview was truly meant to observe him. A small pair of feet, belonging to Lee Hanjo as a baby, ambled alongside an adult's steady steps. An unseen character announced their arrival, while 5 stylized figures with ominous, glowing red eyes seemed to anticipate their presence. The unseen staff members were instantly captivated by Lee Hanjo, as a baby, marveling at his inherent cuteness and noticeable growth. Holographic messages glowed, indicating Lee Hanjo, as a baby, had earned 100 love and peace coins from 2 staff members and another 50 from 5 staff members who were struck by his beauty, filling him with a quiet pride. An unseen character declared Lee Hanjo, as a baby, to be in a league of his own, having surpassed all other child models they had ever encountered. The man with glasses explained that Entertainment Stroll would film today's shoot, expressing surprise that a program would cover a kid's clothing commercial. An unseen character mused that the baby's radiant face added undeniable value, sparking with an almost magical charm. An unseen character confessed initial skepticism about designer Young Riri's old-fashioned designs, but ultimately believed they would perfectly suit Gongja. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, made a deep, solemn bow, announcing his thorough preparedness, which prompted a warm, encouraging laugh from the man with glasses. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, now encased in an elaborate red and gold fairy tale costume with a blue cloak, questioned the very concept of the fairy tale they had promised. The man with dark hair, visibly flustered, asked if Gongja was uncomfortable, unaware that Lee Hanjo, as a baby, inwardly judged the president himself to be far more agitated. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, mused that Ma Sejong had accepted the CF despite her reservations, simply because it was for the renowned designer Young Riri, understanding that such work was a vital business card. An unseen voice invited Lee Hanjo, as a baby, to sit in a grand chair, which he immediately identified as a majestic throne. An unseen director began giving specific instructions, and Lee Hanjo, as a baby, acknowledged receiving direction at last. The director then precisely instructed Lee Hanjo, as a baby, to look back at the camera and smile as if discovering a brand new toy. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, carefully processed the instructions, clarifying that he needed to look around, then at the camera, and finally smile as if his mother were bringing him a cherished new toy. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, pondered that the director's direct involvement in giving instructions must stem from the media's awareness of his communication abilities, filling him with a touch of emotion. A voice called out, ordering everyone to stand by for filming. The single command, CUE, signaled the immediate start of the shoot. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, diligently followed the direction, surveying his surroundings with wide, curious eyes, as if searching for something fun and intriguing. He then realized the director sought the intense, captivating gaze he held when encountering an exceptional director and a masterpiece script. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, delivered the perfect expression, causing an unseen character to enthusiastically call, "C-cut." Lee Hanjo, as a baby, inquired if the cut command had been given, as a surge of staff members surrounded him, eagerly capturing the moment. The man with glasses fervently praised Gongja's dazzling performance, describing it as star-like and admitting to drooling from excitement, then eagerly asked what toy the baby had imagined. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, speculated that his powerful expression might have mirrored the one he had worn upon first seeing director Lee Jin-hwan of Boyhood before his debut, at his own first birthday party. An authoritative man in a black suit declared he rarely gave a one-take approval, then, fueled by a sudden inspiration, commanded them to proceed directly to the rabbit scene. A whimsical pink-themed visual hinted at the transformation into a rabbit. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, was revealed in an utterly charming pink rabbit costume, hugging a stuffed bunny amidst a lavish floral setting. The man with glasses was so captivated that he wondered if they should shoot immediately, but the man with dark hair, equally stunned, urged them to savor the delightful moment. As the unseen character commanded, "Stand by," Lee Hanjo, as a baby, playfully peeked and then stretched out joyfully within a patch of green. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, peered intently through the lush green leaves, embodying a hidden rabbit. From the verdant bushes, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, emerged in his pink rabbit costume, arms outstretched, radiating pure joy. A hushed murmuring spread through the set as an unseen character called for silence amidst the shuffling feet. A professional camera, bearing the distinctive "Entertainment Stroll" branding, was firmly gripped, ready to capture the unfolding events. The man with glasses reacted with surprise as a cameraman continued to film. An unseen character from Entertainment Stroll announced their interview schedule, received thanks, and then confirmed the shoot would proceed. The word "CUE" rang out again, signaling the resumption of filming. After several rabbit-like hops through the bushes, the shoot wrapped safely, with the staff so immersed in the baby's performance that they seemed to forget he was a child, prompting Lee Hanjo, as a baby, to signal his readiness to stop. An unseen woman, holding a microphone, greeted the viewers of Entertainment Stroll, excitedly introducing the famous baby, Gongja, at his commercial shoot. The unidentified woman with short dark hair held her microphone towards Lee Hanjo, as a baby, who proudly introduced himself as Gongja. The woman reacted with overwhelming, sparkling emotion at the baby's simple introduction. The unidentified woman with short dark hair enthusiastically launched into the interview, asking Lee Hanjo, as a baby, about his favorite things, like dinosaurs or robots. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, declared that nothing else could compare, then joyfully exclaimed, "Mama." The unidentified woman was once again overcome with sparkling emotion, mirroring her earlier reaction. The unidentified woman apologized for her overwhelming emotions and, regaining her composure, asked Lee Hanjo, as a baby, if he remembered the Halo Hyungs, a sudden change of topic that puzzled the baby. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, enthusiastically confirmed his memory, much to the woman's surprised delight as she mused about his fun times with the big brothers. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, inwardly questioned if he had responded too quickly, a bead of sweat forming at his temple. Amidst the proclamation of genius writing, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, confidently affirmed his own genius. The unidentified woman with short dark hair then pressed Lee Hanjo, as a baby, to choose his favorite Halo Hyung, while he internally considered the true reason for the question. After a significant pause, Lee Hanjo, as a baby, declared his affection for all of them. An unseen character reacted with surprise at Lee Hanjo, as a baby's, sweeping declaration of loving all the Halo members, which he emphatically reconfirmed. The unidentified woman then speculated if his answer was meant to spare the brothers' feelings, a sentiment Lee Hanjo, as a baby, internally accepted as his fate. The unidentified woman with short dark hair expressed her inability to stop smiling after meeting Gongja, to the point that her cheeks ached from the continuous joy. The woman playfully asked if Lee Hanjo, as a baby, was pinching his cheeks simply because she was. The unidentified woman then asked Lee Hanjo, as a baby, for permission to pinch his cheeks as well, to which he enthusiastically agreed. Two unseen adult hands gently cupped Lee Hanjo, as a baby's, flushed cheeks, a gesture he accepted with quiet contentment. Lee Hanjo, as a baby, beamed with pure joy as his face was tenderly framed by unseen hands. The narration concluded by stating that the outfits Lee Hanjo, as a baby, wore during the shoot had reportedly resulted in a complete sellout for designer Jung Riri. The older woman with glasses inquired if he had been filming again, prompting baby Lee Hanjo to inwardly reflect that he saw his grandmother more often than his own mother. With an exasperated rub of her head, the older woman with glasses lamented that everywhere she went, all she heard was talk about him, causing her such embarrassment she could not hold her head up, while baby Lee Hanjo observed she seemed even stiffer than usual. Baby Lee Hanjo mused that, unlike last time, the recent talk surrounding him seemed to have been overwhelmingly positive. The older woman with glasses, with a contemplative glance, began to comment, well, as for his face. An unseen character declared it was rare to see a child who looked like him, leading baby Lee Hanjo to ponder the significance of such high praise from Mrs. Shim. Internally, baby Lee Hanjo celebrated finally receiving a compliment, but the older woman with glasses quickly cleared her throat, sternly clarifying that he shouldn't misunderstand her words as acceptance. The older woman with glasses, with a displeased expression, continued, stating he was something attached to my daughter, Amu. As the older woman with glasses struggled to utter a derogatory word, pausing at Amon, baby Lee Hanjo looked on with wide-eyed innocence and confusion. With an abrupt sigh, the older woman with glasses abandoned her thought, concluding, forget it, while baby Lee Hanjo astutely deduced she had been on the verge of calling him a mongrel. With a decisive movement, baby Lee Hanjo crawled forward and declared, son, startling the older woman with glasses. When the older woman with glasses questioned him, baby Lee Hanjo proudly announced, Gongja is mommy's son. The older woman with glasses retorted angrily, questioning why he called himself her daughter's son, proclaiming, she found you on the street, as baby Lee Hanjo prepared to explain himself. With a joyous smile, baby Lee Hanjo declared his status as mommy's son was, because mommy loves Gongja. A man with dark hair, cane in hand, discovered his mother's presence, asking, Mother, you were here? The older woman with glasses turned her head sharply, startled by the unexpected arrival. The man with dark hair remarked on her frequent visits to the annex, noting, with a precise click of his cane, that she only chose times when the young lady was absent. Lee Yugyang, identified as the second daughter-in-law of the Seongjin group, inquired with a deceptively sweet smile if the child had still not been kicked out. The older woman with glasses confronted Lee Yugyang, accusing her with a sharp glance of being more interested in another child than her own. The older woman with glasses sternly warned the unidentified woman not to needlessly bother Sejong and to remain quiet, asserting that she couldn't do anything about him anyway. Lee Yugyang remained silent, contemplating the older woman's words with a thoughtful, displeased expression. With a sudden, rustling sound, Lee Yugyang spoke into her phone, addressing a reporter regarding a request she had made last time, her expression serious and subtly sinister. Ma Sejong, clearly annoyed, confronted her panic-stricken director about the paparazzi swarming their house. The man with dark hair and a small ponytail, looking flustered, confessed he had overstepped his authority. Ma Sejong expressed her concern that Gongja, now even more famous from his recent commercial, couldn't carelessly walk around outside and seemed unsafe even at home, especially with her frequent absences. The man with dark hair and a small ponytail reacted with confused surprise, questioning, "At home too? Isn't your security tight?" Ma Sejong revealed her suspicion that someone had bought a reporter, though she hadn't dealt with them yet, while the unidentified man internally noted her status as a celebrity. Ma Sejong declared they needed someone to live in and look after Gongja, rather than the Asan housekeeper, to which the unidentified man enthusiastically agreed. The man with dark hair and a small ponytail happily revealed he had already contacted the person he had mentioned introducing, and they were agreeable to the arrangement. Ma Sejong, deep in thought, asked for more details. "What kind of person are they?" With a confident gesture, the man with dark hair and a small ponytail assured her she would know when she saw them, personally guaranteeing their sincere and trustworthy character. The man with dark hair and a small ponytail insisted that one would only truly know their genuine character by getting to know them, prompting Ma Sejong to sarcastically summarize his point. Ma Sejong hummed thoughtfully as the man with dark hair enthusiastically rattled on about the person being like a real monk, neither smoking nor drinking, and always helping those in need on the street. The man with dark hair, looking slightly offended, asked if he wasn't trusted and urged her to simply meet the person first. Ma Sejong declared her suspicion. The chibi man, crossing his arms with an annoyed expression, pleaded for a little more faith in him. 1 week later, baby Lee Hanjo lay on his bed, engrossed in a phone. Baby Lee Hanjo stared intently at the phone, his cheeks slightly flushed with focus. Baby Lee Hanjo pondered his desire to truly grasp his fame, noting that while the accumulated coins gave him some idea, he longed to witness the public's reactions for himself. He imagined the influx of online comments, gushing praise, and overwhelming feedback. With eager impatience, baby Lee Hanjo mentally demanded to know the price he would have to pay for a smartphone, tumbling in thought. A system notification appeared, stating, "Viewing the price for getting a smartphone will consume 100 coins, causing baby Lee Hanjo to gasp in shock and frustration at the exorbitant cost." Despite the cost, baby Lee Hanjo, pouting and determined, abruptly demanded the system to tell him anyway. A clear chime sounded as the unseen system displayed the condition for Ma Gongja to acquire a smartphone. The system then revealed that the price for Ma Gongja to get a smartphone was for his mother, Ma Sejong, to give up 3 movies. Baby Lee Hanjo, completely bewildered, cried out, "Why?" Baby Lee Hanjo worriedly speculated whether his mother was adjusting her schedule because she believed he felt lonely. Just as baby Lee Hanjo realized the possibility, proclaiming, "That's absolutely something Mom would do," Ma Sejong cheerfully burst in, asking if he was awake. Ma Sejong affectionately kissed baby Lee Hanjo's cheek and asked if he had a good dream. Baby Lee Hanjo confirmed he had, secretly thinking of his dream about getting a smartphone. A stark message appeared, commanding to give up. Ma Sejong announced that a new uncle was coming today and suggested they greet him together, prompting baby Lee Hanjo to wonder if it was President Seo again. Staff informed Ma Sejong that interview preparations were complete, which caught baby Lee Hanjo completely by surprise. An unidentified man in a red suit sat imposingly on a sofa, exuding a heavy presence. The man in the red suit looked up, revealing his confident and intimidating expression. Ma Sejong gasped in intense surprise. Baby Lee Hanjo anxiously speculated that the man looked like he was there to extort someone, wondering if the Seongjin group had gone bankrupt. The imposing man in the red suit stood up with an assertive movement, announcing, "I'm here for the nanny interview," utterly shocking baby Lee Hanjo. Baby Lee Hanjo reacted with utter disbelief at the idea of such an imposing figure being his caregiver. Baby Lee Hanjo mused that the man seemed reliable, perhaps even a little too reliable, noting his rugged, muscular physique. A dawning realization sparked in baby Lee Hanjo's eye, prompting him to wonder, could it be? As Ma Sejong called out, "Gongja, where are you going?" baby Lee Hanjo scampered quickly towards the man in the red suit. Baby Lee Hanjo stumbled with a gasp, falling forward, which elicited a frantic cry of concern from Ma Sejong. The man in the red suit moved swiftly, his feet tapping rapidly as he reached out his hands to catch the falling child. With a loud crash, the man in the red suit landed on the floor, cushioning something beneath him, prompting baby Lee Hanjo to question if he really had to go that far. Ma Sejong expressed her concern, calling out, "Mr. Deok-soo." As expected, Kim Deok-soo, grimacing on the floor, asked if he was all right, confirming there was no twist to his identity. Baby Lee Hanjo declared he was okay, but noted the man's muscles pulsing as he held him, wondering if Kim Deok-soo was actually nervous. Baby Lee Hanjo, with an assertive stance, introduced himself, "I'm Gongja." "Who are you, uncle?" Kim Deok-soo stammered, attempting to introduce himself. Kim Deok-soo confidently stated, "My name is Kim Deok-soo," while secretly finding the child cute. Baby Lee Hanjo's curious question broke through Kim Deok-soo's discomfort, an internal shiver betraying his composure as he lay on the floor. The weighty words of denial barely escaped Kim Deok-soo's lips, his whole being shaking with an internal whimper against the unspoken judgment. A raw, vulnerable confession spilled from Kim Deok-soo's lips, revealing the hidden burden of his intimidating appearance as he admitted baby Lee Hanjo was the first child not to recoil from him. Ma Sejong's composure was shaken by a sudden, profound sense of kinship with Kim Deok-soo's unexpected revelation. As a bond of shared hardship was forged between them, Ma Sejong silently pledged her future work to Kim Deok-soo. Kim Deok-soo's attempt to inquire about the interview was swiftly cut short by Ma Sejong's definitive, "Exactly," leaving his question hanging in the air. Ma Sejong expressed her sincere gratitude, affirming that Kim Deok-soo's quick actions had ensured her young master's safety. Kim Deok-soo's face lit with a pleased, confident smirk, basking in the honor of having protected the young master. Baby Lee Hanjo gasped in a silent exclamation, his internal world mirroring Kim Deok-soo's proud thoughts about holding him. Changing the subject with a pleasant smile, Ma Sejong inquired about Kim Deok-soo's connection to President Seo. Kim Deok-soo calmly recounted how a shared history at a snack shop had forged his enduring connection with President Seo's family. Ma Sejong's surprise was evident as she heard about Kim Deok-soo's past employment, a reaction shared in silent exclamation by baby Lee Hanjo. Kim Deok-soo, in a past life, once worked with a bright smile in a bustling snack shop, though an unidentified woman with short dark hair in the background seemed less than pleased. Kim Deok-soo's chest swelled with pride as he spoke of his family's snack shop, a generational legacy now entrusted to his older brother. Ma Sejong, sharing a warm smile with baby Lee Hanjo, acknowledged the venerable history and tradition that imbued Kim Deok-soo's family business. Ma Sejong's unexpected mention of his early childhood education background elicited a shocked, "What?" from Kim Deok-soo. Kim Deok-soo's past dream of becoming a kindergarten teacher was revealed, prompting Ma Sejong to question why he had never pursued it professionally. Kim Deok-soo explained, with a tone of deep resignation, that his intimidating appearance had tragically barred him from achieving his dream, a sentiment Ma Sejong received with understanding. Despite the heartbreaking setbacks, Kim Deok-soo declared his unwavering determination to pursue his dream, having diligently saved money with a deep, internal shiver of commitment. With a heartfelt sigh of frustration, Kim Deok-soo passionately conveyed his alternate dream, to lead a kindergarten himself if teaching was out of reach. A sudden thought, a memory of an unidentified man with short dark hair, crossed Kim Deok-soo's mind, connecting to his profound dream. Ma Sejong voiced her concern, questioning if Kim Deok-soo would truly find fulfillment in assisting only one child. With a slight smirk, Kim Deok-soo responded with unwavering confidence, asserting the young master's unique and profound importance. Kim Deok-soo, blushing slightly and gripping his tie, reiterated the profound significance of baby Lee Hanjo being the only child who had not cried at his sight. Both Ma Sejong and baby Lee Hanjo reacted with wide-eyed, flustered surprise, taken aback by the emotional depth of Kim Deok-soo's repeated sentiment. Ma Sejong coyly addressed Kim Deok-soo, who remained utterly unimpressed by her subtle probing. A wave of euphoria washed over Ma Sejong as she hired Kim Deok-soo, a decision that left him in stunned disbelief, surrounded by the symbolic bloom of success. Ma Sejong confided in Kim Deok-soo, revealing that like him, she too found it challenging to connect with children, with the young master being her sole exception. Kim Deok-soo expressed surprise at the revelation, pondering his previous assumption that children universally avoided unfamiliar faces. Ma Sejong then laid out the full scope of the role, revealing that baby Lee Hanjo was a child actor and inquiring if Kim Deok-soo was prepared to accompany him to filming sites. Kim Deok-soo, with confident reassurance, confirmed his understanding of the live-in nanny position. Kim Deok-soo calmly proposed the live-in arrangement, mentioning his plan to vacate Bongstong, which sent baby Lee Hanjo into a silent, shocked internal exclamation. Baby Lee Hanjo's thought bubble screamed in extreme dismay and disbelief, protesting Kim Deok-soo's potential move. Kim Deok-soo looked on, utterly confused by baby Lee Hanjo's dramatic and unseen reaction. Ma Sejong mirrored Kim Deok-soo's confusion, her eyes widening in surprise at the baby's unspoken distress. Baby Lee Hanjo vehemently protested Kim Deok-soo's decision to move out, his desperate thoughts emphasizing the skyrocketing housing prices in Bongstong and a dire warning of future regret. Ma Sejong mused aloud, connecting the baby's outcry to the housing market, and wondered if commuting was now the best option, a thought Kim Deok-soo deemed close enough. With a solemn resolve, Kim Deok-soo declared his intention to commute rather than sell, bowing to the young master's unspoken wish. Ma Sejong, holding baby Lee Hanjo, teased Kim Deok-soo about the potential for future regret stemming from his decision to commute. With a mischievous glance, Ma Sejong playfully asked baby Lee Hanjo if he genuinely liked Kim Deok-soo. Baby Lee Hanjo responded with a hesitant side-eye, internally questioning the very idea of liking Kim Deok-soo. Ma Sejong playfully suggested that Kim Deok-soo had found the perfect place for his past struggles with children, as he sat nervously, muttering to himself. Baby Lee Hanjo proudly declared his unique status with a wide, joyful smile, affirming he was no ordinary child. Kim Deok-soo watched, struck by a mixture of surprise and utter bewilderment. A profound emotion washed over Kim Deok-soo, causing tears to well in his eyes and stream down his face. Ma Sejong's eye widened dramatically, a silent gasp of surprise at something unforeseen. Ma Sejong mused with a serious expression, acknowledging that despite their recent acquaintance, the child felt far from a stranger. Tears welled in Ma Sejong's eyes as she expressed a profound, almost sorrowful sense of familiarity with the child, feeling as though he was not a stranger at all. A deep, emotional sigh escaped Ma Sejong's lips, betraying the depth of her feelings. Baby Lee Hanjo cried out in distress, wondering why the woman was crying, his inner thoughts lamenting a worsening situation. Baby Lee Hanjo urgently tugged at his clothes, calling out for Deok-soo with a desperate pull. Held securely by Ma Sejong, baby Lee Hanjo enthusiastically demonstrated a technique to an unseen Kim Deok-soo. Kim Deok-soo visibly sniffed, his emotional state still raw and present. Ma Sejong chuckled, firmly asserting that Kim Deok-soo must accept the position, highlighting the immense honor of caring for the young master. Kim Deok-soo, with determined seriousness, offered to commence work immediately, reaffirming his initial plans to move out. Baby Lee Hanjo fixed a silent, intense glare upon Kim Deok-soo. Kim Deok-soo amended his decision, proposing to rent instead, which caused baby Lee Hanjo to beam with dazzling happiness. Ma Sejong inquired if Kim Deok-soo could assist her right away, to which he enthusiastically agreed. Kim Deok-soo's hands moved with practiced efficiency, neatly folding a light blue piece of fabric. Kim Deok-soo's hands deftly adjusted a white apron around his waist, preparing for his new role. Kim Deok-soo's hand gripped a knife with confident readiness, poised for culinary action. Kim Deok-soo performed a dynamic array of cooking actions, skillfully preparing a meal as baby Lee Hanjo watched in wide-eyed amazement. Kim Deok-soo proudly presented a meticulously prepared bento box, declaring the meal served with an aura of radiant satisfaction. A fork gently poked into a perfectly cooked omelette, ready for the next delightful bite. Baby Lee Hanjo happily took a large, eager bite of the omelette, savoring the delicious taste. With a surprised cry, baby Lee Hanjo reacted to the meal, as a dramatic surge of energy, like crashing thunder, filled the air around him. The triumphant strains of the Cooking King X Long theme music resonated, celebrating the culinary masterpiece. The narration declared the diet perfectly balanced in low-carb, high-fat content, a feast that shimmered with an otherworldly sparkle as baby Lee Hanjo eagerly savored each bite. This culinary mastery, a true work of an expert, filled baby Lee Hanjo with such delight that he ate with closed eyes, savoring every delicious mouthful. Kim Deok-soo, overcome with tender emotion, confessed that watching the young master eat so heartily each day moved him deeply, his voice catching with a quiet sniff. Yes, mother, Lee Hanjo thought, realizing his mother had projected her own desires and ultimately hired Kim Deok-soo based on her own convictions. Kim Deok-soo now served as his devoted caretaker, a constant presence by his side. Kim Deok-soo, gently wiping his face, informed the young master that a film director was arriving today, and they would prepare once the meal concluded. A sudden, sharp clatter echoed as a fork dropped to the floor, punctuating baby Lee Hanjo's stunned exclamation. Baby Lee Hanjo's surprise was absolute as he demanded to know the identity of the unexpected visitor. The spoon plunged into the soft rice, scooping up a portion with a decisive plop. Baby Lee Hanjo ate with frantic speed, his face almost obscured by the plate as he scrambled to finish. With a definitive clatter, baby Lee Hanjo declared himself done, immediately demanding to brush his teeth. A whoosh of excitement escaped Ma Sejong as she gasped, declaring a jackpot and marveling at how much the unseen person had grown, though their beauty remained unchanged. Ma Sejong knelt with open arms, asking if he remembered her, and baby Lee Hanjo, with a joyous embrace, ran into her waiting hug. Ma Sejong effusively greeted director Lee Jin-hwan, declaring she could never forget him and had waited so long, while Kim Deok-soo looked on, a pang of jealousy in his heart. Ma Sejong then revealed her profound wish, for the young master to star in her very first film. A hand carefully presented a script, its weight perhaps signifying the aspirations it contained. Ma Sejong elaborated that this was her long-prepared debut work, delayed only by the many responsibilities she had attended to. Kim Deok-soo offered his serene congratulations on her debut, imparting the wisdom that life's true measure lay in its direction, not merely its speed. Ma Sejong agreed that success had no set order, but Kim Deok-soo, confused, wondered what exactly she was talking about. Kim Deok-soo, serious and protective, asked why, out of many child actors, she had chosen our young master. With a palpable thump in her chest, Ma Sejong passionately confessed that the feeling she had when she first saw him at his first birthday was indescribable, declaring her project absolutely depended on him and could not proceed without him. She added a crucial detail: if the young master were cast, the renowned actor Han Woo-jin had promised his full cooperation. Kim Deok-soo affectionately called out to the young master, while Lee Hanjo silently wondered why Han Woo-jin's name had suddenly been brought into the conversation. With grave seriousness, Ma Sejong revealed her desperate need for investors, admitting that without the young master, she would lose Han Woo-jin and face the likelihood of casting Lion CEO's son. The narration then revealed the grim truth: Lion had agreed to invest only on the condition that their son played the role. Kim Deok-soo lamented that the casting would be ruined for the sake of investment, confirming Lee Han-jo's internal realization that this was precisely why the film had been so criticized in the past for its actors' poor performances. The young master, pouting slightly, confidently mused that if he were cast, such worries about poor acting would simply vanish. Kim Deok-soo, with a hint of worry, sought the young master's opinion, anticipating his agreement. Young master. Ma Sejong pleaded desperately, entrusting everything to him with a burst of hope, while Lee Han-jo internally protested the burden placed on a mere 2-year-old child. Though the director's debut had flopped, he later became a hit, Lee Han-jo mused, knowing that while the film failed due to its casting, the script and story themselves had been highly praised. Kim Deok-soo, gripping the script firmly, expressed concern that despite its non-violent nature, certain scenes might still frighten a child. Ma Sejong, winking confidently, revealed she had anticipated the young master's participation and even prepared separate mental care, leaving baby Lee Han-jo astonished by such extensive preparations for a child actor. Kim Deok-soo, with resolute determination, explained that his thoroughness was, because it's him, driven by the past traumas many children suffered from harsh filming, and vowing to do anything to set a new, safer precedent. Baby Lee Han-jo passionately declared, "I'll do it," clutching Kim Deok-soo's shirt with both hands, leaving Ma Sejong gasping in surprise. As glittering sounds cascaded around him like falling gold, baby Lee Han-jo, radiant amidst a burst of yellow flowers, confirmed his decision to take on the role. Ma Sejong and Kim Deok-soo exchanged looks of mutual surprise. Their surprised expressions remained, mirroring each other's unexpected delight. Kim Deok-soo, holding the child aloft in a dramatic pose, earnestly asked for assurance that nap times would be guaranteed, to which Ma Sejong eagerly confirmed they absolutely would be. The expansive blue sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds, offered a serene moment of transition. Kim Deok-soo carried the young master along a path lined with green trees, ready for the upcoming filming. As sparkling light erupted, an unidentified man with light blonde hair excitedly announced the child actor's arrival, drawing all eyes to baby Lee Han-jo, who appeared utterly surprised by the fanfare. The man declared the young master their savior, descended from heaven, acknowledging the intense welcome as another man knelt in prayer, exclaiming, "Amen," in a dramatic flash of light. The man with light blonde hair gratefully tapped the young master, acknowledging that thanks to him, they now had Han Woo-jin, whose A-list status would elevate the entire project. He knelt, praising Han Woo-jin's immense box office power and assuring the young master that with him on board, failure was no concern, then encouraged him to simply follow his uncle's lead. The man then informed the young master that he would be acting alongside his grandmother today, prompting baby Lee Han-jo to realize he would have a scene partner. The man winked, reassuring baby Lee Han-jo that even if grandma seemed scary, it was only acting, and the young master internally praised such a child-friendly explanation. Lee Han-jo pondered the identity of his co-star, speculating that since he had been recast and Han Woo-jin was now involved, the others must also be notable, unlike the unknown actors from the original timeline. As the man turned with a whoosh, he introduced the young master to an older woman, addressing her as teacher. Baby Lee Han-jo's eyes widened in profound surprise. With deliberate footsteps, an older woman with glasses remarked, "Oh, so this is the child playing the protagonist." A faint blush touched baby Lee Han-jo's cheek as his eye remained wide with surprise. The older woman expressed her skepticism, stating he was far too young for the role. The cafeteria buzzed with the bustling sounds of many people serving themselves food. The older woman called out to Lee Han-jo, urging him to eat, but he politely declined. Lee Han-jo explained with a smile that as a mere extra, he didn't even qualify for a meal ticket. The older woman questioned his reasoning, reminding him that he had also been filming and acted in the production. With a gentle, reassuring smile, she declared that roles did not divide people, asserting that every actor in the same production was equal, and he was undeniably one of them. Surrounded by a soft burst of flowers, the older woman smiled widely and warmly asked if he was the young master, Su-young's son. Amidst a vibrant cascade of white and green flowers, baby Lee Hanjo looked up in stunned surprise, recognizing her as teacher Yoon Young-hyun. The formidable presence of Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon was formally introduced. Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon was known as a veteran actress, her career a testament to decades of unwavering dedication. Lee Hanjo reflected on their profound connection, realizing it was the closest he had ever been to anyone. Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon remarked on Lee Hanjo's burgeoning fame, noting how everything he wore instantly sold out. The unidentified man marveled at Gongja's insane influence, claiming even a drama's ending was changed for him, prompting Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon to ask if he had also been in that production. Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon critically questioned if Lee Hanjo could truly act, believing he was far too young for the role, a sentiment Lee Hanjo recognized as her characteristic impartiality regarding acting. Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon interrogated the unidentified man about the casting decision, while he internally bemoaned being pressured by Han Woo-jin due to investment concerns. Despite her usual difficulties with child actors, Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon expressed a determined resolve to guide Gongja properly, confident in his experience in front of the camera. Lee Hanjo bemoaned his constant sleeplessness and headaches, questioning if Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon had also suffered from insomnia back then despite her usual robustness. He then queried the unseen system about curing Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon's insomnia, learning it would cost 77,777 coins and, as a bonus, leave a month-long scent of lavender. Lee Hanjo reacted with a touch of annoyance at the system's peculiar lavender reward. As Lee Hanjo reflected on Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon as his mentor, a sudden, sharp chime sounded as the unseen system confirmed the execution of the request. A soft yawn escaped Lee Hanjo's lips, signaling his overwhelming sleepiness. As Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon confessed her own unexpected drowsiness, a tender smile graced her face, reminding Lee Hanjo of his own grandmother. An unidentified man called out across the set, signaling for the child actor to prepare for the next scene. With an encouraging gesture, an unseen hand guided Lee Hanjo forward, urging him to head off towards his mark. Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon briskly suggested they shoot quickly to allow for rest, anticipating a good night's sleep, as Lee Hanjo pattered towards the man in the green hoodie. A puzzled expression crossed Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon's face as she found her sudden sleepiness strange, watching the unidentified man lead Lee Hanjo away. The unidentified man mused that Ms. Yoon Jeongyeon, who was usually so tense on set she couldn't even rest her eyes, seemed unusually relaxed, a fact Lee Hanjo emphatically confirmed. The unidentified man instructed Gongja that a large fan would soon be used to create wind for the shot. He then coached Lee Hanjo on how to achieve a subtle, not too wide smile, an instruction Lee Hanjo questioned internally. The unidentified man demonstrated the nuanced expression with a gentle, encouraging smile. Lee Hanjo mimicked the expression, seeking confirmation with an uncertain question. The unidentified man praised Lee Hanjo as a smart kid for perfectly executing the subtle smile, his voice filled with cheerful encouragement. This upcoming film, a fantasy, centered on a protagonist with the extraordinary ability to perceive the threads of fate intertwined around people's wrists. Lee Hanjo realized he was to portray the child version of this gifted protagonist. He would be the young character who possessed the rare sight of these crucial threads of destiny. Lee Hanjo mused that director Lee Jin-hwan was on the precipice of making history in Korean cinema, wondering if the film's success might alter the future itself. The director's voice resonated across the set, signaling, "Ready for the take." With a dynamic whoosh, the director commanded action, and the large fan roared to life. As the artificial wind swept around him, Lee Hanjo sat with a tense, concerned expression. He then lifted his gaze towards the expansive blue sky, his thoughts unfurling beneath its vastness. With eyes closed and head tilted skyward, Lee Hanjo embraced a moment of serene contemplation. The director's voice shattered the silence, declaring, "Cut," and proclaiming the take good. Lee Hanjo expressed internal surprise, questioning if the take was already over so quickly. A comical sound of shock escaped the unidentified man as he marveled at the success, questioning if his instructions had truly been that exceptional. Li Hanzhou internally corrected him with self-assured smugness, asserting that his own exceptional acting was the true reason for the success. The unidentified man expressed his profound surprise and satisfaction at Li Hanzhou's unexpected emotional depth, a challenge he had almost abandoned. In a light-hearted, chibi vision, the unidentified man enthusiastically praised the amazing visuals and proposed shooting a bust shot with the fan, asking Gongja to replicate his previous performance, to which Li Hanzhou eagerly agreed. Li Hanzhou internally noted that the next crucial scene was scheduled with Ms. Yun Jiangyan. He believed that Ms. Yun Jiangyan, now no longer a nameless actor but a venerable presence, would undoubtedly infuse the scene with vibrant life. Li Hanzhou felt a renewed determination, knowing her presence would allow him to immerse himself even more deeply into his role. The unidentified man informed Gongja that Grandma would scold him harshly in the upcoming scene, a detail Li Hanzhou immediately recognized from the script. The unidentified man earnestly reassured Li Hanzhou that Grandma's anger was purely for the scene, not personal, a distinction Li Hanzhou readily affirmed. Ms. Yun Jiangyan skeptically questioned if Li Hanzhou truly grasped the nuance, but the unidentified man confidently vouched for Gongja's intelligence. A subtle puff of air escaped Ms. Yun Jiangyan's lips as she concluded internally that the unidentified man still harbored a lack of trust in her abilities. The unidentified man instructed Gongja that it was acceptable to be scared and cry when Grandma shook his shoulders, an unexpected directive that surprised Li Hanzhou. With menacing intensity, Ms. Yun Jiangyan declared that if Li Hanzhou failed to cry, she would simply act even scarier until he did, sending a shiver through the others. Li Hanzhou, startled by Ms. Yun Jiangyan's intensity, realized the prior child actor must have struggled, noting how many details of the current scene diverged from his memory. As the unidentified staff member inquired about starting filming, the unidentified man nervously urged Gongja to prepare, his voice laced with trepidation. Ms. Yun Jiangyan mentally wondered why she felt so drowsy and longed for sleep after the scene, while Li Hanzhou silently apologized, knowing he was the cause. With a sharp, visceral grab, the director commanded "Ready, action," as Ms. Yun Jiangyan's hand fiercely seized Li Hanzhou's shoulder. Ms. Yun Jiangyan sternly commanded Li Hanzhou not to utter a single word, her voice resonating with an unyielding force. She continued to shout at Li Hanzhou to shut his mouth, her voice rising to an aggressive crescendo. Ms. Yun Jiangyan's furious glare intensified, her eyes burning with menacing conviction. Li Hanzhou's internal thoughts screamed with genuine terror, truly shaken by the intensity of her performance. The older woman with light blue hair sternly commanded Li Hanzhou to shut his mouth, her unyielding voice tightening the already tense air. Her intense glare burned with an unyielding conviction, a visceral hiss cutting through the air. Li Hanzhou's internal thoughts screamed with genuine terror, the situation far more frightening than he had anticipated. A tangible pull of anguish stretched through the air, a physical manifestation of his profound distress. A soft, desolate thud of resignation echoed as Li Hanzhou bowed his head in complete defeat. The older woman with light blue hair paused, a sudden wave of concern washing over her at Li Hanzhou's silent dejection, her previous intensity momentarily forgotten. Tears streamed relentlessly down Li Hanzhou's face, each soft drop a stark, sorrowful punctuation to his pain. A tender, empathetic rustle filled the air as the older woman with light blue hair knelt beside Li Hanzhou, their gazes connecting in a shared moment of raw emotion. Through his profound sobs, Li Hanzhou let out a desperate, guttural exclamation, signifying a painful, yet absolute, agreement. A sudden, comforting embrace enveloped Li Hanzhou, the older woman with light blue hair shielding him from any further distress as she covered his ears. Li Hanzhou continued to cry softly, his face pressed intimately against the older woman's shoulder, punctuated by quiet, lingering sniffles. An unidentified man with light brown hair rushed forward in a sudden flurry of movement, his voice filled with urgent concern for Li Hanzhou's well-being. An unseen character observed with sympathy that Li Hanzhou must have been truly startled, the lingering tremor of his fear still evident as he clung to the older woman. The older woman with light blue hair gently inquired if Lee Hanjo was all right, her voice laced with genuine care, wondering if her tight embrace had caused him any pain. A subtle nod from Lee Hanjo confirmed his safety, prompting an unseen character to exhale a sigh of profound relief that the ordeal was over. With a gentle brush of her hand against his cheek, the older woman with light blue hair reflected on her physical exertion to spare Lee Hanjo pain, finding it entirely worth the effort, and internally noted his unchanging careful nature. The older woman with light blue hair marveled at Lee Hanjo's unexpectedly intense, immersive crying, convinced they had captured something truly powerful, as the unidentified man with light brown hair sincerely thanked him for his excellent performance. The older woman with light blue hair proudly reflected on her complete, unwavering commitment to the role, even when acting with a child. A quiet, approving thought crossed the older woman's mind, a fresh ripple of appreciation for someone's undeniable talent. A gentle, affectionate touch graced Lee Hanjo's cheek, eliciting a shy, flustered smile and a warmth that spread through him. As the waves gently hissed onto the shore, Lee Hanjo enthusiastically agreed to an unidentified man's warning, his feet energetically pattering across the sand with youthful exuberance. The rhythmic hiss of the waves accompanied Lee Hanjo's internal reflection that this, his final shoot as a child actor, offered too little screen time, especially for a scene of simply gazing out at the vast, indifferent sea. Lee Hanjo's thoughts churned with youthful impatience, a yearning to defy the sluggish crawl of time and rapidly grow into an actor capable of commanding entire projects himself. A rising murmur of commotion drew Lee Hanjo's attention, sparking a silent, probing question about the unexpected gathering. An unseen character's thoughts filled with disbelief and confusion upon recognizing Han Woo-jin, questioning his unexpected presence in that specific location. An unidentified man with dark hair gazed intently, his profile conveying a quiet, purposeful observation towards an unseen focus. A sharp, decisive click punctuated the air as the unidentified man with dark hair fixed his gaze on Lee Hanjo, a moment of silent recognition passing between them. A radiant warmth seemed to whoosh from the unidentified man with dark hair as he greeted Lee Hanjo with an ecstatic cry, his entire being glowing with joyful enthusiasm. The unidentified man with dark hair radiantly confirmed his identity as Woo Jin-hyung, his luminous presence so striking that an unseen character acknowledged his brilliance even from afar. The unidentified man with dark hair warmly greeted Lee Hanjo, marveling at his evident growth, while an unseen character internally mused on the profound irony of their shared film project, which they had mistakenly believed would lead to more frequent encounters. The unidentified man with dark hair playfully inquired if Lee Hanjo had missed him, prompting Lee Hanjo's internal thought of complete indifference, swiftly followed by a resounding, albeit tactical, yes, as he affectionately nuzzled him. As the unidentified man with dark hair warmly declared his own longing, a tight, affectionate squeeze enveloped Lee Hanjo, while he internally mused on the perilous consequences of such earnest declarations, recalling a painful hair-pulling incident involving Sister Sejong. In a stylized internal vision, an unseen character plotted to usurp Sister Sejong's role, convinced Lee Hanjo preferred them, and dramatically fantasized about claiming that young master as their own, even if it meant a literal, intense hair-pulling struggle. The older woman with light blue hair, a note of sharp questioning in her voice, wondered why the unidentified man with dark hair was present when he wasn't filming, as he playfully bounced Lee Hanjo into the air with a buoyant lightness. The unidentified man with dark hair politely greeted the older woman with light blue hair, who then issued a gentle caution against playing too roughly with Lee Hanjo, warning of his potential to get dizzy. A tight, affectionate hug enveloped Lee Hanjo as the unidentified man with dark hair expressed his profound joy at their reunion, wistfully explaining he had specifically taken the role for more frequent interactions, only for them to materialize just then. The older woman with light blue hair reacted with profound shock, her voice laced with disbelief, questioning if the man had truly taken the role for Lee Hanjo, rather than the expected financial gain. The unidentified man with dark hair casually revealed his minimal payment for the role, covering only travel and meals, prompting the older woman with light blue hair to voice her deep concern for his undoubtedly demanding schedule. The unidentified man with dark hair boldly declared his ambition to secure the adult role for Lee Hanjo's character, confident in their already noted physical resemblance, which he believed would solidify the connection. Amidst sharp slaps and dull thuds, the older woman with light blue hair exasperatedly chastised the unidentified man with dark hair for his absurd ambition, while he internally conceded with a comedic sigh that he probably deserved the scolding. The unidentified man with dark hair confidently asserted that Sister Sujong's impeccable script sense guaranteed the quality of any project Lee Hanjo was involved in, a sentiment the older woman with light blue hair readily affirmed, finding the current script indeed impressive, to which he enthusiastically agreed. A joyful, harmonious light seemed to emanate from the unidentified man with dark hair and the older woman with light blue hair as they shared a radiant, knowing smile, a testament to their shared understanding. Lee Hanjo registered a quiet, inward exclamation of mild surprise, a subtle shift in his composure. The unidentified man and the older woman with light blue hair shared a pleasant, amiable smile, their harmonious interaction reflecting a newfound understanding. A single, thoughtful eye gazed with deep introspection, reflecting on the significant implications of the recent exchange and its personal resonance. An unidentified man with dark hair suggested a practical nap, seizing the brief, much-needed gap before their next shoot. Lee Hanjo lay in calm repose, an unseen hand resting gently upon his chest, providing a soft, comforting presence that eased his earlier tension. The unidentified man with dark hair offered to read Lee Hanjo's favorite book, promising to continue until he drifted off, but Lee Hanjo internally scoffed at the very notion, doubting he could possibly sleep amidst his thoughts. A soft click of surprise escaped the unidentified man with dark hair as he reacted to an unexpected presence, his gaze drawn upwards in mild discomfort. With a soft, mechanical slide of the van door, the unidentified man with dark hair stepped out, offering a polite, expectant greeting to the older woman with light blue hair. The older woman with light blue hair hesitantly began to request a single favor, offering an immediate out if it was too much, while the unidentified man with dark hair internally recognized her as the formidable teacher Yoon Young-hyun. A moment of profound hesitation hung in the air as the older woman with light blue hair struggled to articulate her unusual request. With an earnest, almost supplicatory tone, the older woman with light blue hair asked if she might nap beside Lee Hanjo, revealing her profound struggle with insomnia and the peculiar, comforting drowsiness his very presence brought her. The unidentified man with dark hair accommodatingly invited her into the van, his gesture a gentle sweep, and the older woman with light blue hair gratefully accepted, her relief palpably evident. The older woman with light blue hair gently sought Lee Hanjo's consent, asking if he minded napping with Grandma, to which he softly nodded in quiet affirmation. A subtle internal shift registered as Lee Hanjo felt a wave of mild, quiet surprise ripple through him. In such profound moments, the unidentified man with dark hair often found his mind drifting, on the verge of a weighty recollection. As Lee Hanjo slept peacefully, the unidentified man with dark hair consciously allowed himself to remember the profound echoes of his former life. While the older woman with light blue hair held Lee Hanjo, the unidentified man with dark hair contemplatively questioned why she had extended her care to him, a child who truly had nothing. As the older woman with light blue hair and Lee Hanjo slept together in peaceful slumber, the unidentified man with dark hair silently, melancholically questioned if she had mourned his profound, bygone death. An ethereal passage of time, marked by cosmic stillness, had brought them to the eve of a long-awaited premiere. Lee Hanjo, determined not to waste another precious moment, joyfully declared his intention to go for a run, his tiny feet pattering with otherworldly vigor. Kim Deok-soo registered the baby's declaration with a slight, perplexed fluster, recognizing the profound significance of that time for Lee Hanjo. Lee Hanjo's rapid, almost magical growth, was a constant marvel. Overcome with an almost magical surge of paternal pride, Kim Deok-soo often found himself wiping away sentimental tears, his heart swelling at the admirable sight of Lee Hanjo. Ma Sejong inquired if Kim Deok-soo was once again overcome with emotion, as he internally reflected on Lee Hanjo's exceptionally swift development. Ma Sejong observed that Lee Hanjo had indeed shot up, as the contented child happily crouched in the dappled sunlight, holding a dandelion. A sudden, rumbling thought interrupted Kim Deok-soo's serene reflection, bringing him back to the present with a mild jolt. Kim Deok-soo and Ma Sejong exchanged looks of sudden, wide-eyed realization as they recalled the imminent arrival of a guest. Ma Sejong cheerfully announced that several drama directors would be visiting that very afternoon. Lee Hanjo reacted with explosive, wide-eyed excitement to the mention of a drama and directors. The soft, deliberate footsteps of an arriving guest announced their presence. An unidentified woman warmly greeted Ma Sejong, indicating a past acquaintance and a pleasant, welcoming atmosphere. Ma Sejong, filled with a polite curiosity, asked Kim Deok-soo to take Lee Hanjo inside before she turned to the new arrival. Kim Deok-soo pondered the unexpected arrival of the second daughter-in-law, while Lee Hanjo, held in his arms, subtly questioned the unfamiliar term. A shocking confrontation erupted as one unidentified woman accused another of deliberately sending paparazzi after Lee Hanjo, tearing at her hair with furious contempt. The furious woman continued her onslaught, refusing to believe the other's denials and relentlessly detailing a history of insidious schemes against their family. With a powerful, dismissive shove, the angry woman cast her adversary to the ground, issuing a stark and uncompromising warning. The woman on the ground trembled with suppressed rage, her teeth gritting in frustrated fury as she struggled to rise. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit living room, an older woman with glasses remained calmly on the phone, oblivious to the emotional tempest brewing outside. Word had spread that, Boyhood, When the Wind Touches, secured investment thanks to Lee Hanjo, resulting in a prodigious pile of casting offers. Ma Sejong sighed deeply, an undeniable annoyance flickering across her face, as she realized her mother had meticulously screened and dismissed all the incoming scripts. Lee Hanjo contemplatively reflected on the past, remembering the historical dramas that had surged in popularity across networks, with other stations quickly following suit. The market conditions were ripe for success, allowing many drama titles to expand overseas and thrive on OTT platforms. Lee Hanjo, quietly absorbed in his reading, harbored a profound internal wish to land just one of those coveted acting roles. A deep, shadowed voice broke the silence, directly asking Lee Hanjo if he was Gongja. Lee Hanjo's eyes widened in a sudden, visceral startle, a wave of fear washing over him. The man with dark shaggy hair, producer Kim Ji-duk, greeted Lee Hanjo with an unsettling smile, claiming instant recognition. Producer Kim Ji-duk introduced himself with a confident, almost radiant smile, as if basking in his own self-importance. Lee Hanjo's eyes glowed with an internal, furious anger as a grinding, visceral sound echoed his intense displeasure at hearing the name, Kim Ji-duk. Lee Hanjo's thoughts were consumed by bitter memories of Kim Ji-duk, the man who had caused him so much pain in his past life, leaving his knees aching with every rain. Lee Hanjo's thoughts intensified, recalling Kim Ji-duk as a notorious director who demanded impossible stunts without training, inflicting scars and brutal schedules on his actors. The producer's dismissive past thoughts resurfaced, calling Lee Hanjo fussy and intending to break his spirit, while Lee Hanjo seethed, remembering how Kim Ji-duk had cut him entirely from the edit. Producer Kim Ji-duk attempted a friendly gesture by patting Lee Hanjo's head, but the baby remained visibly annoyed, clenching his small fists. As the man reached out, Lee Hanjo, appearing as chibi forms, swiftly rolled away, evading his touch with a comical ease. Producer Kim Ji-duk, perplexed, wondered if the child was merely shy, while Lee Hanjo remained silently withdrawn, his back to the man. Producer Kim Ji-duk, surprised, turned to Ma Sejong, questioning why the child was shy despite her earlier assurances. Ma Sejong, cradling Lee Hanjo, acknowledged the project's status as a highly anticipated title, her gaze attentive as she spoke. With a confident smile, producer Kim Ji-duk proposed casting Lee Hanjo as the protagonist's younger sibling in Seo-san Byolgok. Lee Hanjo internally expressed profound disgust, condemning both the director and the proposed project as utter trash. The tragic Seo-san Byolgok had eventually succeeded, yet its brutal depictions of sorrow and violence sharply divided public opinion. The tragic backstory detailed the lead's transformation after witnessing a sibling's fiery death, leading to protests and scene cuts due to the disturbing nature of children engulfed in flames. Lee Hanjo reacted with absolute horror and a fierce refusal, shocked by the thought of playing a character destined to burn to death. Producer Kim Ji-duk insisted the role was crucial to the lead's narrative and perfectly suited Lee Han-jo, while the baby internally recoiled at the grim prospect of burning to death. Producer Kim Ji-duk, with a calculating smirk, attempted to manipulate Ma Sejong, dangling the promise of commercial success and an improved image. Lee Han-jo flinched, his frustration evident in his slumped form and crossed arms, as the man's manipulative words struck a nerve. Ma Sejong remained silent, while Lee Han-jo, nestled on her lap, seethed internally at the man's outrageous demand for free cooperation. With a decisive sigh, Ma Sejong firmly rejected the offer, stating unequivocally that they would pass on the project. Ma Sejong reiterated her rejection, clarifying that Lee Han-jo would not participate, leaving producer Kim Ji-duk visibly taken aback. Ma Sejong, her eyes glowing with formidable sternness, commanded the intimidated man to leave. Producer Kim Ji-duk, bewildered, protested Ma Sejong's sudden change of heart, claiming it contradicted her previous statements. Ma Sejong calmly asserted that her decision stemmed from the verbal description of the script, making physical review unnecessary, a statement that infuriated producer Kim Ji-duk. Producer Kim Ji-duk, his face contorted in a furious rage, bellowed Ma Sejong's name. Kim Deok-soo stood stoically, completely unfazed by producer Kim Ji-duk's furious outburst. Kim Deok-soo calmly instructed the enraged man to leave, causing him to flinch in surprised submission. Producer Kim Ji-duk, seething with anger and frustration, cast a final, defiant glance back at Ma Sejong as he departed. Ma Sejong, radiating the powerful aura of a chaebol third-generation top star, responded to his veiled threat with a smug, confident smile. Kim Deok-soo offered to escort the flustered producer Kim Ji-duk, who privately grumbled about the crazy family. Lee Han-jo, with a smug, dismissive wave, bid producer Kim Ji-duk farewell, declaring his fervent wish to never work with him again. Kim Deok-soo confidently advised Ma Sejong against pursuing the departing producer, assured that his hollow threat would amount to nothing. Ma Sejong smiled sweetly, finding amusement in the thought of producer Kim Ji-duk encountering their next visitor on his way out. Lee Han-jo remained thoughtful, a subtle blush dusting his cheeks as he pondered the recent events. As Ma Sejong gently comforted him, Lee Han-jo internally expressed his profound happiness that she was his mother. Lee Han-jo, realizing another visitor was imminent, began to rack his mind for dramas that had aired alongside Seo-san Byolgok. Lee Han-jo's eyes widened in sudden, profound shock as a crucial realization dawned upon him. A wave of utter disbelief washed over Lee Han-jo, leaving him speechless. A polite voice announced an intrusion, its light-hearted tone cutting through the lingering tension. Sun Woo-young-jae of the Connection jokingly questioned if he, too, was destined to be kicked out like producer Kim. Seon Woo-young-ji, a network producing director, questioned with a nervous smile if he, too, would be kicked out. A voice from off-panel gasped in surprise at the producer's arrival. Ma Sejong reassured him instantly, proclaiming they had been eagerly awaiting his presence. The young boy internally noted his mother's drastically altered demeanor, a stark contrast to moments before. Seon Woo-young-ji formally reintroduced himself, asking if his prior contact was remembered, while the young boy thought it impossible to forget him. The producer marveled at the expansive space, a sentiment echoed by the young boy's quiet awe. He gazed forward, a vision of the future unfolding in his mind. The text boldly proclaimed his destiny, HGS Drama Bureau Chief. The young boy realized, with a thrilling surge, he was meeting the future bureau chief a full decade ahead of schedule, a true stroke of fortune. Seon Woo-young-ji merely uttered a sound of pure bewilderment. Recognizing his opportunity, the young boy's small feet pattered quickly across the floor. With a deep, earnest bow, the young boy introduced himself as Gongja, acknowledging the chief with the gravitas of a past life. Seon Woo-young-ji's face softened with surprised delight. Seon Woo-young-ji affectionately stroked the young boy's head, remarking on his politeness, while the boy secretly hoped for even more adoration from the chief. As Seon Woo-young-ji confirmed the child's name, the young boy's mind inexplicably began to conjure future scenes simply by looking at the man. Then, Seon Woo-young-ji uttered another name, Lee Yun, and the young boy's eyes widened in profound shock. The highly anticipated drama Fate told a heartrending tale of a general's love for a cross-dressing heroine, blending historical grandeur with a triumph of justice and romance. Lauded for its exquisite cinematography and tragic narrative, the drama's long pre-production led to its immense success, even becoming a sensation in the Middle East. The young boy pondered the name Lee Yun with growing realization. He was the solitary thread, ceaselessly weaving together two leads who perpetually seemed to miss each other. The boy gleefully recognized himself as Lee Yun, the heroine's beloved son, joyfully united with his parents from the drama. He proudly declared he was precisely the Lee Yun he had envisioned. Xian Wuyangji revealed that director Lee Jinhwan had already lavished praise on the young boy's acting, bragging for over 3 hours straight. Ma Sejong mused that with Gongja's mother present, the situation should be easily managed, a thought that suddenly left her questioning. Ma Sejong asked for a favor, and the young boy eagerly agreed, his mind racing to wonder if this was an impromptu audition. Ma Sejong instructed him to run from a specific spot and deliver the line, "Mom. The flowers are beautiful," triggering a flicker of recognition in the young boy's mind. The young boy immediately knew the line was from a famous drama scene. His eyes closed in determined concentration as he considered the iconic scene. A wave of absolute conviction washed over him, he could do it. A quiet intake of breath filled the brief, tense silence. With a burst of speed, the young boy darted forward, his excited call of "Mom" echoing through the room. His face radiant with pure joy, the young boy delivered the line, "The flowers are beautiful," as if his heart had truly soared. Xian Wuyangji stood utterly stunned, a rush of unexpected emotion blooming within him. The producer's thoughts drifted, realizing this might be his first time openly revealing such deep emotion, despite his constant, solitary practice. He certainly hadn't anticipated such a public display. Ma Sejong praised Gongja's perfect delivery, and the young boy inwardly reveled in his accomplishment. Xian Wuyangji, utterly captivated, declared director Lee Jinwan's assessment spot on and told Ma Sejong her son was truly extraordinary. Ma Sejong smiled, acknowledging she always knew Gongja possessed a unique quality. But it was seeing his talent firsthand, as she tenderly touched his flushed cheeks, that truly stirred her heart. The young boy's mind, however, immediately wondered if he had perhaps been too eager, too far ahead of himself. Ma Sejong then revealed that this was the very first time Gongja had called her "Mom" instead of "Mama," a profound realization that dawned on Xian Wuyangji. Ma Sejong playfully asked Gongja to say "Mom" again, and the young boy inwardly considered it an effortlessly easy task. With unbridled delight, the young boy shouted "Mom" once more. Xian Wuyangji found himself deeply moved, declaring Gongja had truly grown up as Ma Sejong hugged her son amidst a shower of emotional sparkles. Xian Wuyangji then earnestly expressed his strong desire to cast Gongja in his drama, acknowledging the many other similar requests already flooding in. He made a compelling plea, promising a project Ma Sejong would never regret, and asked her to seriously consider his offer for her son. With eyes shining like 1,000 stars, the young boy eagerly declared to his mother, "Mom, I want to do it." Ma Sejong explained that offers poured in because Gongja genuinely adored the camera and loved to act. She assured the PD of her trust in his consideration for child actors, but stressed that Gongja's happiness remained her utmost priority. Ma Sejong then gently turned to her son, giving him the ultimate say, "Gongja, do you want to do this project?" A silent moment stretched, as the young boy pondered the weight of the decision under the expectant gazes of his mother and the producer. Xian Wuyangji, eyes closed and brow furrowed, held his breath in palpable anxiety. Then, a resounding "yes" filled the air, dispelling all tension. His face aglow with radiant happiness, Gongja eagerly proclaimed his desire to join the project. A visible wave of joyful relief washed over Xian Wuyangji. Xian Wuyangji warmly thanked Gongja, expressing his anticipation for their collaboration, and the young boy eagerly reciprocated. Their hands clasped together, sealing the heartfelt agreement with a shimmer of promise. A simple sign marked the entrance to the green room. As an unseen hand adjusted his bow tie, the young boy declared himself all set. An unidentified man in a black suit praised Gongja's impeccable appearance, and the young boy graciously accepted the compliment. Ma Sejong cheerfully prompted Gongja, as Han Wujin made a dramatic entrance, prompting a mix of surprise and a familiar inner sigh from the young boy. Han Wujin scooped the young boy into a warm embrace, marveling at his rapid growth. Later, in a casual meeting space, several individuals gathered, including Ma Sejong, Xian Wuyangji, and Han Wujin, who held the young boy on his lap. An interviewer, holding a microphone, directly asked Han Wujin if he had accepted his role solely because Gongja was cast. Han Wujin laughed, acknowledging the secret was already out. Han Wujin lovingly praised the young boy, calling him a lovely, adorable kid he first met on a previous project, and encouraged everyone to watch their new show, Boyhood. The interviewer observed Han Wujin's clear affection for Gongja, while the young boy silently pleaded for the actor to stop fidgeting with his cheek. The interviewer then directly posed the question to Gongja, "Gongja, do you like Wujinhyang too?" Han Wujin, visibly gulping, worried inwardly that even a jesting denial from the boy would surely lead to tears. With a burst of pure, unadulterated joy, the young boy exclaimed, "I like Hyung." Han Wujin embraced Gongja tightly, proclaiming his reciprocal affection and internally declaring his mission accomplished, while Ma Sejong noted how well Gongja took to Mr. Wujin. As the premiere dragged on with numerous audience questions, Han Wujin noticed the young boy in his arms beginning to look sleepy. The young boy's eyelids drooped, heavy with sleep. Han Wujin observantly noted the oppressive lights, temperature, and humidity, as the young boy's stomach rumbled softly in his sleep. Han Wujin whispered softly to the sleeping boy, giving him permission to nap. Despite his sleeping form, the young boy's inner monologue stubbornly insisted he was a professional actor who couldn't nap. The day's photo buzz captured Ma Gongja dozing off during the premiere, with Han Wujin commenting on the boy's impossibly sound sleep. Back home, Ma Sejong furiously unleashed her anger on a punching bag, exclaiming, "Who does this punk think he is, putting someone else's kid to sleep?" The ethereal system interface illuminated Lee Hanjo's accumulated wealth, now totaling 323,342 coins. The film Lee Hanjo starred in had achieved resounding success, sparkling with a renewed sense of purpose. Lee Hanjo mused that even after substantial expenses for his mother and Mrs. Anson, his coin reserves remained surprisingly robust. Prudence dictated that preparing for unforeseen future necessities by accumulating more coins was a sound strategy. For that very reason, he needed the upcoming historical drama, Fate, to be another hit. A soft rustle indicated a touch upon the script that held his hopes. Lee Hanjo, cheeks flushed with determination, resolved to delve deeply into the script and practice relentlessly, surprising Kim Deok-soo. Kim Deok-soo, with a gasp of surprise, inquired if Lee Hanjo was reading the script, to which the boy enthusiastically affirmed. A sudden wave of realization washed over Lee Hanjo as he remembered his current inability to read. Kim Deok-soo watched, startled, as the tiny figure of Lee Hanjo crawled away, seemingly defeated by his own limitations. Lee Hanjo, tears welling in his eyes, confessed his profound dejection to Kim Deok-soo, admitting he couldn't read the script. With a compassionate, sparkling smile, Kim Deok-soo immediately offered to read the script aloud for Lee Hanjo. Kim Deok-soo launched into a dramatic recitation of the lines, his voice resonating with an almost theatrical somberness. Lee Hanjo, blank-faced and utterly bewildered by the performance, found himself wondering about the story's actual context. Kim Deok-soo continued his dramatic portrayal, his expression shifting to one of worried anger as he recited another line. Lee Hanjo reacted with a flustered surprise, taken aback by the intensity of Kim Deok-soo's impromptu acting. Kim Deok-soo sought feedback, genuinely believing his performance would immerse Lee Hanjo, but was met with a blunt critique, "Too bad." Lee Hanjo then shouted his unvarnished truth, Kim Deok-soo simply couldn't act, leaving the latter in stunned disbelief. Kim Deok-soo agonized over the impending shoot and the lack of time, desperately seeking a solution as Lee Hanjo sniffled beside him. Lee Hanjo's brow furrowed in deep concentration, pouting slightly as he pondered a way forward. The script for Fate/Destiny lay waiting, its pages holding the story that needed to be understood. Then, a spark of realization ignited in Lee Hanjo's eyes, a sudden flash of inspiration. Lee Hanjo, holding the Fate script with newfound resolve, boldly requested Kim Deok-soo teach him to read, startling his caretaker. Kim Deok-soo stammered, flustered, attempting to persuade Lee Hanjo that he was too young to learn, but the child bluntly reiterated his opinion on Kim Deok-soo's weird acting. Kim Deok-soo, mortified by the direct criticism, struggled to suggest a more age-appropriate learning path. Lee Hanjo, determined, insisted that he absolutely needed to read the script himself for his acting role. Kim Deok-soo tried to reason with the child, explaining his youth, but Lee Hanjo vehemently rejected the notion. With a powerful, scolding shout, Lee Hanjo defiantly declared his absolute capability to achieve his goal. Kim Deok-soo, looking thoroughly defeated, finally conceded to Lee Hanjo's stubborn insistence. Kim Deok-soo thought, recalling a secret teaching aid he had prepared for just such an unexpected occasion. Kim Deok-soo proudly announced he had found his solution, oblivious to Lee Hanjo's growing premonition of trouble. With a flourish and a proud grin, Kim Deok-soo presented his Hangul apron, displaying the Korean alphabet with theatrical enthusiasm. Lee Hanjo's inner thoughts screamed in bewildered disbelief at the sight of the peculiar teaching aid. Kim Deok-soo, pulling his apron straps with solemn determination, declared his unwavering sincerity in teaching Lee Hanjo, demanding to be addressed as teacher, which elicited a hesitant response from the boy. Lee Hanjo, now stern and focused, instructed Kim Deok-soo to pay close attention. Kim Deok-soo, embodying his new role, pointed to the gyeok on his apron, enthusiastically beginning the lesson. Kim Deok-soo prompted Lee Hanjo to repeat the letter, and the child eagerly complied. Lee Hanjo attempted to repeat gyeok, struggling slightly, his expression one of dazed confusion. Through Kim Deok-soo's impassioned Hangul lesson, Lee Hanjo astonishingly mastered the entire alphabet within 3 hours, fulfilling the prophecy of a genius. And so, the day arrived for filming the fusion historical drama, Fate. The set stood ready, a meticulously crafted traditional Korean village awaiting its actors. Lee Hanjo's internal monologue confirmed his expectations for the setting. As Lee Hanjo walked hand in hand onto the set, the palpable atmosphere of the period drama ignited a thrilling sensation within him. Lee Hanjo's heart swelled with pure contentment, cherishing the familiar and beloved feeling of being on set. An unidentified woman's delighted voice echoed, recognizing someone with great warmth. The woman, revealed as actress Kim Eun-ju, greeted Lee Hanjo with infectious enthusiasm, praising his widely known adorableness. Actress Kim Eun-ju, the female lead of Fate and cast as Lee Hanjo's mother, smiled warmly, embodying a refreshing presence. Lee Hanjo, radiant with happiness, offered a joyful greeting to the actress. Kim Eun-ju shared that she knew of Lee Hanjo through his mother, Ma Sejong, with whom she used to be gym mates. Kim Eun-ju further explained her unusual connection, mentioning she and Ma Sejong were kickboxing sparring partners, prompting Lee Hanjo to politely request her good care, albeit with a slight surprise. Kim Eun-ju warmly reciprocated the sentiment, while Lee Hanjo privately exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his current baby status. Lee Hanjo's thoughts then turned to the identity of his on-screen father, trying to recall the casting. A sudden realization struck Lee Hanjo as he noticed the man portraying his father. Lee Hanjo's eyes widened with sparkling excitement, and he exclaimed, recognizing Ji Choan. Ji Choan acknowledged the recognition with a simple sound of understanding. Actor Ji Choan, the male lead of Fate and cast as Lee Hanjo's father, inquired if the child before him was Gongja. Lee Hanjo recalled Ji Choan as a junior who had diligently followed him in the past, reflecting on how he had rapidly ascended to top star status, unlike his own no-name former self. He remembered Ji Choan's genuinely kind character, noting his consistent friendliness and lack of discrimination within the cutthroat industry. Ji Choan had always been known for his politeness to everyone he encountered. Li Hanzhou waved enthusiastically, then paused, a thoughtful hum escaping him. Li Hanzhou initially expected a smooth production with Ji Choan's involvement, but then a flicker of doubt emerged. Ji Choan seemed less impressive than remembered. Ji Choan, with a dismissive air, scoffed at the idea of Li Hanzhou being the cutest in the world, bluntly stating he was not quite. Li Hanzhou recoiled in utter shock and betrayal, questioning Ji Choan's identity after such a rude dismissal. Kim Un-ju, gently nudging Ji Choan, insisted on Li Hanzhou's undeniable cuteness, prompting Ji Choan to dismiss it as an act and question the child's proven acting ability. Li Hanzhou stared in bewildered disbelief, appalled by Ji Choan's unprovoked rudeness and wondering if his success truly stemmed from mere connections. Ji Choan continued his brazen criticism, accusing Li Hanzhou of riding on his famous parents' coattails, leaving the child utterly shocked by the blatant disrespect. Ma Sejong then interjected, addressing Ji Choan about the famous actor he referenced. Ma Sejong then dramatically revealed her own identity as the child's mother, causing Ji Choan to stare in utter confusion. A tense silence settled over the set as the profound implications of Ma Sejong's revelation hung in the air. Ji Choan, adopting a smug and condescending tone, warned Li Hanzhou not to tattle to his mother, which Li Hanzhou internally found utterly pathetic. Kim Un-ju demanded Ji Choan apologize, but he defiantly refused, reiterating his conviction that the child was indeed coasting. Li Hanzhou internally acknowledged the temporary truth of the coasting accusation but seethed at being underestimated due to his age, then abruptly called out Hongna. Ji Choan reacted with a flustered yelp of surprise as something struck him, deeming it petty. Kim Un-ju subtly suppressed a laugh, amusement flickering in her eyes. Kim Un-ju then burst into open laughter, completely unreserved, much to Ji Choan's flustered annoyance. Li Hanzhou, with a cheeky and defiant grin, stuck out his tongue at Ji Choan. Both Ji Choan and Li Hanzhou locked eyes, a silent vow of future vengeance passing between them. The traditional Korean village basked in a peaceful, clear tranquility, its thatched roofs and ceramic bottles hinting at a life of serene custom. Kim Deok-soo, overcome by a wave of palpable worry, grimaced as he questioned whether he could truly trust such a small, vulnerable figure. Yet, the baby with light blonde hair, with a cheerful smile, simply insisted that it was perfectly safe, soft underneath where he sat. The man with glasses, observing the scene, hesitantly agreed, wrestling internally with the unsettling thought that pushing the child felt like a betrayal of fundamental decency. He then considered the potential consequences of even a light shove, exhaling a quiet breath as the implications weighed on him. A man with dark hair acknowledged the practical concern that if the baby with light blonde hair were hurt, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble, wondering if Senior Sejong would truly overlook such an incident. The baby with light blonde hair, however, fretted intensely about the possibility of injury, expressing aloud that children always made a fuss when hurt and internally asserting that he would indeed get seriously hurt. The man with glasses, acknowledging the risk, moved to halt the scene, but the baby with light blonde hair vehemently protested, startling the man with dark hair with his emphatic refusal. With a persuasive sparkle in his eyes, the baby with light blonde hair earnestly pleaded to perform, emphasizing how much he had practiced for this very moment. The man with glasses uttered a strained, guttural sound, seemingly caught between the child's plea and his own judgment. Reluctantly, the man with glasses agreed to a gentle attempt, cautioning the baby with light blonde hair to immediately report any dizziness or falls, prompting a triumphant cheer from the child. The baby with light blonde hair passionately explained the scene's necessity, a hawker jostling him in the market, insisting it couldn't be cut despite their worries, while Kim Deok-soo appeared profoundly troubled. The unseen narrator dramatically announced the readiness for a pivotal clue to unfold, setting the stage for the next dramatic beat. The baby with light blonde hair tightly gripped an adult hand as the man with dark hair cried out off-panel, a stark declaration that the child was utterly without a father. The man with dark hair realized with growing alarm that the baby with light blonde hair was exerting an unexpected amount of force, pulling on his hand. Resolved, the man with dark hair decided he must use his own strength to topple the child, knowing this was the only way to genuinely portray the struggle. With a surprised cry, the baby with light blonde hair tumbled onto the cushion, as the man with dark hair internally focused on the subtle technique of bleeding the weight through his palm. A pained sound escaped the baby with light blonde hair as his distress peaked, and the director's sharp voice cut through the air, bringing the dramatic scene to an end. Both the man with glasses and Kim Deok-soo rushed forward with frantic steps, their voices filled with urgent concern for the young master's well-being. The baby with light blonde hair, despite his recent tumble, offered a wide, reassuring smile, declaring himself completely fine. He pressed his small foot into the cushion, admitting only a slight tingling sensation as proof of his encounter. The man with glasses let out a sigh of relief, commending the baby with light blonde hair for his excellent work now that he appeared unharmed. With the baby with light blonde hair's enthusiastic affirmation, the man with glasses immediately proposed moving to the next scene. The man with glasses called out to Choan to get ready for standby, but the man with dark hair remained silently unresponsive. A subtle, emotional reaction flickered in the man with dark hair's eye, revealing a moment of quiet reflection. When prompted by the man with glasses, the man with dark hair snapped back to attention, startled but ready. The narrative revealed that Ji Choan's character, Yang, first encountered the child after a fall, subsequently inquiring about his missing father amidst a blossoming, warm setting. Although the audience knew the profound truth of their familial bond, the characters themselves, gazing into each other's eyes, remained blissfully unaware. This poignant irony, where the audience held knowledge withheld from the characters, created a deeply heartrending emotional tension. The unseen narrator again dramatically announced the readiness for a pivotal clue to unfold, signaling a deeper turn in the narrative. The man with dark hair, his voice gentle, questioned the child, asking why he sat there so forlornly. The baby with light blonde hair simply stated he was waiting for something to dry. Gripping his traditional outfit, the baby with light blonde hair emphasized that he had remained in that exact spot. The man with dark hair questioned the significance of the child's patient wait, his gaze intent. The baby with light blonde hair began to explain, his voice trailing off as tears welled in his eyes, insisting it was nothing grand, but... The man with dark hair observed the child's tearful explanation with a thoughtful, concerned gaze. The baby with light blonde hair explained his predicament, expressing his fear that his mother would worry if he returned home with his sorrow still visible. The man with dark hair listened intently, his expression morphing into one of deep concern as the child spoke. The man with dark hair gently suggested that children shouldn't suppress their feelings and offered to have the father provide comfort, only for the baby with light blonde hair to sadly reveal that he had no father. The baby with light blonde hair recounted his mother's hopeful words about meeting his father again, his voice filled with sorrow, as an adult hand offered gentle comfort on his head. Understanding the depth of the child's unspoken grief, the man with dark hair cut him off, signaling that no further explanation was needed. With a gesture of kindness, the man with dark hair extended his hand, inviting the baby with light blonde hair to join him on their way. With measured, deliberate steps, the man with dark hair walked away into the sunset, carrying a large pot on his back, his journey continuing. Perched on the man's back, the baby with light blonde hair innocently questioned the stranger's identity. The man with dark hair pondered what name he should offer, considering his response with care. He thought of a poetic name, a breeze that dries a child's tears, imagining it as he gently carried the child on his back. The director's command echoed, a crisp cut that brought the powerful scene to a swift conclusion. An unidentified staff member, his face beaming, thanked everyone as the set buzzed with the sounds of production winding down. Staff members showered the baby with light blonde hair with praise for his excellent work, and the child graciously returned their thanks. But the man with dark hair suddenly halted the proceedings, his voice firm and immediate. An adult hand tugged at the baby with light blonde hair's outfit, catching him by surprise. The man with dark hair observed the baby with light blonde hair closely, pointing out a surprising detail, "You're bleeding," which prompted a confused query from the child. The man held up the baby with light blonde hair's hand, revealing a noticeable scrape to both the child and those present. The baby with light blonde hair reacted with a gasp of surprise, bewildered by the discovery of his own injury. The man with dark hair, gently patting the child's head, expressed surprise that he wasn't crying and advised him to bawl like any proper kid when hurt. The man with dark hair identified himself, or was recognized, as Gi Choan, his face etched with thoughtful concern. Extending his hand, the man with dark hair asked for the child's hand, prompting the baby with light blonde hair to wonder with hopeful trepidation if the man was, in fact, worried about him. The man with dark hair startled the baby with light blonde hair by loudly calling for a first aid kit, causing the child to exclaim at the man's overly dramatic announcement of his injury. The man with dark hair then paused, asked if he was hurt, and definitively confirmed, "Yeah." The man with dark hair clarified by gently patting the baby with light blonde hair's head, indicating that the child, not himself, was the one truly hurt. Kim Deok-soo reacted with an overwhelming torrent of alarm, demanding to know the specifics of the injury, while the baby with light blonde hair, startled, attempted to downplay its severity. An adult hand gently turned over the baby with light blonde hair's small hand, revealing the scrape once more. Kim Deok-soo panicked, fixating on the sight of blood, but the baby with light blonde hair insisted it was only a minor injury, while the man with dark hair merely observed the unfolding drama. Kim Deok-soo's face contorted in an expression of extreme shock and concern at the dismissive phrase, "a lil bit." The man with dark hair gently advised the baby with light blonde hair that he must always communicate when he is hurt. The baby with light blonde hair angrily poked the man with dark hair's mouth, placing all the blame for his injury squarely on him. The baby with light blonde hair sat patiently on a wooden bench, his small, bandaged hand a testament to the recent mishap. Kneeling before the child, the man with dark hair gently inquired if his hand was now feeling better. The man with dark hair commented on the baby with light blonde hair's tiny hand, eliciting an annoyed demand from the child to stop poking him. The man with dark hair playfully teased the baby with light blonde hair about his small stature for a 5-year-old, much to the child's visible annoyance. Patting the baby with light blonde hair's head, the man with dark hair advised him to eat more to grow tall, while the child internally dismissed the suggestion with exasperation. The man with dark hair then offered to buy the baby with light blonde hair anything he desired to eat, prompting the child to ponder if this unexpected generosity was an apology. The man with dark hair denied feeling sorry, rationalizing that he merely felt he had been too harsh to a 5-year-old, a statement the baby with light blonde hair internally countered as being undeniably an apology. The man with dark hair explained his reasoning, stating that if the baby with light blonde hair were scared of him, it would hinder their future acting together. The man with dark hair sheepishly confessed that his acting was somewhat dependent on his scene partner, admitting he had been too tightly wound, not distrusting the child, but simply overthinking. The narration confirmed the baby with light blonde hair's internal assessment. Gi Choan's acting prowess was solid, yet he possessed the notable weakness of being heavily influenced by his scene partners. The baby with light blonde hair pondered the advice that if a partner ruined a take, one shouldn't lose heart, reflecting on a past moment where Hanjo Hyung had cried about being in trouble, and that unlucky, number 7, had been the one to consistently mess up alongside him. The man with dark hair, looking bewildered, asked what he should buy, while the baby with light blonde hair directly asked if he was sorry, prompting the man's immediate, confused denial. The baby with light blonde hair, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, announced his condition: if the man was truly sorry, he would wait exactly 2 days. When the man with dark hair hesitantly asked what would happen after the 2 days, the baby with light blonde hair threatened to tattle on him to mama. The man with dark hair dramatically protested, exclaiming about his upcoming action film with Senior Sejong, but the chibi form of the baby with light blonde hair remained utterly indifferent, thinking, like I care. The man with dark hair lamented his predicament, fearing he might literally be beaten to death by his co-star, a complaint the baby with light blonde hair coolly dismissed as typical actor problems. The man with dark hair imagined the terrifying reality of acting with a truly upset Gongja, fearing that their next encounter would not be mere acting, but a raw, emotional confrontation fueled by genuine feelings, likely from an imagined stern Ma Sejong. The baby with light blonde hair reiterated his pointed question to the now dejected man: was he sorry, or not? With tears in his eyes, the man with dark hair, utterly defeated and embarrassed, finally admitted his fault, offering a sincere apology. The baby with light blonde hair, forgiving, hugged the kneeling man with dark hair as the narration declared that he still had a long way to go, suggesting room for his growth. The man with dark hair reacted with profound surprise and emotion to the child's unexpected embrace. A single tear traced a path down the man with dark hair's cheek, his heart deeply moved by the child's warmth. The baby with light blonde hair, radiant with gratitude, expressed his thanks with a tight, heartfelt hug. Reflecting on a past judgment, Lee Hanjo admitted he had even considered that someone might have gained their position through sheer connections. Lee Hanjo pondered Gi Choan's initially narrow-minded demeanor, only to note the man's surprising reluctance to part ways after they filmed together, wryly labeling him, Gi Choan, you punk. An unseen woman, acknowledging the information, accepted full responsibility, insisting that the shoot itself had been flawless. As the baby with light blonde hair slept peacefully in his car seat, the narrator voiced a quiet concern about whether the child actor was being treated too harshly. Lee Hanjo recalled that the child actor had indeed suffered a minor injury during filming, prompting a dramatic internal outcry about the fact of the injury. The unseen woman confided that, even when it was just acting, she could feel Gongja bravely holding back his emotions. The unseen woman sadly wondered why Gongja had to inherit such an emotional trait from her, lamenting how deeply it broke her heart. Unseen hands clicked and typed with a focused intensity, navigating the digital world. The digital headlines proclaimed a triumph as Boyhood, When the Wind Reaches, soared past 5 million viewers, a low-budget film achieving monumental success and fulfilling lead actor Han Woo-jin's pledge. With a soft click, the manager calmly observed, a silent contemplation brewing behind his composed facade. Online users heaped praise upon Han Woo-jin, marveling at his acting prowess and undeniable good looks. The discussion shifted, revealing that while Han Woo-jin drew initial viewers, Gongja inspired multiple watchings, prompting inquiries into the child's identity. The manager's brow furrowed in thought, the curious phrase, Gongja collection, echoing in his mind from the digital realm. With a crisp click, the manager unveiled a vibrant fan cafe dedicated to Gongja, boasting over 160,000 members and a surprisingly formal title. A formal notice on the fan page announced a vote to select a commemorative gift for Gongja's upcoming first birthday party. The manager's surprise was palpable. He pondered a gift vote for Gongja's first birthday, feeling as though the actual celebration had only just concluded. The revealed voting results were astounding, proposing vast charitable endeavors in Gongja's name, from planting forests to building schools, leaving the manager utterly bewildered, questioning if this was even a fan club or a charity. A dull hum of exasperation resonated within the manager as he grappled with the sheer, unexpected devotion of Gongja's fanbase. With a decisive click, the manager answered his phone, granting permission for an unseen request to proceed. An unseen voice on the line informed him that a gift had arrived, specifically addressed to Gongja, seeking his immediate instruction. A startled thump echoed in his chest as the manager, utterly confused, repeated the name Gongja, seeking urgent clarification. With a knowing, the manager permitted the mysterious gift to be brought in, a subtle, almost anticipatory smile playing on his lips. Feeling a surge of hope, the manager declared his rising expectations just as his phone rang with an effusive greeting for actor Ma. As the manager explained the emergence of a Gongja fan cafe on the phone, a sudden, startling interruption announced the arrival of the gift, delivered by a staff member. With a subtle nod, the manager noted the uncanny, almost perfect timing of the gift's arrival, a curious coincidence. The manager declared they were just about to unveil its contents as a hand smoothly began to untie the ribbon, plunging the atmosphere into dim anticipation. A blood-curdling cry of pure shock tore from the manager's throat, making Ma Sejong question, from off-panel, what monstrous sight had caused such distress. His voice subdued and heavy with a strange embarrassment, the manager corrected himself, admitting that the monstrous sight was merely a handwritten letter. Inside the pink box lay a teddy bear bearing an "out" sign, accompanied by crumpled papers, a message, the manager explained, written with great care. The bright daylight streamed through large windows, signaling a momentary pause before new revelations. Ma Sejong, her head tilted in confusion, questioned why the manager had originally claimed the item was merely a letter. Now composed, the manager clarified that upon closer inspection, the carefully crafted message was not a letter, but an invitation. He then revealed the invitation's prestigious origin. It had been dispatched directly from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. The manager's dubiousness was clear as he questioned if the invitation was truly for Gongja, while Ma Sejong, still skeptical, noted the extreme exclusivity of their filming choices. With a proud conviction, Ma Sejong emphasized the profound honor and career benefits such an invitation would bestow upon Gongja, leaving the manager in silent contemplation. Ma Sejong then gave precise instructions, directing the manager to proceed through Mijin once the project's continuity or storyboard was finalized. From off-panel, Ma Sejong's teasing voice chuckled, declaring the manager would soon be outshone by Gongja, especially with director Lee Jinwon's film also exceeding 5 million. Ma Sejong's eyes widened in genuine surprise, questioning how the film could have possibly reached 5 million viewers so swiftly. An unseen character clarified the phenomenon, stating that audiences watched initially for Han Woo-jin, but returned for a second viewing specifically for Gongja. Ma Sejong smiled softly, a blush touching her cheeks, delighted that the world would soon discover the undeniable charm of their Gongja. The manager remarked on her evident pleasure, teasing that her son might soon eclipse her own fame, despite her standing as a prominent actress. With a soft, maternal pride that closed her eyes, Ma Sejong declared she was Gongja's mother, willing to lose to him 100, even 1,000 times over. The manager appeared thoughtful, a flicker of surprise and a small sweat drop betraying his internal reaction to Ma Sejong's heartfelt declaration. He swallowed hard, a visible gulp marking a moment of profound realization. Then, an unseen voice called out to Sejong, drawing her attention. Ma Sejong, her eyes slightly wide with lingering concern, brought up the enigmatic letter from earlier. With a rustling whoosh, the scene shifted dramatically to a vibrant outdoor set, bathed in sunshine, where pink grass shimmered under a cerulean sky. The director, from behind, gently informed Gongja they were adding a few simple walking shots to the day's schedule, clarifying them as added scenes. A staff member, inhaling sharply, voiced concern that the added scenes might overwhelm Gongja, internally noting the production's flimsy excuses and a chibi thought quipped about Mr. Yun's impending wrath. The director, smiling nervously, admitted the scene wasn't scripted, offering to skip it if Gongja was tired, a suggestion met with a suspicious, piercing glint from the staff member. With a burst of joyful energy and sparkling determination, the young boy declared his unwavering readiness, surprising the off-panel director with his enthusiastic, "I wanna walk." An unseen voice then commanded, with finality, that shooting should begin. A small thud preceded the young boy's confused, "huh," as something off-panel caught his thoughtful eye. A staff member sighed, wondering aloud why such a stiff, palpable tension gripped the set, despite the bright, sunny day. An unseen hand extended an invitation, and Gongja, with a cheerful smile, readily agreed to move forward. The director gravely warned everyone to keep their gaze fixed on Gongja, revealing an ominous shaman's prediction that a child might be harmed on their set. An unseen voice commanded, "Ready," followed by a rustling whoosh, and then the urgent, "Cue." Then, with a definitive flourish, the call for action rang out. The young boy, in his traditional attire, stood silhouetted against a field of shimmering pink grass, the scene's quiet beginning unfolding around him. With gentle rustling whispers, the young boy moved slowly and deliberately through the field of fantastical pink grass. A gentle breeze fluttered past, as the young boy lowered his gaze, his expression a mix of shyness and deep focus, utterly absorbed in his role. A staff member, looking utterly surprised and flustered, stammered, "Cut," interrupting the scene's progression. The staff member, seemingly trying to process the extraordinary, sought reassurance by questioning, "It's art, right?" The unidentified actor remained profoundly silent, a single sweat drop clinging to his temple, betraying his deep surprise at the recent take. With a smooth transition, an unseen voice proposed filming a take with Chun, prompting an enthusiastic and immediate "yes" from the young boy. An unseen hand gently patted Gongja's head, showering him with praise for his great work, which he accepted with a wide, joyful smile. The director let out a worried sigh of relief, glad that Gongja remained unharmed despite the shaman's ominous warning, prompting the young boy to softly question, "A shaman?" The young boy's mouth parted in surprise as an unidentified actor abruptly called out, "Hey, squirt." The actor, confidently slapping his sword firmly into place, demanded attention, asking, "I'm super cool, right?" while secretly longing for a nap. An unseen voice then briskly suggested running through one final rehearsal. With a sharp thud, hands firmly gripped a sword handle, readying for the impending action. With a magical swish, the actor held his sword aloft, a faint purple aura shimmering around him as he gazed with intense, combat-ready focus. Their blades met with a resounding clash, two actors engaged in a dynamic, action-filled sword fight amidst flowering plants. With sparkling enthusiasm, the young boy watched, a rustling whoosh accompanying his fervent wish to grow up swiftly and perform action scenes himself. An unseen actor's voice gently advised against rushing his youth, as the boy's small, chubby hands were briefly raised in anticipation. The actor, exhaling softly with a deep sigh, looked heavenward, reminding himself and the boy that merely being able to act was a profound blessing, a testament to his immense fortune. Above, a clear blue sky stretched peacefully, dotted with serene white clouds. A rustling whoosh accompanied the sharp commands of "Stand by" and "CUE," as the actors braced for their next take. With a ringing clash, the two actors' swords met, locked in a fierce, dynamic exchange. Their blades continued to ring and clash, one actor attacking with fervor, the other defending with resolute precision. With a swift, almost ethereal grace, the actor's intense eyes narrowed, anticipating his next move. With a primal battle cry, the actor brought his sword down in a powerful, tearing strike, slicing through the air with furious determination. Mid-swing, the actor stumbled with a pained "gah" as his foot slipped, an ominous whoosh accompanying his frantic, off-balance movement. A sudden whiz and ominous hum heralded a shockwave of pain that ripped across the actor's face, his eyes wide with distress. A chaotic clatter and crash erupted as staff members cried out in collective alarm, their shocked faces reflecting the sudden catastrophe. Rapid footsteps pounded as an urgent, panicked cry of "Mr. Chun" pierced the air, signaling immediate danger. The actor groaned in pain as he lay sprawled on the ground, a heavy thump marking his fall, his arm clutched tightly. As another heavy thump echoed, the young boy's distressed cry of "Use coin" tore through the air, an otherworldly plea amidst the unfolding crisis. A violent, jarring crash echoed across the peaceful outdoor set of the traditional Korean village. The man with dark hair cried out in sharp, visceral pain, clutching his arm in distress. With an urgent shout, the man with light brown hair rushed forward, his face etched with alarm for Choan. Amidst a heavy thud, then another, Gongja stood surprised between two blurred adult figures in the set. An anxious eye stared wide, glistening with sweat, indicating a profound distress or shock. Gongja desperately shouted for the system to use coins, demanding it heal Gi Choan's injury immediately. A digital chime rang as a holographic interface materialized, revealing the exorbitant cost of 100,577 coins to heal rising star Gi Choan's injury, then prompted for confirmation. Gongja's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning the shockingly high price of 100,577 coins. He pondered his ongoing coin collection for Anson, then considered the system's alternative option of rapid injury recovery. A digital chime rang again, followed by a subtle tremor of pain from the injured actor, just as Gongja's resolute command to execute echoed. Another holographic system interface confirmed the wish's execution, warning that he would fall unconscious and sleep for 4 hours. Gongja cried out in protest, his small body swaying precariously as he began to lose consciousness. His eyelids fluttered, a heavy drowsiness washing over him as he murmured about the encroaching sleep. The man with dark hair, wearing glasses, shouted Gongja's name in panic as another man held the unconscious baby. The man's eye blinked repeatedly, a disoriented effort to regain focus through a hazy return to consciousness. Gongja jolted upright in a hospital bed, awake, as 2 men leaned over him with palpable relief and concern, one asking, "Gongja, are you okay?" The man with glasses, now gently smiling, explained how startled they had been by Gongja's sudden collapse. Another man, overcome with emotion, embraced Gongja tightly, confessing his profound worry. Gongja, wide-eyed and innocent, questioned why they were so startled by him simply falling asleep. A wave of emotion welled within the man, touched by Gongja's innocent inquiry. He pulled Gongja into a tight embrace, affectionately declaring, "Hyung," while Gongja innocently asked if Hyung was all right. PD Young-jae offered a reassuring smile, explaining that Choan was fine, taking his unexpected injury as a welcome opportunity to rest. With a weary sigh, PD Young-jae recalled a Yiri-san Buddhist monk's prophecy about the youngest person getting hurt, lamenting that they had only watched Gongja. Gongja's wide eyes showed a surprised realization at the prophecy's uncanny accuracy. He silently reflected that Gi Choan was indeed younger than him in terms of mental age, as an adult hand gently patted his head in comfort. PD Young-jae, sitting seriously, apologized to Gongja, explaining that adjusting the screen time was unavoidable to prioritize Choan's recovery, which would inevitably increase Gongja's filming portions. A heavy sigh of concern escaped PD Young-jae as he worried that Choan, despite claiming to be okay, must be deeply upset. The distressed PD Young-jae touched his glasses, blaming himself, feeling that his own shortcomings were the cause of everything. "It's okay," PD Young-jae said, a sense of relief washing over his face as a small, unseen hand gently patted his shoulder. "It's okay," PD Young-jae repeated, visibly relieved, as Gongja offered unwavering reassurance that it was not the PD's fault. A broad, appreciative smile spread across PD Young-jae's face, sparkling with gratitude. A heartfelt "thank you" conveyed his profound appreciation. With warm, sparkling gratitude, the standing man also thanked Gongja, his voice filled with emotion. A few days later, time had swiftly advanced. Narration revealed that PD Young-jae had successfully delivered the adjusted schedule, declaring it fortunate and merely good luck that they could coordinate it. PD Young-jae asked Gongja if he had been well, to which Gongja replied with an enthusiastic yes. Gongja wondered if Gi Choan was truly okay after he had used so many coins, just as Gi Choan cheerfully asked if Gongja had been startled because of him. Gi Choan dramatically hugged Gongja tightly, loudly apologizing and asking if Gongja had lost sleep from worry, while Gongja inwardly noted Gi Choan's excessive energy. Gi Choan, overflowing with energy, likely acted excessively to relieve everyone's worries, smiling brightly with Gongja while another man observed. Gi Choan announced to Gongja that his fan club was going crazy and that he himself had joined. Gongja's wide eyes conveyed his surprise and confusion about the mention of a fan club. With a playful whisper, Gi Choan revealed that he too was a Bearja. Gongja reacted with shock and dismay upon learning his fan club name was Bearja, gasping, "Gongja." Gi Choan playfully added that Sejong Sunbae was called Godmother, expressing jealousy that he was merely a regular member, while Gongja's internal monologue implied he was deeply moved by Gi Choan's emotional display. A man informed Gongja of an incoming video call from his mother, prompting a surprised flinch and a questioning "Mom" from Gongja. With a sound of exertion, tiny feet in traditional Korean shoes prepared to move. "Son, are you filming well?" an unseen woman asked, to which Gongja, smiling brightly, affirmed he was doing great and missed her immensely. "Mom misses you so much too," the unseen woman exclaimed from the phone screen, a joyful sparkle seeming to radiate from her. A chill of disbelief ran down the man in the hanbok's spine as he reacted with comical disgust, questioning if the woman on screen was truly the Sejong Sunbae he knew. Ma Sejong, smiling faintly, held up a script titled Korea Promotional Video, and asked Gongja, what is this? Gongja, seeing the script details, questioned the concept of a Korea promotional video. Gongja shouted with wide-eyed excitement about a national promotion, a crime mirrored by the surprised man in the hanbok-like outfit. An unnerving, drawn-out sound emanated as Ma Sejong ominously asked if Ji Choan was beside Gongja, causing both him and the man in hanbok to recoil with a start. A jarring clatter and rattle accompanied the comically stifled, two-faced image of the man in the hanbok-like outfit, and X marking his silenced mouth. Ma Sejong enthusiastically explained that the storyboard was for a national promotion CF, a proud filming that would feature Gongja. A small breath of satisfaction escaped Gongja as he confidently declared that he was already at that level of prominence. Narration noted the outdoor filming would be challenging due to many non-actors, but was necessary for a healthy, futuristic image, as Gongja stood between two adults on the bustling set. Gongja thoughtfully questioned who else would be appearing in the promotional video. Ma Sejong ecstatically declared, with a choked gasp, that Gongja would be held in the president's arms, causing Gongja to question in shock, huh? Who? A deep, resonant hum vibrated as Gongja's mind conjured an ethereal, cosmic vision of himself, contemplating something grand. A devastating crash reverberated as Gongja reacted with extreme shock and horror, his world seemingly cracking apart at the mention of the president. A vibrant commotion filled the air, proclaiming that this promotional video boasted an all-time great cast lineup. A sudden, alarming creak and sway from a camera crane cut through the air, prompting a panicked cry from an unseen character about its precarious movement. A sharp gasp of alarm escaped an unidentified man as he warned that such careless handling would surely break the equipment, reflecting the highly sensitive state of the entire staff. Frustration tightened the air as a man with dark hair demanded only one camera remain, underscoring the immeasurable chaos engulfing the set. Lee Hanjo let out a small, shy giggle, his surprise momentarily giving way to amusement. Lee Hanjo, the main character, silently wondered if his filming today would possibly succeed amidst the chaos. An unidentified man with dark shaggy hair greeted Lee Hanjo, acknowledging the hectic atmosphere, prompting Lee Hanjo to question if hectic was even an adequate description. The man with dark shaggy hair praised Lee Hanjo as the true scene stealer from When the Wind Touches, patting his head with admiration as Lee Hanjo offered a greeting. With glowing praise, the unidentified man with dark shaggy hair continued to marvel at Lee Hanjo's beauty, confirming that the rumors of him being an angel were indeed true. The man with dark shaggy hair asked for Lee Hanjo's cooperation during what promised to be a difficult day, to which Lee Hanjo enthusiastically affirmed his willingness. A man with dark hair hummed in exasperation, complaining that pulling out equipment so roughly caused sparks to fly. The man with dark hair suddenly burst out, shouting for caution due to Lee Hanjo's presence, then quickly apologized for his outburst. A determined staff member assured that preparations for the child actor would begin immediately. A pink and white pinwheel spun gently, carrying a sense of peaceful simplicity through the bustling set. As an unidentified staff member called out, "Ready," Lee Hanjo stood prepared for filming, clutching his pinwheel with a focused expression. An unseen director's voice boomed, cutting through the anticipation with a clear action. Lee Hanjo joyfully cried out as he ran, but the director swiftly called, "Cut." Lee Hanjo's frustrated expression marked the take as a decisive, "no good." The director apologized to Lee Hanjo, explaining that a tiny bug on the lens had forced the cut, while frantic spraying commenced in the background. Chibi Lee Hanjo cheerfully agreed to another take, his enthusiasm undeterred. The cameraman announced their readiness to shoot again, maintaining a professional resolve. An unseen director's commanding voice rang out once more, "Ready, action." Lee Hanjo cried out with joy, a shimmer of delight sparkling around him as he ran with the pinwheel. The man with dark hair called for a cut. NG, suspecting a light had malfunctioned and demanded it be rechecked. Lee Hanjo, slightly flustered, offered to shoot again with a playful giggle. A frustrating series of NGs echoed, indicating repeated failures to get the perfect take. Lee Hanjo looked around with a puzzled expression, a silent question mark hovering over his head as a faint squeak reached his ears. An unidentified man with a ponytail observed the camera crane swaying, explaining that the strong wind made it impossible to control. Lee Hanjo internally worried if the situation was truly acceptable given the continuing issues. A soft hum of concern escaped the unidentified man with the ponytail, a visible sweat drop indicating his stress. With a sigh of resignation, the man with dark hair called for a break until the wind finally subsided. Lee Hanjo gasped as he inwardly acknowledged the string of unexpected emergencies, feeling a quiet gratitude that the no goods were not his fault. An unseen crew member declared with renewed hope that they would shoot again. An unseen director's voice commanded, "Ready, action," once more, accompanied by a burst of sparkling energy. Lee Hanjo shouted with pure joy, running forward with open arms. A sudden creak heralded the pinwheel's demise, snapping and spinning apart as Lee Hanjo ran. The man with dark hair called for another cut. NG, and sternly instructed the crew to recheck Lee Hanjo's props. Lee Hanjo internally wondered with weariness if filming could possibly be completed today, holding the broken pinwheel stick. Fortunately, the narration declared, the previous filming had somehow been completed despite the numerous setbacks. Lee Hanjo's light blonde hair swished gently, reflecting a moment of calm serenity amidst the ongoing production. However, the narration forewarned, an even greater obstacle still awaited, as a man held Lee Hanjo in a traditional setting. An unidentified man announced their arrival with a soft squeak of tires as a black car pulled up, signaling a new development. Lee Hanjo's eyes widened in extreme surprise and confusion, question marks swirling around his innocent face. Deliberate footsteps echoed on the stone path as multiple unidentified men in suits approached. A pained groan escaped the older man, his weary eyes betraying his profound exhaustion. A cringe of shock reverberated through the group as several men reacted with alarm and confusion to an unseen event. Lee Hanjo, with a look of genuine concern, asked if the president's health was okay. The older man greeted the flustered director, who could only manage a shaky, "Ah." Yes, prompting Lee Hanjo to realize that even the director was speechless. Lee Hanjo watched the interaction between the older man and the director, observing the unusual formality with a pensive gaze. Deliberate footsteps, shod in black dress shoes, advanced along the stone path. The older man, lifting Lee Hanjo, playfully exclaimed, "Heave-ho," noting that the baby was heavier than he had anticipated. Lee Hanjo greeted the older man with a radiant smile, internally activating his max-level social skills EGOs as a special move. A visible sparkle of shock enveloped the older man as his face registered wide-eyed surprise at Lee Hanjo's charm. The older man, touched, remarked that it was fortunate Lee Hanjo smiled so readily and wasn't afraid of him. A wave of dejection washed over the older man as he confided that even his own grandchild wouldn't let him hold them even once. Lee Hanjo mused that there seemed to be many adults who had not received the affection of children, observing their emotional reactions. Lee Hanjo reflected that everyone had their own reasons, as the older man affectionately hugged his chibi form. Lee Hanjo innocently poked the older man's dark circles, asking if it hurt. The older man clarified that his dark circles were from being tired, prompting Lee Hanjo to innocently question if he didn't take naps. The older man expressed surprise at Lee Hanjo's astute observation, to which Lee Hanjo emphatically declared the importance of naps. The older man chuckled, agreeing that Lee Hanjo was correct and affirming his intention to take naps as advised. Lee Hanjo determinedly resolved to perform a good deed, internally asking how many coins it would take to remove the dark circles for the nation and its people. A system message chimed, revealing the staggering cost of 5,400,567 coins required to remove the president's dark circles. A bewildered beep accompanied Lee Hanjo's wide-eyed, shocked reaction to the exorbitant coin price. Lee Hanjo wondered if the high cost was simply because he was such an influential person. Lee Hanjo, the main character, thought with concern that even with professional touch-ups and multiple lights, the dark circles would likely still be visible. The man with dark hair discussed the limitations of lighting, noting that further adjustments to cover the dark circles would blow out the president's facial features. Lee Hanjo acknowledged the difficulty of even slight touch-ups, then a sudden realization dawned upon him. Lee Hanjo formulated a solution, realizing they only needed the dark circles not to show in the video, suggesting a focus on their reduced appearance for the promotional footage. A system ding announced that making the president's dark circles appear reduced would only cost 200,567 coins, with an added reward of an invitation to the Blue House on Children's Day. Lee Hanjo, despite a flicker of annoyance, decided it was a unique opportunity to help, commanding the system to execute the transaction. A radiant sparkle enveloped the older man, his face instantly refreshed and rejuvenated as the dark circles miraculously vanished. The man with dark hair questioned if he had just adjusted something, then wondered if the sudden improvement was simply due to the lighting. A sudden gasp of excitement escaped the man with dark hair as he realized how easily the remaining imperfections could be handled in post-production. The director announced they were shooting, calling out, "Ready," as 5 men posed formally before the traditional building. The director crisply called, "Action," as the older man held Lee Hanjo, ready for the take. An unseen voice, firm and direct, implored Ma Sejong to finalize the contract with a determined scribble. A woman, her expression thoughtful, inquired if the sheer volume of offers had truly reached such impressive heights. A man confidently boasted of the sheer volume of offers that month, the cascade of papers echoing his triumphant declaration. The woman then pointed out that the man already managed Gongja's schedule, to which he irritably responded about proper procedures, yet she pressed on, stating that Gongja was now a proper actor. The man then requested that while renewing his own contract, Ma Sejong should also take on Gongja's management, an idea she subtly acknowledged with a faint smile. An unidentified man explained that Gongja's current drama schedule faced delays due to an injury to Choan, which subsequently shifted its programming slot. An unseen voice then revealed that Seo-san Baiyalgak was scheduled to air directly opposite Gongja's drama, a detail that halted the pen's progress on the document. The woman reacted with surprise and concern, questioning the decision to pit 2 dramas of similar genres against each other. An unseen character simply affirmed her observation, indicating the exact reason for the discussion. A news article dramatically highlighted the impending rivalry between child actors Han Soo-yoon and Ma Gongja, spotlighting their concurrent drama airings as a clash of rising supernovas. The woman expressed her worry over Lee Hanjo having a new rival, prompting the man to describe Han Soo-yoon as a genius child actor who had garnered considerable attention. The man further explained that Han Soo-yoon's agency, Jaywalk, was strategically leveraging Lee Hanjo's popularity to create a joint buzz and hot topic. The woman then voiced concerns about Jaywalk Entertainment's rumored issues with artist payouts, which the man confirmed, mentioning a multitude of lawsuits filed against them. While the man spoke of children's innocence, Lee Hanjo internally mused on Han Soo-yoon's tragic situation, realizing the child was likely caught in the machinations of adults. An unidentified man, surveying the bustling outdoor film set, confidently declared that Lee Hanjo's project would achieve a landslide victory. Another man vehemently dismissed Han Soo-yoon as competition, while the man with dark hair, brimming with confidence, clenched his fist and mused on the sheer embarrassment their rivals would face if they, with a smaller budget, were to win. Lee Hanjo, holding an adult's hand, walked cheerfully and announced himself as Gongja. An unseen character offered an energetic cheer of encouragement for Lee Hanjo, rallying support for his performance. 2 staff members enthusiastically declared they would not lose to anyone, their cheers met with a hint of confusion from Lee Hanjo and another man. Lee Hanjo, curious and confused, asked who Gongja was meant to be fighting, prompting the man to hesitantly explain about the child actor Han Soo-yoon. The man continued, calling Han Soo-yoon a genius rival who was now airing in the same time slot, which led Lee Hanjo to recall Han Soo-yoon as the tragic child actor who vanished from the public eye. The narration then revealed the tragic backstory of Han Soo-yoon, whose parents fought over him during their divorce, allegedly motivated by his status as a top child star. The unidentified man, despite a slight sweat, reassured Li Hanzhou not to worry, then declared their fierce determination to surpass their rivals in ratings. A chorus of voices erupted in enthusiastic cheers, proclaiming their absolute certainty of victory. As Li Hanzhou happily smiled, the man reflected on the group's overflowing fighting spirit and acknowledged that a rival could, surprisingly, be a great motivator. Excited crew members then announced that Li Hanzhou was ready to begin shooting his scene. Li Hanzhou, raising his arms in excitement, declared with fierce enthusiasm, "Let's win." A crisp directorial cue called for "Standby" cue, signaling the start of the scene. An unseen character's voice gently asked, "Is it true?" as an adult's hand softly clasped a child's small, unseen hand. Li Hanzhou, portraying an emotional child, asked the man with tear-filled eyes if he was truly his father. The man, kneeling in a traditional outfit, emotionally confirmed to Li Hanzhou, in character as Yuna, that he was indeed his father, holding his small hand. The man, his face etched with remorse, cried tears of regret, apologizing for his foolishness in not recognizing his own child sooner. Li Hanzhou, tearfully portraying the child, reminded the man of his own words, emphasizing that even across great distances and without prior meeting, a parent would always recognize their child. Li Hanzhou concluded his emotional speech, declaring the inherent truth that a parent would instantly recognize their own child. The man's jaw trembled, conveying a profound emotional impact from the child's words. In a deeply emotional embrace, the man knelt and tightly hugged Li Hanzhou, as glowing elements surrounded their tearful reunion. The man, holding Li Hanzhou in a tight embrace, began to speak with overwhelming emotion, his words caught in the depth of his feelings. The man, his voice thick with tears, expressed his profound apology to Li Hanzhou, Yuna, for his past foolishness and tardiness, holding him in a sorrowful, tight hug. From behind, the man continued to hold Li Hanzhou in a comforting embrace, the scene softened by warm, abstract shapes. The rustling of leaves echoed through the serene blue sky, signaling a gentle breeze. As Li Hanzhou lay peacefully on the lush grass, the narration revealed that 2 months had swiftly passed since filming for the drama wrapped. Li Hanzhou lay reflectively on the grass, wondering if the outcome of the airing dramas, The Ballad of Seo-san and Fate, had already been decided, and how the audience was reacting. Li Hanzhou, looking up, innocently asked an unidentified man about the drama he starred in. A cheerful staff member, radiating confidence, happily declared that any show featuring Li Hanzhou invariably performed exceptionally well. Li Hanzhou lay contemplatively on the grassy field, letting out a thoughtful sigh. Li Hanzhou's eyes suddenly blinked open, signaling a swift return to focus or a new realization. Li Hanzhou excitedly sat up on the grass, eagerly demanding to know the details and outcome. The gentle rustle of leaves could be heard against the bright blue sky. Leaves fluttered down from above, and one gently landed on Li Hanzhou's head. Li Hanzhou looked on with a curious and questioning expression, perhaps pondering the falling leaf. A young boy precariously clung to a tree branch, looking panicked while holding a phone, as Li Hanzhou gazed up at him from below. The young boy screamed in sheer terror, his face a mask of panic. The young boy on the tree branch continued to shriek with extreme panic. A hand seemed to slip or lose its grip with a sudden snap and an exclamation of surprise. An unidentified boy achieved a surprisingly perfect landing after falling from a tree, startling Li Hanzhou, while a chibi image showed his exaggerated descent. The young boy angrily confronted Li Hanzhou, recognizing him as Ma Gongja, a strong personality that surprised the unseen narrator. The young boy, depicted in his furious chibi form, shouted an insult at Li Hanzhou, calling him a mutt living in the annex. The young boy angrily accused Li Hanzhou of freeloading in his grandfather's house and not being a real grandson, prompting Li Hanzhou to realize he was a cousin. Li Hanzhou, deep in thought, determined that it would be best to properly greet the boy in such a situation. Li Hanzhou cheerfully introduced himself as Ma Gongja, stating his age as 4, and then politely asked for the other boy's name. The young boy, Ma Jikai, confidently introduced himself as an attendee of Morning Star Kindergarten, leading the narrator to comment on his simple nature. Ma Jikai abruptly retracted his friendly demeanor, angrily ordering Li Hanzhou to leave his house with a fierce stomp of his foot. Li Hanzhou was utterly bewildered by the sudden change in Ma Jikai's behavior, questioning why he was suddenly being told to leave. Li Hanzhou calmly asked Ma Jikai for a reason to leave, promising to consider it if he provided one. Ma Jikai, depicted as a flailing chibi, childishly screamed at Li Hanzhou to leave without offering any proper explanation. Li Hanzhou, in chibi form, looked confused and slightly annoyed, pondering Ma Jikai's irrational behavior. A system notification announced the activation of a coin use ability to compel Ma Jikai to speak only the truth for 6 months. The glowing message revealed that making Ma Jikai tell only the truth for 6 months would cost 4,767 coins, with a minor side effect of a 2-second thumbnail sting, prompting chibi Li Hanzhou to decisively execute the transaction. Ma Jikai angrily repeated his demand for Li Hanzhou to leave, pointing his finger with frustration. Li Hanzhou defiantly refused, questioning why he had to leave and asserting his unwillingness. Ma Jikai angrily revealed his true frustration, explaining that his kindergarten classmates only talked about Li Hanzhou and didn't believe he lived at his house, making him jealous that his friends cared only about Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou, now angry, challenged Ma Jikai, pointing out that his absence would only make Ma Jikai look like a liar to his friends. Ma Jikai burst into tears, admitting he didn't know why, but driven by pure annoyance, he demanded obedience by asserting his status as the heir of Xiangjin Group. The young boy erupted in a furious tantrum, demanding Li Hanzhou leave and emphatically declaring himself the heir to the Xiangjin Group. Li Hanzhou, the baby with light blonde hair, silently observed the outburst, reflecting on the sheer sense of entitlement emanating from the young boy. Then, a new thought dawned on him: if the boy was truly an heir, that raised questions about his exact position within the family lineage. The other boy, slightly flustered, admitted there was Shin, the oldest uncle's son, but insisted his mother promised he would be the one to inherit, leading Li Hanzhou to deduce he was the second grandson. The young boy confidently boasted about his superior soccer skills, even if Shin was smarter, leaving Li Hanzhou internally questioning the relevance of such a comparison. "Don't be jealous," the young boy declared, but in a playful vision, chibi Li Hanzhou retorted that he couldn't even play soccer, eliciting an exaggerated gasp of shock from the boy. The young boy, overwhelmed by the suggestion, could only manage to stammer out a single syllable in his intense shock. Flustered and blushing, the young boy muttered the word "jealous," holding his phone to his side as if to silence his own embarrassing admission. The young boy then noticed something wriggling on his arm, a small green caterpillar slowly crawling up his sleeve. Mischievously, Li Hanzhou pointed out the caterpillar, which immediately sent the terrified young boy into a screaming panic. "Get it away," the boy shrieked, flailing his arms and sending his phone flying as the caterpillar launched into the air amidst his frantic movements. As the phone landed softly on the grass, Li Hanzhou noticed its screen displayed a camera interface, prompting him to wonder if it was in filming mode. Li Hanzhou directly confronted the young boy, questioning if he had been trying to take a picture of him, only for the red-faced boy to vehemently deny it. Then, in a rush of embarrassment, the young boy confessed he had been attempting to take a sneaky photo from the tree earlier, but Li Hanzhou's sudden movement had startled him into missing the shot. The young boy declared with intense determination that he truly needed to get a picture. He admitted, hand to his head, that directly asking for a photo was simply too embarrassing. As the boy chastised himself for his runaway mouth, Li Hanzhou had a sudden realization: that was why he had been perched in the tree earlier. Li Hanzhou, with a confident and wide smile, generously offered to let the boy take as many pictures as he desired. Still holding his phone, the young boy hesitated, an unspoken thought weighing on him. In a flash of playful fantasy, chibi Li Hanzhou then winked and suggested they take a picture together. The young boy's face lit up with excited disbelief, making Li Hanzhou internally lament that the boy was bordering on cute. The camera clicked, capturing a joyful moment as the two boys smiled brightly together. The young boy excitedly bounced, declaring his intention to brag to Hyojin, while Lee Hanjo, holding a small fan, indifferently thought he could knock himself out. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted with an urgent announcement of breaking news. News reports flashed across screens, revealing serious allegations of accounting fraud against Seongjin Group subsidiary, World Fashion, and confirming that the prosecution had initiated search and seizure operations. Whispers rippled through the group as women gossiped about World Fashion being the second son's territory, predicting that second madam would undoubtedly be in a terrible mood. One of the women's thoughts drifted to the formidable second madam, while a scarred staff member observed the unfolding drama with a thoughtful, serious expression. Two women stood together, their expressions etched with shared worry and solemn concern. The staff member, his face grim with worry, internally hoped that young Gongja would somehow remain untouched by the brewing family scandal. News channels intensified their coverage, directly linking actress Ma Sejong to the accounting fraud allegations and featuring a photo of her with her son, Gongja, as the public questioned her knowledge and potential legal liability. Online comments erupted in a furious debate, with some users harshly accusing Ma Sejong of complicity while others passionately defended her, arguing she had no management involvement. A sharp, jarring sound cut through the air, followed by a frustrated grunt from an unseen observer. Small feet in black dress shoes quickly pounded across the green grass. Lee Hanjo ran, his cries echoing as he desperately questioned what wrong they could have possibly done. Through his tears, Lee Hanjo lamented the unfairness of having to lie low just because the second family had caused trouble. A white sneaker-clad foot abruptly connected with a rock. With a heavy thud, the young boy stumbled and fell face-first into the soft grass. One of the young boys lay groaning on the ground, while the other sat nearby, clutching his head in dejected pain. Lee Hanjo knelt nearby, his face alight with innocent curiosity at the scene before him. Lee Hanjo called out to Ma Jik, who, despite his distress, declared that the baby was precisely the person he had wanted to see. Gongja yelled out fiercely, his young face contorted with anger and determination. A close-up revealed a somber bruise blooming across the young boy's cheek. His eyes, wide with sudden alarm, stared back, reflecting profound shock. Gongja urgently demanded to know what was wrong, but when the bruised boy tried to dismiss his injuries as nothing, the baby pressed him fiercely for the truth. The bruised young boy remained silently downcast, unable to meet Lee Hanjo's gaze. Gongja gently reassured the bruised boy that he didn't have to explain anything, then determinedly suggested they go to their home for ointment. Despite the other boy's fierce resistance, Gongja struggled to pull him along, grunting about his unexpected weight, which the boy attributed to his older age. A sharp sound echoed as Gongja looked up at the young boy, his expression turning to shock as he held on to the boy's arm. The young boy, trembling with fear, desperately cried that he truly couldn't go, for he would surely get into trouble again. Gongja's eyes widened in profound shock and empathy, realizing this wasn't the first time the young boy had been hurt, wondering how anyone could strike a child. An assertive adult hand then pointed to a CCTV camera on the tree, suggesting the boy claim he had been forced to come. "Let's go," Gongja declared, forcefully pulling the distressed young boy's hand despite his continued protests. With a resolute pull, Gongja triumphantly announced their arrival at his home. The two boys stood in a softly lit hallway, the bruised young boy surprised and worried, while Gongja's expression remained serious and resolute. The staff member looked up, surprised, beginning to question the identity of the unexpected visitor. The bruised boy shyly introduced himself as Big Bro Jeek, offering a hesitant greeting while fidgeting nervously. The staff member's intense gaze settled on the young boy's bruised face, a silent realization dawning. The staff member knelt before the boy, a gentle apology escaping his lips as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, much to the bruised boy's surprise. A grim close-up revealed a collection of dark bruises marring the staff member's shoulder and neck. The young boy gasped in profound shock and trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror at the sight of the staff member's injuries. The staff member gently took the young boy's hand, eliciting a shocked and sorrowful blush on the boy's face as their hands connected. Holding the bruised boy's hand, Gongja looked up with determination and declared their home was safe and they were on his side. A gentle, warm smile spread across the staff member's face as he closed his eyes. From off-panel, an unseen woman's voice chimed in, recognizing the bruised boy as Jeek. The staff member recoiled in surprise, quickly turning as the young boy instinctively hid behind him, his fear palpable. Peeking from behind the staff member, the bruised boy shyly offered a hesitant, "Hello, Auntie." The woman smiled warmly, acknowledging his long absence and expressing surprise at his rare visit to the annex. Gongja, eyes wide with innocent confusion, pondered why it had been a while if they lived in the same compound, realizing the family was split between a main hall and an annex. The young boy, trembling and red-faced with distress, stammered an apology, claiming he hadn't meant to come there. Gongja then joyfully and triumphantly declared he had brought the boy, proudly demonstrating how he had hugged and dwaged him there. The woman chuckled warmly, praising Gongja and offering to take responsibility if his mother scolded him for coming to the annex. An adult hand gently covered the young boy's face, a gesture both comforting and firm. The woman expressed her worry, noting how painful the bruises looked, but the young boy quietly denied that they hurt that much. The staff member, his expression grim, added that the young boy also bore bruises across his body. The woman's mind seethed with simmering anger and disbelief at Li Yuqiang, wondering why she continued to take her rage out on a child. The woman gently inquired if his grandmother knew, prompting the young boy to desperately plead with her not to tell, insisting he could truly handle it himself. With a visible wince of raw pain, the young boy finally admitted, "It hurts." All three adults reacted with a collective gasp of surprise and concern at the boy's tearful admission of pain. Gongja's eyes flared with fierce indignation as he angrily confronted the young boy, questioning how such injuries couldn't hurt and accusing him of lying. An unseen character murmured in soft disbelief. Tears streamed down the young boy's bruised face as he began to speak, overwhelmed by profound sadness. He bowed his head further, choked with emotion, still struggling to articulate his pain. Then, with a loud, heartbreaking wail, the bruised young boy finally surrendered to his raw pain, crying, "It hurts." The young boy's agonizing wails filled the spacious room, as Gongja and the two adults reacted to his profound distress. The young boy's raw anguish shattered the quiet hallway as he cried out that the pain was overwhelming. The young boy's heartbroken wail echoed through the modern living room, drawing a ripple of profound concern from the adults. A deep worry etched itself onto the unidentified woman's features, her thoughts heavy with the child's distress. As the unidentified woman knelt to gather him, the young boy clung to her with a desperate grasp, seeking solace from his overwhelming sorrow. A moment of gentle contentment settled over them as the unidentified man tenderly wiped the young boy's face clean. From inside the modern home, a gentle voice insisted that the departing person eat before leaving. The kitchen counter held a vibrant array of traditional Korean dishes, prepared with an inviting warmth. An ethereal shimmer danced over the meticulously prepared Korean feast, a truly delicious sight. The young boy gasped in pure delight, utterly captivated by the sparkling food before him. Yet, a shadow of profound worry crossed the young boy's face, a deep-seated fear of his mother's impending scolding. The unidentified woman offered firm reassurance, urging him to eat and insisting he simply say, "Auntie made it." Her memory sharpened, recalling the previous instruction that she was to go hungry until dinner. A fierce indignation surged through the young boy, demanding to know what kind of household would force someone to skip meals. With a swift, gentle motion, an unseen hand offered the young boy a spoonful of food, a beacon of immediate care. With a radiant, heartfelt smile, the young boy declared an extravagant offering, promising to share all the abundant, sparkling food. A sudden, powerful surge of emotion caused a tear to well up and gently spill over. "Stop crying now," the young boy gently urged, offering tender comfort to his tearful companion. A quiet, shared contentment settled over the unidentified man and woman, their gentle smiles echoing the warmth of the scene. An adult hand reached skyward, swaying gently as if grasping at an invisible dream. On the sun-drenched balcony, the young boy, now bandaged, basked in a newfound, quiet happiness. The young boy, lost in thought, gently asked his mom if Big Brother's mom truly hated him. The unidentified woman replied with a sad, hesitant tone, though her answer belied the deep sorrow in her heart. The young boy pressed further with an innocent but devastating question, demanding to understand why she would hurt him. With a heavy, almost ethereal sigh, the unidentified woman admitted that was the very question that also weighed on her own heart. A small hand found a quiet anchor, gently nestling into a larger adult hand. The young boy expressed a genuine, heartfelt worry that Big Brother might face trouble for having come to their home. A quiet wave of worry washed over the unidentified woman, reflecting the child's unspoken fears. The unidentified woman pulled the young boy into a tight, comforting embrace, assuring him that she shared his deep concern. An unseen voice sought clarification, asking if the events referred to had transpired that very day. Yes, the unidentified woman confirmed, a note of exasperation in her voice, revealing that even amid the current situation, the request was specifically for Gongja. Gongja reacted with wide-eyed astonishment, the words, "a casting offer," echoing with a surprising brilliance around him. With a warm, confident chuckle, the unidentified woman asserted that the role was one Gongja could genuinely excel in. Gongja's thoughts shimmered with a profound realization. Despite lingering controversies, they genuinely sought him for his acting, a dazzling validation. Gongja sat, lost in a thoughtful reverie, as light, internal, ping, and pop sounds signified his mind processing the revelation. With a sudden burst, the door swung open, signaling an important arrival. The director stepped inside, expressing exasperated relief at finally escaping the throng of pushy reporters outside. The unidentified woman offered a warm welcome to the director, who reciprocated with heartfelt thanks for their time. The director offered Gongja a warm, personal greeting, remarking on how much he had already grown. Gongja stood quietly, a slight nervousness tightening his chest as he anticipated the next moment. With a burst of sparkling enthusiasm, the director introduced himself as Lilac, eager to forge a strong working relationship. Gongja's mind reeled with sudden recognition. The name, Lilac, could only belong to one legendary figure in the film world. As the director's hearty laughter filled the room, Gongja's thoughts raced, connecting the legendary filmmaker's name to his string of 10 million hit blockbusters, and wondering why such a talent was filming now. The project was ominously titled The Basement, a name that immediately conjured images of a dark, oppressive existence. Gongja recognized the film as the critically acclaimed piece that had launched Lilac's career, and he realized with glowing certainty that this time, as Han Soo-yoon, he was the one destined to seize this incredible chance. A strange, almost otherworldly sensation lingered, making the moment feel deeply introspective. The director praised Gongja's moving performance in Fate, then requested a small favor, which Gongja enthusiastically accepted. The director chuckled warmly, acknowledging Gongja's youth and carefully preparing to explain the role in detail. The director playfully instructed Gongja to imitate an airplane, a concept made poignant by the character's sheltered life, to which Gongja responded with enthusiastic acceptance. The director then suggested Gongja practice playing alone on the sofa, an idea Gongja readily accepted. A pair of legs stepped onto the sofa with a decisive stride. Gongja stood ready on the sofa, a wide, joyful smile anticipating his performance. A quiet, contemplative gaze swept downwards, accompanied by a soft, rustling sound. In the basement, a profound sense of isolation defined the lives of a mother and her son, the mother deprived of the sky for 7 years, the child never having seen the outside world. Their only fragile link to the vast, outside, world was a single, flickering television screen. The critical question emerged: how would this child, whose only experience of airplanes came from a television screen, choose to portray one? A focused, thoughtful gaze held the weight of deep contemplation. A sharp gasp of surprise escaped the onlookers as Gongja's sudden, airplane-like motion captivated them. A bare foot pressed firmly into the yielding softness of the surface. With a joyful cry of "Up we go," Gongja soared through the air, sparkling with an almost ethereal energy. With boundless, sparkling enthusiasm, Gongja urged himself, higher. Higher, chasing an invisible ascent. The director's vision solidified, a child bouncing on a small sofa in a cramped, dark basement, watching TV, embodying a profound yearning for freedom. Though Gongja's movements were joyful, the imagined scene held a tender, ironic ache beneath its innocent surface. A bare foot landed firmly with a decisive thud. "Ha!" Gongja exclaimed, caught off guard by a sudden, jarring sound. The unidentified man's face contorted in a stark mixture of shock and intense anger. With a furious charge, the unidentified man suddenly rushed forward, alarming the woman and the director. With a disorienting fizzle, the unidentified man slumped against the wall, momentarily stunned by an unseen force, as Gongja looked on. A bare foot landed firmly with a decisive tap on the soft surface. While Gongja stood triumphantly on the sofa, the unidentified man lay dazed on the floor, clearly overcome by Gongja's unexpected performance. The director's decisive call of "cut" ended the chaotic scene, leaving the unidentified woman both surprised and a little embarrassed. With an intense, drawn-out gaze, the director perceived the moment with profound discerning. A wave of pure panic washed over Gongja, his mind reeling with the sudden, visceral conviction that he was utterly doomed. A hand clapped with a soft, appreciative sigh. The director, sparkling with pure elation, exclaimed his profound gratitude, his heart overflowing with joy. The director, his face alight with sparkling delight, declared Gongja's entire performance perfect, even the unexpected bolt, insisting it must be included, while Gongja shyly murmured his thanks. "It was you," the director joyfully exclaimed, swaying in triumph as he declared Gongja the long-sought lead of his cinematic dreams. The director, radiant with conviction and sparkling with delight, passionately declared Gongja born for the cinema, promising to collaborate on this film and the next. With a deep, heartfelt squeeze, the director embraced Gongja, pouring out years of searching into the declaration that he had finally found his muse. A fierce wave of jealousy and intense rivalry radiated from the unidentified man and woman, painting the scene with a vibrant, fiery red. With simmering fury, the unidentified woman and man launched into a heated confrontation, questioning Gongja's participation in the script read-through and demanding details about child actor protocols. At the mention of a script read-through, the director visibly trembled with anxiety, a stark contrast to Gongja's eager excitement. With a knowing, pleased smile, the director declared with unwavering confidence that a schedule would be locked in as soon as Gongja was officially cast. The director thanked the unidentified woman for allowing her precious son to participate, but before she could fully respond, Gongja enthusiastically blurted out his intense desire to do it. Sparkling with fervent excitement, Gongja declared his absolute will to his mother, his intensity momentarily stunning her. With a soft, melting sigh, the unidentified woman's resolve completely dissolved, overwhelmed by Gongja's irresistible enthusiasm. The unidentified woman gently patted Gongja's head, entrusting him to the director's care and reminding him of the mandatory child actor protocols. The director, sparkling with fierce resolve, vowed to protect Gongja at all costs and crank up production, leaving Gongja to ponder if the director had always been this kind of person. The towering, modern building stood majestically under the bright sky, a grand monument in the urban landscape. The title card announced a critical milestone, the full script read-through for the basement. As they stood before the door marked, "The Basement," an unidentified man placed a reassuring hand on the young boy's head, just before the full script read-through. The unidentified man offered a soft, encouraging smile to Gongja, who responded with a confident "yes," ready to perform well. With a slow, deliberate creak, an unidentified hand turned the doorknob, opening to what lay beyond. A cynical, unseen man sneered about the absurdity of calling a tiny little kid a genius, believing there were limits to such inflated praise. "Ma Soo-young has a thick face, too," the voice continued, causing Gongja to flinch with a sudden jolt of surprise at the insult directed at his mother. The unseen speaker scoffed at the praise of genius and angel, callously dismissing the child as just another ordinary kid. With a smug, derisive grin, an unidentified man declared that Ma Soo-young had simply lost her head after adopting a child. The harsh judgment continued, declaring Ma Soo-young's career past its prime and easily replaceable within the industry. The cruel voice concluded that her son was no different, causing Gongja's jaw to clench tightly with a profound surge of anger and hurt. An unseen voice declared Ma Soo-young had lost her mind by adopting a child, believing her touch was gone and that her son, obviously, would be no different. Lee Hanjo's breath caught in his throat, his eyes wide with a profound sense of shock. Before, the world had mourned the passing of actress Ma Soo-young. All of Cheongnyeoro seemed to drown in a collective, agonizing flood of tears. A young man, his face a canvas of sorrow, looked down with a heavy heart at the funeral. Lee Hanjo's jaw clenched, his very being radiating raw, suppressed anger. A woman, with a sigh that hinted at deeper concerns, urged discretion, warning that Gongja's arrival was imminent. The unidentified man, sneering, questioned if Jong Yujin was merely playing daddy to ride on the chaebol's coattails, prompting her sharp retort that she was simply looking out for a fellow actor. Lee Hanjo peered through a narrow gap, a dawning realization spreading across his features as he recognized the actor's name, Jong Yujin. An unseen character's thoughts drifted, wondering who this enigmatic man could be. Lee Hanjo's eye widened, his entire being registering a jolt of profound surprise and confusion. The man, his hands clenched in a grimace, unsettlingly declared his first human kill would be nervous work, causing Gongja to cry out, "Uncle," in pure terror. Gongja trembled with fear, recalling his mother's solemn promise of the best legal team should such a situation arise, before screaming a desperate "No." A door flew open with a sudden, sharp creak. A man in a black suit gasped, calling out Gongja's name with a surprised thump, as if an unexpected truth had just burst forth. Lee Hanjo stood, his face shrouded in shadow, lost in a melancholic introspection. His gaze drifted, thoughtful and heavy, reflecting a deep, internal contemplation. A collective wave of surprise washed over a woman and two men, their attention abruptly seized by an unseen presence. A subtle smirk played upon Lee Hanjo's lips, a silent signal of hidden amusement or cunning. Gongja, radiating joy like a sunbeam, waved enthusiastically and introduced himself with a bright, sparkling declaration, "Hello. I'm Gongja. It's a pleasure to meet you." The woman and two men gasped, dazzled and overwhelmed by Gongja's sheer, sparkling brightness. Amidst the murmuring, the adults warmly greeted Gongja, delighted by his radiant charm and undeniable cuteness. Lee Hanjo's eyes scanned the room, his thoughts lingering on the name, actor Jong Yujin. A woman looked up in surprise, as Lee Hanjo's silent thought confirmed, "There he is." Feet pattered quickly across the floor. Chibi Gongja suddenly appeared, waving with exaggerated enthusiasm and introducing himself, causing the unidentified woman to stammer in surprise. With a sweet smile and a gentle wave, Lee Yugyang introduced herself. Lee Yugyang, sitting gracefully, extended her hand with a soft rustle of clothing towards Gongja, who stood smiling before her. Lee Yugyang offered a faint, apologetic laugh, confessing her inexperience with child actors, while silently acknowledging someone else's awkwardness around children. An unseen hand offered a snack, which Gongja eagerly accepted. Gongja beamed, expressing his gratitude for the snack, his thoughts turning to how this person had earlier stood up for his mother and him. A woman's eye, soft and tender, conveyed a quiet, profound affection. "Gongja is so polite," Lee Yugyang cooed, gently patting his face, to which Gongja responded with a shy, hee-hee. The man in the light blue polo shirt smirked, his silent thought dismissively labeling Gongja's politeness as merely basic manners. The man in the light blue polo shirt grimaced, letting out a disgusted tisk. A surprised realization dawned on Gongja, clarifying why the voice had seemed so unsettlingly familiar. Lee Gujuan, the man who had quietly retired after ruining his career with power trips, now made a dismissive comment about acting, prompting Gongja to reflect on his enduring, deplorable attitude. Li Yugyang asked if Gongja had practiced the script, and he enthusiastically confirmed, a confident rustle accompanying his positive reply. The man in the light blue polo shirt made a snide remark about Gongja's mother doing his work for him, provoking a wave of silent annoyance in Gongja. Li Yugyang worried aloud about the man's constant antagonism, fearing it would inevitably ruin the atmosphere on set, while Gongja watched with a serious expression. The man in the light blue polo shirt, with an intimidating gesture, sternly warned Gongja not to interfere with his acting, declaring his watchful gaze. With a furious, finger-pointing menace, the man fiercely commanded Gongja not to cry, whine, or act like a baby. A wave of suppressed anger washed over Gongja. The man in the light blue polo shirt let out an annoyed tisk, as he looked down at the script in his hand. Gongja's eye widened in confusion. Gongja's thoughts revealed that the man was still clinging to an outdated script, changed 2 weeks prior. Gongja smirked, a cunning thought solidifying his confidence that he wouldn't need to lift a finger to deal with the man. As the 1 p.m. script reading began, an unseen voice called out, searching for son. Gongja, looking up with wide-eyed wonder, excitedly declared, "It's the ceiling." Li Yugyang smiled faintly, questioning Gongja's statement about the ceiling. Gongja, with an innocent smile, explained he had seen what he thought was the ceiling on TV. Li Yugyang, with a slightly worried expression, clarified that the actual ceiling was much higher. Gongja looked up, his curiosity piqued, asking if the true ceiling was even higher than their current view. With a radiant glow and wide, determined eyes, Gongja reached upwards, declaring his earnest desire to see it himself. A man and a woman recoiled in extreme shock, their faces contorted in utter disbelief. Li Yugyang gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in pure astonishment. The man with a small ponytail, looking down and wiping his face, requested a pause with a sharp gasp. The man in the light blue polo shirt smiled broadly, arms crossed, basking in obvious amusement. Gongja flinched, his eyes wide with sudden uncertainty, wondering if he had made a mistake. The man with a small ponytail stared at Gongja with intense surprise, demanding to know the source of such raw instinct. The man in the light blue polo shirt burst into hearty laughter, declaring that Gongja's acting had made him truly believe they were in a basement, while Gongja flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Li Yugyang, eyes closed in contentment, expressed how Gongja's performance was significantly deepening her own immersion. Li Yugyang, visibly surprised and pleased, heard Gongja enthusiastically declare that he now needed to try even harder, his eyes sparkling with resolve. The man in the light blue polo shirt clicked his tongue in clear annoyance, his fingers impatiently tapping. An unseen thought suggested it was time to read the next scene. Gongja, lost in thought as he read his script, pondered what the next part of the story held. Gongja silently noted that the next scene would feature him and Li Gujuan. Hands fidgeted, softly crumpling a piece of paper. Gongja smiled confidently, holding the crumpled paper, a subtle rustle accompanying his mischievous gesture. The man in the light blue polo shirt grimaced, questioning with a faint hiss if such an action would truly be appreciated. The man with a small ponytail looked thoughtful, his hand resting on his chin. Gongja, a small smile playing on his lips, asked innocently if his action was unnecessary. The man in the light blue polo shirt grimaced, sighing heavily as he harshly deemed Gongja's action crude. A surprised murmuring spread through the group at the table. Gongja's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smirk. The man with a small ponytail, looking down at his script, interjected, requesting everyone to wait a second. A confused eye blinked. Li Yugyang, with a worried tone, informed Mr. Gujuan that he was using the old script, noting that while the lines hadn't changed, she wondered if other elements had. The man with a small ponytail gasped, his eyes wide with sudden, stark realization. Gongja's analytical thoughts cut through the confusion, the lines remained the same, but the new script had dramatically shifted the emotional arc. Gongja's inner script analysis highlighted the critical error. Instead of a blunt delivery, the grandfather, in the scene should have embraced a benevolent, warm tone, emphasizing the emotional arc described in the notes for 16 Basement Alley. The man with a small ponytail calmly but pointedly asked Mr. Gujuan if he had, perhaps, only reviewed his own lines. Lee Gujuan reacted with startled defensiveness, challenging them to explain the problem if his lines remained unchanged. Lee Yugyang explained that even Gongja had adjusted his emotions for the new script, which infuriated Lee Gujuan, who immediately accused Ma Sujong of doing the work for him. The man with a small ponytail addressed Mr. Lee Gujuan with an almost palpable chill in the air. Lee Gujuan roared furiously, accusing them of attempting to humiliate him in front of the entire cast and demanding to know the exact nature of the problem. The man with a small ponytail, his face stern and resolute, declared that Lee Gujuan's fundamental lack of understanding was the true problem. A woman with glasses looked on, hand to chin, her expression one of quiet surprise. Lee Gujuan smirked defiantly, asking if they now intended to cancel his casting. The man with a small ponytail silently questioned, "May I?" Lee Gujuan stared in wide-eyed surprise as the man with a small ponytail revealed he had overheard his earlier comments in the waiting room. The unseen man then questioned Lee Gujuan's ability to act alongside Gongja, stating a clear lack of trust, leaving Gongja dejected and fidgeting nervously. The man with a small ponytail sternly declared Gongja the true protagonist of the piece, not Mr. Gujuan, before challenging him to decide who should be the one to leave. Lee Gujuan looked down, terrified and sweating profusely, as ominous, silhouetted figures with glowing eyes materialized behind him, a metallic click sealing his fate. A tangible tension hung heavy in the well-lit conference room, an expectant hush settling over the gathered figures. The older man, his smile strained with fury, bellowed with indignation, refusing to be nitpicked by those filming a pathetic, shoestring budget movie. With a furious roar, he declared his imminent departure, feeling utterly disrespected by the implied criticism, and the door slammed shut with aggressive finality. The older man, still seething, demanded gratitude for his mere presence, prompting a young man to coldly declare the situation filthy and resign on the spot. Gongja silently mocked the man's stubborn pride, watching him cling to it until the very bitter end. The older man huffed a dismissive "tsk," his inner thoughts vowing a relentless pursuit of vengeance. With a magical chime, Gongja commanded the system to use coin to ruin Lee Gujuan's shoe soles, a minor act of sabotage that would cost a mere 200 coins and 2 seconds of toe itching. A mischievous smile spread across Gongja's face as he privately redefined the currency, declaring it a revenge and killing coin. Gongja delivered the command with unwavering, magical resolve, execute. A sickening, squishy sound accompanied the appearance of a gooey substance, instantly adhering to the sole of the black dress shoe. Lee Gujuan stumbled, losing his balance with a sudden jolt, crying out in startled surprise as Gongja's watchful eye observed the chaos. With a jarring thud, the older man crashed to the tiled floor, his shoes flying off in the undignified fall. An unidentified woman, her voice laced with worry, rushed to check on the fallen man, drawing the shocked attention of others. While the woman continued her worried inquiry, hushed snickers rippled through the background, betraying hidden amusement. Lee Gujuan lay humiliated on the cold floor, his face contorted in pain and embarrassment, his sock-clad foot now exposed. A frustrated grimace contorted the older man's features, a flush of anger rising to his cheeks. "Damn it," he muttered, quickly scrambling away in frustration, leaving his shoe behind in his hasty retreat. A final thump resonated as the older man exited, leaving his solitary shoe on the bright tiled floor for all to see. Gongja, surprised by the dramatic departure, wondered aloud at the strange event, his gaze fixed on the single abandoned shoe. Lee Yugyang and 2 others exchanged knowing whispers and faint smiles, likely relishing the older man's humiliating exit. With a hint of triumph in his voice, Gongja bade Lee Gujuan a final goodbye, as the figures behind him reacted with mixed surprise and concern. The scene shifted to a bright, peaceful outdoor landscape bathed in sunlight, offering a tranquil transition. The young boy, his eyes wide with fear and sweat beading on his brow, desperately asked if he could remain in the safety of their home. Gongja gently reminded the fearful boy of his past invitations, prompting the child to confess his terror of getting into trouble and ask about the academy. The young boy stretched, his voice heavy with the weight of his family's crisis, explaining that his father's indictment left him powerless. The boy sat up, a chilling resignation in his tone, casually remarking that he expected a few hits if caught visiting. Gongja looked up, a wave of shock washing over him as he questioned if this abuse was happening again. Gongja's shock escalated into an exclamation, his urgent, again, startling the young boy into an involuntary cry of, "Whoa!" With a decisive tug, Gongja grabbed the boy's shirt, demanding to know, "You got hit again?" A sickening wave of dread passed over them as ugly bruises were revealed across the boy's stomach. Gongja's face hardened, his lips pressed into a determined, resolute pout. Gongja gently asked if his mother had hit him again for visiting, but the boy quickly denied it. The young boy, his voice laced with sadness, offered his mother's recent bad mood as the reason for his suffering. From his slumped posture, the boy expressed his profound sorrow at no longer being able to attend soccer class, his sole comfort. Despite the narration's ironic claim of kind words, Gongja's censored fury was so potent that the boy couldn't decipher his muffled words. Gongja framed the scene with his hands, proposing they take a photograph, prompting the boy to ask if it was for reporting. The boy's gaze drifted, his eyes reflecting a deep and troubling internal conflict. The boy explained, his voice laced with a bitter resignation, that past attempts to report the abuse had been utterly useless. A single bead of sweat traced a path down the boy's cheek, a silent testament to his profound distress. Gongja's lips pressed into a firm, resolute line. Gongja inwardly commanded the system, "Use coin. Make it so magic doesn't get hit by mom." A magical chime resonated, revealing an astronomical coin cost and an impossible 5-year sleep penalty, leaving Gongja utterly stunned. Gongja let out a long, exasperated sigh, understanding the system's outrageous demand was simply a coded impossibility. With a strategic glint in his eyes, Gongja pondered the system's response, inferring that direct intervention against the violence was entirely out of the question. Another magical chime confirmed the surprisingly affordable cost for magic's evasion ability upgrade, a dirt cheap price that Gongja happily accepted, despite the impending 5 minutes of cold sweat. Gongja observed the boy with an analytical gaze, musing on his decent physical ability and considering a further magical enhancement. Gongja decided to also raise magic's violence detection ability, accepting the subsequent 5 minutes of itching, and commanded the system to execute both changes. As an irritating itch spread across his skin, Gongja urged the boy to run from future attacks, then asked if such abuse had always been his grim reality. The boy, head bowed in shame, mumbled a self-blaming excuse, but Gongja fiercely rejected the notion that he could have done anything wrong. The young boy struggled to articulate his thoughts, his words caught in his throat. In a cry of raw anguish, the young boy lamented his involuntary honesty, confessing that even unwanted truths now spilled from his lips. As the boy cried out, describing his involuntary honesty, Gongja gasped, a horrifying realization dawning that his coin might be the cause. A somber realization settled upon Gongja, a quiet whisper of self-reproach. This unintended consequence was his fault. The boy offered a vague, all-encompassing apology, prompting Gongja to question the source of such profound sorrow. Gongja stepped forward with a gentle determination, preparing to offer a profound promise. With heartfelt sincerity, Gongja made a solemn vow, he would be the boy's unwavering strength whenever he was needed. A gentle pat landed softly on the boy's shoulder, a gesture of quiet reassurance. Gongja embraced the boy, his voice ringing with fierce protective devotion, declaring himself his big brother. The boy's voice trembled with a hopeful query, to which Gongja affirmed his promise with a playful, yet honest, caveat. Gongja's smile widened, radiating unshakable confidence in his heartfelt vow. The young boy's eyes widened, touched by an unexpected wave of genuine kindness. A soft, relieved chuckle escaped the boy's lips, his eyes closing in a rare moment of joy. In a whimsical chibi form, Gongja playfully asserted his role as the older brother, leaving the other chibi child speechless. The scene shifted to the imposing exterior of a building, now revealed as the filming set for basement. The director informed Gongja of a minor adjustment to the filming path, his voice calm and practical. The director detailed the camera's precise movement, explaining how it would capture Gongja's fall, and Gongja eagerly confirmed his understanding. The director continued his detailed instructions, outlining the precise sequence of pulling the coat rack and entering the vent. A hand precisely demonstrated the movement, shifting the backpack twice upwards with crisp, mechanical clicks. Then, with a singular, deliberate click, the hand moved the backpack once downwards. The director offered an encouraging query, to which Gongja responded with unwavering, confident enthusiasm. The director commanded everyone to their positions, a cue that sent a burst of joyful anticipation through Gongja. A stark title card announced the gravity of the impending scene. The narrative unfolded, detailing the tragic scene where Jong Yujin, as the mother, faced blows while her young son, too small to protect himself, bravely but futilely intervened. Witnessing her son's struggle, the mother made the ultimate sacrifice, creating an escape for her child. Through her desperate act, the son was thrust, for the very first time, into the harsh reality of the outside world. Gongja's face glowed with satisfied understanding as the narration described the scene's suffocating tension. The director's command to stand by cut through the air, signaling the tense hush before the action. A single, sharp command of cue ignited the dramatic performance. The woman's desperate cry of run echoed through the chaotic scene as the man grabbed Gongja, trying to stop the impending attack. The male actor pinned Gongja against the wall with brute force, commanding him to stay still. A sickening thud echoed as Gongja recoiled, his face contorted in pain and distress. A sharp, electric jolt coursed through Gongja as a single tear escaped, a silent testament to his profound distress. An eerie, heavy silence descended upon the grim room, pregnant with unspoken tension. Gongja's small hands gripped the man's shirt with fierce, desperate resolve. From the floor, the woman let out a primal scream, urging Gongja to flee. Gongja gasped, his eyes wide with a sudden, breath-catching fear. With a swift, purposeful movement, Gongja surged towards the coat rack. Gongja pulled at the yellow backpack with two frantic, yet precise, clicks. A creaking sound echoed as the vent cover swung open, revealing a dark, ominous escape. With a frantic scramble, Gongja disappeared into the dark vent, his face etched with terror. Gongja watched in helpless horror as the male actor continued his brutal assault, the sickening thuds echoing in the confined space. A harsh thud punctuated the air as the woman endured another brutal blow, her face etched with pain. The director's decisive command, "Okay, cut," abruptly halted the harrowing scene. The man with dark hair closed his eyes, silently absorbing the weight of the intense performance. The older man drew a deep, emotional breath, a sign of profound relief. A broad, genuine smile spread across his face, tinged with a flush of pure satisfaction. The older man lavished Gongja with effusive praise, proclaiming him truly incredible for his superb performance. The older man, chuckling with delight, promised to retrieve Gongja, who responded with a heartfelt thank you. Beaming, the older man effusively praised Gongja, crediting him for a flawless, unrepeatable performance that allowed them to finish the scene immediately. Gongja raised his chubby hands in a burst of joyous triumph, celebrating his perfect, one-take, success. A sudden, electrifying burst of light erupted, startling Gongja into stunned silence. The older man's eyes widened, his face etched with utter bewilderment at the sudden phenomenon. The older man grunted in pain, clutching Gongja, as an unseen voice cried out Gongja's name with urgent concern. A sharp, jarring impact reverberated through Lee Hanjo, eliciting a sudden, pained cry. A man, consumed by panic, urgently demanded to know what was wrong, his voice laced with searing concern for Lee Hanjo. Small, tentative footsteps drifted softly across the floor, hinting at a gentle, caring approach. The concerned man gently prodded Lee Hanjo for injuries, who winced at the touch but insisted he was fine. As the man's hand brushed Li Hanzhou's shoulder, a stark exclamation of surprise escaped him, revealing an unseen wound. The man insisted Li Hanzhou was injured, his frustration clear, while Li Hanzhou meekly tried to downplay his pain. Panic erupted as the man shrieked about Li Hanzhou's injury, causing Kim Deok-soo to react with alarm while Li Hanzhou felt overwhelmed. Li Hanzhou downplayed his injury as a mere scratch, a subtle brush of his fingers against the affected area underscoring his casual dismissal. The man's eye widened, his gaze fixed with an expression of dawning shock and intense realization. Kim Deok-soo vehemently contradicted Li Hanzhou, his voice rising as he gestured emphatically about the 3-centimeter wound, startling Li Hanzhou. The two men shared their deep concern over Li Hanzhou's tendency to conceal his pain, particularly how it worried Ms. Ma Sejong. Li Hanzhou, blushing faintly, shyly reiterated that he truly was fine, despite the fuss. The man's jaw clenched, a powerful testament to the emotional reaction he struggled to suppress. The unidentified man, his figure cast in a dramatic silhouette, softly uttered Li Hanzhou's name with an air of profound concern. Li Hanzhou's eyes widened, a sudden, startled cry escaping his lips as surprise washed over him. The man's voice boomed with a serious, almost threatening tone, declaring he would tell Li Hanzhou's mother about the incident. Li Hanzhou sat dejectedly, lamenting the scolding and his missed practice, the consequences of his injury weighing heavily. The man, apologetic, confessed to also being scolded by Li Hanzhou's mother, admitting her intimidating presence. A somber stillness settled over both Li Hanzhou and the man as they sat quietly, their spirits subdued. The man gently called Li Hanzhou's name, and Li Hanzhou responded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. With two enthusiastic thumbs up and a wide smile, the man encouraged Li Hanzhou to perform well and remain safe. Li Hanzhou's face broke into a wide, radiant smile, his eyes happily closing in sheer delight. Li Hanzhou and the man high-fived, their enthusiastic cheers of fighting, echoing their shared determination. On the bustling outdoor set, staff members meticulously prepared, adjusting equipment around a professional film camera. Li Hanzhou, nervously looking around, confessed his unfamiliarity and unease with filming downtown for the first time. Li Hanzhou observed the substantial crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on the filming from beyond the yellow "no entry" tape. A subtle flinch rippled through Li Hanzhou as a voice from the unseen crowd recognized him. Sinister whispers and negative murmurs arose from the silhouetted figures, criticizing Li Hanzhou's adoption into the Sungjin group and the alleged suffering they caused. Li Hanzhou recoiled in startled worry, sensing the menacing presence of silhouetted figures watching him from the oppressive streetscape. Li Hanzhou bowed his head, burdened and dejected by the lingering, unsettling aftermath of the accounting fraud. The man gently cupped Li Hanzhou's face, reassuring him with comforting words that he had done nothing wrong, bringing a blush to Li Hanzhou's cheeks. The man, his face etched with anger, fiercely defended Li Hanzhou, urging him to disregard the negative comments as mere venting from troubled adults. Li Hanzhou offered a calm, brave smile, reassuring the man that he was fine and that words spoken against him, as his mother's son, held no power to hurt him. The man's voice rose in frustrated anguish, insisting that Li Hanzhou's situation was absolutely not okay. The man's worried cries intensified, his anger boiling over at Li Hanzhou's young exposure to what he vehemently called adults' filth, startling Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou reached out, his hand gently clasping the man's, reassuring him with a simple, "It's okay, sir." Li Hanzhou, beaming with radiant confidence, expressed his strength and gratitude, declaring his protection by many and the man's constant presence by his side. Overwhelmed with emotion, the man burst into tears of joy, proclaiming Li Hanzhou a true angel. Li Hanzhou looked scared, visible scratches marring his face, as a staff member nervously urged him to prepare for the scene. Li Hanzhou, a chibi figure filled with enthusiasm, swiftly ran off to get ready, leaving the man dejected and quietly crying. A crisp, disembodied voice commanded the standby cue, signaling the imminent start of the scene. The scene shifted to a modern city park, its green trees and contemporary buildings bathed in clear, bright daylight. Lee Hanjo stood on the patterned sidewalk, his bare feet grounding him as he nervously surveyed his new surroundings. A close-up highlighted Lee Hanjo's bare foot resting on the patterned pavement. Lee Hanjo stood alone, a small, isolated figure amidst the bustling, blurred forms of a city street. Lee Hanjo's eye widened in a sudden, sharp burst of surprise. Lee Hanjo watched, his gaze fixed on the busy intersection as cars and a bus streamed past. Multiple sets of feet steadily crossed the street, their footsteps a rhythmic beat on the crosswalk. A diverse multitude of people strode across the wide city crosswalk, framed by tall buildings under the bright daylight. Lee Hanjo's heart pounded with a quickening beat as he looked around, a blush coloring his cheeks with excited surprise. An adult's legs walked past Lee Hanjo, who looked up from amidst the shimmering, bustling city crowd. Lee Hanjo's face radiated pure joy, a wide, bright smile gracing his features. Lee Hanjo took a step, his bare foot pattering lightly on the path. Lee Hanjo ran happily down the city street, sparkling with energy as sunlight danced around him. The director's voice boomed, announcing, "Cut." "Okay," marking the triumphant end of the take. The man showered Lee Hanjo with praise for his excellent performance, excitedly asking about the final smile, while a young boy watched captivated. Lee Hanjo simply stated he smiled because he was happy, a declaration that caught the man by surprise. Lee Hanjo explained his excitement stemmed from the vast, bright open spaces, a stark contrast to the narrow, dark basement. The man's mouth hung open in astonishment, a thoughtful expression replacing his surprise at Lee Hanjo's extraordinary insight. The filming of the basement concluded safely, yet the persistent negative public opinion left Lee Hanjo and his mother without further casting calls. Lee Hanjo, eyes wide with hope, asked his mother if any work had come in for him. The woman sadly confirmed there was no work for Lee Hanjo, reflecting on the unsettling lingering situation. The woman angrily wished for the troublemakers to be arrested, her intense emotion causing Lee Hanjo, in his chibi form, to question her outburst. The woman thanked Lee Hanjo for getting along with Jeek, leaving Lee Hanjo looking up with a confused expression. The woman, her eyes closed in earnest desperation, explained her worry and inability to visit her nephew, Jeek, amidst the public uproar, affirming their unbreakable family bond. A teacup clinked softly as the unidentified woman, with a glimmer in her eye, began a new statement. The woman smiled serenely, surrounded by a magical aura of flowers and sparkles, declaring with conviction that Jeek would suffer no more. Lee Hanjo, surprised, asked if the situation was truly resolved, and the woman affirmed that she had personally handled it. Despite her faint smile, the woman's thoughts betrayed a creeping sense of worry, an unspoken bad feeling about the resolution. Han Woo-jin, wearing an apron, cheerfully informed Lee Hanjo it was time to drink his milk. Lee Hanjo enthusiastically asked for a lot of milk, but Han Woo-jin limited him to 1 glass, noting that dinner was approaching. The woman questioned Lee Hanjo's sudden desire for milk, to which he simply replied, "To grow taller." The woman commented on Lee Hanjo's existing height, but he, resolute, declared his ambition to grow faster to take on diverse roles. The woman smiled sweetly, her expression thoughtful, as she asked Lee Hanjo if he truly loved acting so much. Lee Hanjo, holding his glass of milk, enthusiastically declared he would drink it and then diligently digest it. Both the unidentified woman and Han Woo-jin beamed with contented smiles, pleased by Lee Hanjo's spirited enthusiasm. Lee Hanjo walked away, sipping his milk, secretly questioning its actual efficacy in making him grow taller. Lee Hanjo smirked, a mischievous glow surrounding him, as he inwardly recognized the milk as a mere smokescreen for his true intention to use coins. Lee Hanjo activated a system function, commanding it to increase his height by 10 centimeters within a month, and the system instantly displayed the cost of 93,372 coins, along with the bizarre side effect of aching ankles and dreams of Viking ships for 15 days. A narration revealed the production briefing forward basement was set for 1 month later, coinciding with the shocked expressions of unidentified individuals. Lee Hanjo stood resolutely amidst a grand flourish of flowers and sparkles, declaring his unwavering intention to engrave his image firmly into their minds at the upcoming briefing. The G Film Company building stood, a bastion of industry under a bright sky. An unseen voice filled the expectant theater, inviting the director and cast of Basement to the stage. As camera flashes clicked like eager shutters, an older man and woman gracefully ascended the brightly lit stage. The click of cameras followed an unidentified man as he moved toward the blinding lights, his presence keenly observed. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the audience as an unexpected sight unfolded before them. Then, in a shimmering cascade of light, Gongja himself appeared, greeting the audience with unbridled enthusiasm. A muffled gasp escaped the three adults already on stage, their expressions mirroring the audience's profound astonishment. The older man, flustered and utterly impressed, exclaimed in genuine disbelief at how much Gongja had grown and how incredibly handsome he had become. The older man playfully wondered if Gongja should already be in elementary school, but Gongja, with a soft hum of disagreement, assured him it was still far off. An unidentified man, acting as host, welcomed them back to such an event since the Hongryong Film Festival, then formally requested a brief introduction to their new film, Basement. Director Lilac introduced himself, admitting with a nervous gasp that it had been a long time, making him quite anxious to greet everyone again. Director Lilac revealed Basement to be a profound tale of a mother and son, trapped and then freed, emphasizing that the film's success hinged entirely on the tremendous, all-encompassing performances of its two lead actors. An unseen speaker addressed Ms. Young Yujin, having heard that the movie had been a particularly difficult experience for her. The older man reacted with a shocked crunch of realization, exclaiming his surprise, while the woman beside him offered only a faint, amused hum. The unidentified woman gently explained the role demanded a deep emotional range, and she struggled because the mother character's painful events had kept her immersed in those difficult emotions for too long. Yet, she quickly added with a soft sigh of contentment that filming had been truly fun, especially with Gongja, who had significantly deepened her immersion in the role. Gongja looked on, a blush creeping across his cheeks, his wide eyes reflecting genuine, innocent surprise at the unexpected praise. With a profound sense of pride, the woman warmly praised Gongja's acting, assuring the audience they would see it in the film, and admitted he had completely overwhelmed her on set. An unidentified man with glasses then turned to Gongja, asking if his first leading role had presented significant challenges. Gongja, beaming with cheerful confidence, declared the role wasn't hard at all, in fact, he was sad it had ended so quickly. The interviewer, surprised, followed up, asking if Gongja's mother had taught him as many ideas and ad-libs during filming, to which Gongja instantly replied, no. With a charming, confident smile, Gongja explained that he immersed himself in understanding the character, and through that deep connection, the ad-libs simply flowed out naturally. A bright flash of collective amusement erupted from the adults on stage, clearly charmed and pleasantly surprised by Gongja's innocent explanation. The host then transitioned the event, announcing that it was now time to take questions from the assembled reporters. The host acknowledged a reporter, pinpointing him with a decisive gesture, ready for the first question. Yu Jaimin from Cine 3 introduced himself, and with a soft rustle of adjustment, he professionally questioned director Lilac about his choice of such a distinct subject matter for Basement compared to his previous works. Director Lilac acknowledged the stark difference from his prior work, explaining that he simply wanted to challenge himself, though it was a dream for the distant future. With a serene, thoughtful expression, director Lilac revealed his ultimate ambition, to forge his own genre, unconfined by any single style. Gongja thoughtfully realized, as he had before, that director Lilac possessed a surprisingly serious and ambitious side. Director Lilac enthusiastically added, with a dramatic flourish, that it would be even better if his lucky charm Gongja could join him then, causing Gongja to emit an internal groan of annoyance, wishing he'd omitted that last line. With another decisive gesture, a different reporter's hand shot up in the audience. The host acknowledged a new question from the reporter with the bob haircut in the audience. A reporter named Gi Gajin from Sports Light introduced herself, and with a sudden, intense burst of focus, she declared her question was specifically for Gongja. Her tone tense and accusatory, Ji Gajin immediately brought up the Sungjin Group accounting fraud scandal, noting that Ma Sujong and Ma Gongja were said to be in a period of self-reflection. A chilling hiss of realization escaped Gongja, his eyes wide and dejected as the weight of the accusation settled upon him. Then, with the force of a thunderclap, the reporter pressed further, interrogating Gongja about what exactly he had been doing during that period. A palpable solemnity descended upon the entire event, as the accusatory question hung heavy in the air. A faint, almost menacing, smile touched Gongja's lips as he realized, with a dark aura of self-reproach, that he had been sweet-talked and had severely underestimated the reporters. Gongja looked down, his eyes obscured by shadow, and began to speak with solemn gravity, "I have been." Then, with a bright, wide flourish of a smile, Gongja declared his answer: he had been diligently working hard on growing up. With a light, internal chuckle, Gongja thought to himself that in moments like these, it was truly good to be a kid. With an internal click of exasperation, the female reporter fumed, realizing the futility of arguing with a child in this situation. The older man, bursting into a light giggle and energetic claps, emphatically praised Gongja's immense growth, stating he'd be unrecognizable in the film, while a chibi Gongja mentally gave the director a fervent thumbs up. The unidentified woman, with a soft chuckle, agreed that children truly grew up in the blink of an eye, as the older man nodded in placid agreement. A wave of hearty laughter washed over the audience, a collective sigh of light-hearted relief. Gongja, placing a hand to his head, thought with profound relief, that was a close call. The immediate crisis had been navigated with practiced ease. The serene exterior of a modern home basked under a bright, peaceful sky, hinting at a return to ordinary life. A volleyball bounced high into the clear blue air. A soccer ball bounced across the grass as two young boys engaged in playful competition. With a swift thump, a young boy's leg connected with the soccer ball. One young boy let out a surprised whoa as he flailed, while a mischievous chibi version of his friend mentally quipped about his truly terrible play. The first boy playfully teased his companion about his lack of talent beyond his face, noting his continued failure even with an easy pass, which caused the second boy, Lee Hanjo, to groan in deep frustration. Lee Hanjo internally rationalized the teasing, conceding that it was only natural given his friend was younger than him. The young boy with brown hair, brimming with boastful confidence, thought to himself that no one in the soccer club could possibly stop him, as other boys attempted to tackle him with a futile whiz and whoosh. With a dramatic flourish of realization, the young boy with brown hair mused about his sudden, enhanced ability to see all tackles coming, a skill he hadn't possessed before. Lee Hanjo, with a bewildered internal gasp and surrounded by cartoon cats of confusion, realized he hadn't anticipated that raising his friend's evasion and sensing abilities would lead to such an outcome. Lee Hanjo asked his young if he liked soccer, and after a moment of contemplation and a quiet breath, the young boy with brown hair affirmed, "Of course." Lee Hanjo, his eyes sparkling with an infectious enthusiasm, then asked if his young wished to become a soccer player, a hopeful vision of a glowing athlete already forming in his mind. The young boy with brown hair paused, the soccer ball bouncing softly beside his knee, lost in deep contemplation. With a slight, hesitant shift, the young boy with brown hair finally admitted, "I kind of want to." A chibi Lee Hanjo reacted with confused annoyance, wondering aloud about such an ambiguous answer. Looking down in melancholic dejection, the young boy with brown hair explained that his family disapproved of him playing soccer, expecting him instead to inherit the company work. Lee Hanjo, his eyes bulging in shocked realization, let out a startled cry as he suddenly grasped the young boy's arm, asking if the rumors of him being an heir were true. A sharp gasp escaped the young boy with brown hair, his face momentarily shadowed by the weight of the revelation. The young boy with brown hair wistfully explained that his mother wished him to inherit, but he didn't want to, and didn't believe it would happen anyway, prompting Lee Hanjo to curiously ask if it was because he was the second son. With a serious, almost mysterious glint in his eyes, the young boy with brown hair replied, "Not exactly." Then, in a somber, dejected tone, the the young boy with brown hair revealed his true reason, his older brother, Shin Hyung, whom he believed he could never surpass. A mysterious, possibly ominous man in a suit and glasses appeared, his face obscured by shadow against a swirling, dark background. Lee Hanjo, his face a flush of surprise, questioned the identity of this Shin Hyung. An unseen presence sighed in deep exasperation within the heart of the bustling city. Lee Hanjo's thoughts fixated on a particular article, his brow furrowed in serious contemplation as Ma Sejong observed. A news headline blared, condemning child actor Ma Gongja for his shameless response to accounting fraud allegations during the movie The Basement Briefing, sparking widespread public outcry for his perceived inappropriate smile amidst serious questions about Seongjin Group's 400 million KRW contribution to his nation's baby status. The man voiced his deep concern that the moral fallout of the scandal was being deliberately pinned on Ma Sejong and her young son. Ma Sejong, her expression etched with worry, stated she could endure the attacks herself, but the thought of them targeting Gongja pierced her heart. She explained that the narrative was being meticulously framed to suggest their active presence, rather than quiet reflection, implied the crumbling of the rule of law, while the man listened intently. Ma Sejong gravely suspected this entire media storm was merely a calculated smokescreen orchestrated by Seongjin Group. The man, sweating with anxiety, speculated whether diverting attention to Gongja was a cynical tactic to diminish the scrutiny on the accounting fraud itself. Ma Sejong's voice hardened, confirming his suspicion and declaring that using Gongja, who was not even blood-related, as a shield was precisely that damn Seongjin Group's specialty. Distressed, the man asked if they were simply doomed to endure the public's growing hatred, trapped by the unfolding machinations. As Ma Sejong walked away, she calmly reassured him, asserting her own deep-rooted connection to the Seongjin Group. With a gentle, knowing smile, her eyes held the depth of countless observations, for she had seen much from the sidelines. 2 elegant perfume bottles, labeled Koanal N.22, stood poised on a reflective surface, hinting at the luxury to come. Gongja radiated confidence in his toga, a soft, ethereal glow surrounding him as a small inset showed Lee Hanjo gazing upwards at a distant, luminous hope. The esteemed perfume Koanal N.22, renowned for its transparent and noble concept, was celebrated for enlisting handsome actors with impeccable images as its models. A serene Han Woo-jin, adorned in classic attire, appeared as the perfume's model, prompting the main character's internal recognition, "It's you again, Han Woo-jin." Han Woo-jin, arms outstretched in a welcoming gesture, called out to Gongja with a wide smile, exclaiming how much he had missed him. "You've grown so much already," Han Woo-jin playfully declared, adding that Daddy should have been there to watch over you, eliciting an internal, surprised thought from Gongja, "Since when are you my dad?" With a dramatic flourish, Gongja excitedly announced that his movie was coming out soon, to which Han Woo-jin heartily congratulated him, promising to watch every drama and movie he appeared in. The main character observed Han Woo-jin, noting how incredibly exhausted he appeared, wondering if that explained his demeanor. Gongja curiously asked if Han Woo-jin had experienced a rough night, to which Han Woo-jin replied, "Is it obvious?" Han Woo-jin presented a picture of a cat on his phone, asking if it was cute, setting the stage for his emotional revelation. Han Woo-jin explained, his voice laced with sadness, that he had cried all day after saying goodbye to a beloved pet he'd had for ages, leading Gongja to realize his exhaustion stemmed not from lack of sleep, but from profound grief. A deep silence settled as Gongja looked up at Han Woo-jin, processing the man's sorrow. Han Woo-jin, tearfully apologizing for his unprofessional demeanor, prompted Gongja to reflect internally that the pain of parting was an emotion too raw for acting to conceal. As Han Woo-jin cheerfully suggested they begin the shoot, Gongja recoiled in internal shock. "Wait, we're starting now?" With that face. Gongja worried that filming now would only capture Han Woo-jin's gaunt, tired face on screen. A system notification chimed, announcing a coin used to magically fix Han Woo-jin's skin condition. A holographic blue message appeared, detailing that 3,272 coins are required to improve top star Han Woo-jin's skin, followed by the bold command, execute. The system then unveiled a shocking, unexpected price for the skin improvement, as a price, you will kiss the target in front of you in 5 seconds, leaving the main character in stunned disbelief, crying, what? With a magical shimmer, Han Wujin's profile subtly transformed, his expression shifting from serene to gently smiling as his skin condition visibly improved. Gongja, overflowing with excitement, dashed forward with light, quick steps, joyfully calling out, "Big brother." Han Wujin looked on with a startled expression, surprised by Gongja's sudden address. With a sudden rush of movement, Gongja lunged forward, his hands reaching out towards a surprised Han Wujin. Gongja planted a soft kiss on Han Wujin's cheek, leaving the man utterly stunned and blushing deeply. Han Wujin's eye widened in extreme shock, a telltale blush coloring his cheek. Gongja let out a loud exclamation of surprised excitement, his face flushed. A bright halo surrounded Han Wujin as he reacted with extreme shock, his hand flying to cover his blushing mouth. With a wide, innocent smile and clenched hands, Gongja cheerfully encouraged Han Wujin, "See, cheer up." Han Wujin remained flustered and blushing, his hand pressed to his face, as Gongja playfully scampered away in the background. Han Wujin, his expression a mix of surprise and eager excitement, called out to Gongja, "Gongja, do it again," as 2 onlookers gasped in astonishment. With playful insistence, Han Wujin chased after Gongja, laughing loudly while Gongja cried out in mock distress, "Just one more time." A camera shutter clicked, capturing an artistic and idealized moment, an angelic Gongja reaching down to a reclining Han Wujin, evoking a heavenly tableau. A few days later, the scene shifted. A modern city building gleamed under the bright sunlight, its windows reflecting the clear blue sky. An unidentified woman, observing a painting, remarked on the subject's striking features, acknowledging his face really does all the heavy lifting, but a pregnant butt hung in the air. The woman expressed her annoyance and confusion, wondering how this guy consistently managed to appear wherever Gongja was. A staff member recounted the preceding chaos, revealing it erupted simply because Gongja had given someone a little peck, a narration that harshly judged it as snitching. The woman, tilting her head in exaggerated confusion amidst floating question marks and chibi bears, repeated the word with disbelief, "Smooch?" An unseen character's voice requested someone to look at this article. An interview with Han Wujin was presented, where he confirmed shooting a perfume ad with the hot celebrity Gongja, expressing surprise at Gongja's growth but noting his unchanging essence. Han Wujin continued, explaining an episode where Gongja, upon learning of his pet's recent passing, had kissed him to cheer him up, which Han Wujin deemed angelic and perfectly suited to the ad's image. When asked about the widely discussed creation of Adam-inspired photo with Gongja, Han Wujin contentedly described their composition as perfect for the brand's image, a statement that drew a pensive, slightly blushing reaction from an unidentified woman. The unidentified woman furiously clutched her phone, trembling with rage as she cried, "Is he crazy?" and recalled Han Wujin calling himself "Daddy" and putting Gongja in a difficult spot at the shooting location. The woman let out a guttural cry of "Yujie," fueled by extreme frustration and anger. The staff member, holding up his phone with a puzzled expression, reflected on the amazing feat of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, a colossal advertisement featuring Han Wujin and an angelic Gongja graced the side of a building, capturing the gaze of passers-by, including Li Hanzhou, who looked up at the striking image. Li Hanzhou, a faint blush coloring his cheeks, was lost in deep, pensive thought. A monumental question formed in Li Hanzhou's mind: should I propose? Li Hanzhou smiled gently, envisioning a future where marrying Senior Sejong would allow him to live with Gongja. A chibi man posed a curious question from a passing car: a music video shoot? The unidentified man, smiling, confirmed it was for Halo member Kim Jin-young's solo album music video. Gongja reflected internally with a slight smile, observing that, it's been a while. Gongja's mind drifted through vibrant memories of a childcare variety show, acknowledging how Kim Jin-young had truly established himself after it, despite the group always being a bunch of nutjobs. Kim Jin-young, beaming and slightly blushing, exclaimed with genuine surprise, "Gongja, you've really grown a lot." Kim Jin-young knelt, asking Gongja if he remembered him and all the fun they'd had playing together, and Gongja affirmed with a yes, while internally noting that normally, a child wouldn't remember such things. Gongja's face lit up in a wide, happy smile, his arms outstretched as he enthusiastically proclaimed, "I remember." Jin-hyung. Kim Jin-young clutched his chest, overcome with emotion and relief, feeling profoundly, "So glad I'm alive." The music video's story was explained to be about an older brother who, happy with his younger sibling, eventually realized he was living an illusion. Kim Jin-young declared, "I'm the big brother and Gongja is the little brother," while Gongja internally interpreted the tragic tale as an older brother lost in grief, unable to accept his sibling's death. Kim Jin-young enthusiastically encouraged Gongja, shouting, fighting, declaring that though it was their first time filming just the two of them, they would do their best together, a sentiment Gongja silently echoed with a thoughtful, "And I." Gongja's eyes gleamed with a subtle, knowing smirk as he pondered, "I've experienced death before, haven't I?" If he turned his head at the familiar sound of the front door, a deep longing stirred within him. He gently tucked the blanket around the peacefully sleeping child, a tender gesture in the quiet room. The man gazed down, filled with a melancholic longing, as if still expecting someone to come in smiling. A gentle, closed-eyed smile graced the man's face, conveying a profound sense of happiness and peace. Everywhere he looked, he felt the lingering traces of a cherished presence. A piece of broccoli was delicately held by chopsticks, elevated to the status of a precious treasure. The child's face contorted in an exaggerated comedic disgust at the sight of the verdant vegetable. At the domestic dining table, the child ate with an unexpectedly serious demeanor. The man's surprise stemmed from the depth of his emotional connection, feeling a name catch in his chest every time he breathed. Chopsticks precisely placed a piece of broccoli atop a mound of white rice. The man smiled warmly, watching the child look up with innocent anticipation. The weight of his emotion felt too vast, rendering the simple words, "I miss you," utterly inadequate. The child pouted petulantly, an adorable expression of annoyance on his flushed cheeks. A man's broad, joyful smile conveyed an overwhelming sense of deep happiness. He wondered how he was meant to endure this stagnant season that seemed to have paused solely for him. From clothes tucked deep inside the drawer, a poetic memory of tiny, unsteady feet in pajamas began. A man held a blanket aloft as the happy child ran towards him, though the lingering scent in the air carried a hint of melancholy. Pure joy radiated from the child as he laughed, eyes closed, wrapped in a comforting blanket. As the man tenderly held the drawing child upside down, a hopeful yet introspective question echoed, "Would the pain hurt a little less tomorrow?" An unseen hand gently stroked the child's head, offering a comforting touch. He felt an anticipatory wistfulness, his hand reaching out, ready to turn at the familiar sound of the front door. The man's wide-eyed surprise was tinged with a troubled reflection. He sat on the floor, embracing himself in a posture of despair, enduring yet another desolate and lonely night without them. An adult hand offered a plate of food, met with the child's joyful, wholesome smile. A young man stood, consumed by sorrow, his deep longing too vast for the words, "I miss you," to contain. The child playfully peeked from behind a white blanket, a mischievous tongue peeking out in curious confusion. A child's happy peeking contrasted with the man's lingering question about how to cope with a season that had stopped for him alone. He paused, a suspenseful anticipation gripping him as he turned his head at the familiar sound of the front door. The man's wide eyes conveyed a tense and worried surprise, a hint of distress crossing his face. He stood framed by soft light, gazing at the scenic view with a wistful longing, still feeling as if someone would return smiling. A hand clutched white fabric with an intense, emotional grip. A young man wept, deeply sorrowful, comforted by an unseen hand, as traces of a lost presence remained everywhere he looked. Lying in a dimly lit room, the young man clutched a blanket, his body language speaking of melancholic and painful emotional distress. An unseen hand held a phone displaying the distressed young man, lamenting, "No," as the narrator resignedly endured another night alone. "How can you just disappear, Gongja?" the unidentified woman sobbed, a soft gasp escaping her lips, as she cried out her disbelief. An unseen character's hand scrolled with a soft swish as they observed the content, marveling that they really made an idol music video look like a movie. As she observed social media comments questioning Gongja's persistent reappearance and bold gaze, the unidentified woman acknowledged that public opinion hadn't fully died down yet. Amidst enthusiastic social media comments praising the crazy chemistry and legendary collaboration, the unidentified woman noted gratefully that the Halo fandom's positive response was stronger. A faint, pleased smirk curved the unidentified woman's lips. Gazing out thoughtfully, the unidentified woman expressed a wistful hope that he's doing well. The Grand CCV building stood prominently under a clear, sunny sky, a public landmark for events. An unidentified man energetically announced the celebratory start of the Q&A session for the blockbuster movie Basement, which was heading towards 9 million viewers. The man continued, formally announcing the live YouTube broadcast and inviting the audience to begin questions immediately. An audience member stood poised with a microphone, creating a quiet moment of anticipation before a question was asked. A man spoke into the microphone while the unidentified woman beside him laughed, setting a light and conversational tone. Gongja, reflecting introspectively, anticipated that since the audience was randomly selected, there wouldn't be many questions about him, mostly about the movie's content. A confrontational murmur rose from the audience as a man pointedly asked the director, "Is there a special reason you gave the role to Gongja, despite his controversies?" making Gongja visibly worried. The director paused, a serious and slightly worried expression on his face, weighing his response to the challenging question. Gathering his thoughts, the director closed his eyes and softly exhaled, a contemplative and resolute gesture. From behind a film camera, the director firmly and confidently declared his choice of Gongja, asserting that many in the audience who had watched the movie multiple times understood his decision despite the controversies. The director analytically explained that the movie itself held the answer, noting Gongja's untainted purity perfectly resembled the sheltered son's role. He further validated Gongja, praising his explosive acting ability despite his youth and acknowledging how Gongja's talent even inspired many of his own creative ideas. The director triumphantly declared he had no regrets even now, confident that Gongja had been the best choice. A surprised murmuring spread through the audience, as two individuals reacted with visible concern. The man on stage politely but firmly requested, with a soft, slightly awkward laugh, that future questions refrain from touching upon the actor's personal issues. Amidst the murmuring, Gongja looked up, wide-eyed and slightly overwhelmed, absorbing the nervous attention. The unidentified woman amiably agreed with the director, then, with a reassuring laugh, steered the Q&A towards the next question. Down the dimly lit cinema aisle, a man in a cap walked, his presence watchful. He subtly adjusted his cap, a soft rustle accompanying the cautious movement, revealing only a glimpse of a masked face. As the man in the cap deliberately walked away, another man looked on in surprise, questioning his uncertain presence. A hand gripped a bottle of water with a sharp click, its menacing intent ominously clear. A sudden whistle cut through the air, followed by an unseen character's alarmed cry of "Gongja," prompting immediate shock and distress. An unidentified man urgently shouted, "Get out of the way," his frantic footsteps echoing as Gongja looked surprised and questioned the command. Gongja's eye widened, reflecting the tense and growing apprehension of the urgent situation. Gongja looked up, his face etched with shock as a grim realization dawned upon him. An impactful AH signaled a moment of pure, sudden shock. With a sharp crack, Gongja's head violently snapped back from the sudden, shocking impact. Water splashed out with a forceful gush, indicating a chaotic impact. Gongja collapsed heavily to the ground, a chilling thud marking his grave fall. The water bottle rolled across the floor, its contents spilling, leaving a somber trail in the aftermath of the incident. Amidst the chaos, an unseen voice cried out, "Gongja," as he lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by shocked onlookers and overturned chairs. The unseen character's frantic calls sliced through the air, their voices thick with distress for Gongja's well-being. As an unidentified man cried out Gongja's name in sheer alarm, a soft groan escaped Gongja, who lay dazed while a woman watched on in wide-eyed surprise. Pained, Gongja's thoughts raced to his own vulnerability. He realized too late that the precious system coins for heightened reflexes had been spent on Ma Jikai, not on himself. An unidentified staff member briskly declared a 30-minute break, while another man, his voice laced with concern, urgently asked if Gongja was okay and capable of standing. Yes, Gongja affirmed, his inner thoughts settling on the immense relief that his injuries were mere light bruising, not the corrosive acid he had initially feared. Nevertheless, the true impact of this incident was just beginning to unfold. As an unidentified man gently assisted Gongja to his feet, the relentless snap of camera lenses chronicled his vulnerability, under Ma Sejong's watchful gaze. A masked man's actions sparked imminent chaos, met by a sharp gasp of pure terror from another man caught in the unfolding pandemonium. In the wake of the bewildering commotion, a new reality began to surface. Public outcry erupted as protesters, holding signs, passionately demanded to know why an innocent child suffered for the Seongjin Group's accounting fraud, pleading for Gongja's protection. News headlines blared about the plastic bottle incident involving child actor Ma Gongja, sparking fan truck protests and a massive public outcry that questioned why such a young talent suffered from the Seongjin Group controversy, ultimately flipping public opinion as The Basement movie soared past 10 million viewers. Despite the wave of public support, Gongja's activities were once again temporarily suspended for his safety, a heavy setback that left him dejected as a comforting nudge from an unidentified man offered little solace. Why, Gongja wondered in anguish, would the world not simply leave him to his sole desire, to act? Gongja, Ma Sejong's voice gently called, pulling him from his troubled thoughts. With a warm, inviting smile and a knowing wink, Ma Sejong offered Gongja a reprieve. "Want to go for a little drive with Mom?" Gongja, pulled from his earlier despair, processed his mother's unexpected invitation with a contemplative quietness. The journey began under a brilliant, sun-drenched sky, where the azure expanse offered a momentary escape. Their destination was a striking modern building, its facade of glass and stone emblazoned with the noble words, humanity, righteousness, propriety, wisdom. "Shall we go in, Gongja?" Ma Sejong asked, a subtle smile playing on her lips, leaving Gongja to silently ponder, "This is." Looking at its modern grandeur, Gongja's first thought was to wonder if this magnificent structure was a museum. As Gongja's footsteps sounded softly through the impressive space, he inwardly felt it was far too grand for it to be called that. A series of stylized photographs adorned the wall, whimsical portraits of smiling children and warm, embracing figures, frozen in a timeless innocence. Gongja, taking in the array of images, quietly wondered, "There are a lot of children's photos?" "Gongja," Ma Sejong asked gently, her gaze sweeping the space, "what is this place?" leaving Gongja with nothing but a silent, confused, as his footsteps softly trod. With a radiant sense of pride, Ma Sejong revealed the building's true purpose. "This is a charity foundation building that Mom established." "What?" Gongja gasped, the revelation hitting him with a seismic thump of pure, unadulterated shock. Ma Sejong calmly explained her long-held secret of quiet charity work, confessing that she finally desired an official, dedicated space for her efforts. So astonished was Gongja that he could only process the thought, "So you made such a big building?" Ma Sejong's expression softened into a deeply thoughtful and serene reflection, her gaze fixed on a distant point. In a moment of whimsical affection, Ma Sejong revealed to Gongja, "Mom grew up seeing only pretty and nice things in life, you know." She confessed that she once considered all her boundless joys as natural, simply because she had been blessed with so much from birth. Becoming an actress allowed her to inhabit countless lives, she admitted, but the stark realities of others' experiences didn't really hit home until later. Then, one day, as a plane soared into a vibrant blue sky, everything changed. Her path led her to film in a sprawling, densely packed slum, a world away from her own. There, amidst shacks cobbled from scavenged boards, she saw children living in unimaginable squalor, drinking sewage water and unable to wash properly. That's when I felt it, Ma Sejong gravely continued, the weight of her realization palpable, that this life I'm enjoying now isn't a given for everyone, she concluded, her voice heavy with the gravity of a truth she only realized after witnessing it firsthand. Since then, she explained with gentle resolve, Mom has continued doing charity work for people on the opposite side from me, simply because I wanted to help even a little. She paused, a soft, expectant warmth radiating from her, ready to share her deepest desire. And, Ma Sejong finished, her voice imbued with hope, I'd love for Gongja to join Mom here too. While offering aid to a dejected young boy in the impoverished setting, Ma Sejong conveyed a profound truth, Gongja, sometimes the world becomes too harsh because of what we have. Mom thinks the reason is because we don't know each other. Because we don't know until we see it ourselves, she explained, her voice earnest, that's why Mom wants Gongja to become someone who can see further. With a radiant smile and glittering hope in her eyes, Ma Sejong proclaimed her belief that, armed with this deeper understanding, people would one day truly recognize Gongja's earnest and pure heart. As a soft whimper caught in his throat, Gongja's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, deeply moved by his mother's powerful words. Mom! Gongja cried out, throwing himself into her arms with a heartfelt clutch, I'll do it with you. I want to help many people like Mom and become a great actor. As she held him in a warm embrace, Ma Sejong joyfully accepted his commitment, I'm so happy Gongja will join me, then playfully mused that in her past life, she helped people so much because she simply didn't have the money for anything else. Her expression now resolute, Ma Sejong declared, then we need to help people understand Gongja's sincerity, revealing she had already promoted the foundation online, but an official event was still pending. Event? Gongja echoed, his voice laced with curiosity, are you talking about a launch ceremony? A spark of an idea ignited within Gongja's mind, a quiet resolve forming, then I'll. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Gongja declared his bold idea, Mama, then Gongja wants to try doing a play. A chibi Ma Sejong's eyes comically widened in surprise, a play, as a chibi Gongja eagerly clarified, yes. A play that Gongja does alone. Ma Sejong's brow furrowed with maternal concern, a monodrama. Acting alone. Will you be okay? Yes. Gongja asserted, his confidence unwavering with a soft chuckle, convinced that performing a play for both actors and reporters would be an unparalleled promotional triumph. At that venue, a profound stillness, a soft rustle, hinted at the dramatic events poised to unfold. A determined resolve settled within Gongja, a faint, almost magical shimmer of conviction echoing his inner thought, I'll prove myself with my acting. In a glowing interview, Ma Sejong proudly announced their new charity foundation, expressing immense joy that Gongja, her angel, joined her in helping others, despite his young age. A chibi child, tablet in hand, let out a cartoonish shock of disbelief, the thought echoing in his mind, that kid, an angel? A sudden startle shot through the chibi child as his grandmother, with light blue hair, unexpectedly materialized and calmly inquired, what brings you to the study? Well, the older woman began, a thoughtful drawl in her voice, explaining that while searching for something else, she had stumbled upon an article featuring Gongja. Ah! No, that mutt, the chibi child exclaimed, his annoyance and embarrassment comically evident. The older woman, her tone firm and unwavering, sternly rebuked the chibi child, you don't need to say that too. If you found what you need, you can go now, prompting a meek, yes, from him. Jika, the older woman's voice cut through the air, causing the young boy to visibly flinch in sudden, uneasy surprise. I'll have a word with your uncle's family, the older woman calmly stated, a declaration that ripped an alarmed, what, from the young boy. Did you think I didn't know you were eating at the annex? The older woman questioned, causing the young boy to flinch in a moment of utter, caught embarrassment. A rare, subtle smile, unexpectedly soft, graced the older woman's features. "It's nice to see." Thank you," the young boy stammered, his confusion comically evident as his mind reeled. What just happened? She only smiles like that for Hyung Shin I. The older woman's contented smile, a rare and cherished sight, lingered, surrounded by a soft, sparkling aura. The bright, unwavering sun shone down on a traditional tiled roof, marking the passage of time. As he looked upon the daunting script, a wave of profound regret washed over Gongja. Why did I say I'd do a monodrama? A dramatic wail of despair escaped Gongja as he realized, script in hand, that he now had to learn an entire tea ceremony, so much so that his very soul seemed to float free. A sharp, authoritative thwack from the older woman's cane echoed through the quiet space. "You," the older woman calmly addressed, causing a startled grandmother to rip through the air from an unseen Gongja. "You've grown," the older woman declared simply, prompting a bewildered, "Oh, hello." "That's it," from Gongja amidst a whimsical backdrop of cartoon rabbits. "Grandmother, Gongja is doing a play," he burst out, his enthusiasm barely containing the underlying stress of performing a solo show for actors and reporters. "I need to know tea ceremony too." "Tea ceremony?" the older woman questioned, her gaze sharp with an unexpected surprise. "Mom said she'll call a teacher." "Why call a teacher for that?" The older woman then simply stated, "Sejong knows how to," which sent Gongja's thoughts into a sparkling, whimsical swirl of confusion. "Because I taught her," the older woman stated with an unyielding certainty, eliciting an astonished, "What?" from Gongja. "That girl has always been far from refinement anyway," the older woman mused critically, while Gongja, surrounded by a subtle, mischievous purple haze, thought to himself, "I didn't hear that." Her voice firm with an unyielding resolve, the older woman simply commanded, "Follow me, I'll teach you." "What?" Gongja shrieked, the terrifying realization hitting him with a profound thump of pure, unadulterated horror at the thought of tea ceremony with grandmother. The older woman with glasses firmly commanded, "Follow me, I'll teach you the tea ceremony." Gongja stammered in disbelief, asking if they were starting immediately, to which the older woman with glasses simply affirmed, "Yes, let's go." A terrified Gongja shrieked, finding the prospect utterly scary, only for the older woman to sternly echo, "Yes." A gentle chime marked the solemn beginning as Gongja and the older woman with glasses settled into their formal positions for the tea ceremony. The intricate traditional tea set, meticulously arranged on a red tray, awaited their touch, emphasizing the profound formality of the moment. A nervous gulp caught in Gongja's throat, betraying his rising tension. With an unyielding gaze, the older woman with glasses declared she disliked repetition, demanding Gongja listen carefully the first time. Overwhelmed by the palpable tension, Gongja's panic surged, a silent cry echoing his intense distress. She began the methodical instruction, naming each essential component of the tea set: teacup, saucer, tea pitcher, teapot, water cooler. A flush of belated realization colored Gongja's cheeks as he inwardly questioned, the kettle was the teapot? A pointed finger indicated another item as the older woman queried its name, and Gongja nervously managed, water cooler. The older woman's sharp rebuke of, "Too slow," brought immediate, tearful distress to Gongja. From the doorway, a young boy peeked with a mix of curiosity and concern, wondering, what's he doing? Is he getting scolded by grandmother? The young boy, observing the scene, concluded with quiet certainty, she still doesn't like Gongja. The sleek, modern facade of a building stood against the dark sky. In the tranquil living room, a young boy approached Gongja, who lay soundly asleep on the sofa. With a look of genuine worry, the young boy gently asked, "Are you okay?" Despite Gongja's bright, trembling assurance that he was fine, the young boy saw through the facade, insisting, "No, you're not fine." The young boy, with a caring concern for impending aches, offered to massage Gongja's legs, to which Gongja could only groan in weary acceptance. Gongja inquired if his Hyung had also endured the tea ceremony lessons, receiving the boy's calm confirmation and continued advice on preventing cramps. As the young boy applied firm pressure to his legs, Gongja dramatically thought his blood flow had already ceased, prompting the boy to tease, "Stop exaggerating. Did grandmother scold you a lot?" Gongja replied with a cautious query, "Scold me?" With a rare, approving smile, the older woman with glasses acknowledged his good progress, noting, "You're following along quite well." A blush of pride touched Gongja's cheeks as he declared his success was simply because Gongja is an actor. The older woman with glasses observed Gongja's skill, remarking, "Gongja is good at copying things," before adding, "Acting is imitation, after all." The older woman's surprise was evident as she questioned, "You only memorized it through acting?" Gongja affirmed her surprise with a gulp, confessing he couldn't match his grandmother's dignity and musing that the profound discipline of tea ceremony simply didn't suit him. In a burst of pure, sparkling delight, Gongja exclaimed with wide-eyed surprise, "Delicious." The older woman with glasses looked on, utterly surprised by his unexpected outburst. A faint, pleased smile played on her lips, betraying her contentment. In a whimsical chibi vision, the older woman found herself bewildered, questioning, "Huh? What did I just see?" as a confused chibi Gongja stood nearby. The young boy chuckled softly as he walked past the peacefully sleeping Gongja. Amid a swirling haze of confusion, the young boy's exaggerated laughter echoed his bewildered thought, "How much did he get scolded? He's lost it." 1 month later, the story unfolded. The bustling Shin's Theater stood proudly under the bright sun, a hub of urban activity. An unidentified man questioned Ma Sejong, asking if she might be exaggerating, to which she retorted, "Senior, don't you trust me?" "No," the man clarified, acknowledging the success of the basement and Ma Sejong's adoration for the kid, as he introduced film director Won Jong-sa. With a dramatic flourish, the man exclaimed with wide-eyed shock, "No, Gongja is seriously a genius." The man with dark hair responded with a dismissive indifference, saying, "Right, sure. I'd rather he was a genius like you say, so I could use him too," but the other man challenged him to "just watch and judge for yourself," with conviction. The two men exchanged appreciative remarks on the Charity Foundation building's impressive theater, noting that even today's play was free. With a thoughtful clinking, the man speculated on the true motives behind the Charity Foundation, wondering if it was a means to make connections and secure investments. Pointing out the investors from G Company, the man recalled their successful investment in a low-budget film, trusting solely in Gongja. He further noted the presence of designer Young-Lee Ri among the attendees. He observed that many broadcasting PDs and writers were also present, further underscoring the event's significance. The man with the ponytail remarked on the already serious connections, but his companion's surprised gasp drew his attention elsewhere. His surprise mounted as he recognized an unexpected figure in the audience, a nun. In their bewildered chibi forms, the two men pondered the utterly perplexing question, "Why is a nun here?" A brilliant flash of spotlights dramatically illuminated the stage, stirring the expectant audience. A cheerfully waving Gongja greeted the audience with a bright, "Hello, I'm Gongja." With a formal bow, Gongja expressed his gratitude, "Thank you for coming to see Gongja today." A thoughtful hum escaped the man as he observed Gongja intently. The man's analytical gaze noted Gongja's clean face as he pondered, "Is he going to act with Ma Sejong?" With a serene pouring sound, Gongja announced his intention for the performance, "Today, I'm going to drink a cup of tea." He playfully introduced his creation, the tea's name is sour tea. When you drink it, you go, "Ack. So it's sour tea." The man's critical mind analyzed the performance, noting the vague character of the tea ceremony but the precise, no excess action. Yet, he was struck by Gongja's undeniable stage presence, marveling, even alone, he's filling this stage. Gongja then introduced the concept of ingredients for his sour tea, explaining, "To make sour tea, you need ingredients." A chibi Gongja, with puffed cheeks and pouting lips, adorably insisted, "It has to be super sour." The audience erupted in light-hearted laughter, charmed by his adorable presentation. The man watched with dawning appreciation, realizing, he's leading the atmosphere from the start. As a spoon of powder appeared, Gongja solemnly began, I'll introduce the ingredients for sour tea. First. His voice heavy with melancholic emotion, Gongja revealed the first ingredient, my grandmother who I can never see again. Gongja's closed eyes held the unspoken depth of his profound emotion, a silent testament to his loss. The man in the audience reacted with surprise to the sudden emotional shift, thinking, suddenly. He shared his mother's comforting words, Mom said grandmother became a star. In a warm, nostalgic embrace, Gongja remembered his grandmother's distinctive, comforting scent of red pepper powder, soy sauce, vinegar, all kinds of smells. His imagination soared as he pondered, if Gongja rides a spaceship and flies to reach the stars. With a hand outstretched in desperate longing, he questioned if his grandmother would truly be there. A poignant desire echoed in his voice as he wondered, then, could I smell grandmother's warm scent again? The man's critical assessment found the performance random and monotonous, yet a deeper question lingered, but why? Then, with a sudden emotional realization, he understood, Gongja's voice, makes you feel it purely through emotion. Gongja continued, introducing the next ingredient for his sour tea. He recalled a beloved red toy car, which, in a touch of childlike fantasy, his mom said, saves precious people. But the toy broke, and in a devastating turn, the real red car took his sibling away. He remembered his mother's consoling words, Mom said not to be sad. Yet, a stark, sorrowful truth settled deep within him, I know that neither that car nor my sibling can ever come back. The man experienced a profound intellectual realization, this play's theme is loss, interpreting the pain of losing things as tea ingredients from a young protagonist's perspective. With a moment of dramatic anticipation, Gongja declared, and the last ingredient is. A gentle, sincere smile graced his face as he gestured to himself, revealing, it's, right here, in my heart. He spoke of his own origins, they say Gongja was found at the orphanage gate, abandoned alone on a cold day, but many adults helped. A distressed nun held crying baby Gongja, emphasizing the painful vulnerability of his abandonment, made dreamlike by glittering shadows. In a warm flashback of nurturing affection, he expressed his profound gratitude, thanks to them, Gongja grew up like this. A woman lovingly hugged and kissed baby Gongja, illustrating the tender care that shaped him. Holding the teacup to his heart, Gongja earnestly declared his desire, since I received help, Gongja wants to help too, many friends. His lips parted as he took a silent sip from the teacup. With tears of joy glistening in the sparkling stage light, Gongja smiled, attributing the poignant tingling in his nose to the sour tea. Utterly shocked and awestruck, the man pushed his glasses away, the profound compatibility of the play's ending leaving him to ponder, what exactly are you? The male actor urgently called out, demanding they leave, which startled an unnamed man who questioned their destination. The male actor, his voice thick with frustration, retorted that they were obviously heading to the dressing room to catch Ma Gongja immediately. An unseen voice remarked that everyone shared the same urgent thought, as a flurry of footsteps echoed through the auditorium, signaling a collective rush. An unidentified man with light blonde hair smugly declared it was already too late, implying his earlier warnings about Gongja's talent had been ignored. The male actor gravely observed that Gongja appeared not merely a genius, but a seasoned veteran on stage. The unidentified man with light blonde hair mused that Gongja was indeed skilled, with remarkable vocalization, performing as if he had been a theater actor for a decade. Flustered by Gongja's undeniable talent, the male actor clutched his head, wondering if his mother had taught him or if he belonged to a top agency like Ms. Sejong's. With resolute conviction, the unidentified man with light blonde hair declared that, having worked with Gongja, he knew such profound acting could not simply be taught. Bathed in an ethereal glow, Gongja, radiating with confidence, prepared to make an undeniable declaration. Illuminated by the spotlight, Gongja proudly affirmed that his ability was nothing less than pure talent. An unidentified man with dark hair gently stroked Gongja's shoulder, asking if he was alright after his performance, to which a weary Gongja confirmed he had simply expended all his energy. The unidentified man with dark hair praised Gongja's outstanding performance, suggesting a nourishing dinner to celebrate, though Gongja modestly dismissed his achievement. A crisp knock sounded at the door, prompting a curious Gongja to wonder who could be calling. Gongja, a cascade of thoughts flowing through him, mused internally, puzzled about who could be at the door when his mother was busy seeing off the audience. Gongja continued to ponder, his mind searching for the one person who might seek him out directly. A soft click echoed as an unidentified hand turned the doorknob. Both Gongja and the unidentified man were struck with an immediate, silent surprise as the door opened. A warm, radiant smile lit up the sister's face as she entered the room. Gongja gasped, a wave of profound shock washing over him as he recognized the sister standing before him. The sister wondered if Gongja remembered her, though he inwardly mused it would be impossible, given he was merely a baby then. The sister affectionately praised how beautifully Gongja had grown, yet he inwardly grappled with the thought of pretending not to recognize the lifesaver who had plucked him from the brink of tragedy. With a sudden rush of emotion, Gongja embraced the sister tightly, declaring how much he had missed her. Holding Gongja close, the sister reminisced about him being a baby, shared her own longing, and revealed that everyone at the convent had been following his career in every drama. A wave of profound understanding washed over Gongja as he realized they had been watching over him all this time. A sudden thought struck Gongja, and he eagerly inquired if Noah Hyung was also doing well. The sister delightedly praised Gongja's genius for remembering Noah, while he inwardly mused on her unwavering belief in his brilliance, no matter what he did. The sister revealed that Noah was deeply immersed in soccer and had even attracted sponsors, a revelation that brought a surge of surprise to Gongja. The sister spoke of Noah's abundant talent, mentioning that they sometimes cheered him on at his matches. As a fantastical image of Noah playing soccer materialized, Gongja enthusiastically declared his intention to help Noah Hyung, acutely aware of the sport's high costs from his cousin's experience. With fervent determination, Gongja vowed to use his own earnings to help Noah Hyung. The sister found Gongja's sentiment incredibly sweet, and the unidentified man was visibly moved by it as well. The sister gently explained that Noah already received support from many sources, including donations made in Gongja's name thanks to Ms. Sujong, which reminded Gongja of her past unwavering refusal of his own mother's help. Yet, Gongja's thoughts affirmed Noah as his lifesaver, recalling his steadfast promise to repay that kindness once he became a top star. A dramatic exclamation of, "My angel," burst forth as a door suddenly flew open with a resounding sound. Ma Sujong, radiating with pride and adoration amidst a vibrant display, exclaimed how utterly shocked she was, praising Gongja's even stronger performance and declaring him amazing. As Ma Sujong affectionately embraced him, Gongja internally acknowledged that his success was due to the supported practice room, materials, and audience, while also granting himself credit for his own hard work. Ma Sujong greeted the sister warmly, who in turn thanked her for the invitation and inquired about her well-being. The rhythmic rattling of wheels echoed as a cart rolled by. An unidentified man with dark hair inquired where to place the cart, which Ma Sujong readily accepted, while Gongja watched with a curious glance. Ma Sujong joyfully pointed out the cart, which was laden with an ethereal glow of flowers, all sent for Gongja. Gongja looked on in sparkling surprise, questioning the origin of the flowers, until the sister revealed they were a basket from the children at their convent, made just for him. The sister explained with delight that even the youngest children had poured their hearts into preparing the gift for him. Gongja realized with a tender understanding that the children had folded the delicate flowers themselves. Gongja, a soft blush spreading across his cheeks, murmured his profound happiness while holding the delicate paper flower. The thought of tiny hands meticulously folding each flower caused Gongja's heart to overflow with overwhelming emotion. A quiet sniffle broke the silence, prompting a surprised, "Huh," from an unidentified man with dark hair. Though tears welled in his eyes, Gongja internally insisted that he hadn't even begun to cry yet. The unidentified man with dark hair choked back sobs, apologizing as he confessed he was simply overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of the children's heartfelt gesture. Gongja tentatively called out to the man, who, overwhelmed by embarrassment, covered his face after his emotional outburst while the sister and Ma Sejong watched with concern. The unidentified man with dark hair, having composed himself with a light chuckle, offered to take a picture for Gongja. The unidentified man with dark hair counted aloud, preparing to capture the moment with his phone. With a definitive click, the camera immortalized the joyful pose of the sister, Ma Sejong, and Gongja, framed by vibrant, flourishing roses. The scene shifted dramatically to the imposing exterior of a modern university hospital, silhouetted against a cloudy, twilight sky. Inside a sterile hospital room, a young woman sat quietly on her bed, her gaze lost in the purple hues beyond the window. An older woman with dark hair rested her eyes, a gentle, peaceful smile gracing her face. The soft rattling of a sliding wooden door signaled it was opening. The older woman with dark hair stirred, a hint of confusion etched across her profile. Ma Sejong announced her arrival with bright enthusiasm, as the pattering footsteps of Gongja echoed ahead. The older woman with dark hair was instantly overjoyed, a wide, radiant smile blooming across her face at the sight of Gongja and Miss. Ma Sejong announced their repeated visit to the older woman in her hospital room, who playfully questioned why they came so often to such an uninviting place. Ma Sejong expressed profound relief after receiving positive news about the surgery results. The older woman with dark hair gratefully affirmed that the surgery went well thanks to them, attributing her newfound strength to Gongja and Mrs.'s visit that day. The older woman joyfully shared that with a little more recovery, she would be discharged, a revelation Ma Sejong greeted with relief while an adult hand affectionately stroked Gongja's head. Not long ago, after filming with the president, they had visited Nanny in the hospital to check on her condition. At that time, her condition had been unexpectedly dire. According to the doctor, her situation was critical. She had been diagnosed with a congenital heart disease of unknown cause, demanding immediate surgery. As the older woman quietly sobbed, her silent distress was paradoxically deemed a true blessing by the narration. It was a blessing because he had managed to make his wish just in time. Internally, Gongja fervently wished for his nanny's health, and when the system promptly notified him that 100,000 coins were required, he instantly and eagerly confirmed to proceed with the transaction. A profound sense of gladness washed over him. Yet, as a peculiar consequence, he had ended up sleeping the entire day, much to his mother's worry, a fact he sheepishly acknowledged. An adult hand gently touched another, prompting a subtle, questioning reaction. With heartfelt earnestness, Gongja implored Auntie not to be sick anymore, declaring that her illness made him profoundly sad. The older woman looked utterly surprised, her mouth slightly agape at Gongja's sincere words. With a warm laugh, the older woman with dark hair praised their lovely Gongja, noting that only he and Miss seemed to truly look out for her. Gongja eagerly asked Auntie when she would return, joyful at her promise to cook delicious food once she recovered, and soon after, the narrative continued. Nanny safely returned home, though she still seemed a little awkward with Deoksu. A few days after the launch ceremony, director Won Jong-sa arrived at the house. One hand clasped another in an earnest, silent plea. The director, Won Jong-sa, spoke intently, urging Gongja to join his movie, a request that left the baby boy utterly surprised. The director emphatically stated that Gongja was the only one suitable for the role, prompting Gongja to reflect on how much the man had changed. Gongja pondered how vastly different the director was now compared to when he knew him as Lee Hanjo, wondering what had transpired. Back in his past life, Lee Hanjo strode confidently, calling out to Thug Number 4. The unidentified man turned abruptly, a questioning look on his face. The director playfully suggested a rap party, gesturing invitingly instead of going straight home. Lee Hanjo, red-faced and furious, corrected the director, reminding him he was Lee Hanjo, not Thug Number 4, and mockingly questioned if his memory was as fleeting as his hair, causing the flustered director to internally recall his own sharp memory and thick hair of days gone by. This was director Won Jong-seo. The director, shrugging playfully, explained his habit of misremembering, claiming Lee Hanjo simply looked like a gang boss, while narration revealed that in his past life, Lee Hanjo often played such minor, yet sometimes impactful, roles. The narration recounted how the director had always been a steadfast supporter and a trusted, skilled filmmaker in Lee Hanjo's past life. Gongja, however, remained perplexed by the stark transformation in the director's current demeanor. The director looked utterly confused, while Gongja inwardly thought that this drastic difference was simply too much to comprehend. Gongja cheerfully advised the director to eat plenty of black beans, asserting that he was going bald, much to the director's baffled surprise. A script titled Shower lay before them, prompting the narration to question if director Won had authored such a work. The narrator speculated if the script was a reimagining of a famous textbook story, remarking that despite his usual noir films, this unexpected taste must have been his true preference all along. Gongja's wide eyes focused intently, consuming the words of the script. The pages rustled rapidly as Gongja, completely engrossed, flipped through the script. The director exclaimed with surprise and excitement at the sight of Gongja rapidly flipping through the pages. The man in the sweater praised Gongja as a genius, while the narration revealed the script detailed a poignant love story between a boy and a girl suffering from leukemia. Gongja pondered, sensing the familiar tragic undertones of the story. Script pages fluttered down, illustrating the story of a nurse's son who idled away time in a hospital until he met a girl hospitalized there, afflicted with leukemia. Gongja inwardly confirmed his suspicion, anticipating the girl's inevitable death in the story. The girl character from the script smiled brightly, radiating pure joy. The director surprisingly revealed that the girl did not die in his version, a creative choice Gongja found intriguing, as he had disliked the original tragic ending. The man in the sweater argued that a tragic ending would garner more audience, declaring that tragic love was truly moving, yet the director's narration insisted that while he enjoyed predictable movies, he abhorred hopeless endings when children were involved. The narration revealed the director's consistent preference for happy endings, even in his past noir films, where justice always prevailed, all while Gongja smiled serenely. Gongja, his eyes thoughtful, expressed concern about the financial viability of such an unconventional story. Gongja wondered if the script's unique premise, especially with child leads, was the reason it never saw production in his past life, as sparkles danced around the script title. A mischievous thought crossed Gongja's mind: what if a big-name actor joined the project? As the director earnestly sought Gongja's opinion, Gongja internally acknowledged his profound debt to director Won. Gongja's internal monologue confirmed the director's innate decency, despite a subtle tension that filled the air. Despite the director's constant teasing and forgetfulness of his name, Gongja's thoughts about it still caused the director to exclaim in surprise, as if sensing the unspoken words about his poor memory. The director, utterly bewildered, rubbed his head and questioned what had just transpired. Still. In his past life, Gongja reflected, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I needed someone like you," the unseen voice declared. Gongja, beaming with a wide smile, declared his enthusiastic commitment to the role. The director, utterly shocked, stammered in disbelief, while Gongja confidently confirmed his decision. The director, overjoyed, bowed deeply in gratitude, expressing his immense appreciation that Gongja chose his script despite likely receiving numerous other offers, but Gongja humbly thought that the script itself was inherently good, even without their past connection. The man in the sweater exuberantly congratulated the director, asserting that Gongja's involvement guaranteed funding and would attract other actors, yet he paused to address the director with a new point. The director, a thoughtful sweat drop on his brow, cautiously pointed out that technically, nothing had been finalized yet. Gongja realized the only concrete detail was the girl's survival in the story, questioning inwardly if this radical change was truly acceptable. A quiet creaking sound suggested a subtle shift in the environment. The man in the sweater, holding a plate of food, asked if filming was confirmed, eliciting a wide-eyed, surprised look from Gongja. The man explained that from now on, Gongja would make his own decisions, implying a significant shift orchestrated by Madam. Gongja smiled widely, a bubbly chuckle escaping him. The narration provided further insight into the story. The girl suffered from leukemia, burdened by the guilt of being a weight on her single father. The director remarked on the role's delicate nature, while the man in the sweater excitedly announced that Gongja would play the boy who comforts her. The narration underscored the profound emotional complexity of both leading roles, making them exceptionally challenging to portray, a realization that left Gongja feeling the daunting difficulty of the task. The man explained that both lead roles would be played by child actors, meaning Gongja would act alongside someone his own age, a fact that Gongja mulled over. Gongja, hand on chin, pondered who would ultimately be cast as the girl. Gongja expressed concern, hoping no unfortunate incidents like those from the previous shoot would occur, recalling how the basement project had been tumultuous due to the Seongjin Group accounting scandal. Chibi Gongja, surrounded by abstract rabbits and hearts, worried about overextending himself with a charity foundation and another project, realizing he might be constantly exposing himself to new risks. The man in the sweater voiced his fear that Gongja might be kidnapped, urging caution, a thought that immediately shocked him, making him question if such a dire scenario was truly possible. Gongja, however, radiated confidence, asserting his own capability to protect himself. The man in the sweater expressed his deep frustration, recounting how Gongja had been hit by a plastic bottle even with him present, realizing he couldn't prevent every danger just by being there and acknowledging the need for a concrete plan. Gongja demanded his total coin balance, and the system instantly revealed a staggering 1,384,789 coins, prompting Gongja to realize the immense financial power garnered from the basement's success, reflecting on the sheer impact of 10 million viewers. Gongja commanded the system to enhance his strength for self-protection, but the system's reply displayed an astronomical requirement of 9,382,387,492,837 coins. Gongja gasped in visceral shock as the system demanded the loss of his right leg as payment for increased strength, questioning if such an exorbitant cost was even reasonable, and wondering if heaven was cautioning him against seeking an easy path. Undeterred, Gongja fiercely declared he would at least strengthen his biting power, vowing to bite any creep attempting to kidnap him like a dog, whether it be hand or leg. Gongja demanded the coin cost for canine-level biting strength, and the system promptly displayed the requirement of 32,837 coins. The system pragmatically revealed that the price for this enhanced bite force would be 10 hours of jaw pain. Gongja, with unwavering resolve, commanded the system to execute the upgrade. Gongja grimaced, clutching his jaw in agony, a sight that left the man nearby utterly perplexed. The man in the sweater reacted with surprise, identifying the incoming call as from the CEO. As the man answered the phone, Gongja, with a thoughtful hand on his chin, realized it was the CEO on the other end. The man confirmed Gongja's presence, stating he was right beside him. The man extended the phone, informing Gongja that the CEO wished to speak with him, causing Gongja to feel a surge of nervous curiosity. Kim Deok-soo's boisterous voice boomed through the phone, excitedly congratulating Gongja on agreeing to director Won Jong-sa's film, causing Gongja to wince at the overwhelming sound. Gongja, utterly surprised, questioned how Kim Deok-soo had already heard the news, realizing that director Won, sparkling with enthusiasm, must have immediately informed him after their meeting. Kim Deok-soo explained that the director had called first thing to preemptively secure Gongja, but Gongja, with a slight sweat drop, reassured him that he would not change his mind. Kim Deok-soo expressed concern over the role's difficulty, asking if Gongja would be alright, prompting Gongja to wonder if his concern stemmed from the fact that both leads were child actors. Kim Deok-soo, after a brief pause, revealed his shocking understanding that Gongja was slated to play the girl in Shower, leaving Gongja utterly stunned. As the girl character winked mischievously in a sparkling vision, Gongja stood small and confused, phone still in hand. Gongja's internal voice screamed in chaotic disbelief, reeling from the realization that he might be playing the girl's role, not the boy's, a shock so profound it made the director visually reel back in exaggerated astonishment. A chibi man, surrounded by question marks, conveyed utter perplexity. A few days later, Gongja still struggled to process the unfolding reality, the sheer disbelief clinging to his thoughts. His mind reeled from the unexpected revelation. He wasn't cast as the boy character. Instead, the baffling question echoed in his mind, was he truly meant to play the girl? During the second production meeting, the director optimistically declared that filming would last 2 months, with funding secured thanks to Gongja's father and casting progressing smoothly. The director then revealed an even greater surprise. Han Woojin himself had volunteered to play Gongja's father, prompting Gongja to wonder with profound annoyance why that man kept reappearing in his life. Despite concerns about Han Woojin's potential cost, the director confidently explained that a favorable agreement had been reached, crediting Gongja for the successful negotiation. Gongja mused that Han Woojin, a man he rarely encountered even in his past life, must have drastically cut his fee just to be near him, anticipating an overwhelming reunion. Suddenly, an unseen voice called to the director, pulling him from his thoughts with a questioning jolt. A disturbing thought suddenly clattered into Gongja's mind: if his character had leukemia, would he later be required to shave his head for the role? The director reacted with immediate surprise and denial, only to then express confusion at Gongja's implied follow-up. Hair is precious, the director assured, explaining they would use a hat or wig, but a melancholic thought quickly surfaced about someone who once valued such precious things, now gone. Gongja earnestly advised the director to eat more black beans for his hair, leaving the director utterly bewildered by the unexpected counsel. High above, a CCTV camera silently watched over the modern building. The closed white door marked the entrance to the shower script reading room. The door opened with a soft creak, revealing Gongja cautiously peeking inside. Gongja quietly questioned if anyone was present, then realized with a slight surprise that someone had already arrived before him. He thought he would be the first to arrive, then wondered if the person already there was sleeping. Observing the sleeping young man, Gongja speculated about his role and guessed he was a child actor close to his own age. The seemingly sleeping young man subtly peeked an eye open, revealing his feigned slumber. A sudden jolt of realization shot through Gongja, leaving him speechless. A swift swoosh of movement filled the air. The young man, now awake, dramatically announced their long-awaited meeting, calling Gongja by his full name, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. A flustered Gongja stammered, demanding to know the young man's identity. The vibrant pattern of the background swirled with unspoken energy. The young man continued, revealing he had been closely watching Gongja's acting, specifically praising the moving reunion scene in Ties. Gongja, caught off guard by the unexpected praise, offered a nervous, stammering thank you. The young man relentlessly listed every piece of Gongja's work he had consumed, from music videos to variety shows, prompting Gongja to stammer an embarrassed, almost giggling question about how much he was liked. Gongja quickly denied the implication, then questioned what the young man truly meant by his intense fandom. The young man clarified that his parents forced him to study Gongja's performances as a learning tool. Gongja's eyes widened in disbelief, recoiling from the idea that he was merely a performance reference for the young man's parents. A sudden pang of realization struck Gongja, leaving him utterly stunned. The young man abruptly blurted out a name, Han Soo-young, then quickly corrected himself with a sharp tap to his own script, actually, Han Soo-yoon. The young man then jovially acknowledged Han Soo-yoon, explaining his confusion by saying it was his first time seeing him in person, while Gongja internally recognized the name but noted the physical changes from his past life. Gongja recognized this as Han Soo-yoon at the peak of his fame, recalling how his adult self would tragically quit acting due to his parents' troubles. The young man glanced over with a slight swoosh of his head, a quizzical expression on his face. With a soft grab of the packet, the young man offered, "Do you want some too?" prompting Gongja to recognize the snack as konjac jelly. "I knew you'd recognize it," the young man stated, assuming Gongja was also on a diet, which left Gongja utterly shocked by the implication. The young man apologized, stating he could only offer a little, as the konjac jelly was his main meal, a revelation that filled Gongja with internal indignation, knowing it was merely a supplement. Gongja took a sharp gasp, acknowledging he knew the parents were intense, but seeing the reality firsthand was far worse than he had imagined. A furious Gur escaped Gongja as he seethed internally, outraged that a child was being starved. With a desperate ugh, Gongja loudly called out for the teacher, his anger evident in his voice. The director exclaimed in shock, "What is it?" as Gongja adamantly demanded he immediately bring his packed sandwich to the young man beside him. Gongja forcefully urged the young man to eat up, Hyung, repeatedly insisting he consume the sandwich, leaving the recipient speechless with surprise. The young man firmly refused, stating it was Gongja's, but Gongja pleadingly countered, asserting he had already eaten and could have dinner at home. Under Gongja's persistent demand, the young man finally gave in, tentatively taking a bite of the sandwich. The young man continued to eat, the soft chomp-chomp of his chewing a small victory for Gongja. A satisfied gulp followed. "It's good," the young man admitted, much to Gongja's delight, who then eagerly encouraged him to eat it all. A new realization dawned on Gongja: Han Suyun's presence in shower could only mean one thing. The startling implication suddenly clicked into place. With a resounding clap 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 of applause, it was triumphantly announced that Han Suyun would play the boy role. As Gongja acknowledged Han Suyun's expected popularity, the narration confirmed that Ma Gongja himself was destined to play the girl role. A joyful sniffle preceded Han Wujin's boisterous announcement that he would play the girl's father, leaving Gongja utterly exasperated with director Won Jong-sa. The director, beaming with self-satisfaction, internally pondered if this chaotic casting was precisely the vision someone had desired. The director announced a short break, to which the staff readily agreed. A cheek received a gentle squeeze. Han Wujin, embracing the change, affectionately promised to support his new daughter, but Gongja internally scoffed, convinced that Han Suyun would face greater difficulty seeing him as a girl than he himself would. The young man dismissed Han Wujin's concern with a soft pat on Gongja's head, declaring Gongja the cutest person he had ever met. Gongja could only utter a startled sound in response to the unexpected compliment. Han Wujin enthusiastically agreed, affirming Gongja's cuteness, and punctuating his words with an affectionate poke to Gongja's nose, drawing a grunt of discomfort. Han Wujin enthusiastically suggested they all go for ice cream before the next reading, only to abruptly stop mid-sentence, a sudden realization dawning on him. The young man responded with a confused, awkward, "huh," his words trailing off into an uncertain silence. With a resolute slam of the door, an unidentified woman strode in, firmly stating that Suyun was forbidden from eating ice cream. The woman coolly dismissed Han Wujin's concern for Suyun, leading Gongja to immediately realize she was Han Suyun's mother. Handing Suyun his konjac jelly dinner, his mother sternly reminded him he had to eat it, citing that even a little sugar would make his face swell for photos, a stark illustration of her strict control that made Gongja inwardly groan. She continued her strict instructions, forbidding him from accepting food from others, before concluding with her pickup arrangements, to which Suyun meekly affirmed each command. The woman's intense gaze pierced the air with a silent swoosh. Turning her piercing gaze to Gongja, the woman directly addressed him, giving a thinly veiled command to get along with Suyun. Outwardly, Gongja cheerfully agreed, but his intuition warned him that Suyun's mother perceived him as nothing more than an obstacle in her son's path. Suyun's internal apology reached out to Gongja, expressing regret for his mother's undeniable intensity. The scene transitioned to a new environment, revealing a modern roofline nestled against lush green trees under a bright, inviting sky. A soft, ethereal twinkle seemed to fill the air as Gongja stared, wide-eyed and utterly surprised. Gongja rubbed his head, marveling aloud that his bald appearance actually looked quite good. A quick turn of his head prompted Gongja to wonder if the back of his head possessed an unexpected beauty. He inwardly mused about his perfectly round, smooth head, realizing it was the secret to his consistently flawless photographs. Yet, Gongja internally clarified, his usual appearance was, of course, due to a wig. The first step was to prepare the wig itself. Next, Gongja demonstrated the second step, carefully putting on the wig net. Finally, Gongja completed the transformation by wearing the bald wig on top, while still affirming to himself that the underlying head shape was, indeed, entirely his own. A sudden, reverent chant of Amitba erupted from Kim Deok-soo and an older woman, leaving Gongja utterly startled. An unidentified woman with long dark hair smiled gently, expressing that merely looking at Gongja made her heart feel pure. Both an unidentified man and an unidentified woman agreed, finding profound peace and comparing Gongja to a serene little monk. Gongja politely thanked them, though internally he pondered the comparison to a little monk, finding it surprisingly cute. An unidentified hand reached out, its owner quietly requesting attention. A soft tap landed on Gongja's head, prompting him to look up in surprise and question, "Sir?" Kim Deok-soo enthusiastically apologized for the irresistible urge, confessing he simply couldn't suppress his impulse to declare Gongja's round head extremely cute. With a dramatic thud, Kim Deok-soo collapsed to the floor, claiming he had finally attained enlightenment. A chibi Gongja reacted with shocked embarrassment to Kim Deok-soo's dramatic declaration. An unidentified woman with long dark hair observed the scene, noting with a slight blush that it was a complete victory for Gongja's captivating face. Gongja looked up, a wide smile spreading across his face as he happily called out for his mom. An adult hand gently patted Gongja's head, creating a whimsical moment. The unidentified woman with long dark hair laughed heartily, gushing that her little angel had transformed into a perfect, cute little monk, finding his chestnut smooth and shiny head utterly irresistible to touch. With another soft thud, both Kim Deok-soo and the unidentified woman collapsed to the floor, seemingly overcome by Gongja's charm. A chibi Gongja, looking shocked and embarrassed, inwardly exclaimed, "Even mom?" A chibi older woman with dark hair thoughtfully declared it a serious problem that anyone who saw the crown of Gongja's head would inevitably want to touch it. A chibi man, looking alarmed, emphatically agreed that such a situation was truly dangerous. A chibi woman, with a decisive gesture, declared that Gongja's head absolutely had to be covered during his filming shoot. A chibi Gongja, wearing a crown on his bald head, looked surprised and worried, asking if the situation was truly that serious. The scene transitioned, establishing the exterior of the shower filming set with a modern, white building bathed in sunlight. A sense of awe washed over Gongja as he entered the well-lit, spacious indoor set, accompanied by the gentle whirring of equipment. Gongja stood ready for filming, a light yellow beanie covering his head, a soft blush gracing his cheeks. Staff members, including the director and Kim Deok-soo, reacted with overwhelming enthusiasm and admiration for Gongja's adorable appearance. The director, overcome with delight, exclaimed that Gongja was incredibly cute and hugged him tightly, much to Gongja's annoyance. The director then pondered, surprised by Gongja's unexpected prettiness, admitting he hadn't anticipated such a sight. Seeing Gongja in person, the director felt compelled to revise the script to better suit his unexpected appeal. The director then turned to Suyun for his opinion, who responded with a pensive silence. Suyun subtly nodded, confirming his agreement with the director's assessment. Gongja, surprised and confused, wondered why the original script hadn't mentioned the girl's innocent and pure appearance. The young boy admitted that when he first read the script, the concept of falling in love with the girl at first sight was difficult to grasp, regardless of her supposed cuteness. However, the young boy now asserted he could finally understand, stating that Gongja's cuteness transcended the normal. A flustered Gongja offered a hesitant thanks, then inwardly wondered if the young boy's intense reaction stemmed from having studied the script extensively. The director heartily agreed, praising Suyun's sharp observation and reaffirming his commitment to revising the script. With a professional urgency, the director called out, asking for writer Kim's whereabouts. An unidentified man observed the unfolding scene on the film set, finding it utterly fascinating. An unidentified man with a ponytail jokingly claimed Gongja as his son, praising their shared, innocent and pure looks, leaving a chibi Gongja utterly confused. Filming entered a break while Director 1 made revisions to the script. Gongja cheerfully approached the young boy, asking if he had eaten well that day. The young boy revealed his meal consisted only of a protein bar and his manager's lunchbox, prompting Gongja to ask if he hadn't eaten at home. The young boy dejectedly mumbled that at home, he was exclusively fed konjac jelly. Gongja's eyes widened in shock, internally declaring that this excessive diet control was simply too much. The narration powerfully condemned the diet control as abuse, highlighting the young boy's isolated suffering in a dark, stylized void. Gongja, his face etched with determination, inwardly resolved that such a situation had to cease immediately. Gongja, with a radiant smile, profoundly asked the young boy what kind of suffering he would wish upon parents if heaven were to punish them. The young boy, startled, apologized for asking such a weird question, but Gongja laughed, reassuring him that he was only surprised because it was the first time anyone had asked him such a profound question. The young boy, with a chillingly wide smile, revealed his desire for his parents to suffer from toothaches, gout, and kidney stones, having known many kinds of pain himself. Gongja felt a visceral shock at the young boy's detailed wishes, wondering how much suffering he endured to think like that, and how he even knew about kidney stones. Gongja passionately asked the young boy if he believed in miracles, then affirmed his own belief, attributing his meeting his mother to a miraculous event. Gongja earnestly encouraged the young boy not to be surprised when life gradually started to improve, urging him to see such miracles as a natural occurrence. The young boy fidgeted thoughtfully, processing Gongja's profound words. Gongja internally acknowledged that the young boy likely couldn't fully comprehend the depth of his perspective. With intense resolve, Gongja determined that he could not simply ignore Han Suyen's plight. Gongja decided to begin with toothaches, using the system to inflict pain on Suyen's parents every time they starved him, noting the surprisingly cheap cost of 777 coins while questioning the morality of his love and peace approach. The system then revealed a new condition: for 1 month, Gongja would possess an even stronger, irresistible head, a consequence he pondered before decisively choosing to execute the plan. Gongja confidently predicted that Han Suyen would no longer go hungry, certain his parents would soon learn the painful consequences of their actions. An unidentified staff member announced that filming was about to begin, and Gongja cheerfully acknowledged the call. An unidentified hand presented Gongja with a neatly folded shirt, and he eagerly agreed to change. An adult hand gently removed Gongja's beanie. Gongja looked up, a subtle thump of surprise echoing his silent question. An unidentified woman joyfully patted Gongja's bald head, exclaiming over its pleasing texture and realizing this was the much-discussed, irresistible head. An unidentified staff member called out, signaling, "Stand by," for the upcoming scene. A sharp, decisive "CUE" rang out, signaling the commencement of the scene. Dressed in a hospital gown and beanie, Gongja looked up expectantly in the softly lit hospital room. A single tear traced a path down Gongja's cheek, reflecting deep emotion. With a distinct shuffle of footsteps, a person wearing black dress shoes stepped into the hospital room. Gongja whimpered softly, his teary eyes widening in surprise as he looked up. Gongja reacted with a profound, silent shock to the unseen event. Panting heavily, the young boy rasped out a tense address. With a sudden, angry burst, the young boy demanded to know what Gongja was staring at. Gongja, with a surprisingly blunt question, challenged the young boy, asking if he had never seen a cancer patient before. The young boy's face flushed with a wide-eyed shock at Gongja's unexpected question. The director's decisive call of "cut" signaled the perfect end to the powerful scene. A clear blue sky opened above, promising a new chapter. Amidst the blurred haze of the highway, a black car moved with a quiet hum, carrying its passengers forward. The unidentified man with a small ponytail beamed, exclaiming how everyone would now recognize Gongja as an angel, finally securing the coveted campaign they had long sought. Gongja looked forward from the moving vehicle, a gentle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Gongja, secure in his car seat, thought with a sudden, bright clarity that his hard work for abandoned dogs had indeed paid off, his public image undoubtedly enhanced by the charity foundation he co-founded with his mother. Gongja's sweet smile veiled a shrewd internal calculation, knowing that at this rate, his work would remain unaffected, no matter how much Seongjin Group might falter. Above all, Gongja resolved with wide, determined eyes that he must work diligently on this PSA as well. Gongja's thoughts turned to the staggering reality of 100,000 puppies abandoned each year, stealing his resolve to help even more dogs find new owners, as images of their sad faces in cages flashed before his mind. In a fantastical surge of fury, a chibi Gongja angrily kicked, his thoughts sharp as he condemned those who would discard animals they had first chosen to raise. As they arrived at the bright, modern animal shelter, the unidentified man with dark hair confirmed their destination and asked Gongja if he was ready to enter, to which Gongja eagerly responded, yes. Inside the lively animal shelter, a man with red hair, wearing an apron, welcomed them with outstretched arms, as a chorus of playful, panting dogs bounded around. Gongja's eyes widened in blushing surprise as he silently marveled at the sheer number of dogs in the shelter. A small white dog, full of sparkling charm, drew a gasp of pure adoration from Gongja, who thought, so cute. An unidentified hand reached out softly, met by the small white dog's curious sniff and a gentle, rhythmic tap. The small white dog affectionately licked the unidentified hand. In a whimsical burst of pure joy, Chibi Gongja internally squealed, convinced he was ascending to heaven itself. With a light, enthusiastic leap, the white dog sprung into action. Gongja exclaimed in delighted surprise as the white dog playfully soared through the air. The unidentified man with red hair stared, his mouth agape in utter shock. The dog's tail swished rapidly, a flurry of excited motion. Gongja dissolved into happy laughter, exclaiming playfully for Satong to stop the tickles as the enthusiastic dog showered his face with rapid licks. With an amused sigh, the man with red hair laughed, attempting to calm the overzealous Satong. The man with red hair observed Satong's undeniable love for Gongja, a realization that seemed to strike him with a soft understanding as Gongja sat dejectedly on the floor. The unidentified man with dark hair affirmed Satong's unusual excitement, noting the dog had never been so lively, prompting the man with red hair to confirm his name with a soft laugh. Gongja, touching his nose sheepishly, internally admitted that Satong's sudden leap had startled him, yet he found himself laughing nonetheless. The man with red hair expressed concern that Gongja had been frightened, but Gongja, with an emphatic crackle of conviction, immediately reassured him that he was perfectly fine, having loved the super cute Satong. As the happy dog panted softly, the unidentified man with dark hair inquired about its age, and the man with red hair surmised it was likely less than a year old, still a baby. Satong barked loudly and leaped with a springy bound, surprising the man with red hair as Gongja watched in wide-eyed excitement. Gongja continued to giggle, playfully telling Satong to stop as the dog showered his face with more enthusiastic licks. With a soft thud, Gongja playfully collapsed to the ground, prompting hearty laughter from the man with red hair. Both men expressed their profound satisfaction at the dog's enthusiastic welcome, with the man in red calling Satong's exceptional greeting, truly perfect casting. CEO Seo Junggu of Topline formally introduced himself, thanking the director for accommodating them, and expressing deep gratitude that Gongja was able to attend. The man with red hair, his expression earnest, inquired if the CEO had personally come to look after Gongja. The unidentified man with dark hair confirmed his personal attendance, explaining the necessity for extra care with young child actors like Gongja, even with his manager present. The man with red hair brought up Han Soo-yoon, prompting the unidentified man with dark hair to acknowledge the child actor's notoriously tough schedule with a thoughtful nod. Gongja's eyes widened in surprised recognition as the name Han Soo-yoon echoed in his thoughts. Gongja recalled with a somber reflection a previous encounter on set where Han Soo-yoon was relentlessly yelled at and treated like mere property by his own parents. Gongja's expression turned serious as he realized the chilling truth: everyone knew, yet no one had intervened. The unidentified man with dark hair gravely observed that it was ultimately the child who suffered most from adult greed, while the man in red listened attentively. A potent, empathetic resolve bloomed within Gongja. He wanted to help. The man with red hair looked confused, while the other unidentified man appeared surprised. With a wide, hopeful smile, Gongja, cradling a small white dog, internally proclaimed his desire to help all his friends, children like himself, and every abandoned dog in the shelter, a wish that resonated with an ethereal, shining conviction. He concluded, that was his profound motivation for coming to the shelter. The man with red hair blushed in surprised emotion, while the unidentified man with dark hair offered a knowing, contented smile. With a profound emotional thud, the deeply moved man with red hair praised Gongja's beautiful heart, prompting a shy, hee-hee, from the chibi child. The man with red hair then enthusiastically proposed they dedicate themselves to the shoot so everyone could receive help, to which Gongja, holding the small white dog aloft, declared an eager, yes. The director's commanding voice echoed across the professional set, instructing the staff to prepare the dogs, a directive the unidentified man in a green hoodie confirmed with a prompt "got it." The scene shifted in a blurred, momentary transition. Inside the shelter, a joyful chaos unfolded as multiple dogs ran and leaped playfully, filling the space with vibrant energy. Gongja exclaimed in a burst of sparkling, joyful surprise, his arms outstretched amidst the playful chaos. A happy yelp escaped the small white dog as it jumped excitedly into the air. Amidst a chaotic clatter, Chibi Gongja playfully exclaimed for the dogs to stop, overwhelmed by their ticklish licks on the bustling film set. A small white dog barked excitedly. Gongja smiled happily, surrounded by playful dogs and receiving a celebratory smack of a lick from a small white dog. The modern city skyline stretched under a bright, flaring sun, marking a transition in time. With a soft click, a social media post showcasing our Gongja in the abandoned dog PSA went viral, quickly amassing 29K views and enthusiastic comments about his amazing ad photo and recent activity. The comments section erupted with adoration for Gongja, noting how the rescue dogs were licking him like crazy and celebrating his status as someone loved by animals too. The unidentified man offered a subtle, contented smile, reflecting on the positive reception. The unidentified man with dark hair, a content smile on his face, affirmed that the response to the shoot was explosive, its success already trending prominently. With a decisive click of the mouse, the unidentified man announced yet another achievement. A cheerful, confetti-laden graphic dramatically announced Gongja as the first-place winner for Who Do You Want to Spend Children's Day With? The unidentified man with dark hair proudly declared, "That's our Gongja," as he gazed at the monitor. With a dramatic burst, Ma Sejong abruptly entered the office, demanding to know if the news was true, startling the man working on his laptop, who chastised her for not knocking. Ma Sejong swiftly defended her lack of knocking, wryly arguing that closeness either nullified such formalities or intensified them. The man, tilting his head in annoyed skepticism, dismissed her argument as new, prompting Ma Sejong to demand if he was looking down on her as a mere figurehead CEO. With a heavy sigh of exasperation, the man redirected the conversation, inquiring about Ma Sejong's recent busyness. Ma Sejong smiled sweetly, confirming her recent busyness and noting with satisfaction that people had begun seeking her out once more, which the man acknowledged as a positive development. With a faint, relieved smile, Ma Sejong confessed her fear of being blacklisted over the accounting scandal, expressing deep relief that it had blown over quickly. The man, leaning seriously on his desk, commented on the impending trial, noting the legal team's busyness and his personal desire to see the culprits imprisoned for 20 years. In a fantastical chibi rendering, the man noted with a sharp intake of breath that economic crimes typically receive light sentences, which chibi Ma Sejong, arms crossed, wished could be dramatically increased. The man reminded Ma Sejong of a difficult truth: despite everything, they were still her siblings, a statement met with her somber gaze. Ma Sejong, her intense gaze fixed downward, dramatically asserted that precisely because they were her siblings, they deserved an even longer sentence, for she had witnessed their true nature up close. Ma Sejong's mouth parted slightly, poised to utter her truth. Ma Sejong spat the word trash, describing her siblings as stupid, violent, and devoid of anything but greed since childhood, a grim memory punctuated by a dramatic gasp and ominous, silhouetted figures. Ma Sejong's expression grew mournful as she lamented the loss of her eldest brother in a plane crash, recalling a time when she hadn't worried about the company under his airship. The man listened, a sad expression on his face and a bead of sweat on his brow, sharing her quiet grief. A heavy silence settled between the two, both looking down in somber contemplation. With a sharp clap, Ma Sejong abruptly declared, "Anyway," breaking the somber silence. Ma Sejong laughed, dismissing the depressing talk before eagerly demanding if the exciting news was truly real. With annoyed grunts of confusion, the man asked, "What is?" Ma Sejong excitedly delivered the key phrase, "Our Gongja." The panel triumphantly revealed the thrilling news. Gongja had won both the Brand of the Year, Grand Prize and First Place for Person You Want to Spend Children's Day With. With a triumphant fanfare, the astonishing news confirmed Gongja's dual victory as Brand of the Year, Grand Prize winner and the undeniable first place for Person You Want to Spend Children's Day With. The unidentified man serenely confirmed the news, yet Ma Sejong's voice erupted, a dramatic counterpoint marked by a bam-bam of frustration, as she wondered how such an honor could be great when it meant all Brand Award winners were to be invited. A resonant dudung echoed the grand announcement. All Brand Award winners received an invitation to the prestigious Blue House. The unidentified man reiterated the true magnitude of the honor, citing not only the public's first-place vote but also a personal luncheon with the president himself. A fiery warriuk ignited Ma Sejong's frustration as she vehemently declared her possessive desire to keep Gongja all to herself, unwilling to share him even with the president, leaving the other man speechless. The concerned man tried to ground her, explaining the impossibility of ignoring the public's vote, but within her heart, represented by a chibi form, Ma Sejong wailed her desperate refusal, "Uwaaa, I don't want this." The day dawned, marking the arrival of Children's Day. A serene outdoor setting, bathed in golden sunlight, welcomed the day, promising tranquility. With a precise sukuk, an unseen hand carefully adjusted a tie, the unseen character deeming the painstaking effort perfect. In a burst of faint sparkles, Gongja stood, impeccably dressed and radiating cheerful innocence. The unidentified man praised Gongja's attire, proclaiming it truly suited him, while Ma Sejong, overwhelmed, mused aloud about her own son's captivating charm. A cascade of jock kisses and radiant sparkles erupted as Ma Sejong, declaring his cuteness, beyond the limit, showered Gongja with overwhelming affection. With a knowing ha, Gongja inwardly conceded that Ma Sejong's predictable reaction had unfolded, just as I thought. The mystical ledger demanded 200,567 coins to magically diminish the president's dark circles for the camera, the fantastical price for this visual transformation being a coveted invitation to the Blue House on Children's Day. Gongja's thoughtful expression confirmed the unyielding truth of the system. Once a price was magically set, its terms were inevitably carried out. Ma Sejong's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anxiety crossing her face as she began to question Gongja's sudden introspection. Ma Sejong, worried, asked if he was nervous, and Gongja, in a chibi reflection of his inner state, confessed to a slight anxiety, overwhelmed by the amazing reality of his first-place vote and the Blue House invitation. Ma Sejong, flustered, agreed with the ridiculousness of it all, almost confessing her earlier intent to refuse the invitation before quickly backtracking on her words. A wave of jilsek washed over Ma Sejong as she grimaced at the inevitable reporters and the tiring ordeal awaiting them, knowing Gongja, as the honored guest, could not betray a single hint of discomfort. With a resolute pot, Gongja enthusiastically promised his best, even as Ma Sejong secretly longed to simply stay home and cherish the day with him. Ma Sejong thoughtfully prodded Gongja, asking if he had anything he wished to convey to the president during their upcoming meeting, causing him to ponder. With a curious katung, Gongja, surrounded by a shimmer of internal thought, mused about what he might ask, questioning if the president, especially after seeing his past fatigue, would truly listen. Ma Sejong swiftly dismissed the notion, light-heartedly reminding him that the president was far too busy for such requests, leaving Gongja surprised. Ma Sejong's expression softened into tender admiration, reflecting on how truly mature her Gongja had become. With a gentle sudam and a profound promise, Ma Sejong urged Gongja to tell her his wishes instead, vowing to make everything you want happen. Gongja, eyes wide with a slight blush, inwardly processed the surprising depth of his mother's offer. With a sudden chiak of realization, Gongja, appearing in a mischievous chibi form, declared he had remembered something he truly desired, piquing Ma Sejong's eager curiosity. With a gentle singoit and a pure heart, Gongja revealed his soul, profound wish, for his mother to find true happiness. Despite the tender moment, a melancholic truth persisted, a single concern still heavily weighing on Ma Sejong's mind. Although an unspoken wish for her continued health lingered, Ma Sejong, glowing with warmth, declared herself already happy, crediting all her joy to Gongja. The devastating truth, revealed only in narration, was that his mother had tragically died in an accident, yet the animated vision showed Ma Sejong's fervent wish for Gongja's happiness, a desire he wholeheartedly embraced, vowing to save every coin in the system to ensure their lifelong joy. Outside the Blue House, a formal gathering of individuals and a sleek black car signaled the impending arrival of an important event. A flurry of camera chokaks erupted as a black car arrived, its door opening with a sharp cholkik, signaling the momentous arrival. The distinct togak of heels marked an elegant step onto the pavement, heralding an entrance. As Ma Sejong and Gongja made their dazzling, sparkling entrance, drawing all eyes, Gongja inwardly gasped in profound awe. A relentless chokak of cameras punctuated the air, confirming Gongja's internal observation that reporters, as always, were densely packed in the area. With a radiant smile and a confident wave, Ma Sejong greeted the throng, prompting Gongja to marvel inwardly at her utterly unshakable demeanor. An unidentified man in a crisp black suit politely directed them, and Ma Sejong gracefully affirmed their compliance. The incessant chokak of cameras continued to chronicle their every step as Ma Sejong and Gongja advanced towards the grand entrance. An unseen president's voice resonated with gratitude, thanking them for gracing such a meaningful occasion. Ma Sejong graciously returned the sentiment, expressing her honor, as the gentle morak of rising steam accompanied the serving of a dish. The older man, with a warm smile, cordially invited them to begin eating before the food grew cold. Surrounded by the grand formality of the dining hall, Gongja felt the immense weight of the moment, realizing inwardly, this is so much pressure. With a light-hearted haha, Ma Sejong inwardly remarked on Gongja's remarkable calm, knowing a normal child would be too nervous to even eat. The president warmly encouraged Gongja to eat heartily, prompting Gongja to internally strategize, knowing he had to act so the atmosphere doesn't get stiff. Gongja, with an enthusiastic and impeccably polite declaration, wished the president a pleasant meal and offered heartfelt thanks for the food. With a quiet souk, Gongja focused intently on eating his soup. With a burst of pa'at and sparkling astonishment, Gongja proclaimed the soup profoundly delicious, unlike anything he had ever tasted in his life. The president, with a benevolent smile, expressed his delight that Gongja enjoyed the food, urging him to eat plenty, and complimented his enduring cuteness. The relentless chokak of cameras echoed through the room as reporters continued to capture every moment. With a playful declaration, Gongja revealed his new ambition to be cool, a sentiment that, along with his admission of still liking to be cute, prompted the president to laugh with hearty amusement, as reporters captured the light-hearted exchange with a final chokak. A close-up revealed the president's eye, subtly betraying the heavy toll of fatigue with visible sweat drops. Gongja's keen observation noted the president's weary appearance, a silent concern clouding his own features. From off-panel, an unidentified voice announced that pork cutlet had been served, eliciting an excited "woo" from Gongja. With a grateful smile, the president commended everyone's good work, to which an unidentified chef responded with a respectful kubik bow. An authoritative man in a black suit and sunglasses declared an abrupt end to filming, leaving disappointed reporters to lament their missed opportunity for a great shot. Gongja, keenly observant, then realized the reporter's departure was due to a strict protocol. Cameras were only permitted before the main course. With a gentle haha, the president kindly suggested they now eat comfortably, understanding the strain of so many onlookers, for which Ma Sejong expressed profound gratitude for his consideration. As a hand reached for a doorknob, Gongja's internal implied his smug awareness that the comfortable meal was a direct result of his earlier strategic efforts. The older woman, sternly admonishing, declared the event too difficult for a child, predicting an upset stomach, but the older man, flustered, defended his actions, insisting he just wanted to see Gongja. The older woman, with a fierce taegyeok of words, scorned the man for dragging Gongja to eat with a weird grandpa, only for him to declare they should cancel such events from now on, much to her stunned disbelief. A pidgel of sweat appeared on Gongja's brow as he watched, wide-eyed and utterly flustered by the intense argument. A collective yuk of shock and alarm escaped both the older woman and the older man as the argument escalated to an unexpected level. With a resounding ahaha, both Ma Sejong and Gongja erupted in hearty, shared laughter. The older man, with a gentle smile, simply called out to Gongja. The president, with a kind and inviting smile, extended an offer to Gongja for a short walk together. Gongja looked up, his expression a thoughtful blend of curiosity and slight hesitation as he considered the unexpected invitation. In a scene of tranquil leisure, the president and Gongja strolled together along a peaceful outdoor path. With a sudden udik, the president deliberately brought their walk to a halt. The president, now with a sense of confidential ease, stated that they could finally talk comfortably. Gongja's face held a puzzled question mark as the president revealed his son had spoken of him extensively. The president warmly lauded Gongja as an angelic child who wants to help people in need, prompting Gongja to inwardly question, "Son?" Gongja, with wide, surprised eyes and a bead of sweat, reiterated his question about the president's son, which the president calmly affirmed. The president then delivered a shocking revelation, connecting Gongja's recent public service ad to his own lineage by stating, "The director there is my son," causing Gongja to inwardly exclaim, "What?" A profound jiang reverberated through Gongja's mind as he erupted in utter shock, realizing the shelter director was none other than the president's son. A silent understanding passed between them, a moment suspended after the stunning revelation. Gongja, still processing the immense surprise, asked if the director was truly the president's son, to which the older man confirmed it was so. With a light chuckle, the older man explained how his son's continuous praise for Gongja had started weighing on his mind, prompting this private conversation. The president then turned serious, asking Gongja if the treatment of child actors on set was truly severe, and if children were indeed forced into it by their parents' greed. Gongja realized then the president's true, thoughtful intention for calling him aside, worrying he might be one of those exploited children. Although Gongja himself chose this path, he inwardly acknowledged the tragic reality that children like Suyun often had no such choice. A heavy silence settled as the older man affirmed the harsh truth, acknowledging the existence of children forced into acting. The president then asked Gongja about the drama, Seo-san Baiyalgak, explaining how its director, like many others, had cruelly exploited child actors without protection. The older man looked into the distance, his expression etched with a deep, pensive sadness as he considered the plight of child actors. Gongja gently called out to the president, his soft words echoing the concern in their shared moment. With unexpected conviction, Gongja declared that legal safeguards were desperately needed to protect children in the industry. The president's eyes widened, a stark testament to the profound impact of Gongja's words. A single bead of sweat traced a path down the older man's forehead as he absorbed the weight of Gongja's statement, remaining in silent contemplation. Kneeling to Gongja's level, the president asked why parents would send their children into such harsh places, and Gongja replied that it was likely for money and fame, prompting the president to question how children endured it. Gongja explained that children endured such conditions because, to them, their parents represented their entire world. The older man closed his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as he expressed regret for posing such a sensitive question. With a gentle tap, the older man's hand rested on Gongja's head, signifying his newfound understanding of the difficult truth. The older man then sincerely thanked Gongja for opening his eyes and promised to investigate the matter further. Gongja, beaming with youthful exuberance, declared his complete trust in the president to make things right. The president and Gongja walked away, hand in hand, leaving the moment of profound understanding behind them. Gongja inwardly mused on how he had just lobbied the president himself, yet quickly decided that if it was for a good cause, it was perfectly acceptable. A few days later, life moved forward under a clear, bright sky. Gongja gasped in surprise as he scanned a newspaper, wondering what significant news it held. The newspaper headline screamed of a new child protection law, a development that had unfolded with astonishing speed. Gongja delightedly reflected on the sheer convenience of power, marveling at how a single word could initiate such rapid change. Gongja then considered the profound implications of this new law, hoping it would finally protect children like Han Suyun. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, its intensity amplified by a sharp, piercing glare. An unidentified man eagerly asked Li Hanzhou about his visit to the Blue House, while Li Hanzhou, in turn, asked if the food had been good. Gongja enthusiastically described the experience as cool, but admitted, with a slight blush, that he had been too nervous to truly appreciate the food. The unidentified man expressed utter disbelief at Gongja's nonchalance towards the Blue House food, while Li Hanzhou wondered if Chables truly ate better. Gongja then clarified that the presence of numerous reporters had made him too nervous to taste anything. The unidentified man gasped in shock at Gongja's unexpected nervousness, internally questioning what impression he must have made. Gongja then shifted the conversation to the unidentified man, asking if he was still skipping and starving himself, which elicited a hesitant "huh" and "ah" from Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou then revealed that his mom now ensured he ate, a revelation that brought immense relief to a chibi Gongja. Li Hanzhou leaned in to share a recent development. Li Hanzhou explained that his mother now watched him eat every single meal, a detail that visibly surprised an unidentified woman. Gongja smugly thought about how quickly Suyun's mom had caught on, while the unidentified man praised her newfound care, and Gongja expressed his gladness. An unidentified man suddenly shouted, "Assistant Director," startling both Gongja and Li Hanzhou. On the bustling film set, the unidentified man, Li Hanzhou, and Gongja watched intently as the assistant director shouted. The unidentified man, the assistant director, loudly demanded an update on the elusive water truck company. The assistant director reported, with growing panic, that the water truck company wasn't answering and appeared to have completely abandoned them. The unidentified man with dark hair exclaimed in utter disbelief and concern, unable to comprehend that the water truck company had bailed on them. The assistant director clutched his head in anguish, crying out that if they missed this shot today, the entire filming schedule would be irreparably delayed. Despite his distress, the assistant director was already frantically calling every number he had, desperately trying to find an alternative. Utterly defeated, the assistant director slumped onto a prop, despairing that no company could possibly show up on such short notice. The assistant director, beads of sweat forming on his brow, lamented that a delay would consume their entire budget, wiping out crew wages and gear rental costs. Gongja internally reflected on the film's low budget, realizing that Director 1 must have meticulously planned every detail, leaving no room for error. The assistant director worried aloud if they would have to shoot without the crucial rain scene, a prospect Gongja vehemently rejected in his mind. Gongja's mind raced, stressing the absolute critical importance of the rain scene to the entire movie. He vividly imagined the scene, a sudden downpour, mirroring the girl's profound sorrow, adding a layer of poignant drama. Gongja emphasized the pivotal moment where the boy finally confesses his deepest feelings under the pouring rain, declaring it absolutely crucial to the story. Gongja inwardly fretted that even a minor alteration to this scene would severely compromise the film's quality, as the distressed assistant director ironically suggested praying for rain. Gongja's fist clenched with resolute determination, a silent vow that he would not allow the film's quality to suffer. Li Hanzhou, ever perceptive, asked the unidentified man if it was going to rain today, to which the man replied with a questioning, "Rain?" Li Hanzhou pointed towards the clear sky, doubting the possibility of rain in such brilliant weather. The unidentified man jokingly asserted that even Director One's rain ritual wouldn't work today, punning that he'd change his surname if it rained, a jest Lee Hanjo echoed with his own pun. The unidentified man, still joking, remarked that it sounded like the two children would indeed be changing their names today. Gongja mentally commanded his system to use coins to conjure a powerful rain shower immediately. The system responded with a holographic message, detailing the exorbitant cost of 94,227 coins required for a shower in the current weather conditions. The system then displayed an additional, more personal cost. The price of summoning the rain was 3 hours of chills for every hour of rain. Gongja looked up at the holographic message, pondering the chills, condition and deeming the personal risk somewhat dangerous. As Director One and the others knelt in desperate prayer for rain, Gongja realized the director's profound desperation. Gongja, resolving to prioritize the crew's morale, decided they would simply have to finish shooting within an hour, deeming it better than everyone's hearts breaking. A stark command materialized in his mind, urging him to execute the rain sequence. The system confirmed the action with a brief message, executed. The unidentified man, along with others, looked up in utter surprise as the sky suddenly darkened and a rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Raindrops began to fall, making soft plinks on the ground as the unidentified man observed the sudden downpour. The unidentified man shouted in ecstatic disbelief as the heavy rain cascaded around him, soaking the set. The assistant director exclaimed in a joyful roar, convinced that heaven itself was providing their much-needed rain. The unidentified man with dark hair extended his hand, utterly bewildered, to feel the astonishing reality of the falling rain. The assistant director, megaphone in hand, urgently commanded the crew to shoot everything before the rain unexpectedly ceased. The unidentified man gave the urgent, "Stand by," command, and Gongja inwardly registered his deep satisfaction. Gongja mused on how he had saved both the director and the movie, realizing only one crucial element remained. The heavy rain continued to pour, drenching both the young boy and Gongja in its sudden, dramatic intensity. Gongja's thoughts turned to the acting itself, while a system message appeared, counting down the remaining 58 minutes and 47 seconds until the inevitable chills began. The director's authoritative calls of "Ready! Action!" officially commenced the somber scene, pulling Gongja and the young boy into its emotional depths amidst the falling rain. Gongja's genuine cries of distress filled the air, deeply unsettling the young boy, who reached out with palpable concern. An adult's hand desperately clutched Gongja's small one, a raw, emotional plea of "Don't go," hanging heavy in the rainy air. With tears streaming down his face, Gongja struggled to escape the adult's firm grip, demanding they "let go of me." The young boy's face twisted in anguish as he pleaded, "Please don't go," his voice heavy with despair in the rain. Gongja, tears blurring his vision, vehemently punched the air as he accused the young boy of fear, yelling, "Let go. You said it scares you, getting close to someone who might die any day." The young boy's face contorted in a pained expression as the rain lashed down, reflecting his inner torment. His voice cracking with unbridled terror, the young boy finally confessed, "Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared to death." Gongja, visibly moved, turned his head away, momentarily silenced by the young boy's raw confession as the rain continued to fall. The young boy, tears mixing with the rain, clutched his chest and cried out his deepest desire, wishing, "I want to stay with you for a long time. Losing you." Gongja's eyes widened with profound emotion, admitting that losing the young boy that's the scariest thing right now. The emotional scene abruptly halted as an unseen voice commanded, "Cut." Overcome with tears of joy, the director proudly lauded the scene as a one-take okay, praising the two geniuses for their insane, perfect performance. The director, beaming with happiness, declared his love for Gongja and Su-yoon, while Gongja, held by Han Woo-jin, inwardly rejected such intense affection. The unidentified man, basking in a heavenly glow, triumphantly rejoiced, affirming that using the system coins had indeed been worth the dramatic spectacle. In a playful yet demanding tone, the director, in his cartoonish form, instructed the boys for another full shot, humorously claiming he was blocking the rain. An unidentified man, shielding himself with an umbrella, urgently ran through the downpour, calling out for Suyun. Gongja, lost in anxious contemplation, worried about the approaching chills, fearing they would compromise his performance if the take continued too long. An unidentified man knelt in concern as someone, presumably Suyun, had fallen in the midst of the rainy set. The young boy cried out in sharp distress, his voice echoing against the stylized backdrop. Someone's hand desperately tried to prevent the young boy, Suyun, from falling further, apologizing profusely in a panic. The director, assessing the situation with concern, instructed that the fallen actor change into fresh clothes and simply wipe away the mud. Despite the director's suggestion for a break, Gongja angrily refused, a timer relentlessly counting down 14 minutes until chills begin. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Gongja stumbled backwards, falling into the persistent rain. A voice gasped, "Wow," reflecting sheer surprise or awe at the sudden turn of events. Rain relentlessly drenched the patterned fabric, emphasizing the chilling cold. Gongja, sweat beading on his distressed face, acknowledged the scene's unexpected difficulty, trying to prevent his body from shaking by tensing every muscle. He felt the gnawing pain of his efforts but found solace in the scene's minimal need for movement. The young boy stood focused and solemn, ready for the next take amidst the ongoing rain. As the director called action, the young boy's shoes, thick with mud from the physical demands of the scene, were revealed. The young boy blushed with surprise as an adult hand unexpectedly took Gongja's, interrupting the flow of the scene. The adult hand, trembling noticeably, maintained its tight grip on Gongja's small hand as the rain continued to fall. The director's frustrated yells of "Cut! Ing! Ing! Suyun! You have lines," echoed across the set, reminding the young boy of his missed cue. The young boy, his face flushing with regret, muttered a soft "ah" as he realized his mistake. Gongja, observing the upset young boy, inquired with genuine concern, "Are you okay?" In a stylized moment of reassurance, Gongja's chibi form beamed and offered a cheerful thumbs up, declaring, "Guanchan. It's okay." Despite Gongja's reassurance, the young boy's face remained etched with lingering worry. The young boy, gathering his thoughts, bravely revealed that he was not scared of cars anymore, hinting at a deeper reason for his newfound courage. Tears of gratitude streamed down the young boy's face as he confessed, "You're here beside me. Thanks to you." Gongja's eyes welled up, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, profoundly moved by the young boy's heartfelt words. The two boys, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced each other tightly in the pouring rain, sharing a deep connection. With tears still glistening in his eyes, the young boy affectionately called Gongja an idiot, as he held him close. Gongja cried out passionately, vehemently denying credit and insisting, "What do you mean, thanks to me? That's something you overcame." The young boy, closing his eyes in gentle resolve, tenderly insisted, "No, it is thanks to you. When I'm with you, nothing scares me. Idiot." The two boys continued their embrace, a silent testament to their unwavering bond, regardless of circumstance. Raindrops softly rippled across the puddles on the green grassy field, signaling that the downpour was easing. The clouds dramatically parted, allowing bright sunlight to burst through, bringing a radiant end to the rain. The director, overcome with celebratory tears, triumphantly announced, "Okay, cut." "That's a wrap," as confetti rained down around him and the cheering crew. Han Woo-jin, observing Gongja swaying unsteadily, called out his name with growing concern. A close-up of Gongja's glazed, unfocused eye hinted at his growing discomfort and fatigue. Gongja swayed precariously, his eyes half closed as he mumbled, "Huh," disoriented and on the verge of collapsing. Han Woo-jin knelt in distress beside Gongja, who had collapsed onto the ground, calling his name urgently as another man rushed to their aid. The sterile interior of a hospital room signaled a shift in setting, now focused on medical care. An unidentified woman with long dark hair looked on with a worried, slightly flushed expression. As Lee Hanjo lay confused in the hospital bed, a voice reassured everyone, "He's okay." Han Wooji knelt distraught on the floor, his concern palpable, while the unidentified woman stood beside Lee Hanjo's hospital bed. Lee Hanjo, winking and blushing, affirmed his genuine passion for acting with a confident smile. The unidentified woman acknowledged Lee Hanjo's profound sense of responsibility as an actor and his consideration for everyone on set. Han Woojin wept intensely, consumed by profound regret for having overlooked a crucial detail. An adult hand gently held Lee Hanjo's, tenderly telling him he needn't strive to act so grown-up. The unidentified woman offered a comforting smile, delivering the profound message that Lee Hanjo was allowed to simply be himself. Lee Hanjo reflected with sadness and regret, feeling he had committed an unfilial act despite his desire to be a devoted son. The woman smiled gently, contrasting with the comical panic of a chibi man on the hospital bed. Two hands held tightly, a silent reflection on a past life where the speaker felt barely human without pushing themselves to extremes. Lee Hanjo wept, his past heart-wrenchingly clear, he performed well only to see his mother smile. A somber realization washed over him, a profound admission, I was wrong. Yeah, very wrong. The woman hugged a crying Lee Hanjo, expressing the deep worry that had seized her heart. A chibi version of the unidentified man with a beard, visibly distressed, cried out an apology to his teacher, consumed by self-blame. Han Woojin cried out in despair, convinced he had utterly failed as a guardian. Han Woojin, still wiping away tears, expressed profound relief that Lee Hanjo had sustained no physical injuries. Chibi figures soared triumphantly through a bright blue sky, as the speaker declared a liberation, I'm not Lee Hanjo anymore. The speaker embraced a new sense of purpose, recognizing they now had significant responsibilities to uphold. As the adults looked on, the speaker declared a resolute commitment to protect those dear to them. With a wide, joyful smile, Gongja announced his determined decision to live fully as Ma Gongja from that moment forward. Gongja's tiny hands tapped and danced with focused intent as he drew on the bright, modern couch. The young boy's sudden slump onto the couch made Ma Sejong call out to Brother Jeek in startled concern. With a cautious glance, Ma Sejong worried deeply, her thoughts consumed by the fear that the young boy had been struck once more. A startled sniff escaped the young boy as he emphatically denied being hit, while Gongja looked on with wide-eyed surprise. Gongja, narrowing his eyes with keen suspicion, wondered why the young boy was sweating so profusely if he hadn't been hit. With a newfound seriousness, the young boy hesitantly asked Gongja for a favor, prompting Gongja's curiosity about the request. With a sudden, forceful burst of energy, the young boy passionately declared his fervent wish to join an overseas youth team. As the young boy detailed his dream of playing soccer in Europe, specifically England, Gongja listened thoughtfully. A deep dejection settled over the young boy as he confessed his mother's refusal, making Gongja internally acknowledge the harshness of his situation. In a reflective moment, Ma Sejong pondered the mother's true motive, suspecting she wished to groom Ma Jeek as the family heir. With a desperate plea, the young boy implored Gongja to help him approach grandma, leaving Gongja momentarily surprised by the intensity. The young boy cried out in frustration, admitting he had no idea how to even approach his grandma with such a request. Gongja internally questioned why the young boy couldn't simply seek assistance from him or his mother instead. The young boy explained, with a troubled sigh, that only grandma's unwavering support could keep his mother from interfering, a truth Gongja then acknowledged with quiet understanding. A somber hush fell as the young boy sat dejected, his bruised back a silent testament to unseen pain. Gongja concluded, with a firm internal affirmation, that it would undoubtedly be better for Jeek to be far from his parents, given the clear implications of abuse. As Gongja drew, a resolute determination filled him, and a system message outlining the plan going forward appeared, promising resolution. The system laid out Gongja's ambitious plan. Ma Jeek would be sent to England and ensured a future as a professional soccer player. The setting shifted to the main house conference room, a place where formal discussions unfolded, and a man stood alongside two young boys. With meticulous care, Gongja adjusted his bow tie, preparing for the serious task ahead. Gongja cast a quick, worried glance, hoping the other young boy wouldn't succumb to nerves. A profound nervousness seized the young boy, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and appear utterly weak, much to the worried concern of Gongja. Gongja urged the trembling young boy to calm down, but the boy, consumed by fear, desperately confessed his desire to run away. With a sharp, urgent cry, Gongja vehemently told the startled young boy that escape was not an option. Gongja, radiating with determination, proclaimed that the young boy must face his challenges head-on, for his entire future hinged upon this moment. With a nervous gulp and a reluctant tap of fists, the young boy agreed to face the challenge. With a decisive gesture, Gongja commanded that she be brought to him immediately, and the chibi child scurried to comply. The unidentified man expressed his profound doubt that the madam would actually come, as Gongja listened intently to the challenge. Gongja confidently retorted that she would come, intending to use his powerful coins to sway her, a mischievous glint in his internal chibi form. A radiant smile illuminated Gongja's face, his resolve unshakable. He would make his grandma happy. The system dramatically displayed the enormous cost of 456,789,270 love and peace coins required to improve Na Wajin's mood. In stark contrast, the system further revealed a daunting exchange. Gongja's entire body would be paralyzed for one full day. Gongja's confident smile faltered as a choked gasp escaped him, his disbelief palpable at the system's unexpected condition. Despite the lingering shock evident in his wide eyes, Gongja internally urged himself to remain calm and composed. With a dramatic flourish, Gongja resolved to use his coins once more, a decision the filming man found utterly adorable. With eyes shimmering and a radiant smile, Gongja confidently requested his grandma be brought to him. The system presented new terms for bringing Na Wajin. His emotions would become richer, and his self-expression uninhibited, leaving Gongja to question the meaning of such a peculiar exchange. With a firm and decisive gesture, Gongja's hand pointed upwards, commanding the system to proceed immediately. With a precise click, the door opened, and the older woman, accompanied by the nervous young boy, formally entered the room. A wide, delighted smile spread across Gongja's face, his eyes sparkling with triumph as he realized, she's here. A single foot landed with a heavy, impactful step, signaling a dramatic entrance. The young boy, visibly startled by her presence, offered a quick, nervous welcome to the older woman. Bathed in a theatrical spotlight, Gongja, sparkling with unbridled confidence, dramatically proclaimed what a beautiful day it was. With a smooth, sweeping gesture, Gongja delivered a grand, theatrical speech about a timeless carnival beginning at the meeting point of present and future, two figures reflected within his keen eye. Gongja was internally shocked and overwhelmed as the words, ridiculously over the top, simply poured from his mouth uncontrollably. A loud, shattering crack echoed as the older woman's composure visibly broke, her eyes wide with shock at Gongja's performance, while his chibi form cheered ecstatically. Under the spotlight, Gongja began to address the ladies and gentlemen, before sparklingly correcting himself with confident poise. With a pleased expression, the older woman looked on, as Gongja, having corrected himself, spoke to her as the sole lady present. With a theatrical flourish, Gongja then announced that the play was about to begin. Gongja stood center stage, arms outstretched and radiating confidence under the bright spotlight, as the older woman observed his performance from the audience. Gongja addressed the older woman with a theatrical flourish, declaring what a beautiful night it was. The older woman, her eyes wide with shock, corrected Gongja, stating plainly that it was daytime, her composure visibly crumbling around her. With a smooth yet sudden movement, Gongja bowed deeply, confidently justifying his theatrical claim that for them, this was indeed evening. Gongja reflected internally with a faint smile, acknowledging this as truly the first time for him. Despite forcing a confident smile, Gongja secretly wished, with a shudder of discomfort, that he could simply flee the stage at that moment. Gongja hummed thoughtfully to himself, deep in contemplation amidst a whimsical, cartoonish landscape. With a firm, decisive gesture, Gongja pointed, prompting an annoyed expression from the young boy. Gongja proudly introduced Ma Jik, highlighting his tremendous potential, as the young boy demonstrated his skill with rhythmic thuds of a soccer ball. Gongja dramatically unveiled Ma Jik's individual scoring rankings, pointing out his position among the top scorers. With a crackle of static, Gongja suggested hearing from experts, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. An unidentified expert, standing confidently on a soccer field, provided a glowing assessment of Ma Jik's excellent physical ability and recently improved tactical understanding. The expert's assessment continued, praising Ma Jik's flexible muscles and impressive stamina. The expert, beaming with confidence, concluded that at this rate, making the national team would pose no problem for Ma Jik. Gongja internally urged the coach to continue showering Ma Jik with even more praise. The unidentified man questioned the need for even more praise, a sentiment echoed by the young boy, while Gongja merely repeated the question with a sly smile. The unidentified man protested, wanting to edit, but Gongja, with fierce determination, insisted on realism, proclaiming that honest words would be more effective than a half-baked effort, all while the older woman sternly adjusted her glasses. The unidentified man gravely advised the young boy that he would be far better off playing overseas than remaining in Korea, prompting the boy to question his reasoning intently. The unidentified man somberly explained that the young boy's family background intrinsically hindered his true play, as opposing players consistently held back whenever they marked him. The unidentified man observed that Noah was the singular exception, the only player who truly challenged him. The unidentified man elaborated, confirming that Noah was the only one who tackled him with genuine seriousness, a truth the young boy, with internal shock, readily affirmed had been deeply bothering him. The young boy desperately pleaded for Grandma's help, emphasizing that her support was essential for his brother's dream to come true, as Gongja bowed deeply in powerful solidarity. With another profound bow, the young boy earnestly told his grandma that he truly desired to become a real soccer player. A symphony of anxious heartbeats filled the air as the young boy and Gongja awaited the older woman's momentous decision, her shadowed eyes holding the fate of their hopes.